Chapter 1. So it begins. With a truck. It was getting late, the street lights flickered around while someone coughed in the distance. The wind howled while people were trying to get to their homes. Little drops of water started appearing on the glass windows, followed by gentle tapping. A certain man was sitting in a lit room, holding what looked to be a soldering iron. His hair was slightly unkempt and you could see a reflection of some kind of schematic coming of the glasses he was wearing. He was glancing between this schematic and the circuit board that was on the table. I need to replace these capacitors, not sure which one is the faulty one, I'll just replace all of them. The man gave out a sigh while slowly getting his tools ready. He was glancing onto the circuit board with the help of a microscope, the tiny metallic parts hard to spot with the naked eye. That bastard made me work overtime again. This man was in his mid-20s, he was at a small computer repair shop. He was yet again forced to stay late into the day. Being the new kid in this place apparently put a bullseye on your back. The older workers always found a way to push their overdue workload on him, always giving him the excuse that he needed more experience and he should work harder. Damn fuckers only do this shit because I can't refuse. He was still new, he was still in his trial period, so he was expendable. He made the decision of trying to get along with his co-workers and play the nice guy. This was the result, he was stuck working and would probably be home at 8. Well, not like I have any plans anyway. At least they don't force me to clean all those dirty laptops. What do those people do with them to get them so dirty anyway? The sound of sizzling filled the area while the man continued with his work. The capacitors were replaced and everything was checked again. The circuit board he was fixing was in working order once more. Finally, just need to clean this shit and I'm done. He wasn't alone here though, the whole repair shop was the building that his boss was actually living in. The bottom level was just the shop while the upper was the living quarters. He peeked through the door leading upstairs and shouted out. I'm done, I'm going home, boss. He heard some kind of grunt that was muffled by the sounds of a TV. He just shrugged and grabbed his coat to go. Luckily he took his umbrella today. The moment he walked outside he was hit with a sudden gust of wind that almost snapped it in half though. God damn, if I left normally, I wouldn't be stuck in this damn storm. He kicked a pebble while his umbrella shook from the pouring rain and strong winds. He felt dejected with his whole situation but not like he could do anything about it. He was living alone and needed it to pay rent, he barely had enough for an internet connection and food and was living from paycheck to paycheck. Ugh, if I ever get out of this shithole I'm going to open my own store, working for others sucks. He arrived at a crosswalk, the howling wind was smashing into his face and the lack of earphones and music to listen to was making this whole ordeal even harder to last through. The only thing making him power through this was the warm bed waiting at home. While his mind was elsewhere, the light at the crosswalk turned green and he took a step forward. Luck wasn't on his side yet again. When he was about halfway across the street a large truck appeared out of nowhere. He looked to the shining halogen lights that blinded him momentarily. The vehicle came right at him, his mind went blank and his life flashed through his eyes. He remembered his youth, his family, and his lack of friends. It was a life of mediocrity, a life of following the status quo. But then, suddenly he snapped out of it. His body jolted forward as he jumped for his dear life. He felt air pressure from his back accompanied by a large splash of water. He tumbled forward onto the sidewalk, the large truck just continuing on as if nothing happened. He didn't even have time to glance at the plates. He was drenched in the rainwater, his hands scraped from the pavement. Fucking psycho. He cursed while standing up, his palms were bloody and he was all wet, but luckily he was alive. His umbrella was in the middle of that street, flattened by the truck that almost killed him. His heart was pounding and he needed some time to calm down, but the pouring rain was making things hard. I need to get home. He turned around while gritting his teeth, the fear replaced by anger as he headed home. He was drenched, his body was hurting and he still wasn't back home. There was a possibility that he could catch a cold, the only thing on his mind now was to take a warm shower. Sometimes I wish I could afford a bathtub. It always comes down to money. He moved forward, his apartment wasn't far away from where he worked. This was the only saving grace of his job, he could reach it on foot within 30 minutes, which saved him some money. Suddenly he felt a shiver run down his spine, it wasn't the cold rain but more of a premonition. He could hear an engine revving not too far away from where he was. He slowly turned around, his eyes bulging slightly as he saw the exact same truck that almost turned him to meat paste. What? The truck was progressively getting louder, its front lights turned off. By instinct he started backing away, the halogens turned on and shone at the street that he was in. There were buildings on both sides and no space to duck to the side. When the truck that had it in for him took off, so did he, running for his life like never before. Holy shit! Who is this fucker? He bolted forward, there was no one beside him and the streets, no other cars in sight besides the honking truck behind him. The street was eerily empty, only one scrawny man running away from a big truck that went faster and faster. I need to call the police, where is everyone? He continued running, his gaze focused on the end of the street, a small alleyway there. He didn't look back, he didn't falter as he just kept running, mustering everything that his gamer body could muster. With a last-ditch effort he dived forward, a gust of wind felt behind him as the truck barreled past him while he jumped into the narrow passage. He landed on his face, his hands getting scraped even more and blood running out of his nose. He quickly rolled up, trying to see if he was safe, the truck vanishing seemingly into thin air after clipping part of the building that connected to this alleyway. Fuck, it shouldn't be able to get me here, but what if the driver chases after me instead? He was sweating bullets, tired, and afraid. This wasn't over, he didn't think so. He turned around and quickly escaped into the alleyway, nothing in it besides trash and rats. He jogged forward, exhausted from the previous sprint. The other side, there is a police station on the other side. He saw the light at the end of the tunnel, not far from here there was a small police unit. He only needed to get there and report this fucker and everything. But as he was treading forward, the lights in the vicinity started to flicker continuously. Abruptly all of the light bulbs that lighted the way forward shattered into pieces and everything went dark, and then he heard it again, the revving of the engine. And no. Stay away. In front he could see the damn truck, it was barely able to fit into this narrow passage, scraping the walls as it slowly drove forward. He quickly turned away, to his surprise he heard the same engine noise, another truck blocking his path was there too. The area filled with the screeching noise of scraping metal as the two trucks drove at him, each second increasing in speed. Ha ha ha. He started laughing, his face showing a shaky smile as he lost it. He looked to the sides, walls blocking his path of escape. Screw you. He moved to the wall, his fingers digging into the hard concrete wall as he tried climbing up. His fingernails broke, blood gushing out as he scratched trying to climb up, but to no avail, as the rainwater made it far too slippery. The last things that he saw were the bright truck lights coming from the sides. He tried looking into the driver's seat. His eyes bulging, his jaw clenched as he tried to see the person responsible. To his surprise, he didn't see anything, not even a silhouette of a driver. The truck seat totally empty. Asterisk splat, asterisk. That was the last thing that he saw. His short life of a computer repairman ended right there. He felt resentment in his eyes. There were things that he wanted to achieve. Simple things, like a business of his own where he could dictate the rules and not be a slave to his wage for the rest of his life. But he was also looking at the bright side. He was now free from the worldly problems. He floated in the void, his mind racing as it couldn't comprehend where it was. This state of mind didn't last for long as he felt being drawn somewhere. It was as if something or someone was calling him there. R-D-M-N-D. He heard a voice. It was a gentle-sounding voice that belonged to a woman. Mas, R.Land. PL.AS, U, Muwak, P. He felt strange, like his whole being was getting pulled somewhere. He continuously heard the voice, it was calling out to him, but he didn't recall the name that the woman was saying. Roland? The voice that seemed distant started getting closer and he started feeling nauseous and tired. The only saving grace this time around, he felt something. He tried moving but his body felt sluggish, he could barely wiggle his finger. He moved. Master Roland moved, oh thank the gods. He felt sick, like he was having a really bad case of the flu. His head was spinning and his body felt heavy. Did I survive those trucks? Is someone called Roland with me in here? Is this the hospital? He couldn't see well, his eyes felt just as heavy as his body. He forced them open, they took a while to focus. The blurry world started taking shape and he saw an unfamiliar-looking wooden ceiling. That looks shabby. Am I in some kind of shed or something? He finally saw the woman that was previously shouting. She looked like an older lady, her body was somewhat wrinkled up. The thing that caught his eye the most was what she was wearing. Is that a maid uniform? She was wearing the whole shebang. A black dress, a white apron, and a cap of some sort that was holding her hair. He felt something cool be placed on his forehead, which was a damp cloth that this lady placed. From the looks of it, he was still alive but ended up in someone's house instead of a hospital. The strange thing was that the lady looked kind of big. Was she over 2 meters tall or something? The bed he was in also seemed to be uncharacteristically large compared to his body. The problem wasn't with the furniture or the old woman though. As he leaned down he noticed that his body looked a lot different than before. For one, he was a lot shorter. He felt really weak and couldn't move. The woman that looked like a Victorian maid tended to his sick body. Not long after, some kind of old man walked into the room. He looked to be some kind of physician, but for some reason he didn't even give him an examination. He just stared at him while holding onto a monocle. Wait, why is that monocle glowing? The man harumphed while turning to the maid that was standing in the corner, visible concern on her face. Why did you call me here? He is fine, his status is already recovering. Don't call me for trivial things, I need to tend to the other young masters. The old man shouted at the maid as if she did something wrong. The old woman just bowed and took the verbal abuse, but the moment he left her face looked a lot brighter. Thank the gods, young master, you had me worried sick. She smiled while replacing the damp wet cloth for a new one. She didn't stay there for long though, saying that he should sleep for now and that she would be back in a couple of hours to check on him. After the coast was clear, Roland managed to raise his upper body. He looked at his hands, they were soft and small. His body looked thick and slightly malnourished, but that wasn't the main problem here. What is this? Did I become a kid? Everything in this room wasn't big, he just was small. He had turned into a child for some reason. Wait, am I really this Roland? What is this? What's going on? Who is this? Where is this? My status is recovering. While he was desperately clamoring for answers in his head, something happened. A screen popped up in front of his face. His eyes bulged wide as he started reading what was written there. This wasn't all. The moment the window popped up, he felt information rushing into his brain. It was as if thousands of needles poking his head. The information that he was receiving concerned the boy named Roland Arden that he was occupying the body of. So that's how it is. Name, Roland Arden. Strength 4. Agility 5. Dexterity 15. Vitality 4. Endurance 4. Intelligence 35. Willpower 18. Charisma 6. Luck 5. Chapter 2 Stats, Skill, and even more stats. Roland kept looking at the status window. He was someone versed in computers, so he knew what those meant. Am I stuck in some kind of game world? Did someone put me into virtual reality? He pinched himself to see if he was feeling any pain, and to no surprise he did. Did I really die? Is this the afterlife? He was shocked. Not too long ago he was tinkering in the computer repair shop, and now he woke up in a young boy's body. He even knew who this child was as he regained all of his memories and what the child knew about this world. The place he was in was called the Kingdom of Caldrus, and he was the fourth son from the House of Arden. His new father was a baron and he was the youngest son, besides that he even had 2 sisters, one being younger than him. This kid, his family doesn't really think much of him, does it? He looked at the shabby room he was in. He knew from his memories that he wasn't really in contention for the noble title of this house. This honor belonged to the firstborn. Maybe the secondborn still had a shot at it if he was especially talented. But he was only the 4th in line. Unless all of his brothers died, he had no chance. He wasn't sure what this boy's fate would be in the eyes of his family. He was too young to know how the political structure in this world worked. He only knew that he was the son of a noble, so it was probably still better than being a commoner. I should be safe here for the time. Not sure what the age of adulthood in this world is, but the bigger question is. He looked to the hovering window in front of his face. It looked like some kind of status screen of an RPG character. It had things like strength and endurance, just like in games that he used to play. Most of his stats were low, but some of them stood out. My intelligence is quite high, so is my willpower and dexterity. Aren't the first 2 mage stats? He needed more information first. He needed to figure the status screen out. This was something that the people living in this world saw as natural. The boy's memories reflected that as he could recall in using it. Okay, I need to think status and it should show up. He strained his thoughts, the game-like screen appearing in front of him again. He could see all of his main stats. If he guided his gaze to the desired option, he could even get some flavor text to give him an explanation. Name, explanation. Strength indicates the physical power of an individual, increases attack damage and stamina slightly. Agility indicates how agile and nimble a person is, increases speed, quickness, and stamina slightly. Dexterity indicates skill in performing tasks, especially with the hands, increases attack damage with finesse weapons and attack speed. Vitality increases health points, defense, physical resistances, and the lifespan of an individual. Endurance increases an individual's stamina regeneration, and health points slightly. Intelligence increases an individual's mana points, magic attack, and learning speed. Willpower increases an individual's resistance to elemental attacks, status effects, and mana points slightly. Charisma indicates an individual's charm. A measure of personality, persuasiveness, leadership. Luck increases the chance or critical attacks and other various skills related to chance. He started reading the short explanations for the attributes and looked at his own to see what he was good and bad at. Most of his stats were quite low, but some were uncharacteristically high compared to the others. For one, his intelligence stat was really high at a whopping 35. Followed by willpower at 18 and then dexterity at 15. Intelligence increases my mana and magic attack. Am I a mage or something? I'm resistant to status effect and good with my hands? Besides those three, everything else was below 10. He had no idea how the stats of an average person's in this world look like. He tried recalling something from the memories that he got from this child, but there was nothing concerning this. The boy left a boring life without anyone really telling him anything. This was due to how low his social standing was in this family. He was the lowly fourth son, and he wasn't even the child of the main wife but came from a mistress that wasn't even allowed to live together with him at this estate. He tried recalling how the boy's mother looked, a face or even the shape, but he couldn't. Don't think he ever saw his mother. He tried thinking about what kind of world he was in now. There was a window in his room, but he was still feeling sickly. By the looks of the doctor and the maid, he was somewhere where the technological advancement wasn't that great. Great, how am I supposed to live without the internet now? He became dejected. All those shows and movies that he was eagerly waiting to devour in his free time were all gone now. What was he even supposed to do here? Go to school like a normal kid and then become some kind of court official? Is that even an option? My status is fairly low. Won't they just toss me out, or tell me to go join the army or something? He wasn't sure how things worked. From his internet knowledge, he knew that noble sons sometimes became servants of higher nobles. Some were even forced to join the clergy to become a monk. Ugh, I don't want to shave my head, or be forced to take some vows. He moved his attention back to his status. Did it always look like this? He tried recalling the memories of the boy that had previously looked at his own attributes. I'm sure those three stats were lower, though his intelligence was above 10 from the start. He had somehow influenced these stats, but what was the reason? He decided to investigate and looked at his status screen again. What is that? There is a skill menu. He willed the skill menu to open. With some mental gymnastics, he managed to bring out the window. This one showed him all the skills and traits that he had. Name, type, description. Debugger L5 passive skill allows the user to find and resolve defects. Bonus to intelligence +5. Logical thinker trait. A person with this trait thinks calmly, can analyze the problem and come to a rational conclusion. Receives a bonus to intelligence +5 and willpower +5. Circuitry L6 passive skill bonus to repair and creation of circuits or circuit equivalents. Bonus to dexterity +6 and +6 intelligence. Fast learning trait. People with this trait absorb knowledge at an increased rate. Bonus to intelligence +5. Knowledge retention trait. A person with this trait is able to retain more information and at a faster rate. Bonus to intelligence +3 and willpower +5. Sleep resistance L4 passive skill. You require less sleep and feel less tired. Tinkerer L5 passive skill. Increased proficiency in the creation and repair of various components. Bonus to dexterity 5. Identify L1 passive skill used for identifying and analyzing the world. Mana Sense L1 passive skill allows you to sense mana. Roland's eyes went wide. He didn't expect to find so many various skills in there. He knew that most of those weren't in here before. This also explained why he had an increase in stats. Most of those passive skills and traits increase my intelligence, willpower, and dexterity. The traits and skills that were there before he got here were fast learning, knowledge retention, identify, and mana sense. He could also recall that this kid read a lot of books in his past time. Though that probably had to do with the fact that there was nothing else for him to do besides that. Those nights I spent playing games must count for that sleep resistance passive. Okay, so why am I here? Did I overwrite this brat's brain, or did he die and then my soul jumped in, or something? He tried recalling why the boy was sick. The moment he did, he got a slight headache. He recalled that the boy was trying to do something. He managed to see some kind of glowing mist in the air and he tried to somehow absorb it into his body? Then something went wrong and he got sick. Didn't that doctor say something about my status already recovering? He looked at his status screen again. The moment he thought about it, the window expanded and showed him a new part. Roland Arden. HP 40-50 seconds. MP 492/492. SP 35-67. Status effects? Sickness, recovering. Sickness? Why are there question marks there? Do you need some kind of knowledge to see what it actually is? He squinted and concentrated on the question marks, but nothing changed. He did have some kind of identification skill, but maybe it wasn't high enough, being only at L1. While he got sick after that glowing mist entered his body. Does it have something to do with that mana sense skill? I sure have a huge amount of MP compared to everything else. This was a really odd situation to be in. He thought of what happened that night. 2 murder trucks turned him into a bloody pancake and now he ended up in some place with a game system. From the kid's memories, he was sure that he wasn't the only one with this system. Everyone had it with them since birth. The rest was unclear as no one really explained much to this child. This was probably also why he suffered some kind of backlash from absorbing that glowing mist. While he was at it, he looked at his stats and then compared the bonuses from the passive skills that he was receiving. Most of his intelligence came from his passives and traits. If he removed them all, then he would end up with 11. Still over 10, though. Is that even a lot for a 5-year-old? Still, with those 2 traits that he had, it would put his int at 19. Maybe his weak body couldn't handle the excess mana? He started doing some mathematics in his brain, trying to count how much his stats affected his HP and MP. It didn't take him too long to figure out that he gained 10 MP for every 1 intelligence, and 4 MP for every point in willpower. The surprising thing came afterwards, as after he was done with his calculations. You have learned the basic mathematics skill. What? The sounds belonged to a woman and she sounded quite gentle. He looked around to see if someone came into this room, but there was no one to be seen. So, I've gained a new skill. He checked the description, but it didn't say much besides it being an indicator that he knew mathematics. It didn't even increase his intelligence stat at all. Guess you don't get stat bonuses for every skill. He had no reference point. The boy's memories didn't answer many questions about these skills. The identify skill was something that apparently showed up after time passes. Maybe it was something everyone had? He really needed more information about his situation, but he was only a 5-year-old child that wasn't taken seriously around here. Maybe that maid will answer some questions? He thought back to the old lady that showed concern when tending to him. Her name was Martha, and from the looks of things, she was the only person that tended to the young boy's needs. He had a vivid image in his mind of the woman bringing him food, helping him put on clothes, or cleaning around the room that he spent the most time in. He remembered something. There was a certain book that the youth was reading before succumbing to the sickness. In the corner, there was a large desk with a chair. Some old cushions were placed there by the maid so that the boy didn't feel uncomfortable while reading. There was a pile of books there, and one, in particular, was the one he was interested in. Think I feel better now, should be able to move. He wasn't sure if it was due to his willpower stat that supposedly helped with status effects, but he was feeling better with each passing moment. He wiggled down his bed and moved over to the desk which had the book in question. The Basics of Magic. So, he started learning this and something went wrong. That's harsh. He thought back to the poor child. He was more or less abandoned by his family. The doctor was too late to save him. He might have even been too lazy to bother by how he acted when he saw him recovering. He left the book on the desk and moved to the sole window that was right next to it. He peeked outside and noticed that there were some people there. They looked to be working the field. Some kind of plow was attached to a farm animal. Is that an ox? Why is it so big and why does it have 3 horns? He was clearly not on Earth anymore. The farmer there was using the large animal to help him plow the field. He could see other people walking around, even some in not so well kept armor. While he was preoccupied with sneaking glances outside the window, the door opened up. Martha returned to check up on the boy. Master Roland. You shouldn't be out of bed. Here, I brought you some porridge. The man in the child's body looked at the smiling woman. He wanted to speak up but decided on just nodding and going back to bed. This will take some time getting used to. Chapter 3: Geography and Family. Roland looked up at the ceiling. It was the same shabby ceiling that was there yesterday. He gave out a sigh and looked around, his mood dropping even further. It wasn't a dream after all. Just to be sure, he thought about bringing up the status window. It appeared in a flash. That sickness status isn't there anymore. I guess I've made a full recovery? The man in the child's body strained his memory trying to recall what this kid normally did the whole day. Did he need to interact with his family? Did he have to act like a brat? Would they find out that someone else was inhabiting this body if he acted strangely? Were some questions that he was asking himself. He also thought back to yesterday and to the woman named Martha. He tried probing her about the sickness. The woman didn't know anything about it and the doctor didn't look into it either. Maybe I shouldn't have told her about that glowing mist? He muttered to himself. He felt that him telling the old maid what happened was not something that he would normally do. He was mostly mistrustful of others, not really sharing his feelings with just anyone. Are this kid's memories affecting me or something? He knew the child's original owner was very fond of this woman. He remembered that she was the only person that was kind towards him. No one else from his so-called family bothered with him, and the other servants were also very cold. Don't think she will do anything drastic. He went back to thinking about his next step. He needed to find some way to fit into this strange game-like world and maybe find a way back to his old one. The thought of murder trucks chasing him was still bothering him. While getting up from his bed, he heard a knock on the door. His maid Martha walked in with some bread, water, and what looked to be meat. Young master, you should still rest. She placed the food on a nearby table and moved towards the child, concern on her face. I'm fine, the sickness status isn't even there anymore. He replied while not wanting to go back into that bed. He spent an entire day there just looking up at the ceiling and his status screen. He was bored out of his mind and there were no such things like the internet in this world. What he needed is more information. He knew that this place had a library and as the son of the Baron he was allowed to go through it. From the child's memories, he knew that this was mostly what this kid did. Probably this was why his intelligence stat was so high. Is that so, young master? Your father wants to see you later in the day. Keep that in mind. Let me help you get dressed first. That was a quick change in attitude. The mention of no status effects was enough to deem a person cured apparently. He wants to see me? What was this about? He racked his brain and couldn't recall any recent memories where his father paid any attention to him. Could he be worried about Roland's health? But why now? Did he mention why? Martha placed her hand on his head and patted his hair. She was also helping him put on some clothes. It looked like some kind of tunic and pants combo, quite plain looking. He probably just wants to see his youngest son. Be happy, young master, you have a chance to meet your father. The maid sounded really happy that the Baron wanted to see him. It made it seem like it was some kind of big honor that he was even allowed to see that man. Is there some kind of etiquette for things like this? There is nothing in this kid's memories about these things. Finally, master decided you see you. This is your big chance, young master. The maid named Martha was quite happy. In her eyes this was a joyous occasion. Roland, on the other hand, was quite skittish. He feared that he might act out of line and get himself in some kind of trouble with his so-called father. He won't order some kind of lashing if I act out of line, will he? The only thing about nobles that he knew was from history. They were rumored to be snotty and prone to violence and took their reputation very seriously. While Roland's imagination was pushing him into a certain direction, he finished eating and getting dressed. The food was quite plain, just some white bread, water, and a large sausage which tasted funny. "Martha, I want to go to the library." The books in his room weren't what he was looking for. He wanted to see where he was. He needed some history books or ones about geography. A map of where he was would be nice too. He wanted to know where he ended up. Besides knowing the name, he had no idea what this place was. The library? Think that's okay, but be sure not to spend too long. You have to remember the Lord's order. By the looks of it, this meeting couldn't be avoided. His maid would probably drag him there even if he refused. He finally left his room and could stretch his legs. He was on the top floor in a side wing of the Arden family mansion. He was someone that had spent his life living in small apartments and lofts, so this place felt huge. Think a baron is on the bottom of the noble ladder? I guess a noble is still a noble. He stepped outside. The door that led out of his room creaked as if he was in a haunted house. Thanks to the original Roland's memories, he knew exactly where the library was located. The boy was quite smart when it came to studying, but he felt like he had holes in his knowledge. The process that passed the memories of the original Roland wasn't perfect. He could see some servants here and there, but no one really paid any attention to him. He thought that as a young noble he would be greeted or receive a bow. This didn't happen. The people looked in his direction but went on their way as if he wasn't there. I guess that's how an illegitimate son would be treated. He remembered that he was a bastard, someone that was born from a commoner that the Baron had his way with. He still had no idea what his mother was up to, but he was sure that she wasn't in this mansion. They finally arrived at the library. The doors were large and old and screech when he opened them up as well. Inside he saw shelves with various books. The place looked very old and was dusty. The servants didn't take care of it as the Baron focused more on practical things like swordsmanship. Ah yes, the only bookworm of the family. Martha left. This was a place that the young Roland visited frequently. Most of the time he just took some books that were interesting, like fables and tales about legendary heroes. No one bothered him here and he didn't need to fear his older brothers that didn't seem to like him all too much. Okay, I need to find some kind of map. Where am I and how big is this country? He was short at about 105 centimeters, which was normal for a child his age. Due to this, he needed a chair if he wanted to reach the books that were placed on higher shelves. Why do they have this library if no one even uses it? He rummaged through everything and managed to find some history and geography books. There was even a map with the names of the countries. The country I'm in was called the Kingdom of Caldris. The map was a bit dusty and the ink was slightly faded, but it was readable. So I'm here. The map that he was able to procure wasn't a world map but just of the continent that he was on. This was enough to get a general idea. His country had 4 other countries around it, which wasn't good from a military standpoint. Hope those countries don't decide to invade us. He went through the books that he grabbed and soon found out the power of his fast learning and memory retention trait. He could remember most of what he had read on the previous page. His learning speed was astonishing. I could have used this back at the college days. Maybe I can become a scholar or a court official in this world? If they have anything like that. He was unsure of his future, but he would rather be a researcher than a knight. Damn, these history books are too vague. How old is this even? The books weren't helping that much without a reference point. He forgot to ask his mate about the era he was in. He didn't know what year it was either. The geography books were more helpful though. From them he found out that the kingdom that he was living in was fairly large. It was even larger than the largest country that he knew back on Earth, surface-wise. This is only a partial map. Is this the only continent? If not, then this planet could be a lot bigger than Earth. He continued with the reading and finally found the name of the world that he was now on, along with its size. Huh, the planet's name is Terra? Think I've heard that somewhere before. The size, this isn't the metric system anymore? Do I need to find a math book now? He had the world name, but the size was unknown to him. He shrugged as it didn't really matter, knowing that it was big was enough. While he was rummaging through the books, he heard the large door opening up. Martha stepped through them, probably here to remind him about the appointment with his father. Young master, it's time. The new Roland felt nervous for some reason. He had a hard time remembering the Baron's face. The man didn't really visit him that often. The last time he saw him was on the boy's 4th birthday. On the 5th one, he didn't even receive a present from him. just a quiet party with his maid that brought him some cake. This is going to be awkward. Do I need to call that guy father? Will he hit me if I annoy him? He was sure that he was the lowest ranked person from the whole family, and he remembered that his older brothers didn't take him seriously either. He had to do it though, so he followed after his maid that guided him to the dining room. Are we going to eat dinner together or something? He racked his brain. He couldn't remember the last time Roland was invited to dine with his family. He mostly spent his days alone in his room reading books and dreaming about fun and adventure like any young boy his age. His maid stopped before the door to the dining room. She smiled at him but knew that she wasn't allowed to go any further. I will see you later, young master. He nodded and entered the room. Inside he saw a large table. Servants were bringing in food and drinks alike. Some of his brothers were already here, like the third son Robert. The youth was 8 years old, and the moment their eyes met he scoffed as if Roland wasn't supposed to be here. Robert, just as him, was someone that came from a commoner, but his mother was a mistress that was still living in this house. Thanks to this he still had a measure of respect. Roland just stood there for now, as he wasn't sure if he was allowed to take a seat before the Baron arrived. Edwin, the second son, and Rainer, the firstborn son, arrived soon afterward. Besides them, there was his older sister Sophia and Diana that was the younger one. That Baron sure likes to party. 6 kids already, might be more on the way. Edwin and Rainer were sons from the main wife along with Sophia, the first daughter. Diana along with Robert came from the second wife, aka the mistress. From Roland's reasoning, the first wife probably got older and the Baron switched to the younger version while making more kids along the way. I see being a noble has its perks. Roland wasn't someone who was very experienced with women. He had a fling with 2 back in his college days, but after he started working he had a long dry spell. The Baron and his wives arrived soon afterward, Tabitha the first wife and Francine the second one and the mistress. The Baron looked to be a big man. He had a nice gentleman-like mustache and a large scar running down from his left eyebrow all the way to his lip. He exuded a certain aura of a warrior. The noble clothes that he was wearing couldn't hide all the muscles underneath all too well. Damn, my dad is jacked. Everyone waited for the Baron to arrive. He sat at center stage, and then one by one, starting from the main wife, everyone sat down. Roland was sure to follow everyone's example and sit the furthest back right next to the third son. He could see the snarky 8-year-old glaring at him the moment he did that. What you staring at, you little shit? Was the thing he wanted to shout out, but he remained quiet. Would be best if he didn't have to talk with anyone in here. The Baron was quiet and everyone just waited for him to start eating. The food on the table didn't taste all that great. The cuisine on Earth was a lot better compared to this bland meat they were having. Rainer, how is your sword training going? The Baron asked. My basic sword mastery is already at level 6, father. The Baron started asking his kids about skills and the progress in their training. Apparently they were training and unlocking skills. They even mentioned the warrior class and something about it being tier 1. He wasn't sure what this meant, as he himself didn't have anything like a class. While he was digesting the new information and trying not to stand out, he heard his father call out to him. Roland. He flinched and looked up. Everyone was looking at him for some reason. It was more a look of surprise, some of his family members almost having forgotten that they had a 5-year-old sibling. The doctor said that you contacted the mana sickness, also you saw some glowing mist, is that right? Glowing mist? Did Martha rat me out? Why yes, father? He tried imitating his older brothers but stuttered slightly. Thankfully the buff-looking man didn't seem to mind it that much. Mana sickness, do you perhaps have a mana-related skill? His father looked at him. Everyone else did the same as they waited for a reply. Why yes, I have the mana sense skill. What? The oldest brother shouted out while looking at Roland, his eyes squinting. What you staring at me like that for? I'm just answering the questions here. Ho, mana sense, you're not lying to me, are you? The Baron gave Roland an intense stare. The boy shrunk down as he felt as if he was getting rocks pilled up on him. And no, I have it. He spoke out in a meek voice while the Baron rubbed his chin. Is that so, Adam? He could see the other kids and even the wives looking at him. It was as if he was doing something out of line, but they were afraid to speak up while the Baron was talking. A man with gray hair stepped out. He was wearing a black tux. If the boy has the mana sense skill we need to check, bring someone who can perform a test. If he passes, look into procuring a tutor and some books related to magic. Roland looked at the large man that was asking the butler-looking fellow for some test. Was he about to get a magic teacher? Was it going to be that easy? He expected to have to scrape by being unnoticed, but here he was getting some preferential treatment out of nowhere. Was mana sense some rare skill? He could tell that his siblings weren't happy with this. Their expressions were easy to read as they were kids that weren't able to hide their emotions. Roland, on the other hand, was all smiles, just nodding while his baron of a father continued to talk. Maybe I'm some kind of genius? Am I a wizard now? Chapter 4, Making some progress. This was unexpected. It was as if he played the Uno reverse card and flipped his social status around. The next day a person came to check upon him. His father stood true to his word and brought someone over to test if he had talent in magic. It was apparently one of the more rare gifts in this world. Roland thought that they might try reading his status screen in some way. That would in turn reveal his circuit and debugging related skills. Luckily, you had to have an evolved version of the identifying skill to be actually able to that. This cost a lot, so his father opted out for a lesser measuring item in the shape of an orb. It tested someone's aptitude in some way and gave out a faint blue glow which indicated that Roland did indeed have the mentioned mana sense skill. His life got flipped, turned upside down. He was suddenly accepted into the family inner circle together with the other kids. His living quarters were moved and even the servants were bowing at him now. The same couldn't be said for the other sons though. They all saw him as an eyesore. They were quite competitive and prideful. Still, he was the only one from the family with this so-called talent. This meant more work though. He received many new books on how to train his skills. He didn't get a tutor for one reason or the other, but he suspected that even with this, he was still considered only slightly more useful. He was aware that he could lose his newfound standing quite fast if he slacked off. Man, this world is harsh. The only thing I'm doing is studying and then training. This is worse than staying overtime for work. This is slave labor. His day consisted mostly of reading books and training his mana skill to a higher level. He received bonuses to his intelligence and they told him that he needed to max it out before his ascension ritual. What was an ascension ritual, you might ask? It was something that happened when a child reached the age of 10. From what he knew, he would be given something called an ascension stone. After his 10th birthday, it would finally be usable and reward him with his first class. Apparently it was quite strange. The person using it would be brought to some strange location where this ritual took place. From what it said in the books, the rituals might differ depending on the individuals, but he would receive the first class automatically without being able to choose it himself. That's why it was important to train the skills that were required for Tier 1 class you wanted. Yes, classes came in tiers. The most basic Tier 1 classes that existed were Warrior, Archer, Mage, Thief, Blacksmith, and Acolyte. There were of course more, but these were the most common ones that most of the people received. There were mostly separated into combat classes and production classes, then further into more specialized categories like support classes. This wasn't the end though. Those Ascension stones could be bought and used repeatedly, each time you would be taken to that strange place. Though apparently after the first freebie you would need to go through a trial. Depending on your stats and skills you could unlock other classes. The requirements for unlocking Tier 2 classes varied. The minimum requirement was maxing out at least one Tier 1 class. The Mage class relied on intelligence and willpower to cast spells. Int for better attack and more mana, while willpower apparently allowed for better concentration during spellcasting and increased mana regeneration. The basic books he was learning from didn't go into too much detail, and his family wouldn't be spending more cash on him until after his ascension ritual. Still, I'm going to be a damn mage. Why should the next Mage King do this kind shit? Roland grumbled while doing push-ups. An angry-looking man was looking at him. This was a soldier that was working for the Baron and his personal trainer. The Baron, whose name was Wentworth Arden, was a musclehead through and through. What kind of name is Wentworth? His father was a military man as well, so he wanted all of his children to have basic training. This mostly consisted of endurance and muscle building training along with basic swordsmanship. His life consisted of waking up, eating, training in the morning, then reading books, and training his mana. This was one of these days. He was doing some basic strength training like push-ups, squats, and then pull-ups. His regimen consisted of bodyweight exercises as he was still only a 5-year-old. His older brother that was 8 was running some laps and smirking in his direction. "What you looking at, you brat? When I get that mage class I'll stick a lightning bolt up your ass," Roland panted while faceplanting into the dusty ground. His physical stats were abysmal. This was probably why his magic-related stats were so good. His male siblings for some reason loved seeing him get mistreated. He didn't know why, but he attributed it to them being spoiled noble brats. They probably saw him as someone beneath them. After he gained some clout with the Baron, they resented him even more. "Okay, the moment I get the chance I'm running away from this devil hole," he groaned while the man that was training him gave him a nudge with his foot. "That wasn't even 10, get up. This is a disgrace to the Arden name." He was constantly reminded that he was part of the noble caste now. He was supposed to be part of the fabled 1% now. It sure didn't feel like that though. His living conditions improved slightly, but if he had to compare it to how people lived back on Earth, it was worse here. Still, he was gaining new skills. After some running, he got the running skill. If he did some sprints, he received the sprint skill. After doing some basic hand-to-hand combat drills, he received basic punching skills. This made the whole progression more bearable as you had something to look forward to. He was a gamer back in his older life, so this gave his dopamine receptors a nudge, which in turn made him want to increase those basic physical skills. What more, the higher the skills the better he became. The moment he received one, he instantly felt the change. He could run faster, jump higher, and punch harder. He would even receive bonuses to his endurance and strength stats if he leveled up these skills high enough. "This is slightly addicting," he said while looking up in the air. He was sitting on his bed and looking at the glowing fog around him. His mana sense skill was already at level 3 at this point. This skill didn't do much besides letting him see the mana around him. It looked like a faint blue fog, but he couldn't really do anything with it. Leveling this skill only widened the range of his mana sense and made the fog slightly more distinct. "Well, from the books I read, I should get this to level 10 before the Ascension ceremony, and I'm almost guaranteed a mage class. I will gain some skills directly from the mage class at L1, ones that will help me shape mana and expel mana, or ones that will let me absorb more and raise my mana regeneration." He balanced a pen between his nose and upper lip and looked outside. There were 2 moons shining brightly, one was red and the other was blue. This was a reminder that he was really in another world. His family was gone, all of his old friends too. Everyone here felt like a stranger. He didn't feel like he could bond with them either. His so-called parent was distant. He only gave him attention the moment he found out that he had a rare skill. He knew people like that back from Earth, the ones that only stay with you till you are useful to them. When your usefulness runs out, they will drop you like a sack of potatoes. "I really need to get out of here. This mage thing is supposedly very prestigious, so if all goes right I will be able to pave my own path." He wanted nothing more than to leave in peace. He was starting to hate being caught up with others. He just wanted to be left in peace and do things at his own pace. "Wonder what a mage actually does for a living. Will I have to participate in monster subjugations, or wars?" He tried thinking back to a couple of RPGs he used to play. In most of those, some kind of chosen one set off on a quest with a party of adventurers. The most basic one was the one where you defeated some powerful monster like a demon king. "Me a hero, huh? That probably won't happen." He gave out a sigh and dropped the pen. He was tired and bruised. The idiot of a drill instructor had given him a couple of good whacks with a stick when he was taking his time while running. Will I need to do this for the next 5 years?" He grumbled while fading away into dreamland, a life of peace and laziness on his mind. A dark-haired boy with green eyes was standing by a big tree. He was wearing casual clothes and his face was dirty. The youth took a large breath in and then tossed himself onto the broad tree trunk. His hands and feet started shuffling back and forth as he headed upwards as he climbed the tree. In a matter of seconds, he managed to get up to one of the larger branches. He wasn't done apparently as he quickly slid down and repeated this procedure about 10 times before he heard a familiar voice. Basic climbing level 3 reached. This was a slightly older Roland. Half a year had passed since he got here. He had been testing this skill and level-based system for some time now and came to some conclusions. From what he knew, a person couldn't get many skills before going through the Ascension ritual. A vast majority of them were the basic type. 50 times, huh? I guess it's not a 10-time multiplier. Roland rubbed his chin. He had trained his climbing tree on this exact same tree from level 1. After getting up the first time, he had earned basic climbing at L1, after the next 10 tries he was at L2, then after 50 times he got it up to level 3 now. Not everything can become a skill though. He had tried various approaches. He had a small ball and he tried tossing it up against the wall multiple times to see if he would gain some kind of throwing skill, but it didn't work. Then he gave it another try with a rock and a training dummy and was able to attain a basic rock throwing skill. Might have something to do with the way I was throwing it, or with the item being a toy and a rock might be considered a projectile or a weapon. He came to the conclusion that most of the skills you could gain were used for combat in some way. He needed to throw a spear to get a basic spear throwing skill, but for some reason couldn't achieve the same by throwing a stick that wasn't accepted by the system as a weapon. It's a little bit vague. Also think there is a clear achievement-based system working in the back that levels the skills up when you pass the threshold. He had tested the climbing skill just for that reason. The level up points was at 1, 10, and then 50. The further you went, the harder it was to level up a skill. Wonder if I climb a taller tree if the time required to level up the skill will change. Martha was standing to the side while holding her cheek. She had been watching her young master climbing up various trees and scribbling something down into a notebook. At some point he would stop and look at the things he wrote down. His eyes would narrow or bulge out in an odd way. Young master has become quite active lately. I should add more meat to his diet. The woman went away to do some chores while Roland continued testing the skills. He had become quite infamous among the servants. People started finding him hiding in the closets or sneaking into the basement. When they asked him about an explanation, he always replied that he was testing new skills. His older brothers started ignoring him after they saw him try to scale the mansion walls while muttering something about a strange monster called a truck. More time passed and Roland had learned most of the basic skills that he considered useful and easy to pick up. There was one thing that was bothering him, and that were the skills that he was sent to this world with. Even after testing, he couldn't figure out what his circuitry or debugging skills could be useful for. The third one, that was tinkering, proved useful when he tried rearranging a clock. He never worked with clocks, but he somehow knew where the parts should fit in. He didn't believe this was the work of the circuitry skill, as circuits and cogs in a clock weren't even close. The application of mana sense was also something he couldn't figure out. There was also that thing where the original host of the body died due to trying to absorb the mana fog in the surrounding. After further research, he concluded that before reaching a mage or acolyte class this was impossible, and would result in mana poisoning. No one explained it to the original kid. I guess I'll have to wait with any magic-related testing after I'm older. Roland wanted to start playing with mana, who wouldn't? This path was blocked, for now, so he focused on other things. His identify skill went up the more he read or identified things. The sleep resistance was also self-explanatory. After the youth had gained a plethora of basic skills like sprinting, climbing, throwing, he looked into other things. One of these things was class-related skills concerning crafting. He had the tinkering skill, so maybe he could learn to smith or work the forge. Why, young master, if the Baron finds out you can't learn class skills like this, the Baron will be mad. Roland was now standing with a mallet in his hand, hitting it against some heated-up iron. He had gone over to the blacksmith that was working and used his name of one of the Baron's sons to force the blacksmith to teach him something about crafting. This didn't go the way he had planned though, as he wasn't getting any skills from hitting the heated-up horseshoes. Maybe I'm missing a step? Hey, what's the most basic blacksmith skill? He was sure he would gain some basic skills if he worked with the smelter, or if he hammered away at heated metal. For some reason he wasn't getting anything at all. All the other basic skills were a lot easier to unlock at L1. Master Roland, if you don't unlock the blacksmith class you can't learn any smithing skills. Apparently, the only skills he could gain, just like before, were ones related to combat. The only hammer-related skills he could get were ones related to fighting proficiencies. This doesn't make much sense. Maybe the people or gods that developed this didn't want to have child labor or something? In the end, the Baron found out that Roland was spending his time working at the forge. He was forced to abandon his smithing testing after they proved ineffective. He was also forbidden from doing tasks like this as they were unfitting of a noble's son. Time moved on. Roland kept training his basic skills to their maximum while trying not to die from boredom. Doing repeatable tasks like this just to hear the system ding wasn't as rewarding as one might think. Then his 9th birthday came. He didn't receive any presents though, he got something else entirely. Roland looked at the sharp object in his hand. It was a short sword fashioned out of steel. He was about 140 cms now, quite tall for a 9-year-old child. He glanced at the weapon he was holding, his identifying skill even giving him some basics. Short sword, common, attack, defense? A common sword made from steel. Yeah, that helps a lot. Why was he holding a weapon for killing people, you might ask? Also, why was he in a dim-lit room with a green-looking creature looking at him with those beady eyes? The Baron liked to keep his boys on a tight leash. He was just 1 year short of receiving his ascension. The House of Arden had a tradition, a very bloody one. Children that reached the age of 9 were to take a certain test of bravery. He was taken to the mansion's dungeon. In there he was presented his opponent. This was something commonly seen in these kinds of fantasy worlds, but for Roland, this was a first. The people around here were all humans. If he didn't see this creature today, he might have believed that they were the only race around. Goblin L1 HP 117/117. There it was, green and ugly, and even shorter than him at about 120 centimeters of height. It looked angry and was holding a short blade similar to his, just a lot rustier. In comparison, after 4 years of grueling training, his stats went up by a bit. Name, Roland Arden. HP 159/159. MP 494/494. SP 205/205. Strength 12. Agility 13. Dexterity 20. Vitality 12. Endurance 13. Intelligence 41. Willpower 21. Charisma 9. Luck 6. He only had his HP to compare. His was higher, so he had to have higher vitality and endurance than this creature. Vitality gave most health points, while endurance was mostly for stamina but also rewarded some points to it. Roland, what are you looking at? Focus on your enemy. The voice came from the side. It was the same man that was responsible for his training. He was large and bald, scars all over his body. The Baron was busy this day but decided that it shouldn't be postponed, so he was here without his parent. In his mind, this was a trivial matter, and just like the other sons, he should be able to push through this little test. Wish that ridiculous stat that I have could be used for something. He had 3 stats over 20, dexterity was the only one that was helpful for this occasion, but it was mostly archery focused or for light blades like a rapier. The creature in front of him gave out a high-pitched screech and charged at him without waiting for him to get comfortable. It knew that this was a life or death encounter and it would show no mercy to its opponent. Roland was startled by the shout, but luckily his high willpower let him keep a mostly clear head in this bout. Get a grip, you trained for this. The man inhabiting the youth's body would be a bit over 30 years of age at this point. Still, he was never in a death battle before, so he was quite nervous. There was no strategy to the way this monster acted. It just charged at him with its weapon in hand. It delivered an overhead chop that could be easily read, prompting Roland to dodge to the side. This was a good chance to retaliate. He swung his short sword at the creature but faltered at the last second. He didn't put all of his weight into it. This resulted in a shallow cut to the goblin's arm. The monster swung back randomly, managing to deliver a cut to the boy's side. You have taken 10 damage. What are you doing? Go for the throat. Roland backed away, sweat running down his forehead. Luckily he was wearing some leather armor that managed to protect him from the brunt of the attack. The bladed weapon of the green monster was of lower quality, so thanks to this he was spared from bleeding. Still, it hurt and would probably leave behind a nasty bruise. His own attack was quite shallow as well, resulting in a similar 10 horsepower decrease to the goblin's health pool. The wound wasn't deep enough to cause a bleeding effect to go through, and the goblin screamed out again while charging. The creature seemed to go into some kind of berserk state. Its eyes went red and it started swinging its blade around like a maniac. In the face of danger, Roland's mind went blank momentarily and he started backing away. What are you doing? It's only a small goblin. The man kept insulting him. He wanted to go over there and give him a slap. He might have been an adult on the inside, but this man thought he was a 9-year-old child. He was still shouting and edging him to face the monster head on. Should have given me a shield, you prick. The egging worked. Roland gritted his teeth and dived forward. His opponent was weaker, had no training, and was slower. Between the random slashes, Roland saw his chance and jabbed his short sword into the creature's shoulder, jumping back the moment it tried to hit back. This was a massive hit as the goblin's HP dropped by 50 points and it only had half of its health left. The monster screamed out, but this time around Roland was unaffected. The monster didn't relent and continued charging like an idiot. He took his time and just kept countering, finally ending it with a killing blow to the monster's neck. It dropped almost instantly, black blood gushed out of its body. You have gained 10 experience points. You have gained the first kill achievement. You receive a bonus of 50 experience points. He felt a strange tingling feeling like something wanted to enter his body. The strange phenomenon stopped almost instantly as if being blocked by something. This feeling was the act of gaining experience which was blocked due to this world's restrictions. This experience couldn't actually be used for now, as he needed an actual class. Any experience gained before the Ascension ritual would be added later on but with a penalty. From the books, people speculated that this was put in place to prevent people from having kids kill monsters before the Ascension. Roland looked down. The stench this monster was giving off was making him nauseous. He managed to power through it and not vomit. His only reward for killing this monster was smacked to the back of his head. His so-called teacher berated him for doing badly and not being able to just overpower a weak level 1 goblin that had no skill at fighting. Roland was far too tired to respond to this and just nodded. His 9th birthday ended with a blast, with him killing a humanoid creature followed by some nightmares. More time passed and finally, the day was close, the day of becoming a mighty mage. Chapter 5 Ascension Ritual. Roland was sitting in his room. Tomorrow the Ascension Ritual was supposed to take place. It might be called that, but it wasn't anything that grand. He would be given an orb and it would supposedly somehow bring him to another place. In this place, he was going to receive his new class. Everyone said that the Ascension space differs for each individual. Roland had gone through books and procured as much information as he could. Supposedly the first time you used this class-changing crystal or orb, you got awarded a class. It was more or less a freebie. The fun part began afterward. The next time you used it, you had to go through some kind of trial. These trials ranged from your normal battle scenarios all the way to crafting items and solving puzzles. Some people said that they find themselves in a cave with many doors. The classes that they can use are behind those doors. Roland was holding onto a book that was related to classes and how you unlocked higher tiers. His tier 1 class of choice was the mage. If what the book said was true, then he was certain to get this one. My mana sense is maxed out and I have truckloads of intelligence and willpower, so there isn't really any other class that fits me. I am not religious enough for the acolyte class either. The other caster class that he had the stats for was the acolyte. From this one you could advance into a tier 2 priest. This was your general healing class, but unless you were some kind of believer you wouldn't get a chance at it. It says that you can sign up to the church and after you go through their baptism you can also attain this class. The boy that was close to 10 rubbed his chin. Through the 5 years he had been here he had grown a habit of talking to himself. Besides his maid Martha and a cheeky brat, no one really talked to him. Even when they did it was more yes or no type of answers or questions. Soon I will be able to leave this place. He was a noble and even though his family was like this they still had to take care of him. Nobles after going through their ascension would start attending school. There were separate schools for young mages and knights, so he would be free of his family. He even read that mages get special privileges. If he did well he could earn himself his own plot of land free of charge. Free real estate. Though I still have to pay taxes. The closer the day of freedom was, the more he read about the classes. Elemental mages, gravity mages, ones that could turn into massive demons or beasts. There were various kinds and you could pick and choose out of the pile if you earned the required skills. The most basic tier 2 classes were the 4 basic elemental mages. Fire, wind, earth, and water. There were some hidden ones or harder to reach, but these 4 were considered the basic 4. If you mastered all 4 of them you could even earn a prestigious tier 3 elementalist class, which was one of the better ones. There are so many possibilities. His eyes gleamed. He could wait to embark on his journey. There was no limit to how many classes you could have. The only thing that limited you was that you couldn't reclass before reaching at least 25 levels of the class you were in. Tier 1 classes had to be done till the end as they had a level limit of 25. An Elementalis sounds nice, but the other height elemental mage classes aren't bad either. A Firefrost mage is a strange one as it combines two opposite effects. He glanced at the other classes as well, you could even combine them together. Things like Magic Swordsman or Elemental Knight were also possible but were quite hard to achieve. People that wanted these classes had to be both good in physical attributes as well as the magical ones. Being a mage opens up so many possibilities. You can mix magic with a lot of classes, you can even be an enchanter or a magic smith. Though there aren't that many of those, most mages wouldn't want to work as a blacksmith. Well, not like I have to worry about that too much. Making magical horseshoes isn't the way for me. While he was going through the class book once more, he heard a knock on the door. "Young master, it's getting late, you should go to sleep before the big day tomorrow." It was Martha, coming over to remind Roland of tomorrow's ascension ritual. "Ah sure, good night Martha." The next day it was raining and the clouds were blocking out the sun. This didn't bother Roland though, he was pumped up, he would be getting a game like class and nothing could break his spirit. The fact that Adam the butler was the one bringing over the ascension ritual crystal didn't shake him in any way. "Young master, your father is out and your brothers are busy at the night academy, please take this." He handed him the crystal. It looked like a slightly blue quartz crystal and was quite symmetrical. "Ah sure, busy as always, what else is new?" The Baron was a busy man, he rarely spent time in his mansion. He was a high-ranking official in the army and had to train the army soldiers. He had earned his rank thanks to his battle achievements. His whole family before him were honorable knights, but he was the first one to hit it big. "Yes, let us begin, please sit down and concentrate on the crystal. You don't need to do anything else, Master Roland." No special place was required, even though the crystal would take him somewhere, his real body would remain in place. If what the book said was true, then even if he stayed in the trial space for months, only seconds would go by in the material world. People speculated that some kind of powerful magic pulled the crystal user's soul somewhere where time and space worked differently. Roland nodded and sat down while holding the crystal with both his hands. Some other servants along with Martha were in the room with him. They were mostly here to examine if he actually received the mage class and pass it on to the family head. He read it in the book and it said that there was nothing special to activating this crystal. He focused on it and soon enough he felt a strange reaction. The crystal started glowing brighter and brighter and he felt as if he was getting drawn to it. In a matter of moments, everything went dark. He felt like someone had ripped him out of the spot he was sitting on and tossed him down a bottomless pit in which he was now falling down. What? The momentary darkness subsided and he found himself in some kind of building. There were stairs leading upwards and there were glass doors behind him. He glanced around, his eyes bulged out wide as he recognized this place. "Huh? I'm back? Was that all a dream or something? No. I'm still a 10-year-old. This was the cheap apartment building that he used to live in before he got flattened by that truck. It looked dirty and unkempt as always. He turned around but saw that something was off. Behind the glass doors that normally lead outside there was nothing. "Why is it so dark outside? Can't see anything." It was pitch dark as if there was nothing there. He reached for the door handle and tried pushing it down. It didn't budge an inch. He pushed and pulled but nothing happened. He even started kicking the glass hoping to get some kind of reaction, but it was as if he was hitting hard steel. He finally turned around, his face filled with confusion and sweat. He went for the first apartment, knocking and trying to frantically open it. "Hey, is there someone inside? Hello?" The door was strange. It was as if it was made from a different material and was photocopied from his memories and just plastered here. The same thing happened when he ran up. Each door was unmoving, he couldn't even get the handles to budge in any way. That book said that this ascension space could be strange. "I guess this isn't my old apartment building." He climbed up, finally realizing where he was. His old apartment was on the top floor. He remembered always getting winded while going up. This time around, with the increased stats and stamina, he felt normal, stood in front of his apartment now, the number 19 written on it. "Well, here goes nothing." He grabbed the door handle and flicked his wrist. The familiar clicking sound of a lock opening was heard. He pushed the door open and just looked inside. "It's really my room." He slowly entered his old home. It wasn't big or anything. There was a living room and a small toilet. The kitchen was combined with the living area and he only had enough space for a bed on the side along with a desk for his PC. Ah, this good old shitty apartment. The items in this place were all real and fully recreated. The mattress that he used to use even had a hole in exactly the same spot that he remembered. He sat down on his old bed, and even this old thing was better than the bed he was using back at the Arden estate. When he asked about a change, they just said something that it built character if he used a hard bed and that he shouldn't complain. So what is this place supposed to be anyway? The windows couldn't be opened and the water in the faucets wasn't running either. There was sufficient light inside this room, but the scenery outside was pitch black. This made him feel like he was in some kind of Twilight Zone episode. The only thing that was showing some life was his old gaming PC, as he noticed that the power button was glowing. He sat down in his old gaming chair. It was still comfy as ever. He pressed the button with a shaky finger and heard the familiar booting sound. The computer booted up into Windows 10 and even his old password worked. The only thing out of place was the blank desktop with only one icon right in the middle. I guess I'm supposed to click this. The icon was a drawing of a large shield in the back and a sword and magic staff in the front. He slowly delivered the double click and waited for this program to load up. He was greeted with a sprite of himself, or at least it looked kind of like him as the resolution was quite low. Is this pixel art of me or something? There was an arrow moving away from his sprite that was looping a 3-frame walking animation to the side. There was another grayed out sprite that the arrow was pointing at. It looked like a pixel version of him in a robe. Could this be my Tier 1 class? Looks like a magician. He was kind of baffled about the way this Ascension trial worked. Before clicking the mage sprite, he looked back and glanced at his old apartment room. He lived here for only a year, but he was closer to this place than to that noble mansion he was at now. He wanted to just turn around and flop on his bed. Maybe if he woke up he would be back on Earth and could go back to his boring job. I probably should get on with this Ascension. He grimaced and placed his hand on the mouse. The cursor went over to the tiny sprite and he clicked it. The moment he did that, he received a prompt. Do you wish to change classes to the Tier 1 mage class? Yes/no? He hesitated for a while but finally clicked yes. The computer screen flashed for a moment and a little animation of the arrow filling up as an upload screen appeared. The tutorial will be initiated. Please put on the VR headset. He received another prompt followed by a strange sound coming from above. Then a VR headset appeared out of nowhere and fell right into his lap. Huh? I never owned a VR headset. He looked at it and it was a model he was familiar with. He wanted to buy one of these in the past but didn't have the cash to spare. He decided to follow the instructions and put it on. The moment the VR headset was strapped in, something happened. He expected to actually see some instructions while getting a regular VR experience, but instead he found himself in a strange white room. There is nothing here. He couldn't feel that he was wearing a VR headset anymore and couldn't take it off. It was as if he dived into the Matrix. He looked around while wondering what he was supposed to do. After some seconds the whole place flickered and the scenery changed. Wait, is that me? The white room switched to a grassy plain. There was a wooden training dummy standing in one spot and opposite it was a person. This person looked like Roland. He was wearing a mage robe and his facial expression was non-existent. His copy raised his hand upwards and held his palm towards the training dummy. Roland had his mana sense skill maxed out, so he noticed the change in mana around that person. The Roland clone opened up his mouth, some words escaped its mouth. He stared at the talking person and he noticed the shift of mana around the clone. The mana moved through its body and towards its palm and something started forming. A small ball of energy was created. This ball gradually increased in size before it was shot forward. The wooden dummy received the hit, the wood splintering to the sides as if it was hit by a small cannonball. Whoa, was that magic? His copy didn't say anything but dropped its hand down and then turned to face him. The Roland copy had a blank expression and then started slowly walking towards him. This put the original Roland at attention. What was this clone of him trying to do? Wait. He tried backing off but his back hit some kind of invisible wall. Out of surprise he turned around and tried hitting it with his fist. His sudden opponent didn't stop though and continued walking. Hey, you think I'm afraid of you? Roland took a fighting stance. He went through 5 years of training and knew basic hand-to-hand combat as well. He decided to take the offensive thinking that his opponent wouldn't have enough time to react. But his punch didn't hit anything but air, it literally went through his copy's head. What is this? The clone was apparently immaterial or a hologram. The moment it touched Roland's body, it faded away. This wasn't the end as Roland felt a sharp pain, his head felt like it was getting a needle stuck into it. You have attained the Tier 1 Mage class, Basic Mana Shaping Skill unlocked, Basic Mana Regulation Skill unlocked, Mana Bolt Spell L1 unlocked. Basic Incantation L1 unlocked. He heard the familiar voice announce that he had changed classes while the pain was subsiding. He shook his head and could feel that he had learned an actual spell and had his stats slightly raised. The skills he gained helped him in shaping spells and regulating the mana inside of his body. He wanted to test his newfound skills out, but before he could do that, the space he was in started flickering. He wasn't sure if it was due to a time limit or if after a class up you got kicked out. Everything went dark once more and he found himself falling into the darkness again. He gasped out as he found himself back in the Arden estate, the servants looking at him from the sides. Were you successful, Master Roland? Did you receive the mage class? He grasped his head for a moment, the crystal that he was holding previously had turned into dust. He nodded while rubbing his head and slowly moved off the ground. Yes, I even learned the Mana Bolt spell. He smirked as he had achieved what he had set out to. No one in this family could deny him anymore, he could go to a prestigious academy and learn magic now. His life looked bright, and if he studied hard he could go far. Congratulations, Master, but let us test your elemental affinities before we inform the Lord. Roland snapped out of his daydream and looked at Adam the butler. Ah yes, the elemental affinities, I forgot to check them. The servant moved over with a large glass orb. Roland placed his hand on the measuring device, not thinking anything of it. His affinities would decide what elements he was best at. This was nothing more than a formality but would show him which element he should focus on. He didn't need much, any kind of number would let him advance further, so he wasn't worried. The orb glowed slightly but nothing out of the ordinary happened. The butler looked at the measuring device for a moment with a strange expression on his face. Could it be broken? Young master, could you look at your elemental affinities and see the values? The elemental affinities were a hidden stat that was only unlocked after the first class. Roland shrugged and brought up his status screen. While thinking about his affinity, a window popped up. At Tier 1 only the basic 4 elements could be unlocked, there were more elements like lightning and gravity. At higher tiers. Name, Roland Arden. Fire 0%. Wind 0%. Earth 0%. Water 0%. What, all at 0%? He spoke out clearly and everyone heard it. Adam looked at the orb and then to Roland, his brows furrowing. 0%, this is unprecedented. I must report this to the Lord. The other servants started whispering from the sides. He wasn't sure what was wrong. The books didn't say anything about people having 0 elemental affinity. He looked at his maid Martha. The woman had tears in her eyes for some reason. He has no magic affinity. Doesn't that mean that he won't be able to get any of the Tier 2 mage classes? One of the servants said while another one tried to shut him up. What, I have no magic talent. How could this be? Chapter 6 Change of Plans. Roland returned to his room. It was still raining outside and the thunderstorm wasn't letting up. The time spent in the ascension space felt like seconds to the people outside, so not much time had passed. Martha had accompanied Roland to his room after the reveal that his elemental affinities were low. She brought over some tea and decided to let the boy cool off for now. If you need anything, just call me, young master. The Baron will be returning to the mansion tomorrow. Roland just nodded while being quiet. After he heard the door closing behind his maid, he flopped on his bed like a dead fish. What is this shit? What am I supposed to do now? He hit the bed with his 10-year-old fists while gritting his teeth. After a bout of rage, he jumped right up and ran up to his desk. Where is that book? He started flinging the books left and right and managed to find the one that explained the elemental affinities in more detail. 0% on all of the affinities, this means. He already knew the answer. He had gone through these books multiple times. Still, he needed to check one more time. He started reading, his eyes going through the information while his brain digested it with astonishing speed. Ugh. He threw the book he was reading to the side and sat down at his desk, his head moving backward as he looked at the ceiling. To change your class to any of the element mages, you need to unlock an elemental affinity skill. You can't unlock it if your connection to the elements is non-existent. If you wanted to progress further in your life as a mage, this was a requirement. He could not go any further. Getting that skill required his affinity to at least be at 1%. This was a rare case, a 1 in a million occurrence. People like him were considered inept at becoming a mage and mostly strayed away from that path. He was a special case though. All of his stats made everyone think that he would be a talented mage. He had learned the mana sense skill at a young age and his intelligence was off the charts. In the book it said that most mages had an intelligence stat at 20 when they started out. He, on the other hand, had more than double of that. There was no reason to believe that he could be anything other than a mage. Something is playing a stupid joke on me. I can't even swap this class till I get to level 25. He decided to glance at his status screen. He had even leveled up to the 3rd level of mage due to the buildup of his experience. After the 9th birthday, his father arranged a goblin fight. Just as the first time, he would fight a 1-on-1 battle each week, earning experience along the way that could be then used when he ascended. The experience buildup wouldn't work for further classes though. This was a one-time thing before the ascension. He thought about his status. He wanted to see all the new skills that he had gained as well as their explanations. Mana Bolt spell, a focused bolt of mana energy that deals mana damage to one target. The damage done depends on the user's intelligence. Basic mana shaping skill lets the mage shape mana into spells, gives bonuses to intelligence and willpower. The higher the skill, the better the user is at forming spells. Basic mana regulation skill helps regulate the mana in the user's body. Increases mana regeneration by helping absorb ambient mana from the environment. Mage class increases mana by 20% and increases mana regeneration by 15%. Blessed by mana trait unlocked if a person has more than 40 intelligence after reaching the mage class at the first ascension ritual, gives bonuses to MP after each level up. Basic incantation skill increases spell chanting speed and proficiency. He then looked at his stats after he was done with reading those. His MP shot up quite high compared to the rest. Name, Roland Arden Mage L3. HP 185/185. MP 719/719. SP 237/237. Strength 14. Agility 15. Dexterity 24. Vitality 14. Endurance 15. Intelligence 47. Willpower 26. Charisma 10. Luck 6. He looked at his stats. People at L1 who specialized in a field mostly had their stats at about 20. For instance, a warrior would mostly have a strength, vitality, and endurance rating close to 20. He was a L3 mage and his intelligence was getting close to 50, but all his physical attributes were slightly below a basic L1 warrior. All my stats scream mage. I even got a trait that gives me more useless mana. Even if I respec later, I will be behind everyone. My physical stats are below average when it comes to warriors. My dexterity is high though. Should I switch to an archer? He started scratching his head and brought out the book that had some class and skill combinations. This was something that a noble title got you. Most of the people outside didn't have the luxury of planing and most of the class combinations were off limits to the commoners. He had focused on the mage-related classes without much thought about the other ones for one reason or the other. He put all of his eggs in one basket and now they exploded at once. He needed to come out with a new battle plan. I must think of something plausible. If I leave it to that daddy of mine, I'll be working in the army for the rest of my life. All of his brothers were on a one-way ticket to the army. His father was quite the militaristic nut and didn't consider people that didn't work in that field as much. At least that was how Roland saw it. He couldn't be sure as the interactions with his father were limited. He also tried to avoid him most of the time along with the other brats from his family. He was banking on evading the military by becoming a mage. Mages were rarer than the other combat classes and were sought after. He would be able to choose his path if he became one. Apparently, that wouldn't be an option now. He would have to level up in this class, which was a dead end. I still have the mage class unlocked, but if I wanted to be a magic swordsman I'd need a tier 2 mage class to unlock this tier 3 class. He went through his book once more. Most of the better classes that synergized with the mage class required a tier 2 version. You even needed some Tier 2 classes to unlock other Tiers 2 classes that would let you get a better Tier 3 class. The Elementalist class was one of those, that required all of the Element Tier 2 mage classes to unlock. Damn elemental affinity. I need this skill to even unlock a general upgrade to the Tier 1 class. I would be okay with this shitty Tier 2 superior mage class that doesn't really give many bonuses to anything, but it also requires those affinities. They are just lower. He wanted to strangle the person that decided that you needed to have one skill to unlock any one of those classes. The possibility of having this was super low, 1 in a million or less. Does it have something to do with me being from another world or something? Wait, do I really need to have a combat class? Wouldn't it be better not to risk my life and just make money in peace? He rubbed his chin. He had ignored most of the construction classes that were presented there. Mostly due to the only viable one at Tier 1 was the blacksmith. He imagined himself stuck in a stuffy room hammering away on some ingots. Well, might not be that bad? Is there anything that works well with a Tier 1 mage class till Tier 3 at least? He went through the book. It had some combinations that could work with the blacksmith class. Blacksmith is the first and gives basic bonuses to crafting weapons and armor, but nothing special. You can unlock a weaponsmith or an armorer at Tier 2. After that, the most common classes are Tier 3 Master Smith and Tier 4 Grandmaster Smith. He started going for the requirements for those classes. The blacksmith class used dexterity as one of its main stats along with strength and endurance. Those two later stats weren't so high, but he had high dex, so this was feasible. Plus he would gain more strength by leveling up his mage class, so when he started anew as a blacksmith he shouldn't have any problems. I need to find something that combines with those first. He looked for the page that described good combinations with these manufacturing classes. He knew that enchanted weapons were a thing, so there should be a class that was primed for that. Here we go, Tier 2 Runesmith. It focuses on enchanting weapons and armor with words of power that are called runes. He looked at this class. The description sounded interesting. It allowed the placement of basic enchantments on weapons and other items. There was another class that was similar to this called Enchantsmith. The two differed slightly due to the process of creating their items. Enchantments and runes used a different language. If you compared the two to modern-day languages from Earth, then the enchantment language would be akin to regular English. The runic language, on the other hand, consisted of symbols and was more similar to Asian languages like Japanese or Chinese. From the two, the runic one was considered better but harder to master. Both of those Tier 2 smith classes required him to learn the scribe profession. The mana scribe was a special Tier 1 class, and its requirement was the calligraphy skill along with the mage class. It allowed people to create one-use magic scrolls. The class sounded special, but in reality, it was quite trashy. You didn't get many skills, and the only thing it was good for was for creating these scrolls. Leveling it up didn't give you many stat points, and it was mostly considered a side job. Still, the scrolls that a person produced could be sold to adventurers. The higher tier of scrolls you could write, the more you got paid. Runesmith or Enchantsmith, the first was better but harder to obtain, as you had to gain a skill related to runes. It was something you only unlocked by actually learning. There wasn't really a shortcut, as you had to study hard and then you unlocked the skill. Well. I have always been a grinder. Roland wanted to take it easy, but the thought of living in some shady barracks with some smelly dudes was making him debate on this option. The path towards it was quite convoluted and he would have to work hard for it. In the end, though, this was a money-making class. Even at Tier 2, he would already be able to earn massive amounts of gold and be free from this noble life. It was worth the risk. I'd like to go with this. These runes sound interesting, and it says that the more intelligence and dexterity the crafter has, the better the runes become. Also, the mana comes in handy when making or using them, and mana is the only thing I'm good for. The only problem was convincing his father. This choice wasn't a battle class. He also didn't see any options that hinted about unlocking any combat-related classes after getting to Runesmith. It was still better than working as a soldier, though. He'd rather make swords all day than stay on guard. Duty at some fortress. Okay, it's decided. I'm going with Runesmith. I can make this work. Having money is the answer. He looked at the book and nodded. He had to prepare before meeting his dad. He needed to explain that this was a better idea and maybe even a blessing in disguise. He already had 3 sons that were good at fighting. He didn't need the 4th one to do the exact same thing as them. Yes, I bet he will let me do it, I hope. I need to find a location that I can learn blacksmithing and scribing, along with some magic. He concentrated. He had gone through all the books in the library and knew how the kingdom looked like. The main plan was to go to a magic academy that was located in one of the largest cities, but that went out of the window now. He needed a less costly option that would guarantee him safe progress. Isham, there is one. Lustal City fits the bill. It also has an academy where they train weaponsmiths and even have some facilities for mages and a nice library. The battle plan was set. He went through it for the rest of the day as he waited for his father to come home. He already had an appointment. His father was quite punctual, so he knew that he would be there. The next day Martha brought him food and a change of clothes. She made him look better than usual. She couldn't let Roland look bad when visiting his father all on his own. Everything is going to be fine, Master Roland, it's just a little setback. She smiled at him, her face showing some wrinkles as she was getting along with her age. Being a maid didn't really net her any valuable skills besides housekeeping. People needed battle classes to increase vitality that would then let them live longer and look younger. His father was one of those. He was someone that looked to be in his early 40s, but in reality, he was getting close to his mid-60s. The Baron will see you now, proclaimed the House Arden butler while opening the large white door that led inside Lord Arden's office. Roland moved forward. Even though he was an adult inside, he still felt uncomfortable. It was as if he was getting called into his boss's office for one of those talks. There he was in all his glory, looking at some papers that looked really small in those mitts of his. His digits looked like thick sausages and he looked strange in that blue shirt fit for nobles. Greetings, father, it is me, Roland. He announced himself while moving his hand to his heart, which was the national salute that the people did in this country. The man just murmured while looking at his papers. Roland gulped hard and used this chance to pronounce his plan. Father, I know that I have no aptitude to be a mage. So I think I should become a runesmith. It's a class that my high intelligence works well with. He was nervous and talked as fast as he could without breathing in much between the sentences. He presented his plan in the city that had the best facilities to accommodate his progress at a safe rate. As he was finishing up, his father raised his hand. Lustal? You want to attend the Lustal Academy of Arts? Roland stopped talking instantly. His large bull of a father was looking at him with quite the intense stare now. Why, yes. Think it has good facilities and doesn't cost that much. The man rubbed his chin and replied without thinking for too long. No, that's out of the question. You need to raise your level first. Runesmith. A peculiar choice. He placed the papers that he was holding down on the desk and continued looking at Roland, straight into his eyes. I'll allow this, but you must earn your keep. Even as a low-level mage you can find some work. Adam will make the preparations. He picked up the papers and started going through them once more. He still gave Roland one bit of advice before sending him away. The Arden House is a house of knights. I hope you know what that means? We don't want it being associated with crafting professions, do you understand? So you're telling me that it is shameful to work as a blacksmith and you don't want me to mention my name in public, huh? Understood. Roland wanted to say more about this, but he didn't think that the man would listen to the 10-year-old him. So he just nodded and stepped out. Adam heard everything from both of them and would be making the arrangement. His plan of becoming a runesmith had gone through, but he would apparently have to work for it and maybe even put himself in harm's way. Chapter 7 New Place Old Woe. A 10-year-old with a sword in his right hand was standing in a dark, damp dungeon. In front of him, two green humanoid-looking monsters were glaring. These goblins gave out a loud, high-pitched sound and charged forward. The boy stood still, his sword arm lowered while the left one was raised up. He was mumbling something incoherent to himself. The more he did, the louder he got. Source of all magic, heed my call. He had his index finger pointing at the charging monster, the other three clenched together tightly. Suddenly a bluish glow appeared in front of those fingers. It started out small as a grain of rice, but soon the tiny speck expanded to the size of an egg. The furthermost goblin was now just a couple of steps away from the youth. Its teeth were rattling as it was ready to feast on its prey. Gather before me and strike down my enemies, mana bolt. The boy shouted and the egg-sized energy ball shot forward. It collided with the monster's head, inserting itself right into the eye socket before exploding. The boy gazed at the humanoid being, part of its head exploding as it collapsed on the ground and slid forward due to the momentum of its charge. The other monster didn't show much of a reaction after seeing its friend's head partially exploding. It just charged on and tried clawing at the youth. Roland was counting on this and he just stepped to the side, the overswing and forward momentum of the monster's attack giving him an opportunity for a counter. There was no hesitation in his movement like a year before. His trusted short sword was plunged right into his enemy's throat. The goblin moved his hands to its neck as a reflex, the blade that was stuck in it getting pulled out instantly. A fountain of monster blood erupted, the creature fell down, dead and unmoving. Well, think I've killed all of them. I guess that's it for the easy XP. But do I really need to chant cringy stuff like that every time? Maybe not being suited for a mage was a blessing in disguise? Roland was standing in the training dungeon, his old trainer nowhere to be seen. He had finished the last of the goblins. These creatures were captured for training purposes and it would be a shame to waste the experience. Wonder where that old bastard will send me to, probably to some cheap backwater village where he can forget about his useless son. Roland poked the first goblin that he killed with his mana bolt. The power of this spell was so. It was fine against weak spots like the eyes but took some time to aim and you couldn't fire them off in quick succession. He also needed to chant his spell, which lowered the speed and utility of this skill. I guess that's why mages are considered a backline class. Will I need to find myself a party of some sort? Will Daddy Dearest give me a servant for protection? He poked the other goblin with his sword as well, his eyes focusing more as he tried to feel for a mana signature. This one has a monster core. Monster cores are also called mana stones, look like gems or crystals. They formed in some creatures and were used as ingredients for various things. There was a low chance of finding them in a goblin. The stone inside this monster was the size of a grain of rice. Best keep this for myself. He didn't trust the people in this estate. He tried returning the monster core to one of the servants but instead of getting a reward, it was just snatched. They just gave him the excuse that this was the property of the Baron and would be used for the estate. He on the other hand was sure that the servants were probably pocketing things that could be sold for themselves. Thus they developed a habit of withholding items and information. These things are small enough for me to keep them in my pocket. He looked at the cold and dark dungeon and then quickly left. He was seen by some servants that were back to treating him coldly after the big reveal. He continued walking further, finding a certain thick hedge wall. He squeezed through a certain spot and arrived at a small area with a large tree. He was surrounded by shrubs and greenery. On the other side was the flower garden where mostly the noble ladies had their tea parties. He leaned up against the tree and took out a small box filled with some sandwiches. This type of food wasn't popular here as nobles mostly ate food prepared by the chefs. He had managed to convince Martha to make him some so that he could eat it on the way. Tomorrow is the day, finally leaving this shithole, got that going for me at least. He bit into the bread that had some cheese and meat in it and started eating it. While he was thinking about his future, he heard something rustling in the bushes. Even without looking in the direction, he knew who that was. Big Brother Roland. He heard a child's voice. It was high-pitched and the pronunciation wasn't quite there. This was his new younger sister. His dad couldn't keep it in his pants and the mistress gave birth to this child. It's not Roland but Roland, Lucien. For some reason, this kid liked to run around the compound looking for him. She had somehow found his hiding place. Luckily the child knew how to keep a secret. She was even super happy when he told her that it would be a secret between the two. Lady Francine doesn't like it when you talk to me. She'll give you and me an earful if she finds out. The small girl with golden locks didn't seem to care, as she just ran up and gave her big brother a hug. Roland felt a bit uncomfortable from the show of affection and reluctantly petted her head. Ithshawith mwami 1th find out. The small girl proclaimed while looking at the sandwich that was in Roland's mouth. The brother reluctantly gave up his breakfast to the child. Ah, have it your way, you little squirt. Brother, my birthday ith shun danth forget though come. Roland looked at the girl and gave her chubby cheeks a little pinch. Your birthday? Yes, it should be in a couple of weeks. It would be her third birthday this time. While he was in the family's good graces, he was allowed to take part in it, even though he mostly just sat in the corner not doing much. I will see what I can do. Now run along before your mother catches you here. He ruffled up his sister's head before escaping her big green eyes. He didn't want to lie to a child of this age, but it was better than making her cause a scene. He would be leaving tomorrow and he couldn't do much about it. She'll forget me after a few months, not sure if I'll ever return to this mansion after I leave anyway. He left towards his room. He was mostly packed, all thanks to his trusted maid Martha. The same woman was now hugging while weeping. Calm down, Martha, I will be fine. No, young master, I will go to the Lord and ask for permission to come with you. How can he send you away unattended? The woman was quite attached to him, but he wouldn't be allowed to take any servants with him. Adam said that I will be looked after there, don't need to worry about anything, this was bound to happen. The woman dried her tears with a handkerchief while looking at the smaller boy. Young master, be sure to write a letter if there is something bothering you. You're such a brave young lad, you never did cry or complain about anything, such an obedient child. She continued hugging him while sobbing. In the end, he had to push her out of his room. He needed to check if he took everything that he could. He decided to take some blank papers and some calligraphy books. He needed to heighten this skill to the maximum sooner or later. The night went by fast and he was ready to leave. The only person to send him was of course his personal maid that looked like she didn't sleep too well. She sure loved this Roland boy, didn't she? The new Roland didn't feel like this woman's affection was focused on him. She was probably just a gentle soul that cared for the child that once was inhabiting this body. From his perspective, if she ever found out that it was occupied by some weird nerd from Earth, she would probably do a quick 180. Still, he felt a bit sad to leave her here with these posh assholes. Maybe in the future, if I have enough money, I can hire her myself. He stepped into the coach, his bags were ready. He waved at the friendly lady and was finally able to leave. The next destination was the train station. Yes, this world had trains, there were also flying airships, but they were above the Baron's pay grade. Roland had once visited one of these magic stations. The contraptions look like old-fashioned steam trains, but instead of steam, they run on mana stones. There was no one to send him of. The coachman and his helper just carried his bags to the train and that was it. He waited there for the mana engine train to arrive. Compared to the earthly counterparts, there were a lot more wagons getting pulled behind it. Besides transporting people, it was used for moving various goods. Well then, I'll be off. He muttered to himself. He had slowly gotten used to the solitude that this world provided him with. He sat down at his designated seat and looked at other families sending their loved ones off with hugs. He could see some of them smile and others were even crying while waving at the train that was leaving. Family, huh? He turned away, not sure what to make of this, his eyes closing as he tried taking a nap. The ride was going to be a long one. Back at the Arden estate, Adam was getting called in by the Baron for a little chat. Did he leave? Yes, my lord. He didn't reject the offer? Did you make it clear? Yes, my lord, he knows the destination. The muscly man tapped the desk he was sitting on while looking out the window. He is surprisingly headstrong. His performance against the lesser monsters was satisfactory. The butler nodded. If you compared the boy to the other young masters, he lacked the stats of a warrior, but he was very resolute and clear-headed. Even during the first fight, he didn't suffer much of a setback. His brothers on the other hand mostly failed and had to be rescued by their helpers. With some training, he could pass for a knight. He wishes to be a lowly smith though. The man frowned. He couldn't let the other nobles know what he had a son working as a blacksmith. Don't worry, sir, everything was prepared. The boy will probably ask for assistance in due time. The Baron nodded and waved his servant away. He was smoking quite a large cigar. He blew out some smoke through his nostrils before speaking out to himself. If he doesn't, then so be it, it will be his choice, he is old enough to make his own mistakes. He placed the cigar to the side and then focused back on the military papers in his hand. He was still lagging behind schedule. Roland had no idea what his parent was plotting back home, but soon he would discover it. The train ride would take a couple of days. The speed of this machine wasn't great and it was pulling a lot of weight. The seats were uncomfortable and the constant sounds of heavy machinery were keeping the young man awake. He shook his head and looked outside at the constantly changing scenery. He also took a glance at some of the skills he had learned during the almost 5-year period he was at the noble house. Basic one-handed swordsmanship L9 gives a bonus to one-handed swordsmanship combat along with the basic knowledge. Basic hand-to-hand combat L9 gives a bonus to hand-to-hand combat along with the basic knowledge. Basic running L9, a skill that lets a person run slightly faster and use less stamina while running. Basic sprint L9, a skill that lets a person sprint faster and use less stamina while sprinting. Basic climbing L9, a skill that helps you climb surfaces. Basic sneaking L9, a skill that allows the user to blend with the environment and avoid detection, lowers the noise produced by the user's footsteps. Basic leather armor proficiency 4, a person with this skill can move better in leather armor. He had gained many skills that began with basic. They filled out his skill menu and he even had to scroll down to read them all. I never could push them past L9, probably because of class restrictions. Had to sneak out during the nights to get that sneaking skill up. Ugh, when will we finally arrive? What was that place's name again? Yeah, the city of Karwan. He only had the location of the city on the map. It was just in the middle of the kingdom without anything special about it. The only thing that was going for it was that it had a dungeon right next to it. The ride continued without anything happening along the way. Roland was half expecting someone to try to rob the train, but there were a lot of strong-looking people guarding it. Now arriving at Karwan, please take all of your belongings while going out. The technology in this world was strange. Some parts were ahead of his old world while others were lagging behind. Like the flying ships, planes from his old world didn't compare to those flying fortresses. Supposedly if you are a high-level master smith you can work on those. Maybe I'll be making flying yachts in the future. He smiled to himself while departing from the train. There were many people in various looking clothes. Some were more Victorian era looking while others looked like medieval knights in full plate armor. Are you Sir Roland? It didn't take long for someone to notice him. It was a man in his 30s with quite the large handlebar mustache. Yes, that's me. You must be the hired help. Yes, please follow me. I have been instructed to take you to your lodgings. The man helped Roland carry the luggage and had a carriage prepared for him to ride on. He was slowly getting nervous, wondering what his new living place would be. He was counting on it mostly being some kind of barack area with other people, maybe a room at an inn came with bed and breakfast. The two left the train station and they started moving. Roland could see the city through the carriage window. He saw some wooden buildings here and there, even an inn and the fabled Adventurers Guild building. Guess you can really become an adventurer. But a better term for it would be a monster hunter or hired help, as you just do odd jobs. The coach started moving out of the city after the coachman told the guards something and headed forward. The more they traveled the narrower the roads got. After 30 minutes of heading, God knows where, Roland started to get worried. He didn't bring me out here to rob me, did he? He knew that I was coming, so I didn't really ask for any identification. What if he wasn't hired by the Baron? What if he killed the real servant and I'm next in line? His mind raced and he moved his hand to the side. He had taken a dagger for a situation like this and was now clutching it while sweating. He had left his leather armor and short sword in his baggage, so this was his side weapon. Soon enough the journey ended and he heard the coachman getting off, his steps getting closer and closer. The door swung open, Roland ready to pull out his weapon, but he halted as he saw a bored-looking man with luggage in hand. Sir Roland, this is the place I was supposed to take you. I also have a letter from your father, Baron Wentworth. I'm a bit too jumpy today. I must be tired after the long bumpy ride. Roland gave out a sigh of relief and finally stepped outside. What he saw, there was a small cabin in the woods. There was a small porch with stairs leading up to it. It looked old and unkempt from where he was standing. Was this supposed to be his new home? Could there be some kind of mistake? Why would father prepare a rundown cabin like this for me? The servant handed Roland the letter he received and started unpacking. The youth quickly removed the noble seal that indicated that this was the real deal. This lodging has been prepared for you by the Arden House. Don't expect to get any more monetary aid in the future. If you find living here to be too challenging, you are free to return and enlist in the kingdom's army. Does he want me to do that noblesse oblige crap so the other sons won't have to? Noblesse oblige was more or less an excuse for the nobles to act as if they had a stick up their rear end. It was used to imply that with wealth, power, and prestige come responsibilities. Mostly ones that concerned military conscription. The problem with that was that when the time came for this, most nobles made a run for it. Most of the time when it came to this, the nobles sent away their sons that weren't an heir to the house name. Roland was just the person that fit that bill, born of a commoner, and with no backing at all. Roland crumbled the paper up, his eyes bulging and his face going red. I will be leaving then, Sir Roland, or do you wish to return? I was instructed to take you back if you wish for it. Roland snapped out of it and glared at the coachman. No, this is fine, just leave. I will be fine. Yes, sir, there is a well to the east if you walk for 10 minutes towards the city. There is also a spring to the west if you go deeper inside of the forest, but you must be wary of the animals. He was left alone, the sun was going under and he was feeling cold. He started carrying all of his belongings into the wooden cabin. Inside was little space and even less helpful items. There was a shabby bed with a mattress that was just cloth filled with straw and hay. There was something akin to a stove in the corner, some chairs, a wooden desk, and some animal pelts. He sat down on one of those chairs, the crumpled up note in his hands getting surrounded by his mana, which caused it to catch on fire. Mana was still a type of energy, so it was able to produce fire in some form if it came in contact with flammable items. So, this was it. He wants me to give up so that he has an excuse to shove me into his little army. I bet that's why he agreed to it so easily in the first place. He doesn't expect a 10-year-old brat to manage on his own. He wants me to come back crying, ha. He took out the pouch with his money and counted it. He needed to see how much it would last him. He needed food and water, the rest were all secondary. Think I'll have to pay that Adventurers Guild a visit. Chapter 8 Adventurers Guild. Roland opened up his eyes, his body was stiff and sore. This new bed was even worse than the one at the Noble estate, and it was terribly windy in this cabin. He needed to procure some wood for the fireplace and also clean everything in here. It was dusty and even moldy in a couple of places. It didn't look like a place a 10-year-old should be living in. I need to eat something. He had some food packed, but it wouldn't last him long. He needed to depend on the meager amount of coins he had received. From what he counted, they would last him about a month. At least the lodging is free here. Maybe I'll move to an inn when I earn something. I need to get to that Adventurers Guild, but will they even let a 10-year-old work for them? Roland knew that adventurers existed in this world. They were mostly considered sellswords. They were more or less hired thugs that hunted monsters for parts and defended merchant convoys from bandits most of the time. They were the odd jobbers of this world. If you gave them enough coin, they would do it. Heh, at least I managed to get this thing. He pulled out a crystal. It was similar to the one used for the Ascension ceremony and worked in a similar way. Roland knew that they cost a lot, so he nabbed one from the Baron's estate while no one was looking. With this, I will be able to respec to a blacksmith or mana scribe, not sure what is better. He nodded and hid the items. He was living in the middle of nowhere and there was a possibility of his house getting sacked while he was away. He couldn't be sure. From a logical standpoint, someone wouldn't put their son in a place that could get robbed. But it's the Baron we are talking about. He might even hire some goons to rough me up to prove a point. He decided to bury the class-up stone away from the log cabin, making sure that it didn't stand out. He had quite the memory, so he didn't need to mark the tree he buried it by, which could only alert someone to the buried treasure. How much money do I have? Not sure about the market value of food here. They never let us shop for ourselves. He returned to his cabin and emptied the coin pouch that he had. All of the coins were stacked on one pile. He didn't even need to count them thanks to his arithmetic skill. He just needed to look at the pile on the table and a number hovered about it, giving him the exact amount of coin he had. This comes down to exactly 1 small gold coin, or 10 large silver coins. What I have here are. In this world, there were 3 types of coins with 2 variations. Each coin had a small and large version. The cheapest one was the small copper coin. 10 of those made up 1 large copper coin and 10 of those were worth as much as a small silver coin. You went all the way up to golden coins. Above a large golden coin stood a royal golden coin that was larger and rectangular in shape. Some copper coins and silver ones. Wonder how much this will last. Should I cook for myself and save on money, or? He glanced to the side and looked at the shabby stove and some rusty pots and pans in the corner. The idea about cooking for himself went out of the window. At most he would buy things like apples or sausages that he could eat without cooking. He looked at himself. He managed to take a small mirror from the noble house. He was wearing standard black leather armor. It consisted of a chest piece, pauldrons, a sword belt, arm guards, a belt with a pouch, and leather boots with some knee protectors. To the side, he had his short sword. He also nabbed a hunting knife from one of the workers while packing. This would save him money on skinning utensils. The knife could also be used as a last-ditch effort of defending himself. Time to head out. He left the shabby log cabin. The thing had a small lock, but if someone decided to kick the door down it would snap in half. Roland had to move somewhere else. He was in the middle of the forest with no protection. In his mind, this was something that his father set up. He was probably getting watched by someone. I bet he told people in town to keep an eye out for me. Well, at least he cares, though I bet it has more to do with the House Arden reputation. Can't have some kid be loose shouting his noble name everywhere. He was convinced that his so-called dad didn't really care for him. He probably left some guards so that he wouldn't croak on the first day, but from what he saw in the letter the man probably wanted him to join the army. Roland on the other hand was set on never returning home. He had enough of living under the rules of other people. It was time for some freedom. Even back in his old life, he felt like he was too dependent on others. It was time for a change. Well, I just need to make enough money, then everything will work out. It was time to go back to the town he had arrived. He remembered the path that the coachman took and backtracked. He was slower on foot, but with some jogging, he could make it in half an hour if he wanted to. The first obstacle proved to be the guards at the entrance. They demanded a fee of 5 large copper coins right off the bat. "Kid, you new here?" one of the guards asked while giving him 5 large copper coins back in exchange for the small silver coin. "Yes, is the Adventurers Guild recruiting?" The guard raised his eyebrow and looked at the child in front of him. Roland was a bit taller than other kids, so he could pass for being older. Still, he didn't look older than 12 or 13 at the most. "You? An adventurer? You sure you don't want to work as a stable boy instead?" The guard smirked, his buddy laughing on the side while Roland left slightly annoyed. "Damn assholes, will I have to pay an entrance fee each time I come here? I'll be out of cash in no time." After passing through the checkpoint he kept walking while looking at the surroundings. The main road was made out of large stone blocks and stretched through the city and right towards a large castle-like structure in the distance. The castle was probably where the city lord stayed in, or either the noble house that was responsible for this plot of land. He continued on while paying attention to the structures more than to the people. The whole place looked like a medieval fantasy city. The buildings were mostly made from stone and the roofs were slightly tipped at an angle and made from what looked to be thin red brick tiles. After some more walking, he found himself standing in front of a large building with saloon-like doors. It had a sign with 2 axes on the sides and 1 long sword in the middle. Above the symbol, the words "Carwan Adventurers Guild" was written. It will be fine, right? He gulped as all of his future plans depended on this. If he didn't manage to get a job here he would be forced to work somewhere else. That stable boy job might not seem that outlandish at the time. He started getting nervous and just stood there in front of the door not doing anything. While he was hesitating, some people walked out. It was a group of adventurers, 4 of them. Roland snapped out of it and moved to the side. The people gave him a side glance before departing. Wait, was that an elf? And that was a dwarf, right? Roland kept his eyes on the backs of the people that just walked out. In his noble house, there were only humans and he never saw any other humanoid races anywhere besides the goblins that he trained on. One of the adventurers was an elven woman with long golden hair and wearing green clothes. She had an arrow quiver on her back and a longbow to go with it, indicating that she was an archer class. Next to her was a short man, below 150 centimeters in height. He made up his height disparity with his width. Roland could clearly see he was quite muscular and was carrying a long axe weapon. There were 2 other people with her, a man carrying a sword and some lady in a robe. So, that's a full-blown adventurer party? That lady in the robe might be a mage, or a priest class. He pumped himself up and finally pushed the doors open. They squeaked as he entered. The people inside gave him a fast glance but then went back to their business. The guild was quite large and there were even stairs leading up to a higher level. He walked in slowly, as other people were already going in and out. Inside there were your usual things that made up such a building. A long counter at which some guild workers were standing. All of them were women for some reason. There was your standard large bulletin board with all of the job listings. Finding a suiting job from that chaotic-looking thing looked like a hassle. There were some tables and chairs on the side. Some of the guild members were chatting with each other. They were even getting served by some bar wenches. Apparently, you could relax and eat something here while waiting for your loot to be apprised. The place looked busy, but he was lucky as one of the guild workers was free and he could go ask his questions. He walked up to the receptionist. The lady behind it was all smiles and was wearing a pair of glasses. How can I help you today? Oh, aren't you a little young? The woman fixed her glasses while looking at the youth. She saw a boy in full gear that was about 150 centimeters. What he was wearing looked like second-hand goods that saw some usage. He had short dark hair and green eyes, his head was oval-shaped, his eyebrows not too thin or bushy. He wasn't all too cute or ugly, more or less average looking for his age. Yes, I would like to register with the guild. My name is Roland. The boy spoke out while looking at the slightly taller woman. The guild worker looked over the youth some more, which made Roland somewhat nervous. She won't ask me to get my parents, now will she? You want to register? Only people that went through the Ascension ritual can register. Do you have a Tier 1 class? Roland nodded. Yes, I have a class and went through my Ascension ritual. The woman pulled out an orb that looked similar to the one they used back home for measuring things. Please place your hand on this measuring crystal. Roland nodded. This was probably a required test that needed to be done. He had read that adventurer guilds would do a background check with such devices, but the information was confidential and wouldn't leak out. The woman glanced over the text that appeared on the orb. It had all of Roland's main stats along with his full name and class. Name, Roland Arden Mage L5. HP 198/198. MP 764/764. SP 253/253. Strength 15. Agility 16. Dexterity 25. Vitality 15. Endurance 16. Intelligence 50. Willpower 28. Charisma 10. Luck 6. She could see all of his stats. Her eyes remained glued to the intelligence stat for a moment before she moved on and finally spoke out. You will have to make a payment of 2 large silver coins for your adventurer card. If you agree, please fill out this form and wait till it's made. He took the piece of paper. He had to fill out his name and agree to some terms. Terms like that the guild was not responsible for his death and where his belongings should be sent if he died on the job. It didn't take long for the woman to walk away with the orb and paper in hand. He sat down in the corner of the guild and waited. The lady informed him that his card would be made within the hour. He took his time to observe the people in the building. They were of various races and genders. He saw more elves, lizard-like people, more dwarfs, and huge individuals that looked like muscular basketball players. Think that person is from the Goliath race. The book said that they are known for their strength. They are a race of warriors, but they lack some intelligence and like to solve their problems with fighting. The lizard-like people are probably dragon kin. Supposedly they have dragon blood running through their veins. It said that they get confused with the lesser lizardmen monsters from time to time. Surprising that I didn't get thrown out from here. They didn't even think to ask me about my age. Roland was still someone with his old values. He didn't understand how people could let a 10-year-old just work as an adventurer. People in this world were different. If you had the ability to work, you could work. No one looked at the person's age. After going through the Ascension ritual, you were deemed worthy. He was handed his adventurer's card, but before that, he had to poke his thumb and let a drop of blood land on it. The moment it landed, it shone for a fraction of a second. His rank and photo along with the name Roland appeared. The adventurer cards only showed your first name, but you could add a family name or a title there if you wanted. Roland decided on keeping his noble title a secret. For now, only the guild would have his full credentials. He wasn't the first person in this world that wanted to leave his past behind, and last names were associated with noble houses. The registration process is finished. Congratulations on becoming a bronze rank adventurer. As a bronze rank, you are allowed to take on jobs at the bronze and steel rank. It is advised to take jobs at your own rank. You will find the job listings on the notice board. If you fail to complete a job you take, you will have to pay a fine. This is how his registration ended, going quite smoothly and without a hiccup. He decided to take a look at the available jobs, taking the advice to heart about not taking jobs above his grade. What type of jobs can a bronze rank adventurer take? He started glancing at the papers. Luckily they were all organized by their rank. Requesting a worker for latrine cleaning, 10 large coppers a day. Mr. Fuzzless has gone missing. He is a brown cat. Requesting help in moving furniture and other heavy objects. Searching for someone to cut grass. He narrowed his eyes as he continued going through all the bronze grade listings. They were all odd jobs that didn't require any fighting power. Maybe that's why they accepted me as an adventurer so easily. They expect me to do these shitty jobs and not actually do anything dangerous. Roland didn't want to spend his day cleaning toilets or cutting grass. He needed to get his level up fast and earn more money. After going through most of the bronze grade listings, he moved to the steel grade ones. Goblins have been appearing close to the farms and are killing the livestock. 5 large copper per goblin, left ear needed as proof. He read and found a subjugation request right off the bat. More goblins, huh? Probably should stick to monsters I'm familiar with. There were other listings concerning monsters besides that. There was a nearby dungeon, but he couldn't enter it alone as a bronze rank adventurer. He would either need to find a party or get himself up to steel rank. He went through some other possible creatures he could hunt outside the dungeon and decided to stick to that for the time being. Think I'll go eat something first and then head out. There were also notices for bringing in monster deers and boars for meat. Guess you can eat those. He left the Adventurers Guild, identification card in hand. He wanted to do a small tour of the town, maybe find better lodging than that shady shack in the woods. Then it would be time for work. His adventure was only starting. Chapter 9: Slaying More Goblins. Roland walked and walked. The place he was in wasn't that large. If he compared it to the cities from his old world, this was more of a small town. A large wall was surrounding the area and the buildings were closely packed together. These types of standard fortifications were there in place to protect the city people from monster attacks. Even in large kingdoms like this, there were certain places that were off limits. Places with nasty monsters or poisonous terrain that made the area unlivable. After a long time of walking and getting his adventurer card, he decided to take a break at an inn. Inside there were a lot of people chatting and a bard-like person was playing on some kind of lute instrument. Just like the Adventurers Guild, this establishment's interior was quite large. There were many tables that already had a bunch of individuals sitting in them. He felt a bit out of place as he didn't know a single person in this city. There is some room in the corner there. Do I need to wait for a waitress? Do they call them bar wenches here? He wasn't really sure. Noble houses didn't really have any books about how the commoners lived. For now, he decided to wait and see. He could probably learn from the patrons in here on how he should present himself. He sat himself down in at the free table and looked at the people. Again he was greeted by a colorful array of individuals. The elves were just as he read in books and saw in fiction. They were tall and slender with pointy ears. Their hair color was either blonde or white. He didn't spot any dark elves though. While waiting, a waitress finally appeared and gave Roland a curious look. "What will it be, little guy?" He looked up. The woman was quite large and on the wider side. She was wearing one of those wench dresses that made him think of a German festival. "Ah. I'll just have some water and something to eat." "What do you have?" "For a charming little fella like you? How about some of the tasty porridge, or some grilled meat so that you grow big and strong?" Roland thought about it for a moment and ordered both. He wanted to test the food here out. If it was abysmal, he would try a different place. The woman smiled and walked away. He saw her move towards the bartender. The woman was quite loud, so he overheard the two talking. "One order of meat and some porridge for our young customer there." The man standing at the bar was quite large and muscular. He was even missing an eye and had a large scar in its place. "What, you got someone to order that shitty gruel? Did you blackmail him or something?" The woman frowned and tried smacking the man with the empty tray she was holding. "Shut your trap, you idiot, before I make you sleep outside again." The man grumbled and went back into the kitchen. Roland, on the other hand, was deliberating on walking out. He didn't like the sound of that. Could this porridge be spoiled? Well, this was quite bland. He looked at the empty plates. The porridge was made from some unidentified grains. The meat was just dry jerky. Nothing was seasoned, nor did it taste like anything. The food here was literally hard to swallow. Ugh, I'm already missing Martha's cooking. Is this what the common people eat? The whole thing cost him 7 large copper coins. So I need to kill 2 goblins to even have enough for a single meal. Guess life doesn't count for much here. I should have asked that guild attendant about how much I can get for a goblin mana stone. I'll ask her after I get this job done. He left the coins on the table. The large lady instantly swooped in to grab those coins of the table. Like a hawk diving for a nice plump mouse on the field. He asked about the lodging fees and was said that it was 2 small silvers for a night, and 5 large copper coins extra if he wanted. breakfast to go with that. He could also pay a monthly fee that would save him about 10%. I have enough money to last me slightly above a month of lodging. He needed to go hunt some goblins first. Killing 5 of those a day would be the minimum amount of work. Though, he would probably be starting with only 1 meal a day with that. And that's not taking any other expenses into consideration. This sword will also need repairing after a while. He frowned. This wasn't turning out to be such a dream job after all. He needed to start somewhere though. He was already used to slaying goblins and was already a L5 mage. He only needed 20 more levels and he already had the stone for the class change. The only thing I still need is a map of this area. He had the world map at his old home, but there were no city maps besides the capital and the city his family lived in. He headed over to a library and had to spend another small silver coin to get himself one. He made a mental note to check this place out later. Maybe there would be some new books to read. The more he read, the more his identification skill leveled up. Knowledge was power and this skill's level was an indicator of it. It's strange how that skill works. Why would general knowledge help me identify things I have never seen before? He left through the main gate again. This time he flashed the guards his new adventurer's card and was let out without a problem. Okay, these are the farms that have been getting attacked. The goblins are probably somewhere in that forest. Goblins were creatures that lived in groups. They had a strength-based hierarchy structure similar to some human tribes. The strongest member was the tribe chief. The leader was mostly an evolved monster, either a goblin soldier or a goblin shaman that was more intelligent than his tribe. Counterparts. I sure hope it's not a hobgoblin though. I don't think I'd stand a chance. He wasn't planning on going too close to the monster base or doing a silly thing of clearing it out himself. No, he would just hunt some lone goblins in hopes of getting a free mana stone together with his kill. I should be careful. These goblins will probably be of a higher level than the ones they let me kill back at the Arden estate. Though they are still only goblins, even on higher levels they are quite weak. He checked his items again and then took out his short sword. He didn't bother to talk with the farmers and just went inside. The forest was densely packed with trees, but thanks to his smaller stature it wasn't too difficult to move around. This is when someone with a tracking class like a hunter would be helpful. He wandered through the forest while on his toes. He moved slowly while hiding behind the bushes and trees in hopes of getting the drop on the monsters. This proved to be the right choice as he spotted 2 goblins just lazing around by another large tree. There we go. If I only didn't need to chant this shit, level 3 and a level 4. Should be fine. He could whisper the chants while casting, but that lowered the spell's destructive power by a notch. It would be enough for these goblins though. His magic attack was quite high thanks to his high intelligence stat. Source of all magic, heed my call. While performing the incantation, Roland thought back to the time of his spell training. He did a couple of tests, mostly trying to somehow circumvent those chants and incantations. He tried gathering the mana around him and through this body with the help of his skills. It worked great all up to the moment of shaping the mana ball that would be the bolt. Right at the end it always evaporated into nothingness. It just didn't work unless he chanted while manipulating the magical energies. It was as if the spells required 2 passwords, one being the chant and the other shaping the mana required for the spell. Mana bolt. The mana bolt whizzed through the air and landed straight on the goblin's face. Roland wasn't sure why, but his aim was quite good. Maybe his dexterity had something to do with it. The other theory was the number of FPS games that he played in his previous life. The goblin's head flew backward as if hit by a bowling ball. The small creature fell back and against the tree, blood gushing from its wound as it slowly faded away into oblivion. You have gained 20 experience points. GGI? The other goblin looked at his companion with surprise in its eyes, but soon it realized what transpired. Roland charged out from his hiding place, short sword in hand, and ready to deliver a killing blow. The other monster was slow to react, but it looked towards the charging 10-year-old and gave out a high-pitched scream. It moved the club it was holding up into the air, bringing it down on its enemy while jumping right at him. You goblins are easy to read. Roland skillfully evaded the attack and just jabbed the pointy end of his short sword into the goblin's chest. The moment the attack landed, the monster gave out a wail and started thrashing about with its club in hand. The youth backed off, letting the monster tire itself out before delivering the finishing blow. You have gained 18 experience points. That's 2, not that hard. Roland looked down at the two defeated monsters. He was panting as the adrenaline pumped through his body. Through training and time, he had started getting accustomed to fighting monsters. From his perspective, a clear grasp of the situation during a fight outweighed pure stats. He pulled out his hunting knife and went for the ears, making sure to get the right one that the Adventurers Guild was asking for. He didn't feel any mana coming from these two dead bodies, which meant that they had no mana stones. This was one of the more useful uses of his mana sense skill. He could easily sense if a creature had or didn't have a mana stone in its body. Thanks to this he saved a lot of time. Wonder if how other people do it. Do they just butcher each monster to see if it's there? Maybe they have some detection items? He squatted down and looked at the monster bodies. Their weapons were just wooden clubs and they had no armor whatsoever. He wouldn't be able to sell anything off them. I don't think anyone would buy stained loincloths. I should probably. His body jerked to the side suddenly, just in time to dodge an incoming wooden spear that came flying in his direction. He brought out his sword to defend himself and saw two other goblins charging at him. Did the screams from these two alert the others? He had miscalculated and remained here for too long. He was used to killing monsters at a safe location, but these creatures were tribal. When one of them fell, the others would come to help. The high-pitched battle cries that these little monsters gave out were to signal their allies. Shit. He didn't think that he'd lose to these two, but there could be more coming. He couldn't stay in this location for long, and his magic bolt spell that he used as a surprise tactic was a one-time thing before the battle. He couldn't use it while running either. If he panted during chanting, the spell would collapse. He ducked for the bushes on the side while the two angry green men chased after him. He wasn't sure how their tracking skills were, but they shouldn't be all that great. He was also faster than the two buggers. If he gained enough space, he might have been able to recast his spell. This class isn't good for solo leveling. He found himself running away just to stop and chant his incantation. When one of the goblins arrived before him, he would send a mana bolt spell right at their face. He wasn't concerned about being quiet anymore either, so his spells were packing a lot more this time around. This had the adverse effect of alerting more goblins to his location. Mana bolt. You have gained 19 experience points. Another goblin fell. The mana bolt came from somewhere up in the trees. The other green midget didn't know where the enemy was. He looked and looked only to hear a human's voice echo through the tightly packed forest. Mana bolt, you little shit. You have gained 15 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. The goblin chest exploded as a large ball of mana energy pierced through it. Roland was sitting on top of a tree and just chucking his spells at the dumb goblins. After ruing away for an hour, he decided to climb up a tree. Luckily, these monsters weren't too bright. Think that was the last one of them. Glad I have this climbing and sneaking skill unlocked. He used a new tactic of just hiding up in the trees and waiting for the goblins to arrive. He delivered sure hit kills from distance and disappeared the moment another monster appeared. Thanks to his sneaking skill, the enemy monster had a hard time finding him before they could react. They were hit by dense mana bolts. After waiting it out for 10 minutes, he finally decided to slide down the large tree he was hiding in. He hopped down and sneaked over to the blast zone. 5 dead goblin bodies were there. He had leveled up from killing all these goblins, and there were even some scattered bodies that he left behind while running away. I don't think it would be smart to go back for those. He grabbed the 5 ears from this group and even managed to nab a mana stone from one of them. He was tired and had wandered a bit too far into the forest area. This was the time for a tactical retreat. This is enough for today. I should go report and get my money, then take a bath. Roland's first day as an adventurer ended. He managed to return to the Adventurers Guild without a problem, and the guards didn't bother him either. The same lady that gave him the card was surprised to see him at the end of the day, and with 7 goblin ears to boot. With this, he had earned 35 large copper coins from the monster subjugation quest. The tiny mana stone he acquired went for 4 small silver coins each. He had 2 more back from his training days. With this, he was 155 large copper coins richer. I can do this. The stronger I get, the more money I will earn. I'm not going back to that log cabin, or that stinky noble house. Roland clenched his fist tightly while looking at his coin pouch. He finally saw some light at the end of the tunnel. If he worked hard, he would be able to level up his class, gain money, and later achieve his goal of independence. Chapter 10: Forming a Party. A bunch of small, green, humanoid-looking creatures were shouting at each other. One of them was holding a large piece of meat that used to be a leg of some kind of boar. They gritted their teeth at each other until a larger goblin that had a darker tint of green appeared. The smaller ones covered as the meaner-looking goblin swiped away the large piece of meat for himself. It shouted something out and opened its large mouth. The teeth looked yellow and quite sharp. Before the monster could have its feast, something odd happened. A strange sound of something whizzing was heard by some of the goblins, but at that point, it was too late. A glowing blue arrow shot out of the trees and embedded itself into the larger goblin's neck. It had enough penetrating power to pierce right through. The tip was even poking out on the other side. The arrow made from blue energy fizzled out into nothingness soon after. The monster gurgled while not knowing what had happened. It could only flail its arms around before suffering from hemorrhage. Soon enough it passed out and died. The larger goblin's comrades started shouting and panicking, not knowing why their leader had died just like that. About 100 meters away up in a large tree was Roland. He was already chanting another spell while pointing with his finger at the next victim. Mana arrow. Another blue arrow shot through the air towards the small goblin encampment. Roland had scouted it out after spending quite a bit of time hunting the goblins in this forest. The second mana arrow landed on the next enemy and he heard the female voice announcing that he had gained experience. I managed to get the leader on the first try, the rest are just small fries. Time to finish this up. He took his time finishing up the goblins from a safe spot. He descended only when the enemy numbers dwindled enough for him to engage them in melee range. The normal goblins didn't pose much of a threat to him at this point and he knew their attacking patterns by heart. Now he just needed to pick up the loot and head back. The only problem was that he had to go to the Adventurers Guild again. The Adventurers Guild was bustling with people. There were various people of various races coming in and out of the building. Dwarfs, elves, you name it. There were even people with animal ears. Quite a bit of those people were focused on a small robed youth. This youth had garnered some fame for the past 3 months he had arrived in this town. Hey, it's the little goblin slayer. Did he wipe out a nest? I think he even managed to get a shaman last time. The people from the side gossiped while looking at Roland. He was one of the rising rookies here, mostly due to having a knack for killing goblins. Most of the adventurers didn't bother with those, they were busy with dungeon exploration that had more to offer than pesky goblins. Roland grumbled while trying to cover his face with the new robe that he bought. He didn't like the attention and didn't like to stick out. I've earned a strange title, it's even in my status now. Goblin Hunter Title. A person with this title is feared by goblins alike. Goblins might suffer a fear debuff while fighting with a person with this title, works only on goblins below the title holder's level. Might suffer, so it's just a random effect. Titles like this could be earned by hunting monsters. There were various levels of titles and some even gave bonuses to attack or defense. Roland took his money and left the Adventurers Guild while the other guild members laughed and cheered. For some reason, he had become some kind of mascot to these adventures. They would shout out "Little Goblin Slayer" the moment they saw him, which started to annoy him. Whenever he shouted back, they would just laugh at him and egg him on even more. Treating me like a kid. He entered the inn he was staying at. This was the same one that he ate his first meal at. After going through the whole city, this one was the one most in his price range. He had rented one of the rooms upstairs for himself and was staying here for the time being. He was already high up with his levels thanks to the constant monster hunting. Roland glanced at his stats while eating some beef jerky. Name, Roland Arden Mage L20. HP 289/289. MP 1304/1304. SP 368/368. Strength 21. Agility 25. Dexterity 36. Vitality 22. Endurance 23. Intelligence 72. Willpower 50. Charisma 11. Luck 6. He also looked at the spells that he knew how to cast. He had made some progress there too. Mana Bolt L7 spell, a focused bolt of mana energy that deals mana damage to one target. The damage done depends on the user's intelligence. Mana Arrow L5 spell, an arrow made purely from mana, has increased speed and penetrative power compared to the Mana Bolt spell. Mana Shield L3 spell, a mana shield that shields the caster or their allies from harm. Ember L6 spell, by causing friction with mana the caster can create a small fire. Mana Hands L5 spell, the caster can create hands made from mana, the weight, and distance this spell can be used for is dependent on the intelligence stat. He had gained access to these spells mostly by leveling up. It was a strange thing, after he attained a certain level the game-like system would give him a prompt that he had learned a spell. The knowledge of how to cast it would somehow be inserted into his brain. He would instantly know the incantation and how to construct the spell with his mana. This wasn't the only way you got spells. You could learn some yourself, some people could even create them. The classes offered a limited array of spells that they could use. If he wanted more, he would have to experiment himself or buy some magic books that would explain the spell process to him. His mage class came equipped with 3 basic spells: Mana Bolt, Mana Arrow, and Mana Shield. He had learned the Ember and Mana Hands spell thanks to a book he had previously obtained at the Arden Estate. Spellbooks were extremely costly, so he was only able to get some rudimentary knowledge. The whole process of spell casting was hard to explain. The mage had to guide the mana outwards in a certain sequence while focusing on the spell formula. This spell formula was also called a spell circle. The mage had to perfectly imagine the spell circle while at the same time shaping the mana and chanting in sequence. This was quite the hard process that didn't allow for any of the steps to fail, otherwise, the spell would sizzle out. Luckily, the Tier 1 spells were quite easy to master. The spell circles were just basic symbols and didn't take much brainpower to produce. This is why it was important to have a high intelligence stat that helped the caster with visualizing and recalling the spell circles. The Tier 2 classes and above were apparently even harder to work with. Higher tier spells required larger circles and even longer incantations, but this was where skills came into play as they lowered the strain on the caster's mind if he trained them. I gain experience by leveling up my spells too. The more I use them, the stronger they become, and the faster I can do the chants. In this world, you garnered experience not only from killing monsters. You also gained it by leveling up your skills and abilities. When he managed to push his Mana Bolt spell to the next level, he received a pop-up window with the experience. It was a lot more than what he was getting from killing monsters. You could even level up by creating items if you were a crafting class. I'm almost through with my first class. Which of the two should I pick first, the blacksmith or the scribe one? The closer he got to L25, the more he deliberated. He was leaning towards picking the scribe first as it was closer to the mage class. He would be ditching his magic skill tree soon, so he wanted to be done with it. If he switched to something like a blacksmith that had nothing to do with magic, he felt like it would be harder to get past this scroll-making class. Yeah, think that would be the better one to start out with. Probably easier too. Roland nodded while thinking back to a certain scene. That man was sitting there again. He had been here for 3 months already. By slaying the goblins and getting some mana stones from their bodies, he was able to get by on his own. This was probably something the Baron didn't take into account. At some point, he noticed that there was a certain man constantly watching him whenever he was in town. He is probably a guard sent by Daddy Dearest. I'm not sure if I should be happy that he cares, or afraid that they might drag me back home, and I'd just gotten used to this place. I might have to change locations. This was another thing on his agenda, leaving the city and setting out on his own. He was feeling good with himself. Fighting so many goblins every day had given him a slight confidence boost in his abilities. He feared that he would be dragged back. He was still a noble child and the adults could easily overpower him if they wanted to. Well, not like that guy is even doing his job right. Even I managed to spot him with no problem. The man tailing him was quite bad at it. He only kept an eye on him during the day and while he was in the city. He never followed him into the goblin-infested forest. Roland theorized that the people at the Arden Estate didn't want to spend too much coin on his tail, so they ended up with an incompetent one. He was even passed out drunk that one day when I came back. Wish my job was so easy. Roland had already chosen his next destination. This town he was in wasn't really suited for his needs. He was aiming to be a mostly crafting-oriented class. This city didn't really have that. It was a place for adventurers and had a dungeon, but there weren't really many places where you could learn a smithing profession. Most of the goods were shipped over from other cities that were closer to mines. The people working at those professions didn't like living next to an active dungeon. The monster-infested areas like the forest Roland used for grinding didn't help either. Yeah, the best city for me now would be Edelgard. It has the facilities that I need, and if I have a crafting class I can get an apprenticeship. Roland was already bumbling around with his mage class. He felt like he would know many more spells if he was at some sort of academy and had a teacher. He didn't want to get hired by some second-rate blacksmith and spend years on leveling up. You could actually just level up by creating items, but he wasn't sure of the logistics of that quite yet. I can learn both of those at that city. It's renowned for its crafting classes, just need to get those 5 levels up. On the next day, Roland headed out once more. Even though he had killed many goblins, the pay wasn't all that great. His leather armor was getting worn down and he had to have his sword repaired. While grumbling to himself, he moved towards the notice board, his eyes going to the iron-class job offers. I don't see any goblin notices. Did I get them all? Maybe they run away deeper into the forest? He was known as the Goblin Slayer for a reason. He had cleared out quite an amount of nests in these past 3 months. He mostly used guerrilla tactics of luring a small group out for slaughter. He used the tall trees and thick bushes to his advantage and even managed to level up some of his basic skills to normal ones. While Roland was contemplating his next move, a person moved over to him. The voice seemed to belong to a girl. Excuse me, aren't you who they call the Little Goblin Slayer? Roland frowned instantly. He wasn't sure why, but that nickname ticked him off. The person who asked him was a red-haired girl. From the looks of her gear, she was an archer. Roland looked at her from top to bottom, coming to the conclusion that she was probably a young adventurer in her mid-teens. I guess that's what people call me around here. My name is Roland though. He responded while grumbling slightly. The girl smiled and then continued with the conversation. Great. It's rumored that you are a mage in training, is that true? Roland raised his eyebrow and kind of figured out where this was going. The girl didn't look dangerous or nefarious, so he just nodded. He could also ask the guild staff about any other adventurers if it was required. Yes. Here is the deal, our party is missing one person right now. We could use someone for the backline. The girl pointed to 2 other people that were standing in the back. With the archer, they would make a group of 3, which was slightly small for a full party. From what Roland could see beside the red-haired girl he was talking with, there was a warrior with a shield and what looked to be someone who used daggers, either a thief or scout. The only peculiar thing about this was that all of them were female. Oh? Are you heading into the dungeon? The girl nodded. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary. People constantly formed new parties or exchanged members with others. Yes, we will of course do an even split, 4 ways. He wanted to rub his chin to think. He was running low on monsters to kill and he wasn't allowed to go into the dungeon by himself with how low his rank was. This group consisted of young girls that weren't probably much stronger than him, but he could very much use the help. He didn't really have a reason to refuse. He could also ask the guild staff about these 3, and if they weren't shady later on, then decline if they were fishy. Are you sure? I'm still just on my first class. The red-haired girl smiled and tapped him on the shoulder. No need to worry, we just need some backline support and you are quite famous around here. No need to be afraid, these big sister will protect you if something happens. He twitched a bit. He almost forgot that he was a 10-year-old here and looked like a little brat with some baby fat on his face. For the time being, he nodded, and he and the red-haired girl moved over to the other 2. The warrior woman was clearly from the Goliath race. She was 2 meters tall and was quite muscular. Her skin was brown in tone and her nose looked like it was squished back by a brick. The other girl was slightly taller than he was, at about 160 centimeters. The moment he walked up, he noticed the large animal ears coming out from the top of her head along with a bushy white tail in the back. Her hair was gray and her eyes reminded him of a wolf. She was wearing leather armor and had 2 long daggers strapped to her side, indicating that she was probably primed more for agility. The last girl was the redhead. She was taller than the previous girl at about 170 centimeters. She was wearing a really tight uniform. Around her chest was some kind of belt, probably to connect a quiver to. He is so tiny, you sure he can handle this, Rebecca? The large warrior girl looked at Roland while leaning down, her mouth showing off those pearly whites as she grinned. Hey, don't scare him, Sahilder. I had enough trouble convincing him to come here. The third wolf girl didn't say much. she just gave him a glance and then sat down at the nearby table behind them. Ah, let me introduce you. The large dumb one here is Sahilde, the quiet one back there is Reina, and my name is Rebecca, you can just call me Becky. The three were peculiar looking, but they had some charm to them. They all sat down by the table and started chatting. So, our fourth party member had left out party, and I think you would be the perfect fit, Becky proclaimed while looking at Roland with sparkling eyes. Ha, you mean she left us hanging and run away with some guy, that damn harlot? Replied Sahilde while smirking to the side. For some reason she looked like she wanted to give Roland a tug on his cheeks. The third lady remained silent while munching on a chicken leg. Is that so? Well, I don't have a reason to refuse. Saw you looking at the notice board, run out of the gobos, huh? Little goblin slayer. Please don't call me that. Roland groaned while the girls smirked at each other. Before we proceed, I need to ask, is there any reason why your party only has women? Roland asked while Sahilde was the one to reply. That's easy, we just don't trust men, they always try to start something during the night camps. Hey, does this brat even know what I'm talking about? The woman made a circle with her hand and index finger and then started sticking another finger through it, in and out it went. She only stopped after Becky gave her a glare. Roland deadpanned at the explanation. He looked at the three but wasn't all that attracted to them. It was probably due to his mental age being at 30, these girls looked to be 16 and weren't really in his striking range. He was also stuck in the body of a 10-year-old, so that was also a factor. But I'm also a man? Roland replied while the girls looked at him. They promptly burst out in laughter. What are you, like 11 or 12? Don't think you will be making any night visits anytime soon. Becky moved her hand over her mouth while trying not to laugh. So they don't want to form parties with men as they try to climb into their beds at night? I'm 10, so they feel confident that I won't try to start anything. Seems logical. 12, sure, let's go with that. Ho, so mysterious, you're not 11, are ya? No, I'm 12. Are you sure? Do you even have hair down there? This is sexual harassment, please stop. The group of girls started laughing while they continued to chat. Roland also discovered that all of them were on their second, Tier 1 class already. Most Tier 2 classes had that requirement, so this wasn't something odd. He remembered that most people didn't have the luxury of having their ascension right after their 10th birthday. There was also a slight experience gain debuff to the second Tier 1 class. It also depended on the type of class and what it gave you. Combat classes had the biggest debuffs while some lesser crafting classes could be leveled up the fastest, but they mostly gave subpar stats after leveling. They decided that they would leave after everyone prepared. They would meet up at the city gates after an hour. Roland didn't need much, so he just filled up by eating some more at the inn. He also checked at the guild and got the okay. The girls were a reputable party. The next destination would be the dungeon. Chapter 11, Dungeon Exploring. A giant rat was standing and nibbling on some rotten meat. The creature was in some kind of corridor made of stone. Some torches to the sides were lighting the whole place up. Suddenly the creature perked up. It noticed something in the distance and gave out a high-pitched wail. Mana arrow. The creature couldn't close its mouth in time as a blue arrow made from energy pierced it. It came out on the other side and connected with the wall before evaporating into the ether. A group of 4 people walked up. In the front was a large muscular woman with brownish skin. She wasn't wearing a lot of protection, but her body looked like a marble statue. She was quite muscular and her abdominal muscles were popping out for others to see. Right next to her was a white-haired girl with pointy wolf ears. She was holding onto 2 long daggers, and as she walked you could see a bushy white tail following after. She was much shorter than the large person in the front, which made her stick out when the two walked side by side. In the back, there was a redhead wearing some brown leather armor and a bow over her shoulder. She had a full quiver of arrows and was just following after the other 2 girls in the front. Right next to her was the shortest member of the party, a young-looking boy with brown hair and green eyes. Named Roland. He was getting patted on the shoulder by this bow lady that had a broad grin plastered over her face. Nice hit there, kid, took that rat out in one go. This was the new party that Roland was part of, and today was the first day of their dungeon expedition. This was just the entrance area, so the girls wanted to see what he could do. He decided to use his spell that had the most punching power. It used up more mana than the basic mana bolt spell and needed a longer casting time. But thanks to his mana reserves and high intelligence, this wasn't a problem. His incantation skill was leveling up along with his spells, so they were getting progressively more powerful. It was only a low-level dungeon rat. That thing is weaker than a goblin, nothing to be happy about. Roland shrugged while the group walked. Think he is shy. The two talkative girls that were Rebecca and Sahildra laughed at the reply. Reyna remained vigilant and walked at the helm of the party. She had the scout class along with the thief class. Roland could have sworn that he saw her sniffing at the air. Is she really a wolf? Maybe just a hunting dog instead? The girl was part of the beast race. This race was divided into various tribes that mostly stayed separated from the other ones. There were various beast races, feline ones, ursines, and even ones that resembled lizards. Even those had variations in them, like people that were closer in appearance to lions and ones to tigers. Due to the varied appearance that this race had, it was hard for them to get along. It's your first time here, Roland. You might not know this, but this isn't really the dungeon area that adventurers like us explore. Roland looked at the corridor. It was wide to fit in a truck into it. They had been walking through a couple of those, which made him think that it would be one of those maze-like dungeons. This is why his eyes went wide as he saw light coming from afar when the group walked out. They came out into a wide open space that looked like a jungle forest. Welcome to the real dungeon. This is the first floor, Becky proclaimed while holding both her hands on her hips. The forest area was truly gigantic. There was even something akin to a sun above them. Roland didn't know what to say. He didn't expect this from what he had read. He only knew that these types of dungeons had floors or levels. He imagined them to be more of a maze of corridors with slightly larger rooms here and there, but here we had a giant space that probably was a couple of kilometers in width. This is the first level of the Carwin dungeon. It's called the Emerald Wilderness. This is the hunting grounds for the steel-ranked adventurers like us. The levels continue all the way to the 10th. On that level you have to beat the dungeon boss. Though you have to make an appointment with the guild and be lucky enough for no one else to steal it. Steal it? Roland asked while stepping into the first dungeon level. The ground and grass felt normal, like he was stepping onto a real forest, but he could feel that the mana here was a bit peculiar. Yes, the boss takes a whole week to respawn. Some strong adventurer parties or guilds will hog the boss room for resources. Oh, that makes sense. Roland replied, as that would probably be something that he would do. If it was like in games, the bosses probably dropped some rare items or materials. If you could hog those resources for yourself, you could make quite a bit of cash. It was natural for the ones on top to try and hog the resources for themselves. You're quite chatty today, Becky, showing off in front of our little goblin slayer here? The large lady smirked while pushing some bushes to the side as they continued walking. The wolf-like girl was still in the front sniffing at the air. The red-haired girl blushed a bit while glaring in the direction of her party member. Roland just chuckled while walking along with her. Hey, I'm just being a good senior adventurer here. Enemy. While they were talking, Roland heard an unfamiliar voice. It was coming from the front and belonged to the wolf girl party member. It sounded quite cute and high-pitched. It also had a tint of drowsiness to it, making her sound sleepy. So she can talk? Their tracker moved to the side while Sahildra moved to the front. She was holding a rather large two-handed hammer that probably weighed more than he did. Everyone got into their positions, which consisted of two girls in the front and him together with Becky in the back. Some bushes in the front started rustling, and soon enough a monster charged out, going straight for the nearest person. The monster looked like a large boar. It was much larger and more muscular than a regular boar. Its tusks were thicker and longer. It also had bone spikes coming out from its spine. It gave out a ferocious roar while charging at Sahildra. The large woman didn't falter as she grasped her hammer with both hands and managed to block the monster's path. The boar beast smacked into the hilt of the hammer. The girl that was holding it buckled under the weight and slid backward slightly. Her muscles bulged out and Roland could see her veins popping out as she kept the beast from moving forward. The others weren't passive. While the monster was busy with the party's warrior, a dagger plunged into its side. The moment the monster looked to the person inserting daggers into it, an arrow lodged itself into its eye. The finishing blow was delivered by a giant hammer that shattered the creature's skull into pieces. Its snout released a spray of crimson blood that coated the nearby bushes as the monster died. You have gained 5 experience points. The voice announced that he had gained some experience. You didn't need to directly kill a monster if you were in a party, the experience would be distributed among the party members. There was only one limit, the party members couldn't be too far apart in levels or tiers. A tier 1 person wouldn't get any XP if he was together in a party with a tier 2 person. This game-like world apparently had some contingencies against power leveling. Even if someone at tier 2 or tier 3 cut off the limbs of the monster and let someone of a lower tier perform the kill, that person wouldn't get any experience. It was as if the system knew how to distinguish between this. This was also why Roland also gained only 5 XP points this time. He didn't really do anything in this battle besides staring at the girls swing their weapons around. Due to this contribution system, people mostly partied up with others at the same tiers. I guess that I don't even get a turn, Roland said as the 3 girls quickly took care of the enemy in a matter of seconds. He looked at the dead body with his mana sense and pointed to a spot at the chest before speaking. It has a mana stone right there. The girls looked to the young boy and then to the monster. The wolf girl plunged her dagger into the spot he was pointing at and discovered that it was indeed there. See, I told you he would be useful, we can save so much time with this. Rebecca cheered while running up to Roland and giving him a hug. He felt some leather armor press into his face which didn't feel all that nice. The girl also didn't smell all that great, the hygiene in this world was only so-so. He just grumbled while his face was getting leather burn. He let the girl have her fun, at least he showed that he could be useful in other ways than combat. The mana stone was larger than the one that he found on the goblins, it was more comparable to one that a goblin leader would have. I guess the monsters here are stronger, supposedly it has something to do with the mana density in these dungeons. This wasn't the end of their work, the archer and wolf girl pulled out their knives and started working on the monster's remains. Roland just watched with interest. He mostly hunted goblins and the occasional wild boar, so he never really bothered with the bodies that much. These more experienced adventurers started disemboweling the core and taking things like the tusks and the spikes that it had on the back. These tusks and spikes we can sell later, they are used for some armors or alchemy ingredients, the leather can also be used. Becky said while cutting up the defeated beast, she had noticed that the youth was looking at the whole thing with attentiveness. We're not going to take the meat, are we? The girl shook her head at the question. No, this monster meat is quite tough, it would be hard to cook and it tastes like shit. Roland nodded as that did make a lot of sense, who would want to eat something like that? Still, some people ate monster meat. The meat from monsters wasn't toxic or anything, but was mostly hard to prepare due to the stats increasing the muscle density. They remained in one spot, the large lady along with Roland kept watching while the other 2 girls gathered the usable materials. After they were finished, Roland noticed that the wolf girl took out a black-looking bag. It wasn't that large and this was why he was surprised as the leather and tusks were shoved inside without a problem. Ha, first time seeing one? That's a special bag that has a storage magic enchantment on it, you can stuff so much in this bad boy. Rebecca looked quite smug as she looked at the bag, it was one of those spatial storage items that adventurers like to use. This one was painstakingly bought after a year of work by this party. Even after a year, the bag that the girls bought was quite small, the space inside was slightly below 2 cubic meters. I know about them, they are called spatial bags, or storage bags, just haven't seen one in a while. He had seen some of these types of bags at the noble house, he didn't have enough time to nab one though. They were always carried around by the servants of higher status. He was lucky enough to steal that class-up stone and didn't want to push his luck. How much does one like that go for? This one? We were lucky and we got it off a retiring adventurer, it was quite a steal for 5 small gold coins. The bigger ones can cost 10 times as much, even one like this mostly goes from 7 to 10 small gold coins. Roland nodded, as he also wanted to buy himself one of those for the future, but he didn't have nearly enough and was saving money for the future. The girls managed to get everything done within 10 minutes, those skillful knife slices must have been the work of high dexterity and some kind of skinning skill. The group moved further into the dungeon, they encountered more of the same-looking boars and this time around even Roland was able to chip in. The experience gained while actively participating was much higher. Source of all magic, heed my call. Let your strength be mine and protect which I deem worthy. Mana shield. A blue mana shield bubble appeared around the party's tank, aiding her in the defensive. The girls were a bit surprised, but the magic managed to stop the rampaging boar monster in its tracks again. The monster fell and Roland received his share of experience along with another mana stone that was embedded in a similar spot as before. The dungeon creatures sure have more mana stones than the ones outside. Roland thought while the girls gathered up the loot, their storage bag had filled up and now some of the leather was sticking out from it. It would be unwise if anyone from them carried an excess of things, so they decided to head back. So ended Roland's first day of partying with the girls. His gains were higher than what he was able to achieve as a solo show, and it was also a lot safer. He didn't need to carry anything on his own, and the frontline fighters protected him if something happened. The only problem that he had with this was that he would have to give up on this way of life sooner or later. He was still aiming for that cushy crafting job in the future as it was more promising money-wise. I didn't earn that much more than when I was solo hunting the goblins. This was also an uncertain way of earning your living. Sometimes more dangerous monsters could appear and you could just die like that. He was already lucky to have survived the goblin-infested forest on his own. Ishum, those girls don't seem so bad. They at least didn't try to rip the 10-year-old off. They also said that we would go down to the lower floor after I get used to their party dynamic. His new party was smart enough to not push ahead into the unknown with a new untrained party member. The red-haired party leader earned some brownie points with Roland thanks to this decision. They also divided all the money they had gained equally, and he didn't need to help out with the resource gathering process. He also didn't need to carry anything around beside his own gear thanks to the spatial bag that the girls had with them. Well, might as well enjoy this while it lasts. Hope the lower levels won't be too hard. Chapter 12, Hanging Out. Roland was looking at some coins on the table. The numbers hovering above them indicated the sum. It was a number above 100, which would put it above one large silver coin. He then looked at Bar Wench snatching that large sum, leaving 3 large pitchers of unidentified booze behind. There were already some bottles spread out that were open and half empty. What you looking at, Roland? Drink up! Sahilder shouted out while she herself grabbed one of the large pitchers and started drinking directly from it. Roland wasn't sure what kind of alcohol was in there, but it was dripping down this muscular woman's mouth and right onto the table. He had been doing business with the girls for a couple of weeks now, and they were having a little party at the local tavern. He had apparently gotten through the trial period, and they now wanted to go deeper into the dungeon with him. You sure you should be bringing a minor here? Roland narrowed his eyes at the 3 girls. Even though he was an older gentleman on the inside, on the outside he was a 10-year-old. His party members thought that he was slightly older, and apparently in this world after you obtained your first class, you were considered an adult. There was no such thing as an age cutoff for drinking, so they didn't see anything wrong with this situation. Minor? What's that? Is that some good liquor? Rebecca asked while pouring herself a tall glass of the alcoholic beverage, then chugging down on it. Roland was amazed at how well these 2 girls were handling their alcohol. Even if he thought back to his old college days, he couldn't recall anyone being this much of a binge drinker as these 2. I guess no one cares as long as they have the money for it. He grumbled under his nose, mostly saddened by the fact that he got peer-pressured into chipping in. He lost a whole 20 large copper coins that were worth close to 4 goblins. He suddenly felt someone's hand on his shoulder and spotted the third party member looking at him. It was Raina the wolf girl. Her face was all red and her wolf ears were twitching all over the place. She had an uncharacteristic shit-eating grin plastered all over her face. Ryan, what a dotine, drink with Bingshires. She was already quite drunk and pushing a glass of booze against his face. The moment he got a whiff of it, he almost gagged. How can these people drink this? He started pushing the white wolf girl away with both his hands, but the stat difference started getting apparent as she didn't budge from her spot. You sure are chatty today. He bobbed and weaved while trying to evade the smelly cup of alcohol. The wolf girl was quite persistent with her assaults. The other 2 just watched and laughed from the side. Dis is a root of passage. Drewing kapu. She jabbed her finger into Roland's side, which made him open up his mouth. The wolf girl's eyes shone in a golden hue as she skillfully deposited the beverage into his gullet. At least that's how it looked like from her perspective. In reality, she just splashed the whole thing onto the young boy's face. Roland closed his eyes and spit most of the alcohol out, but some made its way down his throat. It had a familiar cheap taste and also he could feel it burning his throat. Bah, this is badly distilled booze. He was a drinker as any college student, but after one night of heavy drinking, he had sworn never to drink again. He had a criminally weak stomach and had to suffer each day after such events, so he had decided to just stop. Sahildra and Rebecca decided to join in on the fun. They held him tightly and forced more alcohol down his mouth. The two watched the liquid slide down one of the bottles as the boy chugged. Hick. Drink up, boy, men have to be able to hold their liquor. Hick. Basic alcohol resistance gained. The rest of the night was a blur. He remembered vomiting quite a bit while dancing with his shirt off on the tavern table. Some other people were cheering him on while shouting out his Goblin Slayer nickname. He woke up on the other day in an unfamiliar room at some inn. He was with the rest of his party members that were passed out. His head was killing him along with his back as he spent the night face down on the hard wooden floor while the girls were sharing one bed together. Oof, my head, erp. He held his hand over his mouth and bolted out of the room. He managed to run outside the inn door and then instantly vomited again. The people just gave him some side glances as this wasn't anything out of the ordinary. I need to get out of this city before those 3 idiots kill me. He wiped his mouth with his forearm and dragged his body back into the inn. This one wasn't the one that he was using, so he concluded that his female party members must have dragged him here. He couldn't recall much from what happened last night. He got drunk rather fast and it didn't take long for him to lose it. Guess I have a weak stomach in this new body too. He returned to the room that his 3 friends were. He was greeted to a funny sight of the 2 smaller girls sprawled out under the taller girl. Her feet were placed on the faces of Rebecca and Reina. She herself had her head dropped down at the edge of the bed that was too short to contain her whole height. He had a vacant expression on his face while looking at his 3 smelly party members. Man, they are even snoring. Roland didn't drink all that much and passed out fast. His party members continued drinking into the night. This was why they were still passed out while he himself was already on his feet. Roland's image of how girls were cute and beautiful creatures was shattered this day. The smell in this room was also something to remember. He grabbed his clothes and removed himself from the room. He needed to drink some water. There were also special potions to alleviate hangovers. He was just too stingy to buy it and would rather use the money for something else. He returned to his own inn and flopped on his bed, still hungover. He had noticed that he had gained alcohol resistance, which made him think that he could probably get some other resistances in a similar way. Do I really want to eat poison to get more resistance? The first thought was to eat some mild poison and get that. Having poison resistance could prove quite handy, but he wasn't in a safe enough place to test this out. He also would need to spend some cash on poison cures if he ever attempted it. He tried resting after drinking some water, but his stomach was still rumbling. He and the girls were supposed to head into the lower floors of the dungeon this day, but from his standpoint that would have to wait till the next day. To his surprise, he heard a knock on his door followed by the voice of the party leader, Becky. Hey, Roland, why didn't you come to the Adventurers Guild? We were supposed to meet up half an hour ago. The girl burst into the room looking just fine. She didn't look like someone that had drunk herself to sleep the night before. They were going to meet up, but he had thought that the small expedition would be put on hold. The girls had other plans apparently. After getting forced to get into his armor and robe, he was yanked outside and carried over like a sack of potatoes to the dungeon entrance by Sahildra. He theorized that the 3 females had built up alcohol resistance over the years and made a full recovery the next day. You need to learn how to hold your liquor, Roland. Don't worry, big sis will teach you. Sahildra smacked her chest with gusto while grinning at the smaller boy. Roland just shook his head side to side before grasping it with his hand as he still had a mild headache. I'd rather not, Owlette, let's just get this over with, ugh. Don't worry, you'll sweat it out in no time. Rebecca smacked Roland's back while they headed inside the dungeon. The boy almost keeled over from the force behind it. The long corridor was infested with some rats that were quickly dispatched or they just run away. Inside the first level, they followed a route that they had been taking for the past week. It was very rare to encounter more than one monster at a time on this level, and the large boar monster was the only type that roamed this jungle forest. Mana arrow. An arrow of mana flew and collided with the monster boar's side. It lodged itself into the flesh and caused the beast to wail in pain. Even though his aim was a bit off, the creature didn't pose any threat to them and they defeated it in a matter of moments. Feeling good about themselves, the group headed down to the second floor entrance. They were greeted by a large gate and stairs leading down. The stairs were 5 meters in width and everyone could walk side by side. Want to hear something interesting, Roland? He just nodded at the redhead leader while they walked down. He was starting to feel slightly better after moving now. For some reason, the monsters can't enter these stairs that separate the levels. If you ever need to run, be sure to head for the stairs and wait for us. The youth nodded while looking at the corridor. The torches lit up the area to the next level. Roland was wondering if they were magical in nature as he didn't think anyone replaced them. They didn't meet any other adventurer party on the way to the second level and it wasn't any different than the first floor as it was also a forest area. This floor is similar to the first, but the probability of more monsters appearing together is higher. While talking, Roland noticed that Reina raised her hand. The party stopped and pulled out their weapons while waiting. The girl sniffed at the air and then pointed to a nearby tree. 2, 1 there, and 1 over there, she said in a monotone voice while Rebecca nodded. She turned to Roland and while pointing to the left side. He nodded and started chanting his magic bolt spell at the enemy that was on the right. He tried pinpointing the position of the monster as he could see something green and slimy wiggling on the branch he was looking at. Mana bolt. The ball of condensed mana flew at the enemy and exploded after meeting its target. Roland saw the thing that he was aiming at exploding into chunks. The creature on the left side suffered a similar fate by receiving an arrow to the face. The two monsters slipped from the branches and Roland could finally see what they were. Big spiky caterpillars? He looked at the corpse while using his identification skill. It gave him the creature's name, that was Needleworm. The large caterpillar-looking monster was filled with spikes and the mouthpart had some nice chompers. The blood that these creatures had was apparently green and the smell was also very interesting. Good going, those buggers like to hide and then throw themselves at you with their spiky heads. They also smell like Sahildra's armpits. Rebecca chuckled while looking at her party member that shook her large fist at her from the side. My armpits do not smell. She narrowed her eyes at Becky and gave her pits a good whiff. She grimaced and looked back at the red-haired girl that was grinning from the side with an "I told you so" look. The girl spread out and went material gathering as everyone got back to work. These bugs were apparently one-trick ponies and could only fling themselves at you headfirst. Roland pointed out that one of them had a mana stone while thinking. This type of monster could prove troublesome if it managed to attack while they were busy with one of those boar types. I guess this isn't a lower floor for nothing. He glanced at the bugs again. They weren't very resilient and could probably be taken out with his short sword. The problem was that they were leaf green and blended with the forest, which made them troublesome to spot. He glanced at the wolf girl and realized the importance of someone who could spot the monsters before the battle started. A scout might be even more important in the party than a mage. What good is firepower if you get shanked in the back? This mana stone is tiny, Roland thought while looking at the wolf girl pocket the small mana stone into the spatial bag. The expedition continued. Thanks to Reina that proved to be the MVP of this dungeon run, they managed to slay every monster with low to moderate difficulty. If there were too many of those needleworms in one spot, they would just evade them. The party roamed around the second floor for a while before their spatial bag got filled up with monster materials and herbs. They were standing at the entrance of the third floor, the girls wondering if they should proceed. If we had another spatial bag we could visit the next floor, but we are already full. Those monster spikes don't even sell that well. The large muscular lady pouted while holding her large hammer over her shoulder. You probably just want to test out that hammer of yours on the werebores, don't you? Rebecca said while narrowing her eyes at Sahildra. New hammer? Werebores? Roland looked at Sahildra's hammer. He did notice that it was different than the last one, but didn't she already swing it against some of the regular boars? Yes, look at this baby, it has runic enchantments. I spent my monthly savings on this. The large lady hugged her battle hammer like she would a lover and even gave the square hammer part a large smooch. Roland cringed a bit at the display of affection before asking. Oh, it has a runic enchantment? I read that those let you perform some spells. The girls looked at their young companion. The boy's eyes looked a bit wider and he looked interested in the weapon as he was inching forward. The large lady didn't mind and presented the large weapon towards the youth. He noticed that the metallic hammer part did have some strange symbol engraved into it. It has a lesser impact rune. I bet I can make a wereboar's head explode with it. See, Roland understands how badass this baby is. Rebecca rolled her eyes at the display while watching Roland touching the part where the rune was engraved. The boy's gaze seemed vacant, as if he was really enamored with the weapon, just like his warrior companion. This wasn't the case though. Roland felt like something was drawing him in, his eyes shone momentarily and he could feel a strange attraction to the strange-looking magic symbol. He could see some glowing lines appearing out of nowhere and going in various directions. These glowing lines of light went through the entire rune and they looked familiar. Before he could examine it any further though, the wolf girl called out that some monsters appeared. Roland felt like he was close to discovering something important. This would have to wait though, as his life was more important. The monsters that appeared weren't anything new, just two of the same spiky boar variant. I don't think that Meathead will lend me that weapon to investigate. Maybe I need to start saving up. The battle soon ensued. Roland's mind was preoccupied with the future though. He was close to reaching his cap and then he would need to decide on his next class. Chapter 13: Forgotten Problems. More time had passed. Roland felt like his adventure was slowly coming to an end, as after about half a year he had hit his level cap. Their adventurer party had ventured to the 3rd floor of the dungeon. They decided on not moving past this level as the monster attacks began to be more vicious and troublesome. The monster types increased, and with those the defensive tactics had to be changed. They couldn't just keep doing the same thing over and over again. The strongest monsters around that level were the wereboars. They were creatures with gorilla-like bodies and the head of a boar. Roland also finally saw Sahilder's large magical hammer at work. The rune was activated by her mana, and when she connected with the target a small explosion would occur. If she timed it well, it was able to take out a wereboar in one hit, or at least incapacitate it. The problem was that it required a lot of mana that a warrior class didn't have much of. I guess a weapon like that is situational, have to make it count, unless you have enough mana to spam it constantly. Roland was sitting in the room that he had rented while thinking to himself. The candlelight danced around while the youth was looking at a piece of paper. He had a quill in his hand and he dipped it into some ink. His digits moved smoothly as he started writing on the parchment. The words came out clear and the penmanship was satisfactory. Basic calligraphy L9 reached. He heard the familiar voice of the system and he gave out a sigh. He almost threw his quill to the side. His fingers were a bit cramped up from the hours of writing he forced himself to do. Finally, this took way too long. He looked at the stack of papers on his table. There were no comfy cushioned chairs here, the light was dim and the room was windy and cold. He had spent months writing down characters over and over again before going to sleep, just to get this darn calligraphy skill up to level 9, as it was the requirement for the new class. Ugh. I'm afraid that this will be how my life looks from now on. He closed his eyes and rubbed the space between the eyebrows and his nose that was called the glabella. He looked up to the ceiling and watched the shadows dance around while the candlelight was pushed around by the wind in his room. I'll have to tell them sooner or later. He thought to his party of misfits. He had spent some quality time with those 3 girls and they were slowly growing on him. He knew that his stay in this city would be temporary and he needed to move on. The place to train his crafting classes wasn't here. He wouldn't be able to sell his spell scrolls here that well either. He did his research and no one would buy anything from a no-name like him. He needed to attach himself to some well-established company. Plus you needed to actually pay for a permit to sell, which cost quite the penny. I wonder if they will force me to sign a contract or something. Could always try peddling at the market, not. He shook his head while imagining sitting on a rug and trying to sell some mana arrow spell scrolls for the whole day. He placed his coin sack on the table and let the system count the coins. Not nearly enough. He started out well, he was making enough coin to even save up. Later on, the repairing costs came biting him back with a vengeance. His short sword didn't last past the 5th month and his leather armor was already broken in a couple of places. He had to replace his boots and other various things. Adventuring as a bronze or steel grade adventurer wasn't a high-paying job. From what he had gathered, he wouldn't really start earning more until he became a silver rank. At that rank the better paying jobs opened up. The requirement was having a tier 2 class though, so that was still a long way off. Bronze and steel is for tier 1 classes, silver and gold for tier 2. from Platinum start the Tier 3 classes. Adventurers mostly ended up at the silver rank. If you managed to get yourself into gold, you were considered slightly above average. Anything past Platinum was considered the elite and veterans. The number of adventurers at the highest class could apparently be counted on one hand. Those were the true titans of the industry. Even countries or empires would have to bow their head to individuals at that level. Adamantium, huh? Do you need to be Tier 4 or 5 for that? I should probably forget about that. Roland had slowly steeled his heart about becoming a craftsman. He had fun with his new party, and fighting monsters was less boring than writing scrolls, but it was also a lot more dangerous. He didn't delude himself into thinking that he could come out in one piece every time. He could see adventurers dying in various ways. This was a serious and dangerous profession. Becoming a smith, earning some coin, and then finding a nice voluptuous wife, sounds like the plan for me. You don't earn as much experience as a crafting class while fighting monsters either. Roland rubbed his chin while looking at his stats. Name, Roland Arden Mage L25. HP 328/328. MP 1483/1483. SP 419/419. Strength 25. Agility 28. Dexterity 40. Vitality 25. Endurance 26. Intelligence 80. Willpower 57. Charisma 12. Luck 6. My mana stat is still stupidly high. I guess I'll be able to create a lot of spell scrolls a day. Read that the more mana you infuse into the writing, the stronger the spell will be. First I need to change my class though. Still think I should buy an item with a rune. He asked Sahildra about lending him that large hammer of hers. The woman didn't want to give it up, saying that she would only lend it to him if he beat her in arm wrestling or in drinking. He gave up after the first try. He had no way of winning in either situation, so he didn't even try. He knew that the woman was only teasing him and would probably give it up if he asked enough. He looked at some more runes afterward, but he needed more time to experiment. He decided to get an item for himself, one that he could disassemble. This wasn't something he could investigate in a short span of time. He bothered the girls about helping him find the cheapest item with a runic enchantment. For some reason, he didn't get the same feeling when glancing on items that didn't have runic enchantments but instead the regular ones. The normal ones were cheaper but were considered weaker. They also covered more surface area on the items, so you couldn't place as many of them on one. He was hesitating as he didn't want to just blow his hard-earned cash on a useless item. His curiosity was piqued though. He needed to examine a runic object. He had just enough to get a knife with a lesser rune of sharpness. It was an item that would be the most useful of the ones he could afford. He nodded to himself while thinking about his adventurer work. I shouldn't go to the dungeon before changing my class. I'll lose out on a big chunk of my experience. Just like before the Ascension ritual, his experience would somewhat be saved over, but only to a certain point. In the long run, it would be a big loss in experience points, so he needed to change his class fast. I'll go to that log cabin in the morning, then buy that knife. Roland blew out his candle and went to sleep. The next day he got up early morning and was sure to eat breakfast before going out. He got used to the gruel that was served here. The bar lady even started improving on her recipe. The older lady gave him a wink after he finished up eating and even offered him some free water to wash it down with. Heading out early in the morning, boy? Roland looked at the woman. Her name was Hilda and the bartender that was her husband was named Boris. He had been living in this inn for close to half a year now and knew them well. He managed to haggle the price down a bit. People that stayed longer and paid monthly were graciously allowed a 5% discount. Something like that. Have to visit the Westwoods for something. I'll probably be back in a couple of hours. The lady nodded while cleaning up. He didn't waste any more time as he headed out. He passed by the gate guards that knew him well by this point. The two gave him a nod while he was passing by. He looked at some carriages that were lined up at the entrance and walked past them. His next destination was the log cabin in the woods. Unbeknownst to him, a certain person was watching. The figure walked past the gate guards and watched from afar as the boy disappeared into the distance. The person clenched his fist while looking down to the ground as if he was deliberating on something. He soon left not long after. Should I run there? My running skills leveled up past the basic ones. He deliberated but felt kind of lazy, so he decided on walking instead. He would get there within an hour, so it wasn't that bad. His basic skills were now able to level up to the regular versions. He even received a free stat point here and there after they evolved. Skills like basic sneaking would raise his agility, while basic swordsmanship his strength. He hadn't been on this path in a while, but thanks to his high intelligence stat his memory was great. He remembered to follow the dirt road and even recalled that day while he was sitting in that carriage. Heh, I thought that guy wanted to murder me at that time. He laughed to himself while moving forward. When he arrived, he was greeted by the same log cabin. It looked even worse than he remembered. There was clearly no one taking care of it. Man, why would you leave a kid here alone? He crossed his arms over one another while thinking back to his family days. He wondered if they even remembered that he was living here. He didn't think that his siblings would care much about him. They avoided each other like the plague back in the day. He was glad that they all left after attaining their classes and only came back sporadically to the mansion. What was his plan anyway? Well, I should probably get my things and get back, no use staying here. He didn't leave anything inside of the log cabin as he had carried everything over to the inn within the first couple of days of him moving. He entered the wooden house. The wooden door creaked open. I'm sure there was one here. Ah, there it is. He grabbed a rusted shovel. It was in the same place that he had left it. This place looked abandoned, didn't look like even bandits would ransack it. There were just old rusty pots and pans left here. The dust had piled up and made Roland think that no one besides him had visited this place in a long time. He glanced at the cabin one last time before leaving and heading into the woods to get to his hiding place. It didn't take him long to find the tree he hid it next to. Doesn't look like anyone did any digging. I guess it was the right thing to do. He hesitated about taking the class change stones sooner. They were quite costly at 2 small gold coins a pop. This was the price of more than a monthly income of a whole commoner household. Most people were only able to earn 1 small gold coin per month. Of course, if you were a high-level adventurer, a merchant, or a noble, then it wasn't such a big price to pay. I'm lucky that I swiped it. I wouldn't be able to class up this soon otherwise. I have barely half of that saved up. Roland smirked while finally managing to dig up the blue quartz-looking crystal that was used for changing your class. He held it for a moment before placing it into his pocket. He was done here. He placed the rusty shovel over his shoulder while intending to bring it back before heading out. He strolled through the forest and kind of underestimated the sheer amount of branches in the way. His shovel got stuck on some of the trees and he came to an abrupt stop. This was the thing that saved his life. The same moment he heard something flying in front of his face and embedding itself into the nearby tree. He looked at the item that flew and discovered it to be a throwing knife. It was still wiggling back and forth on the tree trunk. What the? He quickly became alert and ducked behind another tree. He could hear some rustling in the distance. Someone was there and he was trying to hurt him, probably even kill him. He gulped hard while tossing the shovel away to the side. He had come with this adventurer gear. He grasped his short sword, but didn't pull it out from the scabbard just yet. Was it a goblin? I don't remember them sneaking up on people like this. It wasn't strange for goblins to use throwing weapons. The strange part was that there was no high-pitched scream following the knife throw. A regular goblin would charge in right afterward and not hide. It might even be some kind of evolved variant. I should probably escape. Don't know what I'm dealing with. He looked up to the trees. He deliberated climbing it but then gave up on the idea. That was a good tactic for waiting and hiding, but not really if you wanted to escape. He dropped down and started slowly sneaking away. His basic sneaking skill had leveled up, so he was now much harder to spot. His steps shuffled around without making much noise. The only problem was that he couldn't go back the same way that he had come from. His enemy looked to be coming from the direction of the cabin. He might have been followed here. I need to get back into the city. Ah shit. While thinking, he stepped onto a small branch that made a snapping sound. The moment the sound occurred, he could hear some rustling behind him. Whatever was there had started running towards his position. Fuck it. He stood up and started running with all his might. His smaller stature allowed him to slip between the branches and the bushes, but in his slightly panicked state, he was getting scratched up. He couldn't see his opponent, but by the sound of his or her steps, he could tell that it was someone heavier and bigger than he was. Who is it? Is it really a bandit or a robber? He wanted to look back and see, but he was worried that if he did that the person would catch up to him. He continued running, heading towards the main road. He wasn't that far away from the city. Maybe if he made it far enough this bandit would abandon his robbery attempt. He continued running, but he could tell that the person behind him was coming closer. Even though he had trained his sprinting skill and running past the basic ones, the person behind him was much faster. In no time he felt someone's gaze on his neck. He dodged to the side as another throwing knife flew past him. It grazed his shoulder and managed to cut open his leather armor slightly. Roland tumbled to the side. His opponent was finally revealed. The man was taller than him, at about 183 centimeters of height or close to 6 feet tall. He was wearing the usual black hood to cover his face. In one hand he had another throwing knife. To the side he had some kind of long thin-bladed weapon. On further examination, it turned out to be a heavy rapier. "What do you want? I don't have any money." Roland left most of his cash at the inn. It was safe enough to stash it there. He was only carrying some pocket change and the class-changing crystal. Did he see me dig it up and now he wants the crystal? How did he know that I was even here? The man moved in closer while finally speaking up, his hand still gripping the throwing knife while ready to throw it. "Who said I wanted your money? Like a little bastard son like you even has anything I want?" Roland became confused. If this wasn't a robbery, then what was it? Then he realized something strange about how the man referred to him. Bastard son? Wait, did the Baron send you? Why would he want to kill me now of all things? Roland asked while backing away and keeping to the trees. Luckily those made it hard for him to get hit by those knives. I guess you aren't that dumb like you look. It doesn't matter though, I have enough of staying in this forsaken town. The man finally removed his hood and revealed his face. This was someone that Roland was familiar with. This was someone that after being here for half a year he had forgotten. It was the man that he saw keeping tabs on him before. For some reason he was now trying to kill him. Chapter 14 Problem Resolving. The two looked at each other. On one side stood a boy that wasn't even 11 years old, on the other side was a tall man with long chestnut brown hair. He had a bushy beard that didn't look like it was trimmed in months. His eyes were bloodshot as if he didn't get a good night's rest in quite some time. Wait, you're the one that the Baron sent to keep watch over me. He didn't order you to kill me, did he? The man furrowed his brows at what Roland had said. He straightened out a bit while snorting, the throwing knife dancing between his fingers. So you knew? It doesn't matter, no one has to know. There are a lot of dangerous beasts in this forest. Roland kept backing away while the man continued to approach. He was clearly going against his initial orders and wanted to kill him for some unknown reason. Are you sane? Do you really want to kill a noble's son? Even if I'm a bastard, I'm still a noble. You will hang for this. There was a clear rule against killing nobles. If a commoner attempted such things, they would be imprisoned and maybe even killed, even if the noble was guilty of a crime. The nobles liked to keep to themselves and didn't like it if other people took the law into their own hands. Shut it, you bastard. Do you know how long I've been here? So much time spent just watching some ignorant brat. You were supposed to go crawling back within the week. Why do I have to babysit a little bastard like you? If you're dead I can finally go back. I'll never become a knight if I stay in a shithole like this. Roland's eyes widened as he finally understood what this was all about. The man was hired by his father. He was probably a soldier from the army. He was ordered to keep an eye on Roland, probably to protect him if something happened. The problem was that no one expected the 10-year-old boy to last this long. He had no problems living in this town now. From this man's point of view, the short temporary job became a full-time thing. That doesn't have anything to do with me. You can just quit. They could just hire someone else. Roland looked around while he was trying to find a good route of escape, but the man was much faster, so that was a big problem. Ha! Look at this little shit. You think I can just refuse a direct order from the commander? If I return without a good reason, he will just send me right back or kick me out. On the other hand, if there is no reason for me to remain here anymore. The man grinned while licking his throwing knife. There was one thing that didn't make sense for Roland in that statement. Why was he not afraid of getting made an example of if he let his target die? Wait, won't you get punished if I die? Weren't you hired to protect me? The man just laughed while moving closer. Protect you? Do you really think that man cares for you that much? No, I'm just here to keep them informed about your whereabouts. They never told me to protect you in any way. If you die well, some people would even be glad, but I've already said too much. Apparently his dear old dad didn't think he really needed any protection. This guy was only here to keep tabs on him and to exchange information. The big problem here was that this man had some high aspirations. He wanted to become a knight. This wasn't an easy endeavor though. You needed to achieve a lot of military merit for that, but instead, he was stuck here not really doing anything worthwhile. The last sentence that the man muttered echoed in his mind. Did someone coax this man to do this? He made it sound like he knew who that person was. Maybe the man didn't go crazy after spending half a year in this small town. Maybe there was more to this than meets the eye. It was also strange that the man wasn't afraid of hurting a noble's son. Maybe he had someone backing him. Why anyone would want him dead was quite a surprise. He didn't think he had enough worth for someone to go out of his way for something like this. You have taken 8 damage. Roland moved his head to the side as the man threw his throwing knife. It grazed his cheek while slicing his flesh apart. The man charged forward, his hand going for his rapier. The pointy weapon's tip shone in orange light as he plunged it forward. Luckily for Roland, there were many trees to duck behind. The moment the tip of the heavy rapier was inserted into the tree, the area around the weapon's tip exploded. Splinters of wood shoot out into all directions while the man continued with his assault. Roland could only duck down and run, hiding behind large trees in hopes of getting away. Dodging skill level 2 reached. God damn it, not now. One level in dodging wouldn't aid him too much, and the sound of the system announcer was just distracting. He was sure that there was no reasoning with this person anymore. His only way out was to escape. He didn't have enough time to chant a spell, as the man would use this chance to throw a knife at him or stab him with that enchanted weapon of his. It didn't look good for him at all. He wasn't even sure where he was going anymore. He was busy with dodging everything. Thanks to his smaller build and nimbleness, he was able to survive for now, but it was mostly thanks to the trees covering his escape. That is when the problem arose, as he found himself in a clearing with no trees around and only green grass. He bolted to the side, trying to get back into the forest and away from the wide open space, but before he could, he felt a sharp pain in his leg. He tumbled to the ground while groaning, a throwing knife stuck in his calf. You have taken 31 damage. Finally got you. Nowhere to run now, you little runt. The man apparently had more of those throwing knives hidden in his robe. Roland looked at his leg and quickly yanked the blade out. The pain was intense, but he was pumped so full of adrenaline that he could power through it. He tried standing up and running again, but instead, he limped forward. He was now unable to make any reasonable space between himself and his enemy. In a last-ditch effort, he decided to pull out his short sword while turning around. He got into his fighting stance and faced his opponent. Heh, well, at least you have some backbone, kid. The man approached while grinning, his teeth shone off as he approached. Roland wasn't idle. He tried backing off while chanting a mana arrow spell, his own short sword raised in an attempt to block any incoming attacks. The man was too fast though. He took a regular fencing stance and quickly plunged his sword forward. Before Roland could even react to defend himself with his sword, he felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder. The man jumped back after his attack went through, blood leaking from the tip. The spell fizzled out even before the youth could utter more than one word. You have taken 46 damage. You think a tier 1 can win against a tier 2? You never stood a chance, brat. We live in different worlds. Roland was baffled by the display of speed. He wasn't able to react at all. He had thought that he was strong for a tier 1, never really having troubles against the goblins or the dungeon monsters all that much. Even though he was a mage, he at least thought that he could somewhat defend himself. Apparently, he was wrong in that claim. There was a big difference between tier 1 and tier 2, mostly due to the fact that a tier 2 class received a multiplier to their stats. The moment they managed to get through the class up, a 1.5 times multiplier would be added to all of their stats. They would go through a qualitative change that would increase their power by a big margin compared to the lower tier 1 classes. Don't think you can get away with this. Someone will find out the truth. The man stopped while pointing his rapier at the boy. The truth? You overestimate your worth, brat. No one cares about you and those 3 adventurer girls. I'll take care of them soon enough, hee hee. Adventurers get wiped out by monsters all the time. The man was really chatty. He had spent a lot of time in seclusion and without anyone to talk to. He just had to reveal his big plan like a villain of the week. As always, such behavior proved to be the downfall of most of those types. The moment he ended his sentence and was about to plunge his rapier into the boy's chest, he noticed something. He jumped back while an arrow whizzed past his eyes. Then, from another angle, a dagger came flying, aiming at the spot where the man had dodged the initial arrow. The man bent his body at an awkward angle and managed to stop his momentum and evaded this one as well. He propelled himself backward while turning, his eyes going to the spots that these two attacks came from. Who is there? It didn't take long for a small group of girls to appear. It was Roland's adventurer party that had came to his rescue. The first one to appear was the large muscular tank of the group. She charged at the rapier-wielding man while holding onto her great hammer, ready to split his head. Slightly behind her was the wolf girl. She was half a step behind her party member, one dagger in her hand while the one that she threw was picked up along the way. Roland, are you okay? Rebecca was the last one to arrive. She ran up to where Roland was limping along. Blood was coming from his shoulder and leg wound. How did you know I was here? Never mind, be careful, that man is a tier 2, probably some kind of fencer class. Roland shouted out so that Reina and Sahildra could hear him. He was worried that they would get themselves killed against someone with superior stats. I'll explain later, let's take care of this guy first. Can you fight? Roland nodded at Rebecca while limping a bit. He grabbed a recovery potion from the side and drank it fully. The rest was poured directly on the wounds. He cringed from the pain, his wounds sizzled slightly and started closing up. The potions were slow working and it would take some time for him to recover. His HP was now slowly going up while the potion did its thing. Why yes, just let me chant my spell. Rebecca nodded before knocking another arrow into her bow and firing it off at the man. Sahildra was about to get herself stabbed in the neck, but luckily the arrow forced the enemy back. Damn! What are you three doing here? Why would you be here of all places? The man's face contorted in a malicious way as he glared at the two frontline fighters that were circling around him. The large woman tried hitting him with the big hammer while swinging wide. Every time he tried countering due to Sahildra over-swinging, the wolf girl was there to pounce from a blind spot, making the man dodge away. With the addition of Rebecca's arrows, the man was now having a difficult time. Us three, do we know this guy? Sahildra asked while glaring. I'll explain it later, just focus on the fight, be careful. Roland shouted out from the back, Rebecca next to him, as she was a bit apprehensive about leaving him alone. Even if it's 3, a tier 1 is still a tier 1. The man raised his rapier up while standing straight. Sahildra and Reina moved in, the larger one moving from the front while the smaller attempted a backstab. Suddenly the man's feet started glowing in a green light before any of the two could deliver a blow. His whole body blurred. Gale step. The two hit nothing but air while the man used some kind of movement skill. His movements became hard to read and his speed increased tremendously. He appeared behind the wolf girl that had tried stabbing him in the back. From his point of view, someone like her was the first one that needed to go. Die. He plunged his saber forward, aiming directly at her heart. The tip of his thrusting sword's tip glowed in an orange light while on a collision course with the girl's chest. Reina could only slightly turn around in an attempt to parry with her dagger, but she was far too slow to react in time. Before the attack could fully go through though, a semi-transparent bubble of mana appeared around the wolf girl's body and it took the brunt of the attack. Mana shield. Roland shouted out while trying not to mess up his magic chant. He poured more mana than usual into this shield to make it extra hard to penetrate. Even with that, it wasn't able to fully negate the fencer's attack. His thrusting sword bent slightly but then nonetheless managed to pierce through the magic shield. Thankfully this was enough time for Reina to react. She parried the thrust, making it move slightly sideways while she herself jumped to the other side. In the end, she still ended up with a bloodied grazing wound to her shoulder. Sahildra was quick to aid her comrade in arms and tried to use her hammer on the fast enemy. Unfortunately, her slow swings were proving to be ineffective against someone much faster than herself. Luckily she wasn't alone in her struggle. Even though injured, Reina threw her dagger forward. The man dodged like last time but had to activate his skill yet again just to get out of there. Blasted wenches. Even though the fencer hadn't received a hit yet, he was looking pale. Physical classes used stamina along with mana to activate their class skills. This meant that if they weren't careful they would tire easily. Tier 2 physical classes were able to use some powerful active skills but the cost to their stamina was high. This was also why the fencer was slowly getting tired, losing his speed that was his biggest advantage in this fight. Mana arrow. A shining blue arrow of mana flew directly towards the man's face, and as he was dodging it, a regular arrow approached him from another angle. He activated his skill once more while dodging this double-ranged assault, but only to be greeted by a shoulder tackle from the side by the large muscular lady tank of the group. Not so fast anymore, huh? You are pretty weak for a tier 2, probably just went through your advancement. Sahildra snorted at the enemy who had misused his skills. Normally a seasoned tier 2 warrior should be able to defeat tier 1 classes. The problem was that the three young women were already well into their second tier 1 classes. They were also used to fighting with each other in a group, so they knew how to cover each other's weaknesses. With the addition of a mage that could spam his spells for quite some time, he had met his match. The man had used up most of his mana while using his enchanted weapon, combined with no more stamina, and he was on the defensive. Mana arrow. Mana bolt. Roland had mana to spare, so he continued to cast his attack spells at this enemy. Rebecca, that was next to him, kept shooting till all of her arrows were gone. The two girls on the front line continued fighting while making sure not to let the dangerous close-range fighter approach their party members. The tide of the battle had turned. One of Roland's mana arrows finally managed to lodge itself into the man's thigh, taking away his biggest strength, which was his agility. He started cursing at the party of three girls and the boy. He was apprehensive about this loss and unwilling to accept it. In the moment of weakness, he finally fell to the large hammer that descended on his head. The strike combined with the impact rune caused the man's head to explode into many tiny chunks. The party could finally sigh out in relief as they had managed to bring down this tier 2 fencer. They had suffered some injuries here and there, but besides Roland's, the wounds weren't that bad. You have gained 479 experience. Finally, the bastard is dead. I need a drink. The large lady proclaimed while having trouble holding her large weapon. She, along with Reina, had used up all of their stamina in this fight, but it was worth it in the end. Rebecca was sure to help patch up her party members. The low-grade healing potions weren't all that great, so some required bandaging. Hey Roland, what was that all about? That guy seemed to know us? Rebecca asked while they all gathered over by the man's dead body. Reina was looking at it with a vacant expression and poking it with her foot, but she soon turned to face the boy, probably also curious about the man's real identity. Roland just gave out a sigh while limping some. He sat down on the grass before speaking out. I think I should probably tell you the truth. The thing is. Chapter 15: Loot and Research. The man that was supposed to be keeping his family informed about Roland was now dead. His cold body was lying motionless on the green grass that was now tainted with his blood and chunks of meat. Sahildra, his party member, had landed a devastating blow to the man's cranium, making it splatter everywhere like a ripe watermelon. The party was now reorganizing, wounds were being bandaged, and the man's belongings were being examined while Roland explained his identity. So, should we call you Sir Roland from now on? Roland furrowed his eyebrows at the remark that Rebecca gave him. He had explained most of it. That he was a bastard son of a baron and that he was here to make some money and make it on his own. He told them that this person was probably hired by his parent to keep watch over him, but for some reason he lost his marbles. He didn't reveal his theory about him being hired by someone else though, he kept that for himself. He didn't want to worry his three companions as he didn't think he would be staying in this city for much longer after this. Hey, it was only a joke, no need to look at me like that. Rebecca and the rest were taking the information quite well. He thought they would be more surprised or maybe even angry. He reckoned that most commoners wouldn't like being involved in the dealings of nobles. Those aristocratic types didn't have good reputations with the common folk. Mighty Lord Roland, the slayer of small goblins. Sahildra shouted out from the side while she leaned back against a tree. She did a little rough bow. He gave out a sigh while trying not to look at the idiot, and then he took the man's rapier. He examined it and noticed that it was indeed an enchanted weapon that had some runes engraved into it. It looked slightly more intricate than the weapon Sahildra used, and this was probably how the man managed to explode all those pierced trees. I think I won't need to buy that knife anymore. Well, at least Roland doesn't have a stick up his ass like most of those noble bastards have. Never get involved with those posh cunts is what my mom always said. The large woman spoke up while laughing. The moment she did, she could feel Rebecca's elbow in her stomach. Ah, Roland is different. It's fine, you're probably right, that's why I'm trying not to get involved with them either. He had to agree that the nobles in this world were a peculiar bunch. They cared about things like reputation quite a bit and also considered anyone that wasn't of noble birth not on their level. Still, they had a lot of money and prestige, so some would even kill if it opened the gates to noblehood. By the way, how did you even find me? Roland asked while looking at the red-haired archer, not really sure how they made this rescue happen. He had run towards the city gates, but even then, it would take them some time to reach him. They must have left sooner, so this meant that they probably knew where he was. Oh. We asked the lady in the inn about you, she told us where you went. Reina noticed some guy always watching you, clearly an amateur couldn't hide his presence at all. But you seemed to know that, so we never asked. So, Sahilda then forced us to come here as she was really worth blarg. Before Rebecca could continue speaking, she found herself in a chokehold from behind. The tall girl had wrapped one of her muscular arms around her party member and was now choking her out. It was a coincidence. The tall woman pulled Rebecca away while Roland looked at the two, one of his eyebrows raised. Anyway, should we bury the body, or? Roland asked while looking at Reina, who was already undressing the man. The girl worked fast, she was also the one that always skinned the beasts and gathered up the loot. The man had some higher quality gear on him and also a spatial bag, his sturdy gambeson armor would probably fetch a nice price. This side of the forest doesn't really have any monsters, so we can't count on them to clean up. Becky said while looking at the man's spatial bag. She had wrestled herself away to safety and was now looking at the loot with sparkles in her eyes. Why do we need to bury him? Just leave the bastard to rot. Was the opinion of their tank that was now trying to clean the gore bits from her enchanted hammer. Won't someone question us if they find the body? We did kill a man here. Roland asked while slightly confused, were the girls not worried about going to prison? The man did attack them, but would the authorities see it that way? He was also someone contracted by a noble, so it wasn't odd if they took that side. Question us? Who would do that? Rebecca asked, not really sure about the problem here. Alright, I forgot where I was for a moment. You're right, the guards won't really care about an unidentified dead body in a forest that much. He remembered the type of world he was living in. There was no police force that would come knocking on his door unless the person dead was someone high up. No one would care. His father would probably have to make some inquiries and pay out of his own pocket to even start an investigation. There was also the problem of this being the territory of another noble house. Would they even allow a lower-ranked baron to snoop around and ask questions? Even if they do, by the time anything gets done it will be weeks or months, not like they can get any evidence after so much time passes. I think we should still bury him, just to be sure. Roland didn't think that any serious inquiry about this would take place, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Well, if you really want to get rid of the body then there are better options, Reina begged him. Roland raised his brow at Rebecca's statement, then just looked in bewilderment as the wolf girl stuffed the man's dead body into the spatial bag. He somehow fit inside, apparently, if something was dead it could be placed inside. The enchantment that the bag had wouldn't allow living beings to be stuck into it, but dead bodies were fine. We can just drop him off in the dungeon, either the monsters will eat the body or the dungeon will. The dungeons were a peculiar thing, some theorized that they were living beings controlled by the dungeon core. Any killed living being, be it monster or human, would be slowly absorbed into the dungeon. Somehow the dungeon would receive nourishment from it and this would allow it to produce more monsters for the adventurers to hunt. Is that okay? Roland scratched his head. The girls weren't at all distraught by what had happened. He had thought that killing a person would be seen as a more serious thing. He wasn't the one that delivered the finishing blow and he understood that the man was someone that tried to kill him. Still, the whole thing didn't sit well with him. He would have to let go of his reservations as this would probably be the best way of handling it unless he wanted more trouble. Why wouldn't it? Not like anyone will come looking for that guy, he was the one that tried to kill you, not the other way around. Rebecca was making a lot of sense, not like he did anything wrong. He gave his party leader a nod. Then it's decided, now let us split the loot. But I see that you already took what you wanted there, Roland. Roland looked at the heavy rapier that he was holding. This weapon was a lot longer than his short sword, but the blade was also a lot thinner. It was clearly meant for thrusting motions and not cutting motions. It had a swept hilt which was quite more intricate than the simple crossguard that his own short sword had. Well, Becky just covered her mouth after seeing the young man fidgeting around while trying to hide the long blade behind his back. That's fine, you can have it. We can sell his armor, don't think it will fit anyone here. He also has a spittle bag, you go play around with your new toy, let me check this out first. Rebecca said while Roland moved to the side with his eyes narrowed. While the girls were taking the loot, Roland started examining the enchanted weapon. He swung it around while holding it in his right hand. The sword was, of course, different than his previous one and required a slightly different set of skills. He looked over to a tree and thrust the tip of this rapier into it. He then injected some of his mana into the weapon. The moment he did, he felt the weapon reacting, and just like when the man did it before, the part that had the sword tip stuck in it exploded into many splinters. He felt his mana decreasing by quite the chunk. This simple magical effect used up more than his mana arrow or even his mana barrier spell. He lost close to 100 mana points, which for him wasn't that much as he had over 1,000 by now. For others it would be a large number. Pure warrior classes such as the man that was after him shouldn't have much above 500 MP even as a tier 2. This was something that he of course theorized by reading books and his own experience. He couldn't check as his identification skill wouldn't let him peek at other people's stats, at least not yet. Even with the added levels, fighter-type classes didn't have that many mana points, so he didn't think that he was that much off on his assumption. This was probably why that man didn't use his enchanted weapon all that often. After he tested out his new weapon, he got scolded by the girls that heard a loud explosion. It was time to go to the dungeon to dispose of the man's body. They went all the way over to the 3rd floor and threw the man's remains at 2 wereboars that were happy to munch on it. Roland was awfully quiet during the whole corpse disposing process as he had many things to think about. He felt like some kind of villain who was trying to erase evidence. It didn't sit that well with him, but it had to be done if he didn't want others to be snooping around. You okay there? Rebecca asked while the 3 looked at him. Huh? Yeah, I'm fine, just thinking about some things. First time seeing a human die? You'll have to get used to it, in this line of work. Sahil responded while walking with her arms behind her head. The party was on their way out of the dungeon and just chatting. On the other hand, Raina just approached him and patted his head. There. Roland looked up at the wolf girl that was the closest to his height, just patting away. He still couldn't figure out what this one was thought about most of the time. He pulled his head away after getting treated like a small child, that he actually was. I'm fine really, you guys don't need to worry. Still, thanks for the help. Roland rubbed his nose while lowering his head. In the end, these 3 had aided him without asking for much in return. He earned a couple of hard smacks to his back from Sahil and a nod from Rebecca that just said that he didn't need to worry about it. After returning to the city, they split. The girls headed out to get rid of the man's belongings while Roland retired to his own room. He flopped onto his bed face first and gave out a sigh. He recalled the battle that he just went through, but in reality, he felt like he didn't do much himself. He spent the first half running away and getting stabbed in the shoulder and his calf. The low-quality potions weren't able to close those wounds fully, so he was still hurting. I just run away. If the girls didn't show up, I'd be 6 feet under. He remained on the bed. After the adrenaline left his body, he felt really tired. The stress from the encounter that was keeping him on his feet slowly faded away and he fell asleep. It was still the middle of the day though. He had left early in the morning and the whole event only took a couple of hours. After the little nap, he rolled over, his eyes wide open as he started to decide on his next move. Well, at least now I have a runic weapon. He jumped off his bed and went over to his wooden table. He placed the heavy rapier on it and the crystal that was used to change his class next to it. I feel like I should try examining this rapier before using the stone. It's related to runes and I am aiming to be a runesmith. It probably won't hurt if I play around with it. Ever since seeing Sahildra's enchanted hammer, he started getting more interested in this craft. What were runes really and how did they even work? The books at the Arden estate didn't have much information about them at all. They only had some basic theories that everyone knew. If you wanted anything more specific, you needed to get yourself accepted into a magic academy or spend a lot of coin on research material and magic books. He moved his eyes closer to the bladed tip. the runes were concentrated on that spot and they looked like strange symbols. From his previous tests, he knew that this runic enchantment made the tip explode things from the inside. It would somehow produce a concentrated blast of energy at the blade's tip. There was more than one runic symbol on it, but they were fairly large in scope and easy to examine. He focused on those symbols and he started seeing tiny lines just like before. For some strange reason, the moment he focused on the runes his vision got enhanced and it felt like he was looking through a magnifying glass. He could clearly see those tiny lines just like last time. The closer he looked, the more of them he discovered. For some reason they looked quite similar to electrical pathways on circuits that were also known as traces. Interesting. They went all throughout those runic symbols and even connected with each other as if forming one closed circuit. After further examination, he noticed that the traces were lighting up in various colors. There were red ones, blue ones, and green ones. What if I activate the rune with my mana? He proceeded with the first test. He gently injected his mana into the weapon. He opened up his eyes wide as he tried not to miss anything. His blue mana entered the rune and started moving through those small pathways with quite the speed. The moment his mana reached the end of this runic circuit, the effect on the tip of the sword was activated. He made sure to hold the tip up without pointing it at himself or anything. The small controlled explosion occurred just like before, luckily unless this sword was inserted into something it didn't do all that much damage and the range wasn't great either. He noticed some interesting things after doing this test. The mana is moving through the green and red paths but not through the blue ones for some reason, also these blue paths. He blinked a couple of times as he tried thinking about not seeing these lines. The moment he did, he saw the fluorescent lines that were over the runic pathways vanish as if he deactivated a skill. The moment he did that, he noticed that the blue lines that he saw weren't actually going over any of those pathways as the red and green ones did. Wait, could it be that? But why? He had a sneaking suspicion of what this all meant. First, he glanced on his mana pool. After subtracting what he used up from activating the weapon and taking his mana regeneration into account, he still had less mana than anticipated. He clearly was losing some mana while looking at those runic symbols. This meant that he was subconsciously activating some kind of skill or spell effect. He started looking over his spells and skills. He finally ended up with two that could be the culprit. Debugger, or circuitry skills. If those lines are what I think they are, then it's probably the debugger skill, but are runes considered some type of computer program? Or circuitry? Maybe some strange mix of them both? Is it also responsible for that zooming in? Aren't those passive skills? Why am I losing mana? He wasn't sure, but it seemed that the red lines were something his debugging skill was showing him. It was probably presenting him faulty pathways that the rune had in itself. The green ones were the correct pathways that were already put in place and the blue ones were the right ones that the red ones should probably be changed into. The runes also had other components besides these pathways. The blue lines probably showed the most efficient way to place those traces. I wonder if you rearrange those pathways if the efficiency of this rune would change. Maybe the power would also go up a notch? He was quite into it now. The problem was that he didn't know how to actually change this rune. He decided to grab a pen and paper and draw the improved version on it. Thanks to his calligraphy skill training, this wasn't really hard, but besides those runic pathways, there were components akin to transistors, resistors, capacitors, and various others. For now, he decided to just redraw the whole schematic with the improved version. If he focused, he could make the red pathways disappear, and this allowed him to follow the correct diagram. His quill moved slowly and precisely. He was so focused that he didn't even notice that this drawing took him multiple hours to make. He was so concerned about making a mistake that he did everything as slowly as possible. After finishing up, he grasped the paper with both his hands and looked at the finished product. His debugging skill was activated and he could see everything lighting up in green. This indicated that he had managed to produce the correct rune diagram. He nodded to himself and placed the paper down on the desk, but the moment he did, he heard the voice of the world system speaking out. You have created the schematic for the lesser detonation rune, highest. You have gained 1000 experience points. You have gained a new title, Runic Scholar. What? Chapter 16 Class Change. Roland stared spaced out for a moment after hearing those notifications. He quickly brought up his status window to look at his new title, not really sure what it was all about. Runic scholar. A runic scholar is a person that is knowledgeable in the runic language and has managed to create and/or understands runes. Understand my ass, I just redrew what my skill was showing me. Does this title even give me anything? Roland rubbed his chin. It seemed that creating a schematic was all that he needed to do. Maybe the system mistook his understanding of circuitry and computer programming as knowledge of runes? If so, then he might have been onto something. That 1,000 experience points though. Will I get just as much if I redraw other runes? That amount of experience points wasn't small at all. He would probably jump a couple of levels instantly if he had switched classes beforehand. He knew that he would lose out on some of those points after changing classes now, but part of the XP would be carried over. Think I'll be losing half of them. Shame. Still, this is a great discovery. This was something unprecedented. His debugging skill had given him an easy way to earn more experience and do it fast. He only needed to get his hands on some magical items. He then would be able to create improved schematics, which in turn would give him more experience. His skill allowed him to see every rune as a diagram. It even fixed any faulty pathways or misplaced components, shifting them into the correct places. The biggest problem would be actually acquiring the runes. They cost a hand and a leg. I wonder if I could sell those schematics or create some my own. He knew that knowledge about crafting and creating runes was a trade secret. Other people would never disclose those as their livelihood depended on it. He now had a way of producing complete rune diagrams, which meant that he wouldn't even need to look for a teacher or master for such things. He might even be able to sell those schematics for a large sum of money later on in his career if he ever needed the funds. Okay, I think I'm getting ahead of myself here. I have no idea how to even create a rune even with this schematic. Still need to change my class to Mana Scribe to be able to actually put magic to paper. He calmed himself down. He now felt that his future as a runesmith might be rosier than previously he expected. Still, he needed to actually get to that tier 2 class before he could even do anything with these rune schematics. He also noticed that without having to even look to that diagram that he just made, he could probably redraw it from memory. He attributed that to his fast learning and knowledge retention traits that he had gained by possessing this youth's body. He continued fiddling around with the runic rapier, but even after glancing at it from all sides and injecting more mana, he didn't find any more uses for his skills. Maybe if I understand more about runes, there will be other things I can do with this skill? He looked outside and it was already dark. Most people were asleep. He glanced over to the crystal that allowed people to change their classes and then nodded. He had tested out the runes as he previously intended, so now was the time to change his class and get to work. Well, here goes nothing. He activated the crystal and found himself back in his old apartment building once again. He was down on the first floor just like before. Time to go up. He walked up all those stairs to his apartment room. The inside looked as bad as it always did. He tested the windows again, but they wouldn't budge and the outside looked like the empty void as it did before. No changes here. Time to check if I can actually change my class. If not, then I might as well go back home and become a butler. He was slightly worried that there might be another error. He got that strange zero elemental affinity after getting his first class. There could be another mishap with this strange system that would keep him from advancing yet again. He waited for the Windows screen to boot up. He then hovered his mouse cursor above the familiar icon that was used for class changing. He waited a moment before clicking the icon, scared of what he might find there. Finally, he mustered up the courage to go forward and clicked it. He was greeted to a familiar image of a tiny pixel art version of himself in a mage robe. The image had the usual 3-frame walking cycle as before. There is a lot of them this time. Previously there was only one arrow pointing to his mage class, now there were a lot of them. He hovered the mouse over one of those pixel sprites as he was unsure of what classes they were. The moment he hovered over one, there was writing on top of it. He could see the usual tier 1 classes becoming available. There was the warrior, the archer, even the blacksmith class that he was going to take on the next try. They were mostly filled with the basic of basic classes that you only needed a certain amount of stat points to reach. He finally managed to find the Mana Scribe one, but there was a nice surprise waiting for him. There is a runic Mana Scribe? Is it a variation of the regular Mana Scribe class? He tried recalling the books that he read in the past that described the way to get him to the runesmith class. There was no mention of a runic Mana Scribe class, or of any other way of getting his desired tier 2 class. This might have been a secret class, and he had a theory on how he was now able to select this class. Runic Scholar title, that must be it. He was quite sure that it had something to do with it. The books did describe classes that required certain titles to unlock, and this was probably one of them. The only other explanation that could also be true would be his debugging skill or his circuitry skill. The system already thought that they were related to runes, so it wasn't that far of a stretch. Maybe it's even the three combined. Roland hovered with the mouse on that runic mana scribe class, but it wasn't giving him any info besides the name. From the way it was named, he could deduce that it was focused on runes. It could also give him some bonuses to creating spell scrolls. He could also create rune schematics from other runes, which meant he could produce higher caliber spells while being at a lower class. But these names, wouldn't just Rune Scribe or Runic Scribe be better? Why make it so unnecessarily long? He shook his head at the naming sense of the person responsible for this and then steeled his resolve. The first class was a freebie, but this one had some kind of test behind it. It could be anything simple from making a horseshoe when choosing a blacksmith class, to fighting some monsters in a closed room when going with a fighter class. He went over the classes again before choosing. He was mostly interested in the magic-related ones. He actually did find some interesting choices he could go with, like a mana warrior and a mana archer class. The requirements were probably having a mage-related class along with all the basic weapon proficiency skills that he had previously unlocked while he was training for the past 5 years. His adventurer's sense tingled as he wondered what it would be like to be a magic swordsman, but then he remembered. He remembered that if he actually wanted to progress past a Tier 2 hybrid melee and magic class, he would need an advanced magic class as well. At most he could hope for some lesser choices that might even be worse than a regular Tier 3 warrior. He gave out a sigh after remembering that. He had to bring himself back to reality. He already found a hidden class related to runes. This was probably the best choice. The Mana Scribe class was also a popular choice for mages as their second Tier 1 class before going for an elemental mage at Tier 2. There were other choices like a ritualist that lead to a Tier 2 thaumaturge and then into a Tier 3 warlock. There were other various options that gave you a wizard class or a sorcerer class. Each of those differed in the way they utilized their spells, and some were race or bloodline specific. If I go by its name, this class probably has all the bonuses of the previous one. So it is probably a better version, though that could mean that the trial for it could be harder to pass. He gulped before finally clicking on the runic Mana Scribe class sprite. The book he read before described the process of getting the Mana Scribe version of the class. In it, he would have to use his mana to inscribe one of his basic spells to paper. The ability to do so would be somehow given to the person taking the test. If the person had the aptitude, they would pass without any problems. If you tried doing it with no talent, then you would probably fail. If you failed, the knowledge of the skill would be forgotten. The VR headset that he previously used popped out once more, and he didn't hesitate to put it on. He was greeted by a flash of light, then a quick scenery change. He was sitting in a chair in front of a large desk that was at an angle. There was a large empty parchment laid out on it, to the side a white quill resting in an ink bottle. The room that he was in looked like the inside of a medieval castle. There were various books spread on bookshelves to the sides, and right in front of him was a large hourglass. It was at least 2 meters tall, and the sand was already slowly going down. That's probably the timer. It was one of the time trials. He would probably fail if he didn't manage to complete whatever he had to finish before all of that sand fell. He quickly looked at the closest things. There was a quill and a large piece of parchment there. He probably needed to write something there. Scribe class, need to write something down here, but what? He looked around and spotted a red book right on top of the desk. The cover was quite intricate and it had a drawing of a rune on it. He took it into his hand and started reading, his eyes moving between the pages rapidly. It's the instructions to scribing a lesser fire orb rune onto a spell scroll. Thanks to his high intelligence and added memory traits, he was able to breeze through the entire book within a couple of minutes. He had also gained a reading proficiency skill by going through the Arden Estate Library, which allowed for faster reading and comprehension. The book described the basics of runic scribing, how you needed special ink and special parchment that was made from monster skin or other materials that could retain magic, to even be able for the process to take place. It described the theory behind focusing your mana onto the quill's tip and pushing it into the magical ink. The ink had certain properties that were required for the scribe's mana to be transcribed to paper and make the runic symbols function. This wasn't the hard part, that was to actually get the runic diagram the way you were supposed to. He had seen how intricate the lesser detonation rune was, the whole diagram that he drew of it fit on a large sheet of paper. He had to fit a similar diagram of this lesser fire orb rune on this parchment, but it had to be much smaller to make it work. Luckily this rune was less complex than the detonation rune. He couldn't just trace the large schematic in a 1-to-1 ratio, no, he had to make it small. He needed to guide the magical ink with the quill, making many tiny mana pathways between all of the components. These components were the rune parts. In this particular runic spell diagram, there were 3 main ones. There was the basic fire rune that was the center of it all, then there was the runic part that shaped everything into an orb, followed by parts that regulated the mana flow and made sure that the spell didn't collapse onto itself or explode. The last part was considered a type of control rune that was responsible for the spell's program. Wait, these parts are similar to logic gates, logic circuits? Do runes use binary? He could tell that the components in these runes had a striking resemblance to circuitry parts, like transistors, resistors, and more complex chips. They differed from the ones he knew by the fact that they were made from magic ink and not from physical components. These chip-like sections had things similar to logic gates in them. Interesting, I think my circuitry skill is helping me understand these runes better. Though I don't think I need to understand this just yet, I just need to copy the schematic onto the paper now. This was quite more complicated than he had expected. Regular mana scribes only needed to write down the incantations from the normal spells without much worry. The only real problem was running out of space on the spell scrolls. He actually needed to redraw the schematic and make it fit into a small rune that looked like a symbol. The runes possessed a maximal size. If they were too big, they wouldn't work. Basic mana scribing, temporary, gained, basic rune scribing, temporary, basic rune mastery, temporary. He had achieved the temporary skills that were needed to pass this test. A normal mana scribe would only gain the first skill, but this was an advanced version of this class, so he also achieved something related to runes. I should start, time is running out. He had finished the book and now was the time to act. He was always better with practical things than with theory, so he decided to test his skills and put quill to paper. He dipped his quill into the dark magical ink while focusing. The black liquid stuck to the tip like glue and let itself be guided to the large yellowy parchment. Roland took in a long deep breath before focusing on the task at hand. The tip of his quill hovered a fraction of a millimeter above the piece of large parchment. He started moving his hand, but he did it very slowly. The ink started slowly pouring onto the parchment while guided by his mana. The ink split into many tiny magical pathways that inscribed themselves onto the magical paper while guided by his mana. Slow and steady. His forehead started sweating as he concentrated. It was really difficult to guide this ink in the correct way. He would only know if he managed to do it correctly at the end, and his debugging skill didn't help him either. It could only pick up mistakes on an already created diagram or schematic, not during the process of inscribing. A couple of minutes felt like an hour as he continued to pour his heart out onto the paper. This was never meant to be easy, and he never tried it before, but thanks to his stats he was slowly doing it. His large mana pool allowed him to be frugal with it, and his traits helped him keep focus. He was slowly moving his hand while writing the runic symbols. It looked as if he was writing 3 large letters, but in reality, the magical ink was getting pushed into the parchment, creating many tiny magical pathways and other various components. That would make the whole magical rune function after a person inserted their mana into them. The piece of parchment glowed after he was finished with his first attempt. It shone with crimson light, a glow of red rose up as if trying to form into a round shape. The spell fizzled out before it could be completed, and the runic pattern of the magical paper vanished, indicating that the spell didn't form and that he had failed. Shit. He looked at the hourglass again. It was now past the halfway point, and he probably only had one more try to make this work. Okay, I can do this. The skill showed me where I went wrong, just have to remember it. He closed his eyes and recalled the finished product. He could see it like a photograph in his mind, covered in red, blue, and green lines. He opened his eyes wide and went back to scribing. He still had some mana to spare. The second attempt was taking him even longer. He was afraid to blunder and fail, wasting a big chunk of money in the process. He tried not to look at the sand that was falling, afraid of getting distracted, but also worried that it would run out if he didn't hurry. With the last ounce of his mana points, he managed to finally finish. This runic spell didn't look like much. It consisted of 3 symbols. One was responsible for the fire rune, the second for the shape of the orb, and the last one for its discharge and control. There were many other hidden components, but after the magical ink dried, all of those could not be seen by the naked eye. The piece of magical paper shone once more. It was much brighter this time around. Tiny wisps of red light moved upwards and compressed themselves into a small orb. This orb was quite small and looked more like marble, but it was clearly radiating heat. Did I do it? He looked up at the hourglass and saw the last grain of sand sliding down. Everything blurred afterward, and he found himself back in his inn, down on the ground as he had fallen off his chair. Shit, did I fail? Did the time run out? He quickly brought up his status screen and checked his class. It's there. Runic Mana Scribe class increases mana regeneration and lowers mana consumption while scribing spells and runes. He had also gained some class-related skills to boot. Basic Mana Scribing L1 skill allows scribing of basic spells to paper. Basic Rune Scribing L1 skill allows scribing of runes to paper. Basic Rune Mastery L1 passive skill increases comprehension of runes and lowers MP requirement for using them by a small margin. Roland sprawled out on the floor, quite tired from his first class change. He came unprepared but managed to somehow power through it. He would remember this blunder and prepare more when the time came. For now, he just wanted to sleep. I'll check everything out in the morning, too tired. Chapter 17 Future Plans. Roland awoke at the crack of dawn. He had passed out after attaining his new class and was now a runic mana scribe. His back was killing him as he didn't make it to his bed last night. He arose from the floor while grasping his neck. Is this how old age feels like? He grunted like an old man while standing up. The sun was just rising, so he probably had some time before any breakfast would be served at the inn. His thoughts turning to the girls as he wondered if they managed to sell the loot of the fencer that attacked him. In yesterday's encounter, he was almost murdered by some musketeer wannabe. Luckily, his party members had managed to save him in the nick of time. This made him consider leaving this city while he was still in one piece. The words that the man said were still bothering him. He mentioned someone being glad if he was dead. That could have been a random sentence he construed even a taunt, but could also mean that he was hired to do it. The first person that popped into his mind wasn't his father but the third sibling. He was never liked by the third son, mostly due to the fact that they both came from mistresses. He didn't think that his brother had it in him to go through with such a thing, nor was he smart enough or had the funds. There were also his other 2 siblings, but he didn't think they saw him as a threat. He was the 4th son and his mother wasn't even a mistress of the house. He had no claim to the estate whatsoever unless all of his other brothers died or his father announced him as the heir, which would never happen. Were they afraid that he would become strong and claim their lives or something? That doesn't make any sense, but I guess people have killed for less before. He didn't think that it was his father. If he was angered about him staying here, he would probably just send an order for him to come back. The other suspects were the 2 wives. They also could have it out for him. They could see him as a threat against their sons if he ever managed to stand out. He didn't think that he was standing out too much. He wasn't even going to that magic academy or the night academy. Roland then wondered if there could be another person that might want him dead, but he couldn't think of anyone else. He didn't really interact with anyone back in the Arden estate to cause any long-lasting grudges. He had 2 options: stay here and wait it out, or use the chance of his tail being dead and leave. I got my class. I got some coin. I even have a way to quickly level up now, no reason to stay here. He glanced at the 3 new skills that he had obtained. 2 were for scribing. The first one was probably the one that you got if you were a common mana scribe, but he also had a second one just for runes. He knew that if he wanted he could scribe regular spells, but runic ones felt much more promising. Roland found it odd that he received the basic rune mastery skill. The books he read mentioned another one. This skill was called runecraft and it was required to achieve the runesmith class. You could also only achieve it after becoming a blacksmith. If he followed the normal path, he would end up as an enchantsmith. He needed this runecraft skill to advance to runesmith. The books he read before described the way to get it. You needed to inscribe a rune on any type of item, and you could buy special skill books that told you how. They were probably similar to the one he got while going through his first class change. He rubbed his chin and thought some more. This skill that the runic mana scribe came pre-packaged with didn't feel like a crafting skill but more as an offensive skill. For now, he opened up his status screen to check his stats. Name, Roland Arden L28. Classes, T1 Mage L25, Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L3, Main. HP 338/338. MP 1534/1534. SP 422/422. Strength 25. Agility 29. Dexterity 43. Vitality 26. Endurance 26. Intelligence 83. Willpower 60. Charisma 12. Luck 6. He noted that he managed to gain 2 levels from the saved over XP. He was a bit annoyed that he lost some of it due to drawing that schematic too early. The secondary class option is now unlocked. The moment you unlocked a second class, you could choose one of your previously gained classes as a secondary one. With a secondary class, you were able to keep this class special effect. His secondary class, which was now a mage, gave him bonuses to mana and mana regeneration. You could only have one secondary class and you could switch them once per day. No outside items were needed to do this. Roland took note of his meager physical stat growth with this class. His intelligence, dexterity, and willpower seemed to be going up though. This was his second tier 1 class. This world system didn't count this as separate levels. They all added to the main level, which caused people to gain those levels slower than before. Even if it seemed that he made the jump from L1 to L3 of his new class, in actuality he was going from L25 to L28 of his main level. He knew this would happen. There was a reason why people started gaining levels slower and slower and why most of them tried not to get a third tier 1 class. Roland was glad that he had his debugging skill. It offered him a faster way of getting through his tier 1 conundrum. He also believed that he could use this schematic making bug even after he changed his class to a blacksmith later on. This was also why he needed to get that hammer from his party member. He gained a whopping 1,000 experience points for that one schematic. He came to the conclusion that it was probably something a tier 2 class would normally be able to do. But here he was doing it as a tier 1, which meant he got more experience for doing something above his level. Before heading out, there was one more thing that he had to check. He grabbed the heavy rapier that was still on the table and he injected his mana into the weapon to trigger the rune's effect. With that, a loud boom was heard from his room that woke up the person sleeping in the next room. He could hear someone banging on the other side to make him quiet down. This almost made him forget to look at his MP points to check his theory. HP 338/338. MP 1435/1534. SP 422/422. Maybe an advanced version of this skill could be gotten later, which would further decrease the requirements. Could he get a class with the advanced version of it in the future was the big question. Maybe with this skill, combat with runic weapons could be somehow manageable? Roland wanted to test this theory out in the future as he had no way of doing it now. He finally got out of his room to get something to eat. He wanted to meet up with the girls and discuss a couple of things. He headed to the Adventurer Guild and could see people were walking out to open their shops. He became slightly nostalgic. He was already over 5 years in this world, but this was the first place that he actually enjoyed living in. He found himself a quirky party that was quite dependable. They even rescued his behind from getting murdered in broad daylight. He spent quite the interesting half a year in this place. He decided to change locations and wanted to do it fast. He also felt bad about breaking the party up when he left. The girls would need to find reliable backline support like him. There weren't really many mages in this line of work at the lower levels. Most mages were put into academies that left them as tier 2 mages. They could just level up by researching more spells and not killing monsters. This was also why Roland was able to reach L25 of his mage class so soon. Besides killing goblins, he was leveling up his spells. The more he used them, the faster they leveled up. Even though he didn't need to do it while in combat, it did hasten the leveling process. Still, most people didn't want their kids leveling up in dungeons, so spending some years in a magic academy till they got the hang of casting was a preferred option. Though this only concerned people that could actually afford to pay for the exorbitant prices of those prestigious academies. Roland went past the tavern that he had his first drunk stupor with his party members. It was called the Iron Flagon. The booze that was served there was all hard liquor, anything below 20% was frowned upon. He recalled a couple of instances of the girls from his party getting drunk in there. The quiet wolf girl always got chatty on those occasions, which made him chuckle. He thought back to his family. He hadn't heard a word from them during the time he was here. He also didn't write any letters to any of them. He once considered writing some to Martha, but now he was planning on going into hiding. This meant that he needed to lay low and not spread any information about his whereabouts. He finally arrived at the Adventurer Guild. It was the place that he always met with the girls. He pushed the door open and was greeted by a smell of sweat. Many adventurers were already shuffling back and forth inside. The people in this world woke up early as to not waste the light of day. "Hey Roland, good morning." Roland spotted Rebecca at the usual spot waving at him. She had quite a big smile on her face as if something good had happened. This made Roland think that she might have fetched a good price for that man's armor. He walked towards his party. Sahil had a coin purse in her hands and was looking at it while Reina the wolf girl was dozing off at her seat. The girl was always bad at getting up in the morning. Some drool was even dripping from her mouth as she concentrated on not hitting the table with her face. "Good morning, you're awfully chipper today. A good deal at the shop?" Roland sat down on his chair that creaked. The moment he asked, Rebecca waved him over. He raised his eyebrow but leaned forward. She apparently wanted to whisper her answer into his ear. "Yeah, that guy was loaded. We found some small gold coins in his spatial bag along with some other things. Reina already swiped some throwing daggers for herself. His gear also fetched a nice price." Roland nodded. Apparently with the sold equipment the girls managed to get over 20 small gold coins. He already had 15 of those in the dimensional bag beforehand, after selling his light armor, some potions, and other weapons. The girls received 5 more small gold coins. Roland took a second to digest this information. For someone just trailing him, he was carrying a lot of cash. Was this a normal amount of gold someone at Tier 2 had, or was it really a payment for taking him out? Did he perhaps have any letters in his bag? Ones with a red seal, for instance. Rebecca shook her head and shrugged. No, he only had the usual stuff. Roland narrowed his eyes as this made it sound like this wasn't the first time that these girls had done someone in. He was hoping of finding more clues, but it made sense that there were no letters. Even if the man received such a thing, he would probably burn it to get rid of the evidence. He also could have met face to face with his contractor. His head was apparently worth more than 1 gold coin, which he wasn't sure was that flattering. While he was thinking, he noticed that his party leader's eyes were sparkling. "You sure are happy there, like money that much?" "Damn right I do," she replied loudly before lowering her voice and nodding. She didn't really want the other adventurers to know that they had some coins to spare, as these were dangerous times they lived in. It wouldn't be surprising if you got backstabbed during a dungeon expedition and robbed by other adventurers. There were even some of those types that actually specialized in robbing others during dungeon expeditions. "But anyway, what are we going to do now? Think we should leave this city for now?" Rebecca sat down in her chair and looked at the others with a slight frown on her face. Roland kind of knew what this was about as he nodded. "Sorry, didn't think I'd get you involved in something like this." "It's not your fault, you are different than those other nobles." Sahildra smacked the table that rattled with force. The drowsy Reina fell forward and got her face smacked, which finally woke her up. "How about we take one of those guard missions to another city? We won't have to pay the traveling costs." Rebecca continued with her proposal while Roland replied with his own plans in mind. "Well, I wanted to tell you something about that. I want to leave the city, but alone. I was thinking about quitting as an adventurer for now at least. But I think that you 3 should leave the city. I think your involvement with me might bring trouble your way." Roland wasn't sure what information the man had reported to the Baron or to the person that tried to kill him. The looks of the 3 female members from his party could be known and they could be implicated in the future. He of course didn't want that to happen, but only saw distancing himself from them as an option. "You think we are afraid of some trouble?" Sahildra smacked the table again while looking angrily at Roland. "Apparently not." "Don't worry about us, Roland, but you seem to have already made up your mind about this." Rebecca chimed in while looking at the close to 11-year-old Roland. The boy nodded as he wanted to leave the city and move on. He already had his class and now needed a place to train his crafting class. "Yes, I did. I'm actually not really fit to be a mage, so I've decided on choosing one of the crafting classes. The girls were surprised by this reveal. From their point of view, the youth was quite talented as a mage. Even though he only knew the basic spells, they packed quite a punch. If he managed to reach a tier 2 mage, he would be a force to be reckoned with. Eh? But you are clearly suited to be a mage. Rebecca asked while confused. Okay, let me explain. It's like this. He made a short summary about him having someone in a million constitution and having 0 elemental affinities to get him any of the basic mage classes. He then explained about runes and that he would be going for a smithing class that would somehow let him profit from his large mana pool. So that's how it is. Reina just kept nodding during the explanation. Rebecca did the same while Sahilder's head started exuding smoke when he started talking about runes and how they fit into his plan. I got it, sounds reasonable. Rebecca shrugged without having much to add to this explanation, not like she could convince this boy at this point. She also felt that Roland was free to choose his future. So, when will you be leaving? I'd like to today or tomorrow, don't really want to remain here for too long after what happened yesterday. I see, you probably won't tell us where you are heading, . Roland just nodded while frowning. It wasn't like he didn't trust them with keeping secrets, but in this world, there were ways of getting information out of people even if they didn't want to talk. Mostly with the help of special spells or potions that made people sing. The girls understood this, so they didn't make much of a fuss. We can always meet up in the future, you never know, when you are famous adventurers I'll be sure to make you some runic weapons. Roland noticed that the atmosphere around the table got strange, even the wolf girl was looking sad. He didn't think that they would be saddened this much by him leaving. You sure you want to make a promise like that? I want at least a greater rune in my weapon, said Rebecca while Sahilde replied afterward. I want some armor. Legendary runic daggers, was what Reina mumbled under her nose while staring at Roland with anticipation. Don't go overboard, I don't even know how long it will take till I can make lesser runic weapons. The 3 girls grinned at him and started listing him the types of weapons and armor they wanted him to make. While we are on the subject of runes, Sahilde, could you lend me that hammer for a couple of hours? Roland looked at the muscular girl with a glint in his eyes. He just had to get that hammer before he left. Chapter 18 Farewell. After some convincing and a lot of yanking with the help of Rebecca and Reina, they managed to peel the hammer off of Sahilde. Roland could barely hold this weapon, swinging it was out of the question. I just need it for my research, I won't damage it, I promise. All of you magic types say that before something goes wrong. Apparently Sahilde was still hesitant about giving him her warhammer for inspection. He wasn't sure what it was about and he didn't have enough time to hear the whole story. Fine, you can have it, but I'm staying in the room with you. Roland just shrugged as he didn't care. This was even better as he didn't need to carry the heavy thing all the way to his room. The 2 other girls didn't join them, finding it too boring to watch Roland play around with runes. I'll go check out if there are any worthwhile escort missions on the notice board. We can meet up at the tavern later. Rebecca and Reina left to go prepare for their own journey away. They had also decided to go somewhere else. This wasn't the only town with a dungeon close to it. The next couple of hours weren't all that exciting. Roland had Sahilde place the hammer in his room on the floor, afraid that if he placed it on his flimsy table it would give out under the weight. He then took out a sheath of paper and got to copying. He wasn't using his scribing skill, he just redrew the runes diagram with the help of the overlay that his debugging skill gave him. He took his time as he didn't want to mistakenly mess up this new schematic. After the first 30 minutes passed, he heard a big thud behind him. It was his big muscly friend dozing off on his bed. He sniggered at her and then went back to work. You have created the schematic for the lesser impact rune, highest drawing skill L1 reached. You have gained 1000 experience points. He smiled slightly after hearing the system awarding him the experience points. He even managed to upgrade his drawing skill to the next level. He used to have the basic drawing skill, but now it finally broke through. The progress of this skill had stopped at the L9 just like all the other basic ones. Now further upgrading was possible. This made him think that it was caused by him receiving the runic mana scribe class. He figured that the diagrams were probably considered drawings by this leveling system. Previously he leveled this skill by sketching things, also painting was another skill altogether. He also managed to recreate the diagram fully, earning another highest-rated rune. From what Roland knew, the lesser runes were the worst ones on the market. After them came the common runes, then followed by greater runes, grand runes, and at the very top the legendary runes. The last ones were mostly only mentioned in fables and not much was known about them. This wasn't all, as the runes went into even more subcategories. In sequence, they were lowest, low, intermediate, high, and highest. A lesser rune with the highest subgrade was comparable to a common rune with the lowest subgrade. But this was something that Roland would figure out at a later date. He rolled up the schematic that he just made and placed it together with the previous one he created. He now had 2 lesser rune schematics with no flaws. He gave out a sight while thinking, could he scribe these runes on scrolls and sell them to people? He didn't think the impact rune and detonation runes worked well by themselves. They only showed their true colors when attached to weapons. The impact rune either increased the mass of the weapon it was on or used gravity, he wasn't sure. He had asked Sahil about her hammer. She told him that the heavy hammer part increased in weight the moment she activated the rune. She needed to time her attacks well to make use of it, but when she did, she could deliver devastating blows with it. The detonation rune created a small controlled explosion on the tip of a weapon. Unless you managed to poke someone with it, it wasn't that useful. If he scribed it onto a scroll, it would only cause a small explosion, while the impact rune might make the scroll just heavier. This kind of showed him the limitations of some of the runes. The fire orb rune was the only one he could see working as a spell scroll. He only needed to get it to target enemies. Maybe if he combined it with the detonation rune, he could turn it into some kind of targeted grenade spell. Come to think of it, I need to make a schematic for that fire orb rune too. While speaking out loud, he heard a strange sound. HRRRRRRRR. He turned his head towards the loud noise only to see his muscle friend snoring on his bed. She was just sprawled out with her hands and legs in an X shape. He could hear her snoring loudly while scratching her belly, which made him squint his eyes. Oh right, she was here. Hey, I'm done, you can take your hammer now. The large Goliath female just snored some more and rolled onto the other side. There wasn't an ounce of femininity in this tanky girl. Roland scratched his forehead before placing both his hands to his mouth as if he was going to shout. Hey, is that free wine over there? You can drink all you want, no way. He made sure to yell towards her direction and he almost instantly got a reaction. She raised her head up high, her eyes opening wide and drool running down her mouth. Free wine. She was still a bit drowsy, so her words didn't come out right, but instead of wine, she saw her party members snorting at her while laughing. Heh, finally you're up, you can take your hammer now. Ha? No wine? It took a few seconds for Sahildr to realize that she was made a fool of. Her eyes narrowed and she moved forward with haste, putting Roland into a headlock while rubbing his head with her knuckles. Why, you little? Roland didn't have time to react, and not like he was scared. He got his scalp rubbed and he pleaded for mercy. Soon enough he was free to go, his hair all ruffled up. Sahildr took her hammer back and examined to see if it was working right. Roland took a glance while thinking back to moments earlier. Was I always this childish? He contemplated. He could have just woken the girl up normally, but for some reason, he had the urge to plug her nose or even splash water on her face as a prank. The cogs in his brain started to turn. He had a few theories to go with. The scariest one of them all was that he had fused his psyche together with the boy that was once the true Roland. He thought back to the past. He did enjoy climbing those trees at the Arden estate, though he never considered the kids there to be his peers. Before he could have a mental breakdown about himself, he was brought back to reality by Sahildr. Hey, you okay there, Roland? You look kind of pale. Did I rub that big melon of yours too hard? He momentarily tossed his identity conundrum to the back of his head while frowning at Sahildr. I'm fine, I bet Rebecca is waiting for us at the Adventurers Guild, we should go. Roland still had some of his stuff in this room. He didn't pack up just yet. He wanted to do it after having said his goodbyes with the silly trio. They might have not been around each other for that long, but they have managed to form a bond. He couldn't actually remember others being so nice to him even back in his old life. Yeah. I'll be sure to escort you. Now, noble lord, let us depart to the Adventurers Guild. She did some misaligned bow and then opened the door in front of Roland. She stood there like a knight that was holding the way open for their noble lady. Please don't call me that, People will think that it's actually true. The two finally left. Roland was going to use the train he had come to this city for his getaway. It didn't have a direct route to Edelgard, but it was a lot faster than going by horse carriage. It took them 10 or so minutes to get back. Rebecca and Raina were already sitting at the usual table with a piece of paper in hand. "So you two lovebirds finished?" Rebecca called out while whistling at Roland and Sahilde. The Goliath lady looked ticked off by that remark. "What would I do with a little brat like that? He doesn't even have hair growing down there." "Oh, so you've seen it?" Rebecca stuck out her tongue while Sahilde got increasingly maddened. "Quiet down, you two. The idiots in this guild will misunderstand." Roland responded while covering his face with a hood. The other adventurers in the guild just laughed from the side while also whistling. "Hey, it's Little Goblin Slayer Emperor and his harem. They are being even more intimate than usual." After garnering some notoriety, he had gained another title for being the only man in a mostly female party. "We should ask the Squared Emperor about some tips, boys." The older adventurers called out from the side while sniggering at the party of 3 teenage girls. The girls were around the age of 16 or 17 and the youth that was with them was believed to be 12. The Goliath girl turned around while shaking her fist at some of the men. They in turn just laughed more while backing off, not wanting to get smacked in the face. After successfully scaring off the other adventurers, she sat down at the table while grumbling, her hammer leaning against her chair. "So, you got it?" Rebecca nodded while bringing out a piece of paper. It was a job offering for steel and silver ranked adventurers. It was an escort type of mission. They were going to be the bodyguards for a large caravan of merchants. This was quite a common type of job listing and was mostly safe as bandits would rarely attack such large convoys. "Ah, one more thing, Roland, you have your second class now, right? You should go update your adventurer card," Rebecca mentioned while Roland nodded. The requirements to go from bronze to a steel adventurer was getting a second tier 1 class and having finished some missions. Roland and his party were frequent visitors to the dungeon and he had gone through the minimum trial period of half a year, so he was now eligible for it. "Okay, I'll be right back, this shouldn't take long. You three should probably discuss a couple of things." He turned around and left. He went over to the same lady that had given him his first adventurer card. "Hey there, Miss Celica, I've obtained my second class." He gave a quick explanation and the lady nodded. She took the same identification orb out as before to get it checked. He didn't like that they were scanning his status, but not like he could do much about it. There were enough benefits to working as an adventurer to let them get through with the examinations. The card update didn't take that long as they just needed to change it from bronze to steel. "Here you go, have a nice day." The lady bowed slightly while showing him away. There were many other people waiting in lines and there was more work to be done. "So, how does it feel to move up in the world?" "It's just a notch up from bronze. You know well that unless you get to silver you won't really be taken seriously," Roland replied to Rebecca's remark after he returned to the table. He also noticed that there was a bag laying on the table right next to where his sitting spot was. "Isn't this your storage bag?" "Aye, it is. You'll find some coin in there to get you started. Think of it as a little parting gift from us. We did agree on an equal split." He took the bag and glanced at it. He clearly wanted to take it, but while reaching out he stopped his hand. "What? Why are you hesitating? Did you forget that we got that other bag from that guy? It's twice the size of this one, you can take it." "Yeah, just take it." "Take." The three called out while he nodded and grabbed the bag. He strapped it to his side while hiding it under his robe. He would peek inside of it when he was alone. Thanks." He rubbed his neck, feeling a bit uncomfortable about the generosity of his party members. He had thought that having gotten rescued by them was enough. It didn't feel right to ask about more gold or items while splitting. The girls smiled after seeing the youth act all shy. "So when will you be leaving?" they asked him. "Probably today. I think my ride leaves for the next city tonight." He would be going far away. There would be a lot of stops and he would have to go to switch between different magic trains on the way to reach his destination. "That's so? Want us to send you off?" "You don't have to." An awkward conversation ensued while the group of 4 stood up and left the Adventurers Guild. The girls would be heading to a new city and be trying to get themselves a new 4th party member there. They were already close to maxing out their second tier 1 class and would probably be reaching a Tier 2 class in the foreseen future. It didn't take long for Roland to get his belongings from the inn. With the storage bag carrying around all of his items would be quite easy. Back outside, the group huddled closer. Roland wasn't really thinking about them following him all the way to the train station, so this would be as far as this would go. So, this is it. Don't forget about us, and remember you promised to make us those weapons and armors. Rebecca replied happily while holding both her hands to her hips. Sahildra delivered a smack to his back that made him almost fall, as she always did. Yeah, take care of yourself, oh mighty lord. Take care. Raina replied in a monotone voice while twiddling her thumbs. I will, and don't worry, I'll probably be stuck in a blacksmith's shop for quite some time. The time finally came and he turned around. He wasn't good with things like this, and he wasn't sure if he would be able to see these three oddballs in the foreseen future. He would be sure to remember them, as the time spent in the city was something that he cherished. He thought that this was for the best. He didn't want to involve the girls in his family problems. The three girls remained in place while waving, calling out to him once in a while, which made Roland wave with his hand one last time without turning around. He finally made a turn, leaving the view of the three that were watching him from afar. So he is gone, huh? Yeah. Sahil rasped while Rebecca replied, her eyes getting suspiciously moist. You're never good with things like this. At least he didn't have to see that ugly face of yours covered in snot. Unbeknownst to Roland, his party members weren't taking the separation all that well. Sahildra's face contorted into quite the mess and tears were running down her cheeks, snot all over. She started sobbing uncontrollably, which made the other two follow suit. Come on, let us go to the tavern. Stop crying, you're making the people uncomfortable. Who's crying? I'm not crying. Some people could see a Goliath female with her head down and two other girls patting her back. They looked to be saddened while walking into the city. The reason for their distress was close to reaching the train station that would take him on a trip through the large kingdom. The journey would take at least a week, as he needed to change stations multiple times. Some of them would even require him to use regular carriages. Well, farewell, my friends, it was fun while it lasted. He sat down at the train station and waited. An old part of his life was coming to an end. What waited for him next was unknown. He was nervous to a certain extent, but also excited. Nervous about the unknown, excited about the possibilities of his future life that was ready to begin. Chapter 19: New Beginnings. What do you mean he is gone? A loud booming voice was heard, followed by a sound of shattering furniture. A chair was thrown at a wall and it fractured into many pieces on impact. This all was happening inside a large room. It looked to be some kind of noble house. There were various paintings and bookshelves in this room, along with a big crest that had Arden written underneath. Please, my lord, calm down. Adam the butler used a handkerchief to wipe some sweat from his brow. He had just arrived at the Baron's office with bad news: his son was missing. The man responsible for keeping watch over him was nowhere to be found, and just as the boy was gone. The man didn't send in the weekly report as usual, and by the time they sent someone else to check, there was no Roland to be found. The report said that the adventurer party that he was traveling with wasn't in the city of Karwan either. They might have just left the city together with the young master. Wentworth Arden, Roland's father, stood there behind his desk. In a fit of rage, he had tossed his chair at the wall, missing the butler but a hair. Get out and send more people. And bring me a new chair. The butler just bowed while getting out of the room with haste. The Baron moved over to the couch that was to the side and grabbed himself a bottle of schnapps to soothe his nerves. He looked to be quite angry while he drank. He had seen the whole report. The man that was supposed to keep watch was gone. There were a couple of possibilities, some better than the others. The possibility of the boy just going to a different city was there, but the disappearance of one of his men was strange. The Baron smelled some foul play, and he was angry that the possibility of his son's death was out there. Did he escape? The man spoke out before taking a big gulp straight from the bottle while contemplating. He knew well that finding his son would be difficult if he decided to run away. He didn't have enough pull to get the Adventurers Guild to give out his location. Only large ducal houses or the king could achieve such thing. The adventurer guilds around the kingdom were very adamant with their rules. They also had some powerful adventurers that the kingdom wouldn't be willing to go against if push came to shove. Or did he perish? This was the other option on the table, one that he didn't want to believe in. He shook his head while taking a swig from the bottle again. His chair was already on the way and he needed to get back to work. Somewhere far away, the estranged son in question was sitting in a large moving train. He was looking at the passing scenery with boredom. He had been on the road for a week already. There was no TV or internet here, so he was left with staring at the scenery or reading books. He had already gone through the storage bag that his previous party members gave him. He wanted to go back and throw it at their faces as they left 10 small gold coins inside. This was more than he expected. 5 small gold was the largest sum he was willing to take from the 20 that the girls had. He couldn't do his rune scribing as he didn't have any materials. Neither would it look good to just do it out in the open in a moving train. He had no books to study up either, nor was he feeling sleepy, and that was probably due to his sleep resistance skill. This long journey had taken over a whole week, but now it was close to being over. He had seen the scenery change quite a bit through his travels. The Cauldrus Kingdom's climate wasn't too warm or too cold. You could see many grass fields and forest areas scattered throughout the land. The more you went in, the more the climate changed. Where he was going, it looked to be colder, more of autumn-like weather. He was also traveling into lands with a higher altitude as many rocky structures appeared. While on the last stretch of his travels, he saw the scenery turn rocky and they were going into a mountain range. There was a reason why this city was known for having blacksmiths. Now arriving at Edelgard, please take all of your belongings while going out. The train drove up at the last stretch. The city of Edelgard was built into a large mountain. You could even see some mine shafts sprinkled in the background and smoke coming out of them. He could see this while the train moved through a large bridge that connected 2 city parts. Under it was quite the large gorge. A fall from here would spell certain death. This city made him think about dwarfs from some of the fantasy books he used to read back on Earth. In them it was always stated that this race liked to build their cities on or in mountains. Some even had ones placed deep underground. He was finally here. He didn't need to carry his luggage thanks to his spatial bag this time around. I have arrived. He walked out half nervous and half excited. This was a new place filled with opportunities that could come to fruition. This was also a place filled with uncertainty, which made his belly feel like he had a swarm of butterflies in it. There was no one to greet him here or help him out. He was truly alone. He wasn't lonely though, as he was used to working solo. The short time he spent with those 3 girls was the exception to the rule. Ding, ding, ding. He heard the sound of a large bell. He turned to it and saw 2 people in robes. The robes were white, but due to time they now looked gray. There were some yellow patterns here and there, but the most glaring thing was the large yellow sun symbol on their backs. These strange robe-wearing people were close to the exit, so he needed to move there. Roland already had an idea of who these 2 people were. Praise the sun, traveler. May the goddess Solaria bless you on your travels. Would you like to join us for prayer? The person in the robe called out while waving the bell around. The voice was an older man. Next to him stood a second person that was smaller and of the female gender. She was holding a large plate in both her hands and holding it out as if asking for something. Roland knew about the identity of these people. They belonged to the Church of the Sun. They worshipped the goddess Solaria. From his more modern point of view, he found people like this a bit strange. Nevertheless, people from this church were granted the acolyte class that could then evolve into the cleric. You could even become a paladin. A sound of metal dropping on a plate was heard as Roland dropped some copper coins on the collection plate. Even though he never liked churches, in this world they were in a strong position. The class-changing stones that were a necessity were actually produced by these people. No one knew exactly how it happened. The churches only revealed that it was all thanks to the power of their god. The stones were rumored to be a gift from the gods that allowed people to change classes and grow in power. This church wasn't the only one that was able to produce this commodity. Thanks to that, the prices didn't go that overboard, even though the stones weren't that cheap. Praise the sun. Roland nodded while passing the 2 priests that saw their next target behind him. He finally left the train station and went outside. He could see a lot of smoke coming out of the chimneys from this city. Most of the houses were made from rock or bricks. It was hard to spot any wooden structures here as he passed. His first destination was the Adventurers Guild. Even though there was no dungeon located next to this city, it still operated in it as in the others. The adventurers here were mostly used as hired muscle, and they worked as bouncers, guards, and even cleared out some monsters that showed up from time to time. Even without dungeons, monsters existed in the wild, so there was always some work to be done. He asked for directions and headed out. He followed a dark rocky road that would lead him to the guild. While walking he took in the sights. The first thing he noticed was a large number of dwarves. There were also another interesting race that he didn't see before, gnomes. From what he knew, this race was very creative and intelligent, which made them good crafters by default. In contrast to dwarves that liked to work with heavy weapons and armor, the gnomes prided themselves in making more intricate machinery. The magical trains that he was using were apparently invented by the gnome tinkerers. They also worked as normal craftsmen specializing in smaller items like trinkets and magical accessories. Roland needed to find a new base of operations. From what he could tell, he needed to get himself a job at one of the scribing shops. Making magical scrolls was also a business, and many adventurers used these one-time magical items for various occasions. While going through the robust-looking city, he finally arrived at the Adventurer Guild. The guild was slightly different than the previous one, but it had a similar layout with the same job listing notice board. The people inside didn't care much about the small robed figure that entered. His short height wouldn't really raise any eyebrows, as there were many gnomes and dwarves sprinkled all over the place. He got himself a city map which he had to pay, but thanks to his Steel Adventurer ranking he got a small 5% discount. It wasn't much, but saving even a copper coin was a win in Roland's eyes. He looked at this map first. He needed lodging, and there were some inns and taverns that he could stay nearby. He preferred the former as they didn't smell like booze all the time and weren't as loud all into the night. He had walked off the stiffness after leaving the train and it was getting late, so he decided to visit one of the inns that were in his price range. He didn't really care about the quality of the bed. He could mostly sleep anywhere, even on the floor. Even though he had a lot of coins on him, he didn't want to waste them on lavish living, as he didn't know how much money he would be able to earn here. Roland headed to the closest inn that was marked for bronze and steel adventurers. He was lucky back in Carwan, so he thought that he might be lucky this time around as well. The Singing Crow Inn. Roland looked at the wiggly sign that was getting pushed by the wind. The inn was quite large and had 4 levels to it. He pushed the creaky doors open and was greeted by a nice smell. Inside he saw a couple of patrons sitting on some wooden benches. They were eating food and drinking some beverages, probably alcoholic ones. While distracted he moved forward, looking for some kind of counter with the bartender or someone that looked like an owner. While going through the crowd of people he felt someone bumping into him. "Hey, watch out where you are going." He was still wearing his robe and his face was slightly covered so not everyone would notice that he was just an 11-year-old youth. Roland raised a brow as the person that shouted out had quite the high-pitched voice. He looked down and saw someone smaller than him with pointy ears. Sorry about that, didn't see you there." The person that he was looking at a more prolonged face, making her look more like an elf than a human. Besides the long ears, her eyebrows were quite long and she had noticeable high cheekbones. This was apparently a gnome girl of unknown age. "You got eyes, use them. Hey Helsie. Stop flirting with the customers and go back to work." Someone called out from the back, which made the small gnome girl grit her teeth before moving away. She was carrying a plate with unwashed dishes that looked oversized in her small hands. Roland shrugged and moved over to the bar counter where he requested a room to stay in. The pricing was a bit higher here than at his first inn, but he attributed it to this being a larger city in which people probably earn more. The door creaked open and he was greeted to a small room with 1 bed and a table with 1 chair next to it. These items were made from wood in contrast to all the stone and brick buildings. He tested out the mattress that was again just some straw stuck into some cloth. He smirked to himself while thinking that he was already used to bad sleeping conditions like these. He sat down on the chair and started unpacking his belongings. He placed his quill along with some other materials for drawings on the table. He could finally draw the schematics for that lesser fire orb rune. You have created the schematic for the lesser fire orb rune, highest. You have gained 1,000 experience points. It took him an hour to finish up with this schematic. He was getting better at redrawing those diagrams. This rune was also something he drew from his memory and not while looking at a weapon with his debugging skill. He memorized it during his class trial and was even able to achieve the highest subgrade. He rubbed his eye with his knuckles while feeling tired. The bumpy train ride and lack of sleep were slowly getting to him. He placed the sheet of paper next to the other 2 schematics while looking down. In his mind, he felt like he was cheating the system. He could just draw from memory and get large amounts of experience from it. He would need to spend a few days fighting monsters to get the same number of XP as he did now. Roland looked at each schematic. He wanted to abuse this leveling shortcut to its fullest. To maximize on it, he needed more runes to work with, but he also was thinking about other possibilities. Namely, creating his own diagrams while analyzing the old ones he had. He nodded to himself while rubbing his chin. He needed to slowly analyze these 3 schematics. He needed to find similarities in them. If he could figure out what these 3 runes had in common, he might be able to find a pattern. He would then be able to perhaps create his own custom runes. From what he was able to ascertain, all of these runes possessed traces. These magical pathways carried the mana that a user inserted into the rune to create an effect. From his perspective, the whole rune was some sort of closed circuit that when given energy activated the given spell effect it was programmed for. There were several components scattered over these schematics buried deeply into the runic symbols. He had seen them during his trial while scribing the fire orb rune. He had followed the book's instruction to recreate them, but he didn't fully understand their purpose. He was like an assembly line worker that assembled an item without knowing the intricacies of the parts he was working with. He tickled his nose with his quill while thinking that he wouldn't figure out much from the schematics about those components. He would actually need to experiment with the parts themselves while scribing to actually get anywhere. The thing he could do is try to relocate these unknown elements on the sheet of paper and see if his debugging skill reacts in any way. Roland sighed out loud as he already needed to spend at least an hour redrawing the diagrams. Now he needed to do it while adding random parts, and he had no way of copy-pasting as you would in a computer program. He also had the idea of cutting out parts he drew on paper. He would then try relocating them over completed schematics while replacing the other components. He tried doing it by drawing some of the rune parts onto a smaller piece of paper and placing it over another element on the fire orb rune. His debugging skill didn't activate. It seemed that it had to be drawn on one piece of paper as a whole. Well, that got me nowhere. Before going to bed, let me copy over all of these modules and try to organize them. Roland looked at his quill and frowned. He really needed a pencil for this kind of work. The quill was sometimes messy and required constant refills of ink. He didn't really have time to buy any scribing materials back at his old city. Everything happened fast, so he only brought over other necessities, like food, water, and clothes. His work continued into the night. Redrawing the single parts was a lot easier without drawing all those magical pathways. He had no idea what they represented yet, but in the future, he would try designing the simplest rune possible and then start experimenting. Roland believed that if his debugging skill was working with these components, then maybe they were used similar to parts you found on a circuit board. Resistors that were used to control the electric current could be used to control the amount of mana used in a rune. Maybe on the detonation rune, parts like these were used to make the explosion smaller. If he knew which ones to remove, he could create a larger detonation. Transistors that amplified a charge, maybe if he found something similar to them, he could increase the output on some of these spells. Memory elements could have pre-programmed modules with the actual spell effects in them. If he figured out how those worked, then the path to making his own custom spells would be open to him. There were many possibilities, but they would have to wait till tomorrow as he was now dead tired. He also needed to check the stores in the city to either find a place to work or try doing it himself. He had a reason to believe that selling his scrolls would be difficult by himself, so he wanted to find a regular job first. He blew out one of the candles that he had brought with himself. Tomorrow he would finally begin his new life in this place. Chapter 20: Looking for Work. Roland woke up the next day earlier than expected. The sound of carriages moving and people talking filled his ears. The residents in this city started the day a bit faster than back in Karwan. They also made a lot more noise. He could hear the sounds of hammers hitting metal even from here. He rose to his feet with one eye glued shut. He was a bit groggy. The fatigue from the week-long train ride didn't go away just yet. He somehow crawled out of his bed and went out of his room. There wasn't really much to do there, and he could just carry his stuff in his spatial bag. He had his breakfast, which tasted bland as before. The common people didn't really have much seasoning besides salt and pepper. The small gnome girl was up and about today. He decided to try not to bump into her again as she looked easily irritable. He needed to inspect the new city. Besides this inn and the Adventurers Guild, there were other interesting places to see. First, he decided to find himself a general store that sold items for scribes. He needed to get himself some paper or blank scrolls made from monster skin. He wasn't sure which ones were better, but it would probably be easier to draw on paper than rough scrolls. He kept looking around, quite curious about the people living here. He had been in this world for almost 6 years now. The time that he had spent adventuring was already over half a year. The adventurers were a peculiar bunch, but he found them a well-knit group. There were still dangers in this world though. Bandits and monsters prowled in the night, and you could get yourself a death sentence if you bumped into a person in a high enough position. Luck was on his side, as besides that one encounter he had managed to fly under the radar. This was probably thanks to the adventurer party he had joined. The 3 girls were quite cautious in their hunts. He didn't show it back then, but he noticed that they were different from the usual adventurer group. They didn't wander into the deeper parts of the dungeon even though they should be strong enough. He had reason to believe that they weren't willing to go there with a child like him. He shook his head around, trying to forget about the recent but now old days. He needed to get some shopping done, and he had reached one of the larger general stores. He entered inside and could hear a bell ringing the moment he pushed the door open. He could see some people inside looking at the items on display. The first thing he noticed were the long display cases. They had items placed in them with small text which showed the name and the pricing akin to modern-day price tags. There were some bookcases placed at the walls and some decorations in the form of shields and swords at the walls. This was a general item store, so you could find things like potions, scrolls, and even provisions here. "Good day, customer, feel free to look around the store." He heard someone calling out to him. In front behind the display cases stood an older gentleman. He had large glasses on and was partially balding with some hair on the sides. He was wearing a heavy apron over his regular clothes with some tools sticking out from the pockets. Roland nodded and moved closer to the display cases. He could see some potions of various grades. They had the same grading system as the runes, ranging from lesser all the way up to legendary. Here he found mostly lesser and common ones though. Oh, they do have some scrolls here. In one of the display cases, he saw some rolled up scrolls. This one he was looking at had a mana arrow spell inscribed onto it. He looked at the price and saw that this one went for 1 small silver coin. He wasn't sure if that was a large sum for an item like this. So he tried comparing the price to monster kills. He reasoned that it wouldn't be worthwhile to kill a goblin with this spell scroll unless you were getting a mana stone out of it. If you considered this a life-saving measure, then it wasn't that costly. He looked further and spotted more scrolls that were being sold. The next one in line was a fire arrow spell scroll. This was a direct upgrade from a mana arrow spell and was tier 2 magic. A person making this scroll had to be a more advanced scribe along with being an elemental fire mage. The cost of this spell was triple what the inferior one cost. Roland was a bit surprised by it only being this much. He was inclined to think that this spell should cost a lot more. It was always best to ask when you had some questions instead of overthinking, so he looked at the store owner and gave his question. "Excuse me, why does this fire arrow spell only cost 3 small silvers when it's a tier 2 spell while this mana arrow spell costs 1 small silver?" The store owner moved a bit closer to look at what his customer was looking at and then gave the answer. Even though it's a tier 2 spell, it isn't that much more potent. It also depends on the person making these scrolls and materials. If it was a fireball spell, it would cost about 6 small silver per scroll. Also, dear customer, these scrolls get identified by a professional that can distinguish their true attacking value. An archmage could very well create a simple mana arrow spell that would be several times stronger than a fire arrow spell. It all depends on the person making it. The shop owner was quite happy to explain while taking out one of the scrolls and showing them off. These scrolls also had gradings just as the runes. They were a bit different, as the determining factor was not how well they were made but how much power was injected into them during the creation process. The people made it simple and rated them from lowest to highest, and they were checked by a special device before a price was assigned. "I see, thank you." Roland nodded and wondered how high his grading would be if he wrote down his own mana arrow and mana bolt spell. He had a lot more intelligence and mana than a regular mage, so he should be able to make more powerful spell scrolls. Before asking more questions, Roland went around the store and found the things he was looking for. He found some magic ink and the more crude-looking monster skin scrolls. He was also sure to get himself a pencil and more sketching paper. From what the shop owner said, these were the cheaper options as the magic paper was made from some difficulty to come by wood. In contrast, monsters were easily hunted down in certain dungeons and were a good renewable resource. The empty scrolls came in bundles of 10 and they were close to the size of A5 paper. This meant that they weren't all that big, but considering the spells he was going to write on them weren't that high level, this was enough. Larger spells required larger scrolls, but these were enough for Tier 1 and Tier 2 spells. The 10 blank scrolls cost him 9 small silver, which put them at 9 large copper coins apiece. So if he managed to sell them all at the price of the mana arrow spell in this shop, he would only be making 1 small silver coin. He probably wouldn't be making any money if he added the price of the magic ink into the mix. He was seriously contemplating getting a job now. If he worked for someone, he wouldn't need to worry about manufacturing costs and he would be still able to earn experience points while getting paid. Excuse me, are there any scroll scribing shops nearby? The shop owner gave Roland the location of the nearest store, but he didn't know if they were recruiting. He bowed respectfully to the man before leaving. The man had been really helpful. His next destination was a place called Exier's Magic Emporium. It was one of the larger magic shops in the city and was apparently owned by some rich magic user. Roland had no idea what class of mage the person was, but he was loaded. Roland was slightly worried that he wouldn't be able to get a spot in the workforce, mainly due to his lack of elemental affinity. He wasn't sure if he should disclose that he had a more advanced version of the scribe class to people he didn't know either. The mana arrows weren't really a hot commodity from what he could tell. He ended up by a large 3-story building. It had the name that the shop owner mentioned. The sign on it was composed of 2 potions on the side, a scroll in the middle with a staff going through them. It had your standard magic shop feel to it, nothing out of the ordinary. I guess this is it. The first thing he did was to see if there were any job listings hanging outside the 3-story tall building. He didn't find anything like that, so he decided to step inside. The doors were a bit peculiar as they didn't have any handles, but this mystery was resolved quite fast as they opened by themselves the moment he got there. On the inside it had a similar layout as the general store he visited before. There were display cases with various magical items scattered all over the place. He could buy spell scrolls just as in the previous shop, but they had a lot more variations. He checked the names and he compared the prices, which came out to be strangely similar. He went through the larger spell scroll section of the shop. There were various spells here, like fireball spells, lightning bolt spells, freezing cones, and various others. He wasn't looking for those though, he was interested in something else. He finally arrived at a smaller section that was further in the back. It was the runic spell scrolls section. There were actually few and far between scrolls in this section. They looked a bit dusty, as if no one had picked them up in a while. There wasn't much variation and they didn't come in bundles like the regular scrolls. They looked more like an exhibit than actual items for purchase. He leaned in closer, interested in what type of spells these were. Runic Orb of Light spell. Runic Fire Arrow spell. Runic Aqua Ball spell. They were mostly simple lower tier spells. He glanced at the Fire Arrow one. He could compare the prices of this one to its counterpart. The moment he saw the numbers, he realized why these were not getting sold. It cost 6 or 7 times as much. Who would buy this? There wasn't a spell under the price of a large silver coin, and that was the Orb of Light. The Fire Arrow spell cost 2 large silver coins. This was a large gap to the regular Fire Arrow spell scroll that went for 3 small silver coins. He tried thinking about why these spell scrolls cost so much more than the other ones. There could be a couple of possibilities, but luckily there was a clerk coming his way, so he could just ask like before. It was a cute-looking girl with long ears, and she was of the taller kind, an elf. She was wearing a red robe of some kind, with the same logo that the store had on her chest part. She was quite the beauty with golden hair, as most of the elves were. "Hello there, need any help?" The girl smiled. She looked to be in her later teens, but from what Roland knew she could be well into her 50s. The elves were a race that could live for a very long time. Yes, why do these runic spell scrolls cost so much more than the regular spell scrolls? He was here to ask for a job, but he was also interested in why the runic scrolls were so overpriced. Also why they didn't look like they were selling well. Ah, these? That's simple. These spell scrolls are a lot harder to produce than the ordinary spell scrolls. They also require a runesmith to produce them. Roland didn't actually get to scribing the regular spells just yet. He did know that it took quite a while to create one of those runic scrolls. He needed close to an hour to produce one and he was in a rush for time. The runic spell he made was also on the more rudimentary side, so he could only imagine how long a more complex spell would take to scribe down. From the conversation with the elf lady, it became apparent. The spell scrolls cost so much due to it requiring a tier 2 runesmith and also a lot more time. The runesmiths probably weren't willing to drop the price range due to the time and effort put into their work. There were a couple of those spell scrolls there. He wanted to get them for further research. He could probably upgrade them to the highest grade and get some schematic experience while at it. Before that though, he recalled what he was here for in the first place. Ah yes, excuse me, Mississippi. Is this shop perhaps looking for mana scribes? He didn't want people to know that he was a runic mana scribe just yet, as he didn't know if that would bring any unwanted attention to him. The elf girl looked at him from top to bottom and nodded. Mana scribe? I'll have to ask the manager. I think we are, but... She didn't finish the sentence while covering her mouth as if she was holding back from revealing too much information. Just follow me, I'll bring you to the manager, he is always looking for good workers. The woman turned around and he followed after her. They both headed upstairs. The stairs were quite narrow and circular and there was hardly any space for anyone to walk next to. On the next floor, he saw a corridor leading to a room with the words manager on them. To the sides were other rooms that were closed off. These rooms also had words written on them, one of them had potions on them, another one scrolls and spells written on a plaque. Those were either production rooms or places where they stored those items. Before he could examine his surroundings, the elf girl knocked on the door. They both heard a high-pitched voice answering with a "come in," and so they did. Inside was your usual office with a large desk. On that desk beside documents, there was a full-blown chemist set with various vials and tubes. There were various colorful liquids going through those tubes, for what reason he did not know. To the sides were shelves filled with some strange ingredients which made Roland think that he entered an alchemist workshop. What is it, Ziliana? You know that I'm busy. The person that answered wasn't human, he was a person with a smaller frame and a large head, and his ears were pointy but not as long as an elf's. He was holding a pipette and dropping some blue liquid into a larger pitcher of green liquid. Manager, I've brought you a potential worker. I think this boy wants to work as a scribe. The smaller man stopped what he was doing and glanced at Roland with his eyes. He then went right back to what he was doing while speaking. Just show him the contract, if he signs it you can test his skills in scribing. Now leave, I'm busy with my research. The two headed out and the elf girl just smiled at Roland while shrugging. Don't mind the manager, he is always buried deep into his work, he is actually an advanced alchemist. Ah sure, he mentioned some kind of contract? The girl nodded and they went downstairs and they entered a smaller back room. Once inside, the elf girl started to rummage through some stacks of paper. She then brought out a large scroll and handed it to him. It looked a bit beat up and dusty. You just need to sign the magic contract with your signature and insert some mana for it to work. Magic contract? He was interested in what this was, so he started reading through this so-called contract. The more he read, the more his brows started furrowing. When he arrived at the end, he just looked up to the elf with a confused expression. Why you want me to sign this? The elf nodded as if everything was fine. The contract was a 6-year deal. It stated that he would work for a set price and would have to scribe a set number of spells each day. There were a few he could choose from, and depending on it the number could decrease or increase. This wasn't the problematic part though. The contract stated that he wouldn't have the right to sell any spell scrolls outside the shop. Even less if it were spells that he had learned during his work here. In short, they would supply him with the knowledge, but he needed to waive any rights to his work for those 6 whole years. The contract was a magical one, so it would be known if he breached it and he would suffer some type of curse. It might have not looked like such a bad deal. He would have work and would be supplied with crafting materials. The only thing getting impeded would be his freedom. He wouldn't even be able to make spell scrolls outside his work area. So he wouldn't be able to experiment with his runes at all. The 6-year period was also bothering him. He wanted to quickly level up and then get the blacksmith class. If he signed this, he would have to keep working here even when he achieved his goal. You know what, I'll think about it. He decided to leave, for now. Maybe the other shops around the city would give him a better deal. He still had a lot of time and he wasn't low on money, so he wasn't worried, at least not yet. Chapter 21 Finding a Way. Roland was sitting down on a bench outside a certain building. This was the fifth he had visited today and the sun was already setting. He had gone through the city while trying to find himself a place to work. The first place wanted to make him sign a 6-year contract that felt more like a scam than anything else. He decided to continue with his search, but what he found later was quite shocking. The first contract given was on the better side, the other places wanted to keep him there for longer. The terms were similar and the pay varied. Some wanted him to make a certain number of scrolls each day. Others wanted him to work for a fixed amount of hours for the entire week. He wouldn't even have days off. I made a big mistake. He thought that a big city like this would have many opportunities. He was sure that he would find something sooner or later. The reality was different. The store owners were all in cahoots. They made it hard for any new talent to get a good start. A new scribe wouldn't be able to earn any money at all. The prices of the materials were set so that only intermediate-level spell scrolls would actually bring in profit. He didn't even know if they would buy scrolls from a third party like him or if they gave them a fair price. Probably not. Roland was now thinking that a smaller town might have been a better choice. They would probably offer him a less binding contract, one without a curse. The curse was also one that lowered your mana by 60% until the contract time ran out. For a mage, something like that would be crippling. Losing more than half of your mana pool would halt your progress dramatically. His plan was to work as a scribe for a year or so. With his experience gaining trick, he had reason to believe that he could reach L25 of this class by then. He figured that getting enough money for a class change crystal wouldn't be that hard. He even had enough right now. The reality was different though. No one from the established shops would let him test his skills in their shops for free. He would need to pay up in close to slave labor. He had assumed too much. He thought that a mage class was a rare commodity. He thought that when the store owners heard that he was a mana scribe, they would spread their arms wide and invite him in, no questions asked. He had underestimated how businesses operated here and that they already had a system in place. Most of the scribes were kids from the magic academies. These academies were able to get better contracts for their students that were only working to level up and gain new skills for their future. If you were a solo act, the contracts were much harsher as they didn't really care about you as a worker. Why would they if they got cheap labor from the magic academies instead? What are my other options besides signing one of those contracts? The youth looked out into the distance. The horizon was all red as the sun was setting. He could even see some priests from the Sun Church praising the sun and doing some strange pose with their arms outstretched into the air. He could take the contract and work hard for those 5 or 6 years. He would probably gain a lot of experience through scribing and reach max level. He could hold out on using the schematics trick until he got to the blacksmith class if it showed promise. The problem was that he wouldn't really be able to focus on his smithing work. Some of the contracts even forbade part-time work at other places. He also feared that the smithing workshops could have similar agreements. Another option was leaving this city and finding one without that many scribes. Maybe in a place where his class was rare, the shop owners would be more lenient. Still, he had no idea if they wouldn't just give him similar contracts or where a city like that existed. He also considered moving to a city with a dungeon and just doing scribe work on the side. That option would probably slow his leveling down as crafting classes gain less experience by slaying monsters. Is there a place I can sell my items in here? Roland had access to his debugging skill, so he could probably upgrade those runic spell scrolls to the highest rating. He thought back to the prices those went for and they overshadowed the regular spell scrolls. The problem was that no one was willing to buy them if they could get something cheaper in bulk that wasn't that much worse. How much better were the highest versions of those runic spells? Was the biggest question. If he managed to get that fire arrow spell to be a lot more powerful than the competition's, he might be able to somehow do it. The construction materials weren't that costly. Maybe if he bundled them 10 apiece he could manage to scrape by. There was another problem besides that. How would he explain that a boy of not even 11 was selling and producing runic spell scrolls at the highest rank? Would the people try to get his secrets? Would they get violent? He wasn't sure how the businessmen around here reacted to the unwanted competition. He didn't think he would affect their bottom line with some scrolls, so he mostly thought it would be safe in that regard. Was there a place that he could sell his stuff without attracting attention? while still earning enough to get by and while leveling up. He didn't think there was such a convenient place in the regular stores or shops. Should he try peddling it out in the market while hiding his face behind his robe hood? He remembered that there was one type of place that he could sell items like that. Such a place was an auction house. He could probably remain somewhat anonymous. The auction houses probably kept the seller's name secret. This was probably one of the better options out on the table. I should head back to the inn. I'll try to scribe some regular spells first, I'll think about it later. He had enough for today. He couldn't make up his mind and the sun had already gone down. He could still work for an hour or two on his scroll making, then at least this day wouldn't be a total waste. Roland hopped down from the bench he was sitting on. It was nicely made from some kind of metal, probably fashioned in place by some kind of smith or artisan. He took out an apple from his storage bag and bit into it. It was nice and sweet and worth the coin that he paid for it. He wasn't in a hurry as he just walked forward. He looked at the people going back and forth. In the middle of the road there were horse carriages passing by, some of them were even pulled by some large ox-looking creatures. The people chatted with each other and they looked to be going to the taverns for some alcohol. People in this world sure like to drink. He attributed this feature to them not having any TV or internet here. There weren't that many places for people to spend their free time. There were some theaters, but those were mostly occupied by the rich merchants and nobles, while the commoners liked louder places like casinos or the aforementioned taverns. There was also the red light district where men liked to spend their coins on the various ladies of the diverse races. Before his mind could wander to strange places, he got brought back into reality. He heard someone ringing a loud bell, and this person wasn't part of the Sun Church. After glancing towards the direction of the noise, he noticed quite the curvy elf lady. She wasn't the same one that he saw last time, and she was even more beautiful. She was clearly dressed to show off and to pull in the attention of the crowds. She had something akin to those Chinese dresses with a lot of leg space. She was ringing that bell in front of a large gate, above it a picture of a scale. Gather up, good people of Edelgard, the Libra auction house will be opening in half an hour. Be sure to bring your purses as we will be having a grand auction today. She continued talking while Roland spaced out for a moment. He didn't realize that there was this kind of establishment in the area. He inched forward together with the small group of people that was lured in by the bouncy elven girl. Step right in, the entrance fee is only 2 small silver, practically nothing. After hearing that they actually had to pay to get in, most of the people dispersed while grumbling. Roland and a few others remained, some of them even paid the price and went in. He was hesitant as he didn't want to buy anything from there. He would rather sell his scrolls there, but he didn't even have any items to show. He was just looking for an auction house to sell his wares and one popped out. He was surprised that they were taking entrance fees. He thought that the more buyers the better. Why would you limit your earning potential? This was just a way to weed out people that were only there to window shop. If someone actually paid a small entrance fee, they would be more inclined to spend more inside. It would feel like a waste to partake in the auction, pay an entrance fee, and not get anything in return. It was also a strategy to keep the poor out and attract the rich. He pulled out the map of the area and made sure to mark it down. From what he knew of such places, they took in stock during the day and sold them later at night, just like now. He would return here another time with some items in tow. For now, he decided to return back to the inn he was staying at. He needed to test his scribing skills and in the morning go by some of those runic spell scrolls that he saw. Back in his room, he pulled out one of the special scrolls made from monster skin. It had a yellow tint to it and was rough around the edges. He placed the inkwell that he bought from the store on his small table along with a new quill. He was already a couple of large silver coins poorer after buying some of these supplies. I hope this pays off. He grumbled under his nose, hoping for the best. First, he needed to practice. He would be focusing on runic spell scrolls, but he wanted to at least go through the process of scribing a regular spell scroll. His aim was his mana arrow spell, the strongest attacking spell that he had. His basic mana scribing skill was at L1, so he wasn't expecting any grand results. He also wanted to check how much experience he would get from making one. Source of all magic, heed my call. The process of mana scribing was a bit different than the runic counterpart. The scribe had to write down the spell onto the scroll while focusing his mana on the quill and ink. There were no intricate lines or runic components to slow him down. he just needed to spell out the right incantation onto paper in the correct language while focusing. The mana arrow's incantation wasn't all that long or difficult, but putting ink to paper while focusing your mana was still difficult. After 10 minutes he managed to get his first spell scroll and he heard the notification. You have gained 20 experience points. He rubbed his chin afterward. This amount of experience wasn't all that great. It also wasn't that bad either if you took into consideration that he could do it from the safety of his home. A warrior could probably hunt down monsters faster in a shorter span of time, but a scribe wasn't put into any danger while crafting. He could also do it continuously if he had the materials and mana. He tried identifying his own spell scroll, but besides getting its name there weren't any further stats. Maybe if he leveled up his scribing skill he would be able to examine the scrolls and get their rank and damage value. How much will I get from a simple runic spell? He was now curious. He needed to compare the two. The problem was that he only had the knowledge of 3 runes and 2 of them weren't really fit to be scribed down as they were made for weapons. He decided on the fire orb rune as it was also a lot easier to scribe down. He went through the motions while remembering his class change quests. This was already the 3rd time he was drawing this rune, so he had some practice. His fingers grasped the quill and his hand moved slowly. The intricate runic symbols started to slowly appear on the yellow scroll as they connected into one complete runic spell. You have gained 50 experience points. It took him about 45 minutes to finish. This was already faster than before, but it still was a lot slower than with the regular scribing skill. He had gained more than double the experience but needed a lot more time to do it. He quickly looked at the scroll before him and ran it through his debugging skill. To no surprise, he saw some red lines. It was one thing to know where the mistakes were and another to actually bring it to paper. Even if he didn't want it, his hands weren't steady, his mana control wasn't perfect, and his concentration wavered from time to time. He just couldn't redraw the perfect diagram at his current skill level. He would need to practice before he could actually sell any of these personally made goods. He came to a conclusion: making runic scrolls wasn't optimal for gaining experience points. He could probably make 5 regular spell scrolls and gain 100 XP, while making one runic version gave him 50 XP. This wasn't a problem for him though, as he could just make some schematics to even it out. What he wanted at this time was to earn more gold, and he felt like the runic spells were the way to go. There was also another discovery that he made. His debugging skill wasn't working on the regular spell scrolls. There were no lines, he just couldn't see anything. This meant that runic spells and regular spells were different in some way or operated on different laws. How and why they were different he could only speculate. Also, these runic spells didn't seem to mind that he didn't have any elemental affinities. The fire orb spell activated just fine even with his affinity for fire being at 0%. Which made sense, as the point of these scrolls was that anyone could activate them. It was a long way off, but he theorized that when he achieved the runesmith class, he could very well make himself equipment with various spell effects. The only problem with those was the high mana activating cost that skyrocketed their upkeep. Okay, I have decided. Roland nodded. He would practice making runic spells and increase his scribing skill for them. He would then scribe them down in a bundle of 10 for the auction. He was putting all of his eggs into one basket, but he believed that this was the best way if he didn't want to trap himself with that contract for 6 years. Thanks to his previous party members that had gifted him some golden coins, he would be okay even for half a year with no work. He would use this opportunity that they gave him well. With a new battle plan on his mind, he was reinvigorated. He just needed to power through this period and scribe like his life depended on it. Chapter 22 Auction. It was a normal day like any other at the Libra auction house. It was the latter part of it, and the workers were carrying some of the items into the back for appraisal. In this world, with a game-like system, it was easy to tell an object's true worth. Though that was only if the person's identification skill was high enough or if they had an enchanted item to help them out with it. Those items were costly though, and they required mana as any other runic equipment. That is why a person with a high identification skill was sought after, as he could appraise many items throughout the day without the need for mana. Percival was one of those people. He was the holder of a special non-combat analytic class that even had an appraisal skill included. His job was the identification of goods at this auction house. Not every item on the list made it to the showcase, there were rules put in place to not sell anything below a certain price. There was just not enough time for everything to be put out on stage. The Libra auction house was one of the largest ones in the city, and it had multiple stages where the items were being put up. They were all separated into ranks, so you wouldn't see a grand magic sword being auctioned before a lesser magic potion. Here, Mr. Percival, this is the last item from this batch. We still need to decide on the order of the items. A person brought in a certain item and placed it to the side at the entrance of Percival's office before leaving. There were already certain other products all separated by prices and labeled by the man's assistant, waiting for pickup. The appraiser was a busy person, so not like he had enough time to do such things himself. The assistant was a regular human by the name of Cynthia. Another one into the trash bin, in it goes. The girl shouted out in a cheerful voice while placing a metallic-looking statuette into a large tray with other various items. These were all products that were deemed unworthy for this auction house to sell them. Cynthia, how many times do I have to tell you to not be rough with those? If you break it, it will be deducted from your pay. Now bring me over that item, I want to go on my break. The man was a bit grumpy from all the long hours of appraising items and just wanted to be done with it. The girl slowly walked over to the item in question and picked it up. She was a bit confused as to what this was. It was rolled up with a couple of sheets of gray paper and tied together with string. I don't think this person is good at wrapping. She brought the item over to the grumpy old appraiser that looked at it with scorn. After he managed to get rid of the crude outer shell, he frowned even more. He had seen products like this before and knew that they weren't worth much. Even from the first glance, he could tell that the quality of the scroll parchment was the absolute lowest. Why would they make me appraise spell scrolls? They sell for almost nothing. Did this get through due to the packaging? I told them to look through the items before they bring them over here. What if there was a bundle of sticks in here? Percival the appraiser wanted to grasp the bundle of spell scrolls and toss them aside. Before he was able to do that, his lovely assistant grabbed one of them and took a look. Mr. Percival, these spell scrolls are strange. They only have a couple of large symbols on them. I thought you had to write a spell on these. The girl turned the spell scroll around to show it to the man, whose eyes bulged slightly. He looked down to see that these items weren't simple spell scrolls. No, they were all runic spell scrolls, which were much harder to make. Give that back, you fool. Okay. The girl stuck her tongue out at the old man and went to the side. She was also waiting for him to finish up so she could take a break. The auction would be starting in a couple of hours and she still had some other work to do. The appraiser fixed his glasses and placed one of the scrolls on the table so he could see it better. These are indeed runic spell scrolls. Which runesmith had enough time to make these? He was a bit baffled why anyone would make so many of these. Maybe a new runesmith was feeling bored, so he or she made them? He didn't want to speculate more, so he leaned up and started examining the item. His identification and appraisal skills activated, and you could see a faint blue glow in the man's eyes for a fraction of the second. Runic Fire Arrow Spell Scroll, common, high. One of his eyebrows moved up after reading through the information. He thought this was some beginner runesmith's work, but it was actually of a high grade. Even accomplished smiths mostly made items at the intermediate level, while high was a sign of talent and hard work. A regular intermediate fire arrow spell went for 2 to 4 small silver coins, but this was a runic spell scroll. They worked a bit differently than the regular ones. The biggest difference was the possibility of amplifying the spell. The user had the option of adding more mana into the scroll, which would increase the output to a certain extent depending on the rank. Interesting. I'd say this scroll could even go for up to 9 small silver coins, not bad for a common spell scroll. The man almost made a mistake by crumbling up these. If the owner got wind of it, he might have to even apologize in person. These scrolls even had a little logo drawn in the corner. It looked like a red shooting star or a comet. There were more of those scrolls there, so he got to it, going through them one by one. Highest? His eyebrow moved even higher as he saw that one of these scrolls was at the highest rating. This was something he didn't get to see often, an item with the highest rating. If the high-rated scroll could go for up to 9 small silver coins, then this one could even go for double, maybe even triple. The appraiser knew that a lot of the runesmiths were unwilling to sell spell scrolls below a certain price range. This was why they were placed in stores at exorbitant figures and never saw practical use. A highest-graded spell scroll could actually go for quite the sum, though. What did the highest rating mean? It meant that the spell was really close to jumping grades and going into a higher one. That would put this common spell scroll at half a step into the greater runic spell realm. By Solaria, who is this runesmith? Is he an advanced one? He mumbled to himself while finishing up with the appraisal. There were exactly 10 runic spell scrolls in this pile. 8 of them were at the high grade while 2 of them were at the highest. There wasn't even one that was at an intermediate level, which told him that the person that was making them was quite the master. The man racked his brain. He couldn't imagine this being one of the runesmiths from the city. Most of them were grizzled men with some lesser magical aptitude that barely managed to become a mana scribe. Most of them preferred working with metals and not scrolls. The only use for them was practicing their mana control. Are you finished, Mr. Percival? It's getting late. The man looked up. He had spent a bit too long inspecting these items. He coughed into his hand and then started writing down the appropriate pricing. The pricing was mostly there as a guide for the auctioneer to start off. They would use it to choose the minimum bidding price of the item. Take them and be careful, they are delicate. Also wrap them up with some high-quality string for the auction. Okay. Are we going to sell these as a bundle or separately? The assistant asked while taking out some better-looking string and rolling up the sheets of monster skin. Why are you asking me? I'm just the appraiser. They would probably sell better as a bundle. The highest graded scrolls might make the buyers bid further. He added his opinion while standing up. The scrolls that he just appraised were slightly unusual but nothing really that extraordinary. There were items in this auction that the minimum bidding price was a gold coin. The scrolls that could fetch a couple of small or large silver coins apiece didn't really matter. The assistant girl shrugged while the old man walked out. She opened the door and 2 more male workers walked in. They removed the tray of useless items from the room first. The other goods that were going to get auctioned out were spread out on larger tables by the prices. Some other people would come in and take a look at them. They needed to decide on the order of them appearing. This was something Cynthia was also partly responsible for. While this all was happening, Roland was standing outside the Libra auction house. He had handed over his workload that he had slaved on for months. He was wearing a robe and a face mask. His eyes looked bloodshot as if he didn't sleep for a couple of days. He was reaching a boiling point. He had burned through most of his cash on crafting materials and could fill a couple of books with his low and lesser crafted runic spells now. He was quite pedantic when it came to his work ethic, unwilling to go to the auction house without at least a full clip with high-grade runic spells. He had worked tirelessly till this point. He looked at his status screen that went up a couple of levels since the last time. The skill that went up the most was his basic rune scribing skill. It was at level 5. Also, his rune mastery leveled up slightly while his understanding of making the runic scrolls continued. It was at level 2. He had procured the runic fire arrow spell scroll from that shop. He still remembered the strange look the lady elf gave him after she brought it over. She even tried telling him that it wasn't worth it and that he should just get one of the regular spell scrolls instead. He brought it back home and created a perfect schematic. It even gave him double the experience compared to the lesser rune schematics he made. He was still filled with anticipation and vigor at that point. This soon turned to despair after he noticed that scribing a common runic spell was a lot harder than the lesser variant. He failed and failed, losing more money in the progress of going through his resources. He even had to go back and practice on the fire orb rune as it was more manageable. He needed to level his scribing skill up to even be able to create his first fire arrow spell at the lowest subgrade, and this was already a full month after he obtained this item for practice. The 10 small gold coins that his party members had graciously given him started not to seem like such a big sum. He thought that it could even last him for 10 months, but he barely managed to last half a year while going through his crafting materials. He even had to dive into his adventurer savings just to scrape by. At this point in time, he was sitting on his last small silver coin. If he didn't manage to make a profit with these scrolls, he would have to go find himself a job. He was very stubborn as he got it into his head that he needed good branding with his first auction. This was why he was unwilling to sell the lower-rated scrolls and why he placed a small logo on the scroll so that people would notice his brand. He also pretended to be a servant of some posh runesmith that made these runic spells. The disguise he was wearing was also part of his paranoia that had manifested itself slowly. It was partly due to the assassination attempt and because he was worried that his father would find him and force him to go back. He had gotten a special plaque with a number. With this he could return later to get his money. Apparently his goods made it through the appraiser as he saw some other sellers picking up their items that didn't make it through. I should go in and check. They told me that the sellers can sit in the back during the auction if they wanted. He was quite nervous as a student before a big exam, waiting for his turn to enter. He felt butterflies in his stomach, but he steeled his resolve and went in. He needed to see how the auction house operated and how people reacted to his wares. He showed his plaque to the guard and was allowed to enter without paying an entrance fee. On the inside, there were a couple of corridors leading to different auction stages. There was a separate one for the more valuable items, and you had to be someone of higher status to participate in those. The one his items were being auctioned off looked like a small theater stage. There were your usual seats in the front, but there were some in the balconies for the richer people that were willing to pay a bit more. He was slightly surprised that his items were being hosted here as he expected them to be in the other auction stage, for the lesser and common items. This one was the one used for common and grand ones. He could see people coming in and sitting in the front. The auction block where the auctioneer would be standing was still empty, but you could see the large curtain wiggling a bit, which indicated that there was something being done behind it. The bidders were getting paddles handed out to them with numbers. How things worked here was that the auctioneer would call the bids and the bidders would then move those numbered paddles up if they wanted to raise it. The highest bidder then would win. The auctioneer would sometimes extend the bidding if he noticed someone being unsure. If no one continued bidding, it would end after a count of 3. The rest of the exchange would happen in the back where the buyer would pay his coin to the auction house. The actual seller wouldn't really interact with the buyer in any way. They could even show up on another day to get their money. The auction house would bill him for the service. It was at 25% for now as he was a first-timer. If he started selling more, he could get a better deal and even go down to 10%. It's starting. He leaned back against the wall and looked at the stage that finally opened. To his surprise, instead of seeing some old no-nonsense man with a mustache, he saw a beautiful woman in a red dress. She was quite stacked in all the right places and was apparently the auctioneer. He figured that they were trying to appease the male carnal side with this lady. They were probably willing to spend more on the items with a beauty involved. This was one of the oldest tricks in the book. I would like to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to the Libra auction house. I will be your hostess for tonight. She even struck a pose and made some kind of weird duck face that Roland recalled girls doing from his university days. The male audience looked happy. Their female counterparts weren't that excited though. Soon the first item appeared on display. It wasn't much, just an accessory with a lower graded enchantment. We start the bidding at 5 small silver. He could see some people raising up those number paddles and the first auction ending in a few minutes. The experience wasn't very interesting, and the fact that he wasn't able to sleep well for the past few days was getting to him. After most of the common items were gone from the stage, Roland got concerned. Why weren't his scrolls showing up? He was sure that they should be among these common wares, but they were inching towards the greater ones by the looks of it. He was worried that he had entered the wrong auction stage and that his items were getting sold in the other one. Now for the last of the common items of the night, we have something special. Just as he was about to ask someone about it, the lovely lady spoke out. We have a couple of runic fire arrow spell scrolls from an unknown master craftsman. What's so special about these runic spell scrolls, you might ask? Well, they are all mostly of the high grade. But that's not all, dear customers. 2 of them are even of the highest grade. The people started murmuring with each other while Roland started getting nervous. His scrolls were out on display and the auctioneer lady was making quite the spectacle of it. 2 workers brought out 2 wooden boxes and placed them on the stage area where the light shone. We have put them in a set of 5. In each box, there are 4 scrolls at the high grade and 1 at the highest grade. We will be starting the bid for the first box at 3 large silver coins. Roland quickly started adding things up in his head. At this price range he would be able to make a profit, and this was just the starting bid. The people started moving those paddles up. The moment Roland saw someone bid further, he felt his heart beating faster. He was finally seeing the fruit of his labor getting appreciated. It was like a large weight was lifted off his shoulders and he could finally relax. The first box went for 4 large silver and 5 small silver, and the second one went for 4 large and 7 small. On his first attempt, he had managed to earn close to 1 small gold coin. Even if he deducted the auction house's pay cut, he would be able to recuperate his losses. Chapter 23: Earning Coins. Roland waited all the way until the end. He saw some finely crafted magical weapons and accessories be carried onto the stage that were sold for many gold coins. He was slightly envious, but he was just glad that he managed to sell his handcrafted wares. When he finally managed to get to his desired class, he thought that he would be able to produce even greater weapons. He was still tired. His sleep resistance skills have even leveled up once in the half year he was stuck scribing in his tiny room. The people even started giving him strange looks as he only showed up for one meal before locking himself back in it. The auction went deep into the night and ended close to midnight. He stayed and waited. He wasn't willing to leave without getting his money. The auction house only let the sellers pick up their share after the auctions were over and not during them. There were times where the buyers changed their minds and refused to pay. They would be reported to the city guards then. The auction house was a sanctioned business and had ways of getting people to pay up. Roland made sure to keep his hood and mask on. The mask looked like one of those that ninjas wore. It only covered his mouth while leaving his eyes out in the open. The hood was covering the top of his head, so he didn't go for a full face mask and deemed it unnecessary. He gave out a sigh when he was finally allowed to pick up his loot. There was a special room for this. After entering, he saw a clerk working there. It was an older man and there were 2 guards standing beside him. There were also another 2 standing right beside the entrance. They were probably there to catch anyone that would think about grabbing more coins than they were entitled to. Seller number 64, you have earned a total of 9 large silver coins and 2 small silver coins. With a commission of 25%, you are left with 6 large silver coins and 9 small ones. The man did a fast recounting while Roland nodded. He lost 2 large silvers and 3 small ones due to the auction house's fee. He wasn't mad though, as he understood that it was worth it. He quickly took the money that was laid before him and neatly packed in a small satchel. He nodded without answering and then quickly left. Unbeknownst to him, some people in the auction house took note of him as they were curious who the new craftsman in the city was that was able to make the highest common grade spell scrolls. Roland ran all the way back to the inn with haste. There were still many people out and about in the city, drinking late into the night. He had grown a bit since half a year ago, and with the added bonuses of his running and sprinting skills, he was going fast. At the inn there weren't that many people around. Everyone was mostly in bed as they needed to get things done in the morning. Back in his room, he collapsed on his straw mattress-filled bed. He couldn't really remember much past that as he woke up at 12 p.m. the next day, awoken to the church bells that sounded in the distance. He felt revitalized after the rest and ready to earn more cash. His plan was coming to fruition and he had made the first step. Now he had to strike while the iron was hot. He needed more materials and in due time better runic spells to practice on and then sell. Roland didn't know why, but it felt really good to manage on his own. He actually preferred working for himself even though he was putting in more hours than a regular worker would. With the influx of new assets, he bought more resources, more ink, and more monster scrolls for the spells. He had redrawn this fire arrow spell so many times that he was now a master of it. It would probably take him a while to master another comparable one, so he decided to focus on the fire arrow spell for now. He had spent countless hours redrawing it, affixing the magical pathways into the correct forms. He had even used up all of his sketching paper and pencils to practice while being low on mana. This fire arrow was certainly something designed for a runesmith class. It was very draining on his mana reserves. If he wasn't blessed with a large pool of mana, he wouldn't be able to scribe more than 1 or 2 of these runic spells per day. When a person was drained of their mana, they would start feeling dizzy and sleepy. If your mana ever hit 0, you would get a splitting headache and sometimes even pass out. This had happened to him one of the days he was scribing. His devotion to the task at hand had caused him to suffer a backlash. He even received a debuff to his mana regeneration the next day, which halted his progress even further. Time passed again and things were getting more interesting at the Libra auction house. Mr. Percival the appraiser had a stack of brand new runic scrolls, all of them with the runic version of the fire arrow spell. This time around there were 3 at the highest grade, which made the man wonder if this runesmith master was improving by the day. There were always high and highest graded runic scrolls there. Word around the city spread and the magic shops were slowly beginning to look into this new person that was slowly nudging himself into their territory. But just as Roland had speculated, they didn't feel threatened just yet. The number of products going around was just too small to affect these large stores that had other items to sell than spell scrolls. He didn't know if they would act in any way, but for now, he was left alone to his devices. The more of the highest runes were added, the better the prices got. Roland was slowly regaining his lost fortune. He deposited 10 scrolls each every week while earning close to 1 small gold coin. Soon he was able to get a better quill, better paper, and was now even thinking of going to a more expensive inn that was further into the city. Things were looking quite good indeed, so good that he could now start thinking about the future once again and get back to his research. Another 3 months had passed in a flash. Roland was sitting in his tiny room with a complete stack of scrolls. 6 of them were at the highest grade while 4 of them were at the high one. I've gotten good at this one spell, but I think I need to move on from it. Roland was slightly tired of redrawing the same sequence over and over again. He felt like a person at the assembly line doing the exact same task every day. He needed some variation in his life, and he knew just the thing to spice things up. He placed his created scrolls into his spatial bag and decided to get dressed. He left the inn and headed out of the city, doing it on foot. He was sure to leave early in the morning, giving himself more time till nightfall. This city was built into a large mountain, but that didn't mean that rocks were the only thing in the area. There actually was a large forest nearby where he was headed. Within 2 hours he was at his destination. There should be some around here. There is one. Roland came to a stop and placed himself behind a tree. His stealth had leveled up from basic to the regular, but if he ever wanted to get it up to advanced he would need a rogue class. He squatted down and reached into his storage bag. From it he pulled out a crude-looking book. The pages of this book were tied together by thin string and pushed through small holes at the edges. It was barely holding together from how bad it looked. On the other side was quite the familiar creature that Roland was inching closer towards. GG. It was a goblin, but instead of being green, it was a lot paler. This was a variant that was called a mountain goblin. These creatures roamed the forest around the city, but they didn't venture towards it. They sometimes attacked carriages that went between cities, but that was a rare occurrence. The goblin didn't have much of a chance to react as a glowing red arrow shot right through its brain, melting it in the process. The person that produced this magical spell was Roland. He had his hand placed on the topmost page of his crude grimoire. He had made it from the lower and low-graded spell scrolls that he didn't want to sell. He had figured out one thing about his basic rune mastery skill. He could level it up by using either runic scrolls that he made or weapons that had runes engraved into them. These goblins didn't offer much in experience, but they were good enough for him to train his skills on them. The idea of using his stash of scrolls like a magic book just dawned on him once. The page that he used to activate his spell crumbled into dust soon after activation. This was the biggest weakness of this type of weapon. It had limited uses, but he could rapid fire with it without having to do any pesky incantations. Maybe if he faced that tier 2 fencer in battle again, he could actually do something about it by spamming these fire arrows his way. Even a tier 2 class would have a hard time evading so many tier 2 spells like the fire arrow spell. Roland took a glance at his stats and some of his skills that he was grinding. His most important ones were the ones concerning runes. He wasn't really using his mage class ones that much anymore. He even found these spell scrolls to be much more powerful than his regular spells. Name, Roland Arden L35. Classes, T1 Mage L25, Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L10, Main. HP 374/374. MP 1701/1751. SP 448/448. Strength 26. Agility 30. Dexterity 52. Vitality 29. Endurance 28. Intelligence 90. Willpower 67. Charisma 13. Luck 6. Basic Mana Scribing L2 skill allows scribing of basic spells to paper. Basic Rune Scribing L5 skill allows scribing of runes to paper. Basic Rune Mastery L3 passive skill increases comprehension of runes and lowers MP requirement for using them by a small margin. He focused on grinding the rune scribing skill, which meant that his regular mana scribing fell behind. He didn't care for that though, as the runes were the way to go for him. His rune mastery skill was also going up now as he was finally using it as intended, for battle. Besides his inted dex and willpower, the rest of his stats weren't really going up. He even attributed the points he got to him getting older. He noticed that the common runes started being manageable after he achieved the 4th level of his scribing skill. Before he got it, he could barely create the lowest graded one. The higher the level of this skill, the less mana he burned through while crafting. Thankfully he had a lot to spare even before that. Basic mana shaping L6 skill lets the mage shape mana into spells, gives bonuses to intelligence and willpower. The higher the skill, the better the user is at forming spells. Basic mana regulation L7 skill helps regulate the mana in the user's body. Increases mana regeneration by helping absorb ambient mana from the environment. The two skills he received from getting his mage class were also leveling up. He was constantly using his mana to shape the magic ink into the desired runic symbols. Luckily this was enough for his mana shaping skill to level up along with the regulation skill that hastened his regeneration. He was able to regenerate all of his mana in a couple of hours. If he stayed really still and rested, it was even faster. Taking off his clothes also improved this task as he had more uncovered skin to absorb the mana energy. He was a level 10 scribe after more than half a year of work. He was already at the level cap of his previous class within the same time. Leveling up his second tier 1 class was proving to be more challenging. He also didn't manage to scribe down that many rune schematics as he was without coin. This would be changing soon. He wanted to start buying out all the runic spell scrolls that he could find within the city. They were much cheaper than runic weapons, so he would focus on them first. He checked the time. He had a couple of hours for training, so he decided to go into the forest while using his old tactics. There were fewer trees for him to hide and they were mostly of the spiky variety. He still could use them for cover while remaining still and using his stealth. He also didn't need to use those pesky incantations anymore. Using these spell scrolls in this makeshift spellbook was a lot faster. He was already dreaming about making a magical runic staff for himself. If he continued to gain levels with his rune mastery skill while gaining more mana, using runic weapons could be feasible in the foreseeable future. While daydreaming about runic weapons, he went deeper into the forest. It was the middle of the day, so he had plenty of time to let loose. The fire arrows rained down on the unsuspecting goblins that didn't have any time to react. He ended each encounter with a headshot, and he wouldn't be surprised if he got some title for it if he continued. He noticed that he wasn't getting that much experience points for these monsters, and he attributed this to him being a crafting class. He was doing this to level up his runic mastery that would give him some XP anyway, so it was a fine exchange. His hunt was brought to a halt after he heard a high-pitched sound. It was a familiar screech of a goblin. It was near his location but still far enough away for him not to worry. These mountain goblin variants were a lot stronger than the green ones you'd find in the kingdom's warmer areas. They were slightly taller and their hides were tougher, and it was over if they managed to surround you. It was considered a bad idea to fight them unless you were at least in your second tier 1 class and in the latter parts of it. He wondered why the goblins were calling over their buddies. This was clearly a call for help, and soon a swarm of these little buggers would rush into the area. The smart thing would be to back away for now, but he was close to where the shout originated. Luck was on his side as there was a small cliff in that direction. If the goblins decided to run towards him, they would need to climb up a steep ledge, which would give him enough time to escape or even fire some magical spells at the climbing monsters. He remained at the ledge for the time being while trying to look to where the noises were coming from. He spotted someone coming his way, and it wasn't a goblin. This was someone he recognized from the inn he was staying at. It was a small girl even shorter than him. This was the gnome girl that he bumped into the first day he came to town. She looked scared and was running away. Behind her, 5 mountain goblins with some crude-looking clubs and short swords were chasing after her. She had a dagger in her hand which looked used as it was drenched in goblin blood. What the girl was doing in the woods was a mystery. She clearly wasn't strong enough to fight off these mountain goblins alone, which made things even more strange. She was coming his way, but below him was a ledge of about 20 meters. She would need to climb up all the way here to get to safety, and he didn't think the goblins would let her. He could already imagine the girl going up while getting pelted with rocks, sticks, and maybe even the short swords. He gave out a sigh while looking at his grimoire of fire arrow spells. He had enough to spare. He also had the high ground advantage. It would probably be easy to take care of these monsters, and he did come here to use up these failed products. I guess it's time to save a fair maiden in need? Wonder if I can get some kind of white knight title for this. He thought to himself while taking aim, his hand on the makeshift spellbook. Chapter 24, Little Goblin Slayer to the Rescue. Helsie had come to these woods to level up. She was someone you called a late bloomer. The gnome girl was already past 16 years in her life, but she had just recently achieved her ascension class. The girl looked similar to a gnome, but she wasn't of pure descent. Her height was above what a normal gnome reached at 140 centimeters. Her figure was also quite voluptuous in regard to other gnome girls, but she mostly hid it well under baggy clothes or armor like today. She had fine features compared to others of her kind that mostly had rounder heads with larger eyes. Her hair was long and orange, and she had put it in a ponytail so that it wouldn't get in the way of her first hunt. She was an orphan. The whereabouts of her family were unknown as she was abandoned at a young age. She was left at one of the orphanages run by the Church of Solaria and spent most of her life there. She would do chores there, slowly learning how to cook, clean and various other tasks. Even though the church was the ones producing the class change crystals, they wouldn't just give it to the orphans. The child had to decide if they wanted to live as an acolyte or abandon the church life by the age of 14. She had chosen to leave, getting a job at a few places throughout Edelgard and finally ending up at the inn where she was now employed. She had worked for 2 years saving up for herself and finally managed to get herself one of those elusive stones. She went through her ascension. The class that she was rewarded was a scout that boasted high agility and detection skills. This might have not been her chosen profession, but she was happy nevertheless. There was a slight problem though. The city she lived in had no nearby dungeon with easy monsters to practice on. She was able to register at the Adventurers Guild, but there was not much work for Tier 1 scouts that were still at the first level and had no battle experience. The notice board for bronze adventurers was filled with tasks similar to her current job. This was something she was trying to abandon as she was fed up with that sort of lifestyle. She was someone that was stubborn. She didn't want to ask for help from other adventurers. She also couldn't trust them, mostly the male adventurers that could try to take advantage of her. She finally decided to go into the nearby forest. The walk there took her 2 hours. She had spent the rest of her savings on a dagger and on cheap leather armor. This armor consisted of a chest piece and some wrist guards. The rest of her attire was simple cloth. She had never hunted a monster before in her life, but from what she heard, the goblins were quite easy to slay. To her knowledge, they weren't stronger than 10-year-old human children, which was giving her quite the confidence boost. Halsey wandered into the forest with the dagger in hand, going deeper and deeper without looking back. She was dead set on leveling up and starting her new life as an adventurer. The wind howled and the trees started rustling about, which caused her to be vigilant. Her class was a scout that gave her better vision than others. This class was also adept at hiding their presence while feeling out the area. Soon enough she spotted her first target. It was a pale-looking goblin with a large wooden club in its hand. She was a gnome hybrid, so her size was slightly larger than this small monster. This placed her at an advantage as she had the height advantage. After observing the monster for a moment, she noticed that it was quite lean and muscular. This didn't halt her advance. She was dead set on hunting this goblin. She gripped her dagger and started sneaking forward. She knew that the element of surprise was paramount. If she managed to land a backstab, she could probably deliver a killing blow. She moved forward while the monster was looking down at something. There were some large insects there that the goblin started stomping on. This gave her a chance to move forward while sneaking. The goblin was unaware of the small person sneaking up behind it. It switched to hitting the ground with its club while grinning. Suddenly it heard something snap behind it, which put it on alert. The goblin turned around with haste to see a pointy-eared girl with a dagger rushing its way. It didn't have that much time to react, and it wasn't very skilled either. The goblin just swung its wooden weapon randomly in hopes of protecting itself. This was partially successful as it managed to deliver a blow to Halsey's side. This caused her dagger to go off target and plunge itself into the monster's shoulder instead of its neck. The monster screamed out loud, the pain unbearable as it jumped back to get away. The small gnome girl panted hard. She needed some time to catch her breath as the wooden club had slammed into her side, causing some damage. The small goblin was a lot stronger than anticipated. Even though her armor held, she almost had her ribs broken. She didn't realize that the monster had called for its friends, so she continued. The enemy was wounded and she just needed to finish it off. The goblin, with rage in its eyes, charged forward. It went into a berserk state and started swinging wide. The girl was slippery as an eel. The blows weren't reaching her, but she couldn't move forward either. The first blow had taken the wind out of her and she was now hesitating. She had almost no combat experience, having only occasionally fought with the other orphans or drunkards in the city. Soon enough more goblins started appearing, which finally forced her to turn around and run. She could barely handle one of these monsters. What could she do when 4 more appeared? So started her getaway. She was panting while running towards the city. The forest was unknown to her and she was still just a level 1 scout. Her tracking skills weren't quite there, so she found herself running in a random direction. This was a mountainous area and luck wasn't on her side as she found herself blocked by a high rocky wall. She looked to the sides as the road forward was blocked. She could hear the angry goblins running behind her, which caused her to panic, unable to decide. Should she try climbing this or try her luck by going sideways? There could be a better climbing spot further down. Before she could decide, one of the goblins jumped out at her. It didn't get far though, as something bright and red came whizzing from somewhere. It pierced the monster's head and stopped it in its tracks. 1 monster was dead and 4 more remained. "Hey, you alive down there?" She heard a voice from above and she found it slightly familiar. She looked up and saw a person standing there. This person was wearing a black robe and it was hard to make out his clothes. By the sound of the voice, she knew that it was someone younger but still a man. I am fine, but there are more coming," she shouted out while slightly relieved that there was another person here that was even willing to help. "I know, wait a moment, I'll clear them out." This was what the person said before the massacre began. She could see more of those red flaming arrows being shot out. They made beautiful red arches and burrowed themselves into the goblins the moment they jumped out from the bushes. 5 spells and 5 goblins were dead. She looked at the charred corpses that were missing their heads. The smell was something that she wouldn't forget for quite some time. She spaced out for a moment before that person's voice brought her back to reality. "Why are you standing there? You need to leave, more goblins will be coming soon." "Oh, you should probably get the mana stone from that goblin there, the second one on the left before that, it's to the right of its heart," the person shouted while dropping down some rope. Halsey looked at the goblin in question and decided to follow the advice. To her surprise, a small mana stone was there. If she could sell it, she could probably earn a few small silvers. She didn't remain there for much longer. The girl was already scared as it was. She started climbing to get to safety. The ledge wasn't that steep, so she managed to do it in a couple of minutes. On top, she collapsed onto her knees while panting. Strength left her body due to having to run in a panic this far. "You okay there? Halsey, right?" She turned her head to the person that rescued her. This was apparently someone that knew her, but she was unsure from where. What she saw was a young human male about 160 centimeters in height pulling the rope up and placing it into a bag of holding. The wind moved his hood around and she could finally make out his face. This was indeed someone that she knew, someone that lived at the inn that she worked at. Most people thought he was a weirdo. He always stayed locked in his room and would only leave to eat and rarely went outside. The innkeeper told her to not bother him as he could be some kind of a cult member. He was always seen in a black robe covering his face and never talked to anyone or made any friends. He fired off some spells, so he might have a magic class. A ritualist or a warlock was a person that made a pact with a demon or monster of some sort, so she was slightly concerned. Yes. I'm fine." She stood up, her dagger was strapped to her side. She backed off a little bit as she was unsure about this person's motives. You didn't see many people helping others for no reason. This person was also someone she didn't know that well. This made her reserved. Keeping a distance was probably the correct thing to do now. "See, there are already some new ones coming." The human in the robe pointed into the distance from where she came. More goblins started to appear, probably there to avenge their slain friends that were butchered. "We should leave. If an evolved variant appears, it won't be this easy," the youth said while turning his back to her. She was still a bit on the fence about following this unknown person. He was still someone from the city though, and the rumors were probably exaggerated. Behind her she could hear the maddened shouts of the monsters that had found their murdered friends. It was time to get out of there. "Ah, wait for me, I'm coming." She ran after the human boy that was quite fast on his feet. She was someone that was adept at running, but even then she couldn't catch up to him. It didn't take long for them to reach the paved road that led into the city. The goblins would probably not chase them any further than this, so she felt relieved. She leaned over while panting, her hands to her knees. She made it out alive in one piece. She didn't expect these monsters to be this crafty. Even when she managed to stab the creature in the shoulder, it didn't do much damage. This was a total failure on her part, and she knew it. After resting a bit, she looked up. The human boy was staring at her. She felt weird. This person had helped her, but she had a hard time expressing her gratitude. Before she could open her mouth, he spoke out first. "What were you thinking? Have you never fought a goblin before? What level are you? If I wasn't close by, you would have been getting eaten at this moment. And another thing." The human youth had removed his hood and started berating her. He crossed his arms over one another and started listing the things that she had done wrong. He even started questioning her choice of equipment. She felt like she was being scolded by one of the older nuns from back in the church days. This boy looked younger than her, which made the whole thing even more degrading. "If you weren't close by? I had everything under control." She puffed up her cheeks along with her chest, her long eyebrows angling inwards. She was mad. Her plan of being an adventurer didn't work out as intended, and now she was getting lectured by some snotty kid. He might have been some kind of magician, but he was still a child in her eyes. "That's right, I was just luring them into a trap, you idiot. Then you appeared and ruined my plan. Who needed your help? I was fine on my own." She moved her head to the side while harumphing loudly. The youth that was reprimanding her stopped talking while astonishment covered his face. He watched as Halsey stubbornly turned her head to the side while biting her lower lip. While trying to act tough and not facing the person that rescued her, she started walking. She could slightly see the youth's face contorting into odd shapes. He was probably baffled by her reaction, which made her feel bad. She was never good at apologizing for her wrongdoings, and even worse at thanking people that had helped her. The two didn't talk much after her outburst. They kept a distance of a few meters from each other. The gnome girl wanted to apologize, but each time she saw the youth's face, she felt indignation, as if he was looking down on her for failing. They finally separated at the city entrance and both went their own way. There was a tiny problem though. Halsey had forgotten that the youth that she didn't know the name of was staying at the inn she was working at. She was also a worker that lived there, so they almost immediately bumped back into each other. She kept her distance as he was eating his supper. Both had spent most of their day walking back and forth and adventuring in the forest, so it was already close to 7. The world here also had a 24-hour day cycle, but there were 13 months on the calendar instead of 12. Halsey felt a bit bad about not having thanked him yet. She made a fist with her hand and brought it to her chest while clutching it. She had made a decision. She grabbed one of the better-looking sausages from the pantry. Her plan unfolded as she used the busy hours to sneak over to the robed stranger. She placed the nicely prepared meat sausage along with a plate on his table, her mouth moving fast as she talked. "Here, I found this just lying there, thought you might want one." The youth looked at the item presented to him with a raised eyebrow, then back to the smaller half-gnome girl that was presenting it to him. Another bout of uncomfortable silence unfolded, which caused the girl to have another outburst. "Just take it already. What are you taking so long? Not like I brought it over to thank you for helping me or anything. Idiot." She slammed the table with both her hands, which made the whole thing shake. She then stormed off back into the kitchen. Some of the patrons noticed the exchange and even gave the half-gnome a whistle. Roland, who was still looking at the sausage that was given to him, seemingly free of charge, was quite surprised. He didn't think these types of people existed in real life. He grabbed the sausage and gave it a taste. He couldn't just waste good food. In the back of his mind, he was slightly amused by the way the girl acted. It was quite similar to how some popular characters in various works of fiction conducted themselves. He could even see her trying to sneak a peek from the corner, probably wanting to see if he was eating the gift that she prepared. He also needed to talk to the girl later. She was obviously unfit to wander into those dangerous woods. As an adult, it was hard to not worry about someone that acted this much as a little brat. He would later try talking to her again, but after she had cooled off, as it seemed that she was still slightly irritated. But this would have to wait for now, as he had a really big sausage to devour now. Chapter 25: Making a Deal. Roland was back in his room. The day had been a strange one. He went out to test his spell scroll slinging abilities on some goblins. But what he found there was a young girl almost getting herself killed. He didn't want to pry too much into her business, and she didn't react kindly when he started reprimanding her. The other peculiar thing was how she acted. The whole encounter made him think that he was stuck in some kind of game world, as he didn't think people like that existed. She had multiple emotional outbursts towards him, while on the other hand acted all grateful and even shy while bringing over some food. Well, she might just be bipolar. Should I stay clear of her? He thought, but maybe he was reading too much into her character traits there. There were all sorts of people in this world. He had managed to get a free sausage as a reward, so it was worth it. He was now stuffed and back in his room. He would scribe one more fire arrow spell before going to bed. Tomorrow would be the day when he would finally go on a spending spree. He needed to buy out as many runic spell scrolls as possible. He could then start creating schematics for them to quickly gain levels. The more levels and the better stats he achieved, the faster he would become at creating his wares. He was also hopeful that in the future the Libra auction house would drop their percentages. Losing 25% after they got their cut was a bit much. He wasn't sure if the regular stores charged others as much for their wares. He used his usual disguise that made him look like a little warlock in training. The place he was visiting first was the same one he got the runic fire arrow spell from. It was the store that was called Exier's Magic Emporium. He stepped forward. The doors opened by themselves with the help of some kind of enchantment. He wanted to examine this door. Maybe it also operated on some runes and he would be able to add another one to his collection. There weren't that many people in here and he didn't really come here often. The general store that was closer to his inn had all the necessary items. He was also concerned that if he came here too often his disguise as the person selling the runic scrolls would fall through. The elven girl by the name Ziliana was still here acting as the main salesperson. He just moved over to the display case with the runic spells. They were all still there, even though there weren't many. He could use them for research. They looked dusty as before, and even though he was able to make some profit on them, the other crafters didn't seem to be able to. He had a bit of an advantage over other people. He could just take their work and improve upon it. Even if the person made the lowest of low runic spells, he could turn it into the highest one in a matter of hours. The common grade runic spells were a bit harder to correct. They used a lot more runes and even their schematics were double their size. This was also why he needed more time to scribe them down and why it took him half a year to get the crafting process down to near perfection. This was also just for one rune. If he tried completing a totally new one, it could take him just as long. He looked to the elf lady, motioning her over as he wanted to buy a couple of these scrolls. She smiled at him and went over. He wasn't sure if she was doing it on purpose, but her hips were swinging side to side in an alluring way. The high heels she was wearing were making clicking sounds against the wooden floor panels when she moved forward. "What will it be, dear customer? I see that you have decided. I'd like to buy this runic orb of light spell scroll and this runic aqua ball spell scroll, also this frostbolt one." He started listing them off. He wasn't sure if he had enough money for all of them. They would be great for his future research, as he was itching to start fiddling with the runic components. He had already listed down all the parts into his notes and now he just needed some time to experiment. "You want to buy the runic spell scrolls? Ishun, wait a moment, I'll be right back." The elf replied and walked away. This was an unexpected reaction. He started wondering if there was something wrong. Normally they would just hand over the goods, take the coins and it would be over. Maybe she had more scrolls in the back and she didn't want to move these dusty ones? He remained in the store and waited. He even saw the elf go up the stairs, the same ones that he had used before. Are the scrolls stored up there? He wasn't sure what this was about, but he just waited. He needed these spell scrolls, as without them he wouldn't be able to progress. He needed more samples to work with. The number of rune schematics he possessed wasn't that high and only one was good for earning money. After about 5 minutes the elf finally descended from the stairs and started walking back towards him. She wasn't carrying any scrolls with her, so Roland's first assumption was wrong. "Excuse me, I've made you wait." "It's fine, can I get these scrolls then?" He asked, as he didn't want to waste any more time here. He still wanted to see if he could get some better materials for his work. "I have to apologize, but that won't be possible." "Excuse me?" He was baffled by the answer. Was there something wrong with him buying these? Did someone figure out his scheme and that he could make schematics of already completed runic symbols? His mind spun into conspiracy theory territory as he started sweating. Don't worry, it's not like that. The manager would just like to speak with you. The manager? The image of a gnome working with some large pictures popped into his head. Yes, he wishes to discuss some business opportunities. I'm sure he will allow the purchase of these scrolls after that. Business opportunities? The elf girl just smiled without explaining herself. Roland tried deducting the answer in his mind, and the only thing coming to mind was that he was found out. They didn't want to sell him the runic spells and they wanted to talk business. If this wasn't about him going to the auction house, then he would eat a shoe. He had two options. Leaving and trying another shop. This wasn't the only one with these unused runic spells. The other one was to head up and see what this person wanted from him. If he just left, then he would be left uninformed about this manager's motives. Roland had decided to go and see him. He didn't think that he was in any danger, as this man wasn't a warrior but an alchemist. He was also a store owner, so he probably did just want to throw a business proposition his way. He could always decline and move on with his life. Leaving the city if things got complicated was also an option. Okay, lead the way. He nodded while the golden-haired elf smiled. He was soon before the same door as half a year ago. Not much had changed there, the person inside still looked the same. The alchemist equipment might have increased with a few pitchers and beakers here and there though. The door closed behind him after the elf woman had left. He was now left alone with the store's manager. If he was also the owner of it was unknown to him. He remained standing and looked around. Besides the alchemist utensils, there was also a furnace to the side. He wondered why something like that was here, right next to a bunch of chemicals and flammable books that were standing on a nearby bookshelf. Then he remembered that this world probably didn't have anyone to check the safety measures of stores. Runic fire arrows, eh? Ha! He could hear the gnome finally speak up. He had a higher-pitched voice than a human and was a lot shorter. Roland compared the man's height to the other gnomes he had seen around the city, and he was a bit on the taller side, close to 120 centimeters. What about runic fire arrows? He replied, playing dumb as he didn't know if he had been really found out or just being tested. The older man stopped doing what he was and finally stepped out from behind the alchemist setup he was working on. He had a grumpy expression on his face. Roland could finally get a good look at him. The man had a full beard that was gray and was wearing some kind of turban on top of his head. His ears were pointy and long, not as long as an elf's though. He had quite a large nose with a large wart on the left nostril. His clothes consisted of a baggy robe that was tied to him with a brown leather belt. Kid, don't insult my intelligence. Did you really think no one would notice your antics? I've got to give it to you, you have a lot of talent if you can produce spells of that quality and all at such a young age. He moved forward while talking, heading over to another desk that was in the corner. It had a large chair behind it, probably so that he could see over it as it looked to be human-sized. He sat himself down and then took out a wooden pipe. Smoke soon flowed out from his nostrils. Roland was a bit worried that he was exposed. He had disguised himself and even said that he was working for someone else when he was selling his wares. Maybe if he played dumb he could still evade suspicion. I was just hired to deliver the scrolls there. The gnome just raised his eyebrow as if he was looking at an idiot. He scuffed some while blowing out some smoke Roland's way. You sure are persistent with your little story. If you wanted to hide, you shouldn't have stuck out like a vampire in the sun. Listen here, your secret is out. I could give a Malarat's ass about the reason you were using that stupid disguise. I am here to talk about money. Roland just remained in place and continued to listen. At this point, he already figured that there was no way of talking himself out of this. This known person probably had informants at the auction house that tipped him off. He could have even been followed by someone that was good at hiding. He as a mage class was not really good at detecting trouble, so people could easily sneak upon him. You've got talent, kid, but even more important than that is that class and work ethic. That class? The gnome smiled at him while removing the pipe from his mouth as he explained further. You are still green, kid. Do you think you can hide your special class from anyone without an enchantment to block out the identification skill? The gnome's eyes shone blue for a split second as he looked at Roland. Level 10 already? Not bad, you have a bright future ahead of you if you continue working hard. Roland took a step back while digesting this information. This person had a high identification skill and he could read him as an open book. His runic mana scribe class had been revealed to him and he couldn't even do anything about it. You saw my class back then? That's right, I have a very good memory, you know us intelligence types. Then someone started selling runic spell scrolls. Now why would any respectable runesmith sell crummy spell scrolls? Maybe it was a runic mana scribe instead, The way this man had figured him out was revealed. It was all mostly thanks to one skill. All of the work that went into his disguise had been for nothing as he was exposed right from the beginning. What the old man wanted from him was still up to debate. That's just. He slumped a bit forward in defeat. His thought he had it all figured out, but apparently he was just deluding himself. Now, I'm not here to blackmail you or anything, so just relax and take a seat, we have a lot to talk about. Roland just sat down in defeat, there was no reason to deny it anymore. What do you want? Not much, I want you to work with me. I'm not signing one of those ludicrous contracts. Roland was quick to reply, he still wasn't willing to get himself stuck working for 6 years in one spot. He would rather leave the city and try elsewhere, he had made enough to relocate. Those contracts are for talentless hacks, you kid have a future. This is how I see it. I'll supply you with the location where you can develop your craft, I'll even lower the price for the materials. The man started talking business. He wanted to sponsor Roland, he would give him his own place where he could do his runecrafting. The contract he was offering was a lot less strenuous than the one he saw half a year ago. He wouldn't need to share any of his secrets. He would only be required to continue crafting like he already did. This store would take care of the selling part, their commission was also lower than of the auction house at 15%. This contract looks a bit one-sided, why are you willing to give me so much freedom? It looked a bit fishy. The only binding thing here was that he could only sell his wares to this store. He could freely craft for himself and give them away for free if he wanted. There was even a clause that he was allowed to sell it at a cheaper price for a couple of people of his choosing and he could also negotiate for it. The period of this contract was also shorter, just 3 years. After which he was up for renegotiating or just leaving outright. That's an easy answer, you show a lot of promise. There aren't many people at your age that have such a high level. You probably don't realize how rare unique classes like yours are. I am willing to invest in your talent, I don't think that it's a bad deal. The man smiled while already having the contract ready. Roland only needed to sign on the dotted line and it would be finalized. The punishment for breaking the contract was a slightly lesser curse that would only remove his mana by 30%. It also didn't take into effect instantly if he broke one rule and he could work it out with the boss to evade it. It was actually a good contract for someone with no backing and no influence like him. He could work and sell his items while not having to worry about the price margin. The auction house buyers were sometimes stingy with their purchases. He would also get his own place to tinker about. Probably one of the rooms in this large building. This contract could even extend to when he advanced to a blacksmith. It was easy to scribe spell scrolls, but he would need a fully equipped smithy to get anything done as a blacksmith. The contract stated that the company he was signing with was required to present him with facilities for his craft. It wasn't limited to his runic mana scribe profession either. I see that you have made your research, it would probably be unwise for me to refuse. He replied while looking at the old man that was wiggling the contract before him. The gnome also warned him about the other stores. Apparently not everyone was as lenient as he was. Others might want to crush him instead of recruiting. It would be easy to pull some strings and have him banned from the auction houses in Edelgard. In this city, there existed something like a council. Their members were the most influential businessmen in the city, merchants, store owners, owners of large smithing shops, and other various businesses. They gathered every 3 months for discussions. If an upstart appeared, they would first try to get them over to their side. If they resisted, they would be crushed. Roland was flying under the radar for now, but as soon as he tried creating his own company, the council would come on knocking. The gnome here was part of it, so he could put him under his protective umbrella and shield him from any future woes. Roland moved his head down and thought, the deal wasn't that bad and he was still young. The contract was only 3 years, so he would have a lot of leeway when he improved later on. He also didn't know how long he would have to keep this up until he would actually have enough money to buy his own workshop. Let me think about it, Could I get a copy of this contract and read it over? The old gnome didn't have a reason to refuse and Roland left. He would read through the contract again and come up with a few modifications. Like being allowed to keep his own brand symbol of the small red comet along with having his identity hidden. In the end, he would agree to it. His life of crafting had only begun with this step. Chapter 26 Examining Scrolls. Sign here on the dotted line. Is my name enough? Yeah, that's fine. The contract mostly just reacts to your mana and not your actual name. Roland wrote his name into the contract that went through some changes. He managed to get the gnome to agree to keep his true identity a secret. He also didn't mention that he was from a noble house. The most important clause though was the one stating that the gnome couldn't undersell his work. There was a minimal price negotiated while taking into account what the scrolls were selling in the auction. Any other items he created would be negotiated further, but he didn't feel like the gnome was trying to rip him off, at least not too much. He still wanted to make a profit. He wouldn't be surprised if they knew that. How far the gnome's identification skill was able to peak was unknown. He himself could only use it on certain items and he would mostly just get the general name. He couldn't analyze people well either. If he looked at Ziliana, the only info he got was that she was a sun elf. This was the default elven race around here. Besides sun elves, there were also moon elves that were similar looking to dark elves from most stories. For one reason or another, these two races didn't get along with each other. The woman rolled up the contract after it was finalized. He had finally accepted the offer and his life as a contract worker had begun. Luckily, he didn't really have to make that many scrolls and should be able to do his research as well. He was even going to receive a personal assistant if he did well. He was led down into the basement. He didn't occupy any of the rooms closer to the manager's room. The place he received was a bit dim and had a very dungeon-like vibe to it. He had gone through some dungeon training against goblins, so he was fine with places like this. We weren't really using this one, that's why it's a bit dirty, Ziliana said while opening the door and showing Roland in. There wasn't much inside this room. Some empty boxes in the corner along with a wooden table and some chairs. The cleaning lady would come soon and some furniture would be carried over as well. Here is the key, don't lose it. He was handed the key. He would be able to come to this place whenever he wanted and even work through the nights. The gnome manager knew that some craftsmen liked to work hard. A bed would be supplied for him. Roland was thinking about moving from the inn here. He didn't need to pay for rent, but the air was kind of stale. You can start working tomorrow. Welcome to Exier's Magic Emporium staff. You can call me Big Sis from now on. The elf struck a pose by placing her hands to her hips while looking at Roland. He just looked back with narrowed eyes while replying. All right. He almost forgot that he was an 11-year-old kid. Which had its pros and cons. Roland also asked if the manager was the owner of this store and if the store was named after him. It was revealed that he was only someone akin to a regional manager of a larger company. It had a lot of chain stores strung throughout the city and the main one was in the capital city. When he asked the elf about the gnome's full name, she just smiled at him without revealing it. Roland was getting the facilities and the basic materials. He wouldn't be getting the research materials though, that was on him. He returned to the first floor and bought out every single runic spell that he could. With the contract in place, he felt like he could invest in his future more. He didn't inform his new boss about his unique skill. Even if the gnome saw his status screen, the name debugger probably didn't ring a bell. He got some new spells that did various things. The Orb of Light spell felt similar to his Fire Orb spell as it just produced a light of a different color. He made sure to find spells that worked similarly. So if he already figured out how to produce the Fire Arrow spell, he wanted to get his hands on a Water Arrow spell or an Earth Arrow spell. He could then compare the schematics and see if the parts or runes were similar. This store had a limited variety of these spells. This forced him to search them elsewhere. Luckily, the manager had supplied him with an armband that would hide his status. He would seem like an ordinary mana scribe to everyone else. After a day of searching, he had managed to find a couple of elemental variations of the Mana Bolt spell and the Mana Arrow spells. Surprisingly, there were none of the basic lesser runes of those two spells. Probably the runesmiths creating these deemed those two spells below them. He returned to the inn after a full day of running around town. The energetic half-gnome girl was running around the inn again. He was glad that she was still alive. He was slightly worried that she might have wandered into the woods again. He hoped that she had learned her lesson, but he didn't really have the time to be her nanny. She had to make her own decisions. The next day Roland returned to the store. His office was now filled with some boxes that had blank scrolls in them. There were a couple of higher quality inkwells that were supplied and some sketching paper as well. He brought some of his own crafting utensils from the inn as he was already used to the quill he was using. He closed the door behind him and walked around the place before taking a seat at his new desk. Well, time to get to work. This was still his job, so he decided to perform his main task of scribing by recreating his staple runic fire arrow spell. He was able to scribe it down within an hour and had enough mana left to make another one. The contract stated that he was to make a minimum of 10 common grade spell scrolls a week. He was of course allowed to make more of them and would get a bonus accordingly. Roland wasn't only interested in the money though, he wanted to progress. Increase his levels and also to find out how these runes operated. The problem was that to progress he needed money and lots of it. He managed to get a temporary sponsor, but it was on him if he proved himself as a sound investment. He brought out a scroll that he had bought. It had the runic frost arrow spell on it. He also had a runic gale arrow scroll. He took out a pencil and some paper and activated his debugging skill. You have created the schematic for the common frost arrow rune, highest. You have created the schematic for the common gale arrow rune, highest. He received 2000 XP for each schematic. He had also tried making schematics of lower grades to see if he could stack more experience. He made an intermediate one of a common rune for 1000 XP. When he went for the perfected one, he was rewarded with another 1000. The trick didn't work. There was some kind of cap on gaining experience from making schematics. He had spent his first working days scribing the minimal number of runic scrolls while using the rest of his time on creating schematics of the various runic spells that he got from the other stores. They were mostly of the common grade, which caused him to level up faster. He wanted to stick all of the made schematics to a wooden notice board so that he could look at them while doing his research. He abandoned this notion as he didn't want to leave a board with multiple highest graded rune schematics out in the open. This would give away his secrets right from the get-go. He was sure to include a clause in the contract that there wouldn't be any spying devices or people watching over his room. Still, he didn't know if those contracts were 100% safe, so he would keep those schematics in his storage bag for now. When he needed to do some research, he would just take them out. He was doing this now. He placed all of the elemental arrow spells that he had gathered. The schematic that he was the most familiar with was in the middle while the two others were to the sides. He could instantly see that some of the larger runic symbols were the same. That's probably the component responsible for the whole arrow part of the spell. He glanced at the other two spells. Besides the middle rune that was identical in all the other spells, there were 4 other symbols. Each of these runes was composed of smaller parts and they all connected with each other to form a complete spell schematic. He just needed to figure it out. This was easier said than done. I wonder what will happen if I rearrange some of these components. He had all the correct pathways on the schematics. What would happen if he replaced one of the fire arrow runic symbols with one from the gale arrows? Could he produce a new spell? Would it blow up? He had multiple attacking spells to work with. He could exchange the components with each other as if he was playing with Legos. Well, there is only one way to find out. He began his first test, combining the gale arrow with the fire arrow. The spells weren't that different, they both produced elemental arrows. The gale arrow was a lot faster than the fire arrow, but it lacked the added fire damage that the other spell had. Firstly, he drew a schematic while replacing the last runic symbol from the fire arrow spell with the one from the gale arrow. He only needed to place the pathways in the correct order and to make it a closed mana circuit to finish the deal. He instantly moved his head closer to examine his creation. The most glaring thing he saw was the massive red after he connected the largest runic component at the end. His debugging skill was telling him that it wouldn't work. He didn't get a prompt that he had created a new spell either. He wasn't deterred. He started dissecting all of these spells into parts and his research continued. Thanks to his debugging skill, he was saving a lot of time. He could only imagine how many blank scrolls and magic ink he would have to burn through if he did all of this manually. You have created the schematic for the lesser smoke arrow rune lowest. In the end, a combination pattern that worked was made. He created a lesser runic spell by combining higher-grade runes with each other. He theorized that combining two elements with each other wasn't such an easy thing. This might have been Tier 3 territory, as he was hoping for something like a Frostfire arrow but got a glorified smokescreen instead. There were a lot of problems with this particular rune. After combining two perfect schematics, he was left with a barely working one. His debugging skill showed him red lines everywhere, and even some of the components needed replacing. He had somehow managed to graft these two spells together. He shoved quite a bit of parts together while hoping for the best. His experiment showed results, but the spell he created was less than stellar. This isn't going too well. He could spend months and years doing it like this. The debugging skill was aiding him, but he was only randomly combining the runes with each other. This could allow him to get some new spells, but he wouldn't really understand how. Also, the whole process was too random and time-consuming. His main goal was to figure out the way these runes worked. He already knew that they were similar to circuits and programs. They followed some kind of binary language, and maybe there were even parts that had complex algorithms working in them that were responsible for the spell's shape or power. Output. He managed to produce this spell within a week after randomly combining the larger runes with each other. The detail in drawing these schematics also played a big role in everything. If he missed one important section, the debugging skill didn't activate. He then had to go through the entire thing to find the part he missed. Roland finally decided to perform some live tests. He took the lesser runes as the base for his next experiment. It was the Fire Orb rune and the Light Orb spell that were quite similar. Both produced a sphere of light that varied in brightness and the element used. He had isolated some elements that he thought were responsible. He got to work, but he wasn't aiming to create proper schematics. No, he wanted to use the supplied scrolls for his research. The way the runes started was all the same. They always had the same element there that was responsible for absorbing mana from a user. It varied in size, being larger in the common grade runic spells. A craftsman needed to close the whole circuit onto this element. You also had to fashion additional magical pathways around all the runic symbols that weren't visible to the naked eye. These pathways were a bit thicker than the rest, and their purpose was to siphon mana into this starting component. It was more or less akin to a power input or power plug, while the person inserting mana was seen as a big battery. The mana would be gathered through all of the pathways and focused through this power input. The other traces would then carry the mana into the other rune parts. Sometimes it was quite linear, while other times the mana was distributed to multiple of them at once. Just like in series and parallel circuits, the way the mana flowed changed depending on which circuit type was being used. He also made a distinction between the mana flow and the mana pressure in the whole circuit. This pressure was akin to voltage in a battery. It would push the mana energy into the traces and be responsible on how large the flow was. In a series circuit type, this mana voltage would be split between its components equally, and it also would cease to work if one of the parts was hindered in any way. In a parallel circuit, it wouldn't lose this pressure, but it would use up mana faster. This was some of the basics. Now he continued as he needed to figure out the rest of it. I think this one might be something similar to a resistor. He glanced at both the spell diagrams of the orb spells. He focused on something that he believed looked like a resistor. The Fire Orb one was smaller in size than from the regular Orb of Light. His first test would be to replace the two with each other to see if the Orb of Light spell dimmed. He went to scribing and completed the altered version of the Orb of Light spell. To his satisfaction, this little test worked. The spell activated and the light was indeed dimmer, which proved his theory to be correct. The ones he was working here were probably fixed resistor types, as he didn't think he could alter the resistance mid-spell activation. There were also variable ones, as their name stated. They were in place to resist the injected energy that was mana. If he installed a variable resistor on a spell, then depending on the quality of the material he might be able to switch it on the fly to get a stronger spell effect. It could also blow up in his face if he lowered it too much though. That's one down. Now to find all the other basic ones. Inductors, capacitors, amplifiers, fusees, and more. If he managed to distinguish between all of the basic circuit components that were in these magic runes, he would be able to alter the spells. What kind of changes he could bring he wasn't sure, removing all of the resistance from the circuit. would probably make the spell unstable. If he wanted to connect the various runic spells that he needed to know this. Maybe if he knew where to remove or add the basic rune circuit components, he would be able to correct all the badly made schematics he tried to combine. The fix could be really easy. Maybe he only needed to add another resistor to make a working Firegale arrow spell. Roland needed to get the basics down first before he moved on to the real meat and potatoes of these runes. Then he might be able to figure out the inner workings of the motors. The components that were storing the spell programs inside. He gave out a sigh, understanding this would be hard. Luckily, he had a lot of time on his hands. He had signed a 3-year contract and was getting charged less for these materials. His experience was increasing at a rapid rate, but the higher his level became, the harder it became to level it up. His hand moved to his stiff neck. He had spent the whole day working. He didn't feel tired. This was more interesting than he anticipated. He was slowly discovering how this magic runic language ticked, and it was making him all giddy. He just needed to stick with it, and maybe in due time, he would finally be a proper runic scholar. Chapter 27: Revisiting the Guild. Time passed and Roland was busy with his work. He had moved past his rudimentary understanding of runes. He didn't need to rely on copying his pre-drawn schematics to get his runic spells to work. He was even able to partially affect the spells, changing small things like their output, area of effect, and even some of the elemental variations. He had managed to single out some of the basic elements that were the easiest to work with: fire, water, wind, and earth. He had compiled them into his notes and could now tell them apart from the others. This was still just a surface-level understanding, as he wasn't able to change the internal algorithm. What he could do now, for instance, was to change a water spell into a fire one while working within some restrictions. He was mostly working with the basic types of spells like the mana arrow, mana bolt, and mana shield variations of them. He could now successfully create the lesser versions and with them as a base add elemental values that boosted their power output. His mana arrow could change into one from wind, fire, or water. The same with his shield spells that could transform from a semi-transparent blue sphere into a tightly formed wall of earth. This wasn't something he had achieved in a couple of days, no. He had already been working for another 6 months, which added up. He had already been in this city for over a year and his research was showing some promise. Wish I wasn't limited to only cherry-picking these parts. Roland leaned back in his chair that had improved over this time frame. He had a new quill above his nose and he was balancing it. The magic ink didn't really leave stains like the normal kind, and it also didn't leak. He had gone through his entire stash of runic spell scrolls that he could find in the city. They were mostly similar in the way that they created a magical force that rammed itself into its target. There wasn't much variation. He wanted some that could levitate objects or ones that affected your body in some way. These were buffing spells and debuffing spells. He had managed to procure a limited variety of them. There was also a plethora of runes that were used on equipment. This would be the next stage of his research. The runesmith territory. He had one worry though. He still needed to get his blacksmith class, and without the runecraft skill he wouldn't be able to further his research. This skill supposedly only became learnable in the later stages of the blacksmith class. The scrolls he was working with were far too fragile. After the runic spell activated, it would burn away at the magic ink. The ink would then seep into the scroll and finally make it crumble into dust. He needed to constantly rescribe everything onto new spell scrolls, wasting precious time and resources. He had already tried scribing on some metal, but the magic ink had an adverse reaction to it and he wasn't able to progress with it. He had runes like the impact rune that, when activated while a warrior was swinging their weapon, increased the weapon's weight. He couldn't really experiment much with a spell like this. The paper scroll's weight increase was very meager and he wasn't sure what good adding weight to an attack spell would do. Maybe you can make the magic arrows increase the weight while flying down at the monsters? But there is no human element to activate the spell at the right moment. I'd have to somehow predetermine at the arrow's trajectory and make it heavier during the descent. Otherwise, the added weight might make it fly slower. Could just make it heavier at the beginning and just add more mana, call it a heavy magic arrow, or heavy impact arrow? It was fine to speculate, but the scrolls that he was using did cost him some coins. He could make 50 iterations and see if one stuck and burn through his whole stock in the process. The best way would be if he could create some kind of reusable item that could fire off these spells. Like a magic staff, The problem was that he would only be able to do that after he achieved the runesmith class. He took his time to look at his status screen. He had progressed through the levels and was now on the 20th. This all while scribing many runic spells and crafting various schematics that pushed him forward. Name: Roland Arden L45. Classes: T1 Mage L25, Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L20, Main. HP 390/390. MP 2014/2014. SP 474/474. Strength 27. Agility 31. Dexterity 65. Vitality 30. Endurance 30. Intelligence 100. Willpower 76. Charisma 14. Luck 7. He felt that in another half a year he would reach the threshold and become a blacksmith. The problem with that was that he would need to go through a drastic change in professions. Scribing runes and making horseshoes didn't really vibe so well together. I wonder. He took another glance at his skills. His rune mastery skill that was L4 at the moment. It stood out like a sore thumb. It wasn't useful for crafting runes, its role lied in combat. It decreased his mana expenditure while using runic equipment. It also lowered the mana requirements for boosting his scroll spells. He had a sneaking suspicion that he would regret it if he didn't get this skill up to L9 before trying to switch classes. He was inclined to believe that there might be some kind of special class waiting for him if he maxed this skill out. The biggest problem with this skill was that it required him to kill monsters. Also, using spells out of combat didn't level it up as he tried casting the shield spell on himself and on some animals to no avail. Killing monsters didn't give him much experience and was also dangerous. He didn't really want to wander into the woods alone as he knew the risks. Even if the monsters didn't get him, he could very well be attacked by some bandits or someone from an opposing business trying to get his secrets. He turned his thoughts towards the Adventurers Guild. There was no dungeon here, but that didn't mean that the guild members didn't hunt any monsters. They did sometimes organize expeditions into monster-infested lands for various reasons. He could join one of such undertakings as a support mage. He even managed to improve on his scroll design through this time period, which would increase his utility in a party. The more his scribing skill increased, the more he could compact the runic components. With time he managed to limit the scroll surface, which let him create more scrolls with fewer materials. The difficulty of the crafting process increased several-fold though. He needed to fit the complete rune diagram on something that was half the size of the scroll paper that he had been using. His aim was to fit a common grade spell onto a surface that was the size of a regular playing card. He could then just flip through them and spam his spells. The most he could manage now was fitting them on something the size of an envelope. This was already much smaller than the scrolls he was using. Surprisingly, even though he was using less magic ink on the smaller scrolls, the runic spells didn't drop in power. It was like creating a smaller processor that, even if smaller than the original one, didn't have to be worse. There was a little drawback though: the smaller scrolls couldn't be overloaded as much as the larger ones. The user had the option to insert their mana to make the spell stronger, but the smaller scrolls just couldn't handle the increase in mana that well. This was more a problem in the materials not being able to handle it and not the rune diagram itself. Should I take a break? He had implemented a vacation period that he could begin any time and had it placed in the contract as a clause. He was allowed to take the weekends off. He also had 25 days to pick as non-working ones throughout the entire year. He could also prepare the minimum number of scrolls a few weeks early if he really needed a longer break. His aim was not to level himself up but to level his rune mastery skill. He needed to get it up to level 9 before hitting his cap. He wasn't sure if that was achievable, but he was even willing to wait before he got it there. Luckily, he had already prepared by scribing some scrolls in his free time. His social life became even more non-existent due to this. He didn't even know what was happening outside anymore. The time to walk among the people had come. He was still a steel-grade adventurer even though he didn't do any work for a year. He would probably be able to find a spot in an expedition, but it would take him away from here for at least a week. Thanks to the increase in both his mage and scribing skills, he was a lot faster now. His high-end stats showed its worth at times like this. A year ago when he first started, he could barely produce a runic fire arrow scroll in a day. Now he could make 5 or 6 of them and even compact them onto smaller paper. This wasn't his only spell that he had. He had bought out all the possible spell scrolls in Edelgard and also asked the manager to procure him ones that were common grade or below. His scrolls were quite popular with the adventurers and were even getting shipped to other cities along with his signature. The people came up with some nicknames for his crafting persona, due to the red comet-looking mark that he stamped every scroll with. They gave him names like Crimson Comet, Red Star, or the Scarlet Runesmith. Some others just called him an idiot for making so many rune spell scrolls and not making any runic weapons instead. He was known for only making high or highest grade spell scrolls. The biggest factor to his popularity was that these scrolls were actually worth the coin that was spent on them. After taking into account the price of crafting materials and craftsmanship, they were deemed affordable. They were quite loved by support-type classes that had higher levels of mana compared to the warrior classes. Acolytes and priests could use them for protection and even add to the firepower against boss-level monsters. The superiority of runic scrolls against the regular spell scrolls once again came to light as finally some affordable ones were finally being made. Roland moved down from his chair and got his coat. His workroom looked kind of messy. There were piles of research material, sketches, and his scribbles everywhere. He still kept the most important stuff on himself though, as the rune schematics. He had asked the elf girl how much a schematic of a rune spell could go for. The answer made his eyes pop out. He could use them as a last-ditch effort if he really needed money, but for now, it was better to keep them to himself. He walked out. He had improved his gear slightly. He was wearing a set of fine gambeson under his robe. He spent most of his money on the spell scrolls, so he couldn't really get anything fancy like magical armor. This was quite good for a mage as it was quite light while offering a lot of protection against regular attacks. He still had the heavy rapier that he received after the battle with that fencer. Besides that, his shoes were made from leather and he was wearing matching gloves. He wished that he could get himself some spell sliding gloves, but they cost far too much. There was also a problem with those items as they broke down after some uses. Just like the scrolls, the mana would corrode the materials, which meant that if he wanted a reusable resource, he would need ones that were at least made from mithril. This silvery metal was one of the best around when it came to runic gear. It came at a huge cost. He wouldn't be able to get anything below a large golden coin made with it. The sliding doors opened up and he could see the sun being still up. Even though people were giving him nicknames involving the color red, he was still wearing black clothes. If he switched to red, he felt like he would be sticking out like a sore thumb. He walked towards the adventurer house while looking at his old adventurer card. He hadn't really been using it since coming here. He had wandered into the goblin-infested forests from time to grind his skills though. The goblins proved to not be the best training as they were far too weak. This is also the reason why he decided to take up a request from the guild. He wanted to join a larger expedition where he could kill monsters that were stronger and offered more experience. He pushed the doors of the guild open and was greeted to a familiar sight. The arrangements in this building were similar to the one in Carwin. This also made him remember his old party of misfits. He wondered what those 3 girls were up to after over a year had passed. He frowned slightly as thinking about the past wasn't very productive. He moved towards the notice board and started looking. There were a large plethora of quests being hung up there. Some of them even to subjugate goblins. He did always bring back the ears with him as they were worth a couple of coins. Is there anything worthwhile? There weren't many nearby monsters around the city, so the goblin forest was as far as he could go without getting into too much trouble. There were more ferocious monsters living in the uninhabited lands further into the kingdom. He reasoned that there should be some jobs that he could take and that wouldn't keep him away from his work for longer than 2 weeks. Let me see. Protect convoy from bandits while traveling to the city of Stegend. That one is a bit too far. It would take a whole week and I bet the caravan would stop between the other towns. He rejected that one. The possibility of meeting monsters or bandits was questionable and he wanted to use up his spell scrolls to level up his skill. He started going through listings. They were all mostly protection missions placed by the merchants. They were always happy to hire some extra muscle to be extra safe. There were also some jobs asking for exploration or for finding missing people or caravans. His eyes finally stopped at one job in particular. Investigate and clear out Mansto's grotto from the monster infestation. He started reading through this one. The description stated that this grotto was in fact an iron ore mine which also has some rarer metals in the deeper parts. The miners had broken through a wall and tunneled right into some kind insectoid monster nest. There had already been some casualties and the mine was now closed off. Roland rubbed his chin. There were monsters he could kill there. The only problem was that it was in some kind of mine shaft. How wide the corridors were was unknown, and if the whole thing collapsed onto him, he didn't think a rescue party would be coming. He wouldn't be going in alone though. This was a large-scale operation with more than one small team involved. He was also a mage, so he would be allowed to hang out in the back while the warriors took all the hits. The risk might have been worth the rewards, and he would get bonuses by killing more monsters. He went through the other listings again but didn't find anything worthwhile. This mine wasn't that far, they could get there in a day or two. He didn't think that killing the monsters would take that long either. He nodded and went over to the guild receptionist. He presented his card and told the person that he wanted to sign up for this expedition. The mission didn't seem to have any rank requirements though. His steel rank allowed him to be accepted, but being a mage also added to his worth. He left soon afterward as they would be heading out in 2 days. He could use this time to prepare and scribe some more spell scrolls. Having more ammo was also advantageous. He was also interested in testing some of his altered spells on the monsters. The 2 days of preparation passed in a flash. He had gathered what he could. Besides his spell scrolls, he had some healing potions and some rations all nicely packed into his storage bag. When he arrived, he saw a group of tough-looking adventurers already gathering up. There were about 20 people here, and they would be probably splitting into 5 or 4 parties. There was also someone he knew here, a certain small half-known girl that was apparently coming with them on this adventure. Before he could ask about why they allowed a low-level adventurer like her to come with them, he was spotted. The girl's eyes went wide, then they narrowed. She zoned in on him, probably recognizing him by the black robe that he was wearing. This would probably be quite an interesting expedition. He hoped that the girl could at least keep herself safe this time around. Chapter 28: Setting out on an expedition. Some time had passed since Helsie's first expedition into the forest. That was something she considered a big failure. She couldn't kill a single goblin and had to be rescued by some kid, and she even got berated her for it. She did manage to level up once. The goblin that she injured had chased after her and was finished off by the human mage that rescued her. She gained part of the shared experience after the kill and managed to level up. This incident made her rethink her approach. She wasn't strong enough to wander alone into the forests. She also figured out that the white goblins that were in this forest were stronger than the regular green ones. She was a scout. This was a combat class while also a utility class, so she needed to increase her combat and detection skills. She didn't receive any free weapon proficiencies as they needed to be trained by herself. She needed to increase her basic dagger proficiencies and maybe the short sword ones. She was a class relying on agility and wouldn't be good with heavier weapons. With their good eyesight, a scout made a good archer, but they mostly needed to use short bows or crossbows due to their lack of strength. Contrary to popular belief, archers relied more on strength than dexterity as they needed enough power to draw their large longbows. The dexterity and good vision then added to their aiming proficiencies. After the first level, she had received a basic trap-finding skill. Before that, she only had a passive that allowed her to see better and spot hidden enemies. It only worked on them if they weren't hiding or their skill in stealth was really low. The half-gnome girl had decided to first train a bit, increasing her passive weapon proficiencies along with doing basic strength training. While at it, she also made sure to visit the Adventurer Guild, hoping that she could get a job there. To her dismay, not many people wanted to take in a bronze class scout into their midst that was only on their first class. The other adventurers didn't want to put their faith in an inexperienced tracker. Someone that could detect the enemies before they ambushed you was a cornerstone of every party. They were sometimes even considered more valuable than mages or priests. Time continued to pass. In the day she worked at the inn, while in the evening she did her training. She was quite diligent and even managed to level up thanks to increasing some of the basic combat skills. She had never trained before and had gone through her first class change. People who didn't train the basic skills beforehand would find them leveling up faster after attaining a class. After a few months of hard work, she had her break. She managed to land a spot in a party. She agreed on lower wages and was more or less a tag-along extra. Her first job was to protect a caravan that would take her on a 2-week trip back and forth. The pay wasn't great, but she still took it. This forced her to quit her job at the inn. The innkeeper wasn't happy about an abrupt leaving of his worker, but he could do nothing but shrug. The first quest unfolded with some strains. Their party was attacked by some wolf-looking monsters. They managed to clear them out with only a couple of people injured. Soon she started leveling up and her adventurer life had finally begun. She found the encounter very exciting and was hoping for more, but to her dismay, it wasn't always so action-packed. Her party spent 2 weeks walking in front of a cart and sometimes riding it. The monster attacks were rare and she felt bored. The sleeping conditions were even worse than at the inn, as they either slept outside or in one of the carriages. She even had to deal with the male members snoring all night long. She also didn't like the looks that some of the adventurers were giving her. Luckily, she wasn't the only female in the group and they never went too far. Her new party consisted of her as a scout, 2 warriors, a girl that was an archer, and another scout that was already in his second tier 1 class. That was a tracker. This was a popular class to take along with a scout, as it also had monster detection qualities along with basic pathfinding skills. Everyone besides her was a steel rank, so she was the newbie of the group. She had to do things like cooking or washing their dirty clothes. She knew that they didn't consider her a real party member just yet, but she had to catch up to everyone. Their ages were all comparable to her, as she had a late start. The days continued to pass and she never returned to the inn. Her levels were slowly rising, but without any dungeon nearby her progress was meager. Her party didn't want to move to another city as they were okay with easy transport work. She on the other hand wanted more. She wanted to get stronger and earn some respect. One day Halsey brought news of the expedition to Mansto's grotto and how it was mostly about exterminating a monster infestation. To her surprise, the party refused this request, telling her that it sounded sketchy. There wasn't enough info about the monsters and the inside of the caves might not be correctly mapped out. They were the types that liked to play it safe, so they refused the request. She went away fuming. She didn't want to do the protection missions anymore. They had spent the past 4 months doing those and she was still only a level 10. She wanted to progress faster but was afraid to head out on her own. Luckily, this expedition was accepting almost everyone, even bronze adventurers could join. To the protests of her party, she decided to go there as a solo act. They didn't want to budge even after she asked them again and again. This wasn't considered a betrayal of trust or anything. It wasn't rare for adventurers to change parties and to join larger expeditions like this on their own. They wished her good luck and to come back in one piece. She arrived early in the morning, almost before anyone had gathered. She took her time to examine her dagger and shortbow that she was now using. She was wearing light armor and the same leather vest was still on her, as she didn't have enough coin to make a drastic change to her gear. She also looked at her status screen while wondering how she compared to others at her level. Name: Halsey Scout L10. HP 240/240. MP 176/176. SP 335/335. Strength 15. Agility 30. Dexterity 25. Vitality 18. Endurance 20. Intelligence 12. Willpower 14. Charisma 15. Luck 9. Scout class increases stamina regeneration by 20%, improves vision by 25%. When she asked the person that had the same class as her about his stats, he just laughed. He explained to her that she shouldn't ask or reveal her status screen to anyone. It was actually considered rude to do this unless you had some kind of strong bond with the person you were asking. The people that were going to go on this expedition started gathering together. There were a variety of classes here, but most of them looked to be warriors with some archers and scouts sprinkled in. There were 2 people sticking out like a sore thumb. One was a youth with golden hair. He was wearing a long white robe and had a large symbol of a sun embroidered on his back. He was holding a large book in his right hand and was praying while looking in the direction of the rising sun. He was obviously either an acolyte or a priest. The second person was also wearing a robe. It was only pitch black. He had a heavy rapier strapped to his side and was above 160 centimeters in height. She recognized that gloomy robe and the lanky youth that was standing there. It was the same brat that had saved her from the mountain goblins that one day. Their eyes met and the two started looking at each other. Roland was surprised to see the waitress from the inn even more than she was surprised to see him here. She was still the only person that he knew around here, so he just nodded with his head as a sort of greeting. Halsey was slightly taken aback after Roland had nodded at her. She wasn't as annoyed with him anymore and she felt a bit back about how she acted after he had saved her. Still, she just nodded back at him and then turned around as she didn't really have anything to talk about with him. There were exactly 20 adventurers here plus the person in command. This person raised his hand and gave a shout to make himself noticeable. He looked to be a man of about 180 centimeters in height. He had a robust stature and was of the human race. His hair was brown and he had a short beard. The thing that made him stand out was that he was wearing blue brigandine armor. It was made from either heavy cloth or leather and lined with small oblong steel plates riveted to the fabric. The rivets were sticking out as little round metal circles outside this heavy cloth. The advantage of this armor was that it wasn't a single piece of metal and allowed better movement. Roland had done some research as he was soon to reach the blacksmith class and knew that this type of armor was also easier to manufacture or repair than plate mail. He was also wearing some heavy cloth under it, which was probably the ever-popular gambeson. The man looked to be in his later 20s or in his early 30s, which prompted Roland to believe that he was at least a Tier 2 class. Besides the armor, he also had a long sword strapped to his side that was probably enchanted. "You can call me Wells, I'll be taking the lead in this expedition. We have 20 members, from which 15 already have their own parties, the rest will form the fourth." The man started listing down some basic info. He didn't add much. The exact kind of insectoid monster was unknown and the mine had been barricaded from the outside so that the monsters wouldn't wander out. Now they were waiting for the adventurers to move inside and clear them out. They would be the first organized party to go in. Roland was more interested in the party he was getting. He was going solo, so he would be joining the fourth party that was forced together. Wells was the one that brought them together and he started calling the solo adventurers out while also listing their main classes. Roland saw a robust-looking dwarf move out from the crowd and move towards where the leader was. His beard wasn't all that long and he looked young. He was also wearing heavier plate armor with a chain shirt underneath. Selenar, Sun Elf, Tracker and Archer, Steel rank. This time it was a tall, lanky elf. He was wearing light green leather armor and carrying around a longbow over his shoulder. He had all the usual fine elven features that all Sun Elves had, long golden hair, and a pretty face. Orson, human, two-handed sword warrior, Steel rank. All of his party members were of the Steel rank apparently. This one was also a youth that didn't look older than 18. He was above 180 centimeters in height and was wearing a metal cuirass over his chest. His arm and leg protection was lighter, probably due to him having a large sword to swing around. He looked like your usual damage dealer by game standards. Roland, human, mage, Steel rank. He was finally called to action, so he walked over towards his new group. The others gave him some looks that soon subsided. The last is Halsey, half-gnome, scout, bronze rank. The leader narrowed his eyes while reading the last member's name. She was the lowest-ranked party member and caused everyone to look. The girl noticed the scornful looks, but she was already used to them. She knew that she was still green. Still, it was quite annoying to be looked down upon by people that were of similar age as her. While Roland's and Halsey's group gathered up, the leader continued talking. The priest-looking person that was seen by Halsey was brought to the forefront. "This is Priest Elric. He will be joining our expedition, and as a special guest he won't be joining any of the parties." The leader explained that the priest was getting a special status in the group. It was their responsibility to protect him from harm as he was able to heal the people from the expedition. Roland thought that mages were seen as assets, but maybe being a healer was even more important. "Praise the sun, my children, let the sun goddess watch over you and warm your souls with her eternal sunshine." The moment he got to the forefront he started preaching. The adventurers looked at each other while trying not to show their disdain. It was understandable that the priest classes were important assets and they needed to be protected. This didn't change the fact that most of them were considered to be religious zealots. If you asked them about Solaria, they could talk you to sleep while conversing about her greatness from dusk till dawn. From what Roland could tell, the expedition consisted mostly of steel-grade adventurers. There were a few Tier 2 classes on board. One was the expedition leader and the other was the priest. He also believed that the party the leader was in was probably mostly composed of tier 2s as well. Roland had a suspicion that besides that main group of adventurers, all of the rest were considered expendable meat shields. His group would be getting one carriage to travel in, so they would have enough time to strategize and get to know each other. Though there was a problem already, mainly one of the members wasn't happy that they had a bronze adventurer with them. "What is this? I didn't sign up to babysit shitty little bronze brats." "Who are you calling a brat? You're not even much older than me." The ones fighting were Orson and Halsey, the half-gnome. Apparently the man didn't like that they had a bronze rank with them. The small girl was staring daggers at him and stomping her foot on the ground. "Ha? What? You want to go, shrimp?" The man grinned while looking down at the small girl and started egging her on. Roland saw this and knew that in a party it would be better if the team worked with each other. He decided to move closer in the hopes of defusing the situation, even though he didn't like talking to people all that much. "I don't think we should be fighting before we even arrive at the grotto, save it for the monsters." The elfin dwarf didn't seem to care that much as they moved toward the carriage that they were going to use. Another shrimp appeared? We having a bargain sale or something? The only shrimp I see is between your ears. Roland replied hastily, his emotions getting to him. Before he could backtrack on his insult, he heard the dwarf bursting out in laughter. "He get ye there good, laddie." Orson's face turned a bit red, and the half-gnome girl also got out a chuckle from Roland's remark. Selenar the sun elf remained quiet while just sighing. He was one of the more silent types. "Stop your nonsense." The dwarf could see that this human here was on the angrier side. He had enough sense as the main tank to not let things escalate. Luckily Orson was more bark than bite and they all managed to get inside the carriage without a fight breaking out. He did curse up a storm before getting into it. It was quite the quiet trip. The most talkative one was Dalrak, that kept complaining about the bumpy road and how much his posterior hurt. Roland had worked in a more tight-knit group of adventurers and knew that good cooperation was key. He decided to at least try to talk with them to figure out what he was working with. "Dalrak, was it? How good are you with that shield, and is that a pole arm?" "Aye, this air? Did ye think AD be using an axe or something?" the dwarf asked while chuckling. Dwarves were considered strong for their height, but they lacked reach. This is why most of them favored weapons that had long reach like spears and polearms. They also used long swords or even bastard swords. The one Dalrak was using was a slightly shorter halberd, fit for his height. You would very rarely see a dwarf using an axe. This mostly happened when they were wearing full plate armor and were sure that they could just charge into their enemy without worry. "I, Leah th frontline Timmy, not tin is aft to get by me." Roland couldn't understand the heavy accent too well, but he figured the dwarf was just reassuring him about his defensive capabilities. "And Mr. Selenar. Nothing will escape my elven eyes, leave the tracking to me." Before he could even ask, the elf answered. He probably realized what Roland's intention was and just answered so that he wouldn't have to beat around the bush. "I'm also good at scouting and trap finding." Halsey chimed in while everyone was talking. The group started to slowly converse with each other during the carriage ride. Even Orson finally gave in and listed his two-handed sword abilities. Roland also informed them about the array of spells that he was able to cast. He had made a lot of regular mana bolt and mana arrow spell scrolls that fit on smaller paper. He could use them to level up and only dip into the better ones if they run into trouble. If they asked, he could just say that he knew a high-level runesmith that liked scribing. The close to 2-day ride continued. Soon Roland would get another taste of adventuring after having taken a long break. Chapter 29: Entering the Mine. Ember. Roland held out his hand in front of a bundle of sticks that were gathered in one place. He was a mage without elemental affinities, but he could still learn this spell. It used friction instead of fire to ignite. The sticks went up in flames and Roland's new half-gnome companion tossed a few more in. The expedition had stopped for the night and they decided to camp out in the wilderness. They would make it to their destination in half a day's time tomorrow. The leader had decided that it was too dangerous to wander during the night. Making a camp and having people take turns watching would be the best option. Roland and Halsey were voted to be the first ones with guard duty. The girl was selected because she was a scout and also a newbie. Roland was also forced here due to his young age. He was now sitting opposite to the short girl with orange hair. "Did you cut your hair?" Roland asked while tossing some more wood into the pile. It was quite chilly here, and even while wearing this long robe he was feeling cold. "Ah, yes." The girl nodded. She did have longer hair when Roland had saved her that fateful day. After she gained some experience, she decided to cut it short as it was a liability during fights. Good. Roland felt like the two got off on the wrong foot the first time they met. He also felt like that as the adult here he should offer her the olive branch. The problem was that he didn't really know how to talk to 16-year-old girls, even fewer ones that were from this word and a gnome. "Thank you." "Ha? You know, for saving me." The girl finally managed to gather up her courage to apologize. She had her head turned the other side while twiddling her thumbs. Her voice faint and quiet as Roland barely heard it. After going through the adventurer's lifestyle, the half-gnome did have a lot of time to think about her past actions. "Sure, no problem. Also sorry for shouting at you back then." "No, it's fine, you were right, I was unprepared." The two somehow managed to bury the hatchet, so Roland moved on from this uncomfortable topic and shifted it to another. The two started talking about the adventurer life. Hilsey also wanted to know how Roland was able to get his adventurer rank at such a young age. He just lied and told her that he was lucky enough to get a mage class which let him join adventurer parties at a dungeon. The night went by slowly. There wasn't much to do but talk, so they slowly got to know each other. Hilsey told him about what she was up to after she got rescued, and Roland gave her a recap of his adventurer life back in Karwan. "Come to think of it, it would probably be better for you to go to a city with a dungeon than to stay here if you want to level up. I also had trouble working by myself back then. I was lucky enough to find a good party." He gave her his opinion. If she really wanted to level up, going to a city with a dungeon would probably be faster. Still, going on simple escort missions was probably safer, as you never knew what could appear in a dungeon. Sometimes some rare monster variants appeared on the top levels that could easily kill the low-level adventurers. In contrast, bandits and the surface-level monsters were a lot easier to handle. "You think so?" The small girl crossed her arms together and moved her head down. She started thinking about something and went quiet. Roland went on with more advice, hoping that it would be at least somewhat helpful. "You could also try finding some bronze adventurers there and practice on the easier levels. You sound really knowledgeable for your age. Are you really a human kid or just a large halfling in disguise?" The girl narrowed her eyes while looking at Roland that wasn't behaving for his age. She even expected him to act more bashful with such beauty as herself. But there he was, talking normally and just acting like some kind of mentor figure. He never even tried to sneak a peek at her figure like all the other male adventurers. He looked to be 13, so he should have been at that age. This was a hit to her femininity. "Halflings are only a meter tall. Then a giant halfling. You might be really old. Stop talking nonsense. How would a giant and halfling even copulate?" There was an actual giant race in this world, but they were various types ranging from 3 to 4 meters all the way up to a staggering number. "See that? That's not how a brat talks." "Oh? Would Brat act more like you then?" "Yes, more like him. Hey." Roland laughed a bit while the half-known girl stared him down. She even threw one of the smaller sticks at him, which he caught with his hand and just threw back at her. Before a stick fight could break out, another person walked over. This was someone from the other teams to switch them out. Roland didn't remain there for long and headed back to the tent that the rest of their party members were sleeping in. This was probably the worst part of this journey, sleeping in a small tent with 4 other people. "Ugh, that's why dwarves are." Hilsey complained, as even before they could enter the tent they could hear loud snoring. The dwarf, being a dwarf, had drunk himself to sleep. This also caused him to snore like a bear. The half-gnome girl never liked sleeping next to guys for this reason. At least in her old party, there was another girl and she sometimes got to sleep in a tent with her without the other companions. "I'm surprised that those other two are managing," Roland commented as Orson and Selenar were fast asleep. Though the elf had an awkward sitting up straight position and looked to be awake. The human, on the other hand, was similarly snoring as Dalrak the dwarf. They probably both drunk themselves to sleep, while the elf might have used some sleeping aids. The two walked in. They only had some crude blankets and hard pillows provided by the people from the expedition. Halsey curled up to the side far away from the other three males and tried to sleep, but the snoring was just too loud. She then noticed someone wiggling over towards her, which was Roland wrapped up in a blanket. "Hey! What are you doing? Go back, you pervert!" The half-gnome was surprised that the youth that didn't show interest in her looks had come over. Was he actually keeping it in but was in reality a wolf in sheep's clothing? Pervert? The hell? Just be quiet. He started murmuring something to himself, and after a while a little flash of light occurred. Surprisingly, Halsey couldn't hear the snoring of the two other men now. She glanced at Roland that had an unimpressed, judgy expression on his face. Hush spell, it places a small dome that keeps sounds outside, best used against snoring drunkards. Now go to sleep, it will only last 30 minutes. The youth then rolled over to the side so that Halsey could only see the back of his head. She realized that he only came over here because the spell had a limited range. There were some lesser spells like this that Roland could practice even without an elemental affinity. The 30 minutes should be enough for the two to fall asleep. While already asleep, they should be okay with the snoring. The next morning when Roland woke up, he felt that something was off. He felt something heavy on top of him. It was a person, and he or she was right on top of him. He opened his eyes, and to his dismay it was Dalrak. He even got a nice whiff of his breath as the dwarf opened up his mouth while yawning. "Get off me!" Roland began pushing and pushing, but the man on top of him was quite heavy. He was already level 45 and somehow managed to do it even with his meager strength stat. The others were awoken to Roland's grunts and could see him rolling the sleeping dwarf to the side while panting. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Orson and Selenar looked at each other while slowly backing away. Halsey was also looking at the strange display while mumbling to herself. Now it all makes sense. Roland raised his brow and just got up. He wanted to give Dalrak's rear end a good kick but decided otherwise. He just left the tent while the other party members continued looking at the sleeping dwarf that was about to wake up. After the rowdy night, everyone packed up their belongings in the tents and placed them back into the carriages as they continued with their journey. Roland somehow managed to explain himself while Dalrak just laughed about the whole misunderstanding. He even mentioned that Roland was far too skinny for his tastes and that he only liked the robust dwarven women. Then for the rest of the trip, he started explaining the beauty of white women and how they were superior to what he called twigs. Aye, that's what a real wifey is. This damn dwarf makes a lot of sense. Orson replied with a surprising contemplative look on his face as if he was deliberating on switching over. The elf remained silent just as Roland, the half-gnome girl, had her eyes narrowed throughout the whole conversation. The carriages soon arrived at the grotto and everything came to a stop. Dalrak's spirited discussion would have to wait until this was over. The leader's shout soon could be heard as he barked out some orders. "Everyone, gather up." It took a couple of minutes for everyone to reach the meeting place. The parties stood next to each other while looking over their weapons. There was a large wide river by which the grotto was located. The natural entrance to the grotto had its base part submerged in water. The opening was close to the river, which caused it to be in the water, behind it a large mountain. The people started out by using the natural opening at first, but afterward they had created a separate entrance for easier access that was located closer to land. They had also sealed off part of the old mine shaft that connected to the natural grotto as it kept flooding the pathways. The mine was dug into the mountain, going up and down in several spots. The miners made sure to dig in the opposite direction of the river. This did save them from flooding but didn't protect them from the monster invasion. Listen up. There are several openings to the mine, we will split up here. Wells started explaining the battle plan. Due to the sheer amount of mineshafts that spread in the mountain like spider webs, they were going to split up. Everyone was given a map with the marked mineshaft opening that they would be going through. The miners escaped quickly, so the exact location of the breach wasn't marked down. Roland already saw a big problem with this strategy. They didn't have any sort of communication device with them. Things like that existed in this world, but they were items that cost a lot of money and used up a lot of mana. Even if they found the source of the monsters, they wouldn't be able to call for help. The plan was for the teams to locate this location and then retreat so that the main party that was composed of Tier 2 fighters could move in and do the heavy lifting. They could also try to do it on their own if they were confident. This would increase the monetary rewards that they would be getting. Roland wasn't sure about the level of these monsters, so he wasn't sure if he would be doing any deep diving. The important priest that had come along would also leave with the expedition leader's team, which made things even more dangerous. Everyone got their assignments. There is enough time, so move out. We will meet back here at nightfall. It was about 1 p.m. at the moment. They still have some time to do a sweep of the tunnels before nightfall. If the monsters were active during the day was unknown, so they had to expect resistance on the inside. They weren't the only people here. There was a whole enclosed camp with some guards and miners. They had some wooden buildings that consisted of the miners' dining quarters and storage areas. There was also a nearby village from which most of the workers came from. Each party was guided to the mineshaft opening by some of the workers. Once Roland's party got there, the miners started removing some of the rocks that they placed to block the mineshaft. Guards were placed in front of the entrance as protection. There were no signs of battle, so the monsters probably hadn't escaped the mine just yet. So what do you think? Roland asked. About dwarf women? Orson replied. What? No, about this mission. The man just shrugged while taking out his long two-handed sword. It looked thick and heavy and hard to swing. Roland was slightly worried that this large weapon could be hard to use inside a tight mineshaft. I don't care, just here to kill some monsters. Orson performed a practice swing and the sword gave out a nice swishing sound. Roland spotted a shorted sword strapped to the man's side. This made him slightly less worried as he had enough sense to have a sidearm. "'Tis just some bugs, you worry awfully much, laddie. It's just some bugs, you worry too much, boy." Dalrak just laughed while getting his shield and halberd out. The Sun Elf wasn't looking too happy about having to get himself into a mineshaft. The half-gnome girl was just looking over her dagger in short bow. The fighting ability of those two might be hampered if the corridors got too narrow. They wouldn't really be able to use their ranged weapons, though if their aim was good they could probably shoot without hitting their own allies. Roland was a bit perplexed about his new party members. They were awfully lax and didn't seem to be taking this expedition seriously. He was wondering if he was being overly cautious about it or not. He decided to check his own gear over. To the side he had his makeshift spellbook. It wasn't the only one, as he had attached 4 of them to his belt with a stack of 10 spell scrolls in each. He had far more firepower than last time. Fire arrows weren't the only spell that he could cast anymore. He also had a larger stack of the lesser runic mana arrow and mana bolt spell scrolls with him. He would be using these most of the time to level his skill up. There were other various spells that he had hidden in his storage bag, as he couldn't just carry all of them on him. He hoped that his bad feelings about this mission would go away. Having a whole team of tier 2s to back them up was also a reassurance. While thinking, he heard a cracking sound followed by the noise of falling rocks. The miners had broken through the barricade and were now slowly moving the rocks away. The guards examined the entrance and deemed it safe for the workers to continue. Roland's party also moved closer, as a monster could pop out at any moment. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, let's get this over with. He moved to the back of the party. Dalrak and Selenar moved to the forefront. The dwarf was the main tank and the elf was responsible for spotting monsters. Even in a cave, he would probably be able to somehow feel out the enemies if they were close, thanks to his class and skills. Orson remained in the back with Halsey to protect the party from sneak attacks from the rear, and Roland, as the mage, was right in the middle. After the miners broke through the opening, the party ventured forward. Instead of torches, Roland produced one of the easiest light spells, a manosphere, that lit the way. This was a lot better than having to hold on to torches that also brought smoke into the equation. Everyone steeled their resolve as they moved forward, going in slowly into the unknown. The real expedition had finally started. Chapter 30: Fighting Monsters in a Mine. Roland's party had to squeeze through a small opening that the miners made. This opening was then covered up and only a small head-sized hole remained. When the party returned, they were supposed to communicate with the people on the other side through it. They were also told to knock on the wall in a sort of Morse code so that the workers knew it was them. On the other side, guards were stationed to keep the miners safe from harm. The adventurers were supposed to follow the map and slowly clear out the tunnels from any monsters. Along with the other adventurer teams, they would slowly get rid of the monster infestation. It was unsure on how long this would take, but they were given simple clocks so that they could tell the time spent there and go out within 5 hours of going in. A blue sphere of light illuminated the tunnel. This tunnel was wide enough for 3 people to fit in side by side. Small railroad tracks were lined up on the hard rocky floor. There was also an empty minecart standing there on those tracks. It was probably used by the miners to carry iron ore and minerals to and from the exit. Handy to have a mage around. Handy to have a mage around. Delrak said while moving forward. The magic light hovered above his head. Roland could position it there as it had a targeting function. This spell didn't take much mana to sustain, and Roland's mana regeneration outperformed it. Thanks to this, the party could enjoy a well-lit tunnel while having their hands free of torches. They spotted some of those torches on the walls, but they were all unlit. They probably burned out after the tunnels were sealed. Selenar was holding onto the map. He was a tracker, but his strengths lay in the wilderness and forests. He wasn't that good at distinguishing rocky mine walls and remembering the tunnel layouts. He stopped, and so did the others with him as he frowned. "Can I take a look? I'm good with maps." Roland called out to the elf as he saw him narrowing his eyes while looking at the parchment. Selenar didn't mind and just handed it over to Roland, as he was more than willing to shift responsibility. The scribe class and his high intelligence helped him with maps. It was as if he had an internal GPS. He had also gained a map reading skill that probably made everything possible. "Okay, we are here." He had looked through the map before but was still surprised that someone could dig in so many tunnels without modern drilling equipment. Supposedly a miner was also a class, and their skills made tunneling and digging a breeze. "If we follow this path, we'll come to a fork. The right path will lead to more tunnels that are a dead end." Roland proposed to check out the tunnels that were a dead end first before moving on to the other ones. This way they could see if the monsters were tunneling any further, and would also let them cut off the monsters' escape route. This would also help them cross out already searched sections from the map easier. The others didn't really care that much. The faster they got through this, the faster they could get their rewards. So they all nodded and followed the directions that Roland proposed. While going past the first fork in the road, Selenar noted that no monsters had gone through here, as he could only spot the miners' footprints going this way. Without making any shocking discoveries, they marched through these tunnels. Just as the elf said, there were no monsters found in these unfinished tunnels. Kelsey made sure to observe the beautiful-looking male elf as he examined the path. She was also someone that was aiming for a tracker role as him. Roland marked the dead ends on the map, a bit disgruntled that he didn't find any type of loot to take with him. He wanted to nab some metal or samples for himself, as he was going to be working with metals in the future. They backtracked to the fork and went further, each time taking the path that placed them at a dead end. This trudge continued for an hour until they finally spotted their first enemy, revealing the true appearance of the insect monsters to them. Ugh, it just had to be those. What stood before them was a troublesome foe. It wasn't troublesome due to its strength. It wasn't even a particular hard enemy to kill. The troubling part was that it rarely was seen alone. It was a giant ant monster, and they were now looking at a worker type. This ant was the size of a large dog breed. When it spotted the party, its feelers started wiggling about and its mandibles started gnashing in their direction. Before it could act, an arrow buried itself into its eye. The monster was stunned and practically dead, which allowed Selenar to finish the job with another well-aimed arrow to the head. "Fucking mermeeks!" Orson called out after the mermeek worker drew its last breath. Everyone from the adventurers knew that this type of monster was tricky. They came in droves. There were always more giant ants around if you spotted one. They must have burrowed from their nest here, might be even in the process of making this mine their new lair. Roland said while looking at the dead monster. Depending on the level of the ant queen, this could be dangerous. Though if she wasn't above a certain level, then the ant monsters would be quite weak and they would be fine. The worker ants weren't that strong, but if they piled upon you, it was certain death. "What's so scary about these ants? They don't look so tough." Halsey called out. She didn't see a problem in this, as the ant was easily dispatched by 2 arrows. The other adventurers gave her dumbfounded gazes as if they were looking at an idiot. "What are you looking at me like that for?" She stomped her foot on the ground as she noticed those spiteful gazes. "That's why bronze newbies are." Orson snorted while the half-gnome girl glared back at him. Roland took this chance to educate her about the dangers of organized monsters that actually had a leader. The ant workers and soldiers would give their life for the queen, and they could communicate with each other. The biggest danger lied in their organized hive mind-like behavior. I bet we'll be seeing more of them coming here now, get ready. I think the miners might have lied about this, probably to save some coin. Everyone beside Halsey nodded as they knew that a monster ant was considered a more dangerous enemy. The commission they would have to pay would increase accordingly. They could always lie if the first expedition turned out to be a failure, and if the job wasn't completed they wouldn't have to pay the entire sum. The one in charge was probably willing to endanger the adventurers' lives just to save a couple of silver coins. More are approaching. Selenar called out to the party and everyone got ready, even Halsey pulled out her short bow. Get behind me. Dalrak moved to the front. The corridor was a bit wider so they had enough space to move around. Roland shifted his hand to his belt where one of his binder-like scroll grimoires was attached to. It was quite plump with a lot of the smaller versions of the scrolls. He held it forward and pretended to be muttering an incantation before firing off a deep blue-colored bolt of mana. An unlucky giant ant monster that was first to appear got the brunt of the hit. The blue bolt of mana energy slammed into its head that promptly exploded into many chunks. Green blood leaked everywhere. Roland wouldn't let this chance slip by. He had a large quantity of these lesser mana bolts and mana arrows with him. He brought them just so he could level up his runic mastery skill. The only problem was that he wasn't alone. He still wanted to at least make the people think that he was a regular mage. The German shepherd-sized ants continued to pour through the corridor towards them. They all looked the same and they tried to swarm the party of 5 with their superior numbers. Luckily the party they were facing was prepared. Orson backed up Dalrak at the front while Halsey and her elven companion used their bows as support. These smaller worker ants didn't seem to have a hard enough armor to protect themselves from the arrows. They were held off at the helm by a large halberd and shield along with a two-handed sword that the human warrior was wielding. Just as Roland expected, Orson was having trouble swinging his large sword around. He even found himself having to shove an ant away while using his thick sword blade as an impromptu shield. Fortunately, he had a robust dwarf by his side that could thrust his polearm weapon as well as swing it around thanks to his high strength and thick arms. The most shocking part of this encounter was the young mage in the party. He revealed himself to be quite the credit to his team. Each of his spells landed on an ant's head, killing in one shot each time. With his help, the surge of ants was safely dispatched and soon 20 or so corpses lay on the cold mine floor. Damn, I didn't even get chance to show of GUID going laddie. Damn, I didn't even get the chance to show off, good going boy. Roland scratched his cheek a bit. He might have overdone it with the mana bolt spam. He moved himself all the way to the back so his party members probably didn't see him using the scrolls instead of casting himself. Luckily everyone was far too busy with focusing on the monsters than on the boycaster. They also probably didn't have enough experience with having mages in their party, as those mostly appeared after finishing the magic academies and were a tier 2. No shit, was killing monsters always so easy with a mage in a party? No wonder everyone wants one around. Before his party could examine his battle style any further, he gave out a cough. I think we should gather up the mana stones. I can feel that there are 5 of them here. Some of them recalled that mages were able to feel the monster cores in the slain monsters thanks to their mana sense. They quickly dissected the monster ants. Their feelers and mandibles could be sold for some coin to alchemists. Even the armor could fetch a penny and be made into some lesser armor. These adventurers were mostly driven by monetary gains, so they started gathering the loot. They had to give up on the ant armor as there were just too many of them and no one had a storage bag large enough to fit all of those carcasses in. Halsey was the only one from the party without one of those bags, so she pouted while seeing her temporary companions packing up everything. Don't worry, if you work long enough you'll be able to afford one of the cheaper ones. Roland gave the half-gnome a reassuring look as he noticed that she was feeling down. The bags cost a lot if you were a bronze rank but were somewhat affordable after getting through that hump. Who was worrying? She turned her head, embarrassed about her lack of adventurer gear and that she was considered poor. Her companions didn't really care as they all were in similar situations when they were starting out. Some of them even had to work as regular hired help when they were starting out, as no one wanted them around without any combat experience. There weren't really that many people that could evade the simple labor missions like Roland did when he started out. The ones that tried too soon ended up as goblin food. Ants weren't that tough, think we can continue. These ants weren't that tough, think we can continue? Dalrak proclaimed while getting some of the ant juices out of his halberd. It was a surprise to find out that this mine was overrun by ant monsters. This didn't mean that they should retreat just yet. The more of these buggers they slew, the more money they would get. They just needed to gather up their feelers and mandibles as proof. Yeah, we also have the mage kid with us, it should be a breeze. Orson was somehow invigorated after seeing the spell-slinging capabilities of his new party member. The elf also nodded, and Halsey just shrugged as she was here to gain some experience points. She could already see that it was increasing at a rapid pace while they defeated these weak monsters. She had already gained 1 level just after this quick battle. Don't see a reason not to. Roland also nodded, the path behind them was mapped out by them. They had a clear path to retreat, and the ants didn't seem to be digging up new tunnels that much. With the current strategy of the 2 warriors in the front and 3 range attackers in the back, they felt reassured. They still had enough time to backtrack as the 5-hour time limit wasn't up. They continued on. Roland spotted a larger cavern on the map. This cavern was probably some kind of larger mining area that the people dug out. He expected to find some minecarts along with more paths opening for them to investigate. They followed the railroad tracks all the way to it. While heading forward, they encountered more of the worker ants. Roland was still quite greedy and was sure to always aim for the head. The other party members didn't really need to do much besides blocking the ants' path while their backline. Fighters pelted them with arrows and spells. The archers of the group were sure to gather up the arrows as they could be reused. The path ahead continued to be bathed in darkness. Roland even brought out a second orb of light. The ants kept appearing periodically, but in small numbers, as if guided by the smell of their fallen brethren. It was rumored that the ants communicated with each other by pheromones or some kind of chemical trails, which made a lot of sense. The party finally came to the end of one of the long corridors and was greeted by a large cavern. There was abandoned mining equipment scattered here, pickaxes on the ground, and minecarts filled with raw iron ore. The bright blue light illuminated the whole place, and they could hear the familiar sound of clicking mandibles of the ants. The smaller worker ant variants weren't the only ones there. There was a slightly bigger variant of those monsters, but luckily it wasn't a tier 2 soldier variant. This was just an advanced version of the worker. Its larger body size brought an increase in the size of their mandibles and also another deadly aspect. Mana shield. Roland was quick to react. During his times in libraries, he had studied about the various monsters in the kingdom. He knew about some of the ant monster types having acid-like spit. This acid was now sizzling and dripping down from a shield that he placed on Orson. He was slow on the uptake as he was wrestling with 3 smaller ants. Watch out for their spit. It has limited uses, duck for some cover until it runs out. Roland shouted while using up one of his mana arrow scrolls on the other larger worker ant. This one didn't go down after 1 hit, the mana arrow only managed to leave a deep crack in its carapace. It already showed more resilience than the basic worker ant. Halsey and Selenar ducked behind the large minecarts while Dalrak and Orson backed away, their gazes focusing on the acid-spitting ants. One of the acid shots connected with the cart Halsey was hiding behind. Fortunately, it wasn't quite strong enough to eat through the thick iron. With a couple more mana bolts and mana arrows, the 2 long-range attackers drew their last breaths. The party members then jumped in to clear out the easier workers. Fuck. Orson leaned forward while panting. The battle was over, but the stuffy mine air was getting to him. The other party members were also tired. The time they spent here was already over 2 hours. A decision about retreating, for now, would probably be the best course of action. I think we should return, laddies. Yes, think we should return, guys. Everyone nodded and looked to Roland to point out the mana stones of the ant monsters. They would quickly gather up the loot and go back. They feared that more ant monsters would be coming. No one knew how the other parties were doing either. They needed to return and ask their expedition leader about a new plan of action. Things wouldn't be going their way, as the moment they were finished with taking their spoils they heard a rumble. The whole mine began shaking around as if some kind of explosion occurred. They could even hear some kind of loud noise. Everyone started jumping around the wider cavern as the ceiling started falling apart. Large rocks were dropping all over the place and everyone was doing their best at evading. The rumbling and sudden earthquake didn't last for long, but when the smoke cleared they saw a large problem. By Solarius' tits, the passage collapsed. Orson was the first one to notice the corridor through which they came was now blocked off by large boulders. This was an amount that they couldn't clear out in a short amount of time. The miners outside wouldn't venture inside and help them either. They were trapped with the only choice of moving forward into the ant-infested tunnels that lay ahead. Chapter 31.2 Fighting Monsters in a Mine Part 2. How does it look? Nay good, laddie. Not good, boy. Dalrak answered Roland while hitting the collapsed passageway with a pickaxe that he grabbed from the ground. He was a dwarf, so he knew a bit about living underground and in caves. It's gonna take us at least a day to clear this you or more. It's going to take us at least a day to clear this, or more. The tunnel that they came from was in shambles. Dalrak also mentioned that he was unsure how deep it had collapsed in there. They could very well have to spend days digging themselves out. This wasn't the biggest issue though, as the real problem were the ant monsters that could come from any of the other tunnels that connected to this larger cavern. The area they were staying in had about 50 meters in diameter and 3 meters in height. There were 4 tunnels connecting to it and they branched out into more. Some were dead ends and some led to places like this one. They had 2 options, either digging themselves out in hopes that the passage that they previously took didn't collapse in any other section. The other one was going through the tunnels that connected to another exit. I don't like this. They never mentioned that this place suffered from earthquakes. Roland voiced his opinion while the rest of the party gathered. Everyone was on high alert. The elf was standing closer to one of the corridors and was listening for any approaching monsters. You think it was something else? Orson asked while kicking a rock that tumbled down the rocky cavern. It produced a small echo that traveled through the large open space. Not sure, could have been one of the other teams fighting the ant monsters under or above that corridor. He gave his opinion. Maybe the other teams were fighting strong foes and used some explosive magic to get away. Things like spell scrolls were common enough, and the party with Tier 2 adventurers could have had some Tier 3 ones with them. Aren't ants good at digging? Maybe they just dug under that tunnel? The half-gnome girl chimed in. This was also a possibility. That didn't explain the loud sound before the tunnel collapsed though. Either way, we need to get out of this shithole, Orson proclaimed while removing some blood from his large sword. He was finally able to swing it around in this larger cave. No use staying here, as the mage said, we just need to follow the map to the exit. Hey! His name isn't Mage, it's Roland. Halsey shouted out at Orson, who flinched a bit, but he quickly recovered while looking maddened. Roland was surprised by the girl's short outburst, but he just nodded at her as a thank you. The half-gnome was bashful about the gesture as she turned her head to the side while blushing slightly. Whatever. The ants aren't posing a problem yet, we could try moving forward. There is also the possibility of them swarming us from all those tunnels if we wait here, said Roland while the party continued to discuss the situation. Finally, they all agreed that waiting here and digging would probably not be the best option. The ants could endlessly continue swarming them from all directions if they stayed too long in one spot. They could also dig more tunnels and come from below or from above. Roland placed the map on the ground and looked at it along with Selenar and Halsey. The girl was eager to learn some map reading, and she was also interested in the conversation the two were having. We are here, the collapsed tunnel that we came from is here. He had something akin to red crayon with him as well as a pencil to scribble on the map. The closest exit should be here. He marked their destination on the map. By the length of the tunnels he could tell that it would probably take some time to get there. We could probably take a break here at this junction that connects to more tunnels. It's about the same size as this cavern. The 2 warriors from the group didn't care much about what Roland and the 2 trackers were discussing. They stood to the side while keeping watch over them. Selenar nodded while looking at the path they were going to take. Halsey just scratched her head a bit as she wasn't really knowledgeable with reading maps or measuring the distance. This would be something she wanted to look up when she got back to the city. After witnessing these 2, she was slowly realizing what a good scout should be able to do. There wasn't much to pack up beside the ant antenna and the larger mana stones that the evolved version of the worker ants had. A monster that had gone through at least one evolution in their life would always possess a monster core. The more evolutions, the larger and denser they got. The size wasn't always an indicator of quality, as the mana stones could be rated similar to the runes, from lesser all the way to legendary. The mana orbs of light floated forward right above Dalrak's head as he entered the new corridor. The whole party ventured forward, but now they had to account for attacks from the back. This made Orson move to the backline to protect his squishy party members. They journeyed forward, slowly into the unknown. They didn't know if the other parties were okay, but the basic worker ants didn't pose much of a threat to any of them. The problems started when the acid-spitting ones came into play. It took about another half an hour for them to encounter another group. This one was also mixed, having the advanced variants sprinkled into the mix. Dalrak received a couple of acid shots with his shield while Roland cast a defensive barrier around the party with an actual incantation this time. He had given up on grinding his skill at this point. He needed to save the one-time use scrolls for later. It was unknown how many of the ants there would be, and even having one more scroll could turn the tide towards their favor. The biggest downside in this strategy was that his party members had to contribute a lot more now. He had blasted through the ants with runic spell scrolls, but now he was conserving them by casting regular incantation-based spells that needed time to prepare. Dalrak ducked to the side. "Aye laddie." Mana blast. A large concentrated orb of mana traveled past the dwarf and connected with two acid-spitting ants. There was a small explosion that caused the two monsters to lose parts of their thorax. This left them incapacitated but not dead. This was enough for the party's tank to plunge his halberd onto their heads. Mana Blast was the most powerful spell a newbie Tier 1 mage could muster up. It would be later replaced by the commonly used Fire Blast spell that packed quite a bit more punch while causing a massive explosion. If he was able to use that, he could probably have been able to kill those two in one shot. After clearing out about 10 of those ant-like monsters, they heard Orson's shouts from behind them. "There are some fuckers behind us." Everyone besides Dalrak turned around. The dwarf was still keeping the front protected. He couldn't let the party be overrun from both sides. Luckily it was only a couple of the normal ones, so even Orson was able to take them out with the help of his sidearm. He had placed his two-handed sword onto his back for the time being, as it wasn't optimal for fighting in these tight corridors. "Fuck, I'm never taking another mission in a blasted mine or caves. You know that most adventurer jobs are in dungeons, right?" Halsey quickly replied while sighing. "Shut up." While Orson was complaining and spitting on the ant corpses, the sun elf from the party did something peculiar. He pulled out a bottle of some sort and started pouring its contents onto the dead ants that were behind them. The part looked with interest, but their silent party member didn't look like he felt to explain his actions. The most interested person was Halsey, that in turn looked to Roland, wondering if he knew something. Before Roland answered, a peculiar smell invaded his nostrils. It was the smell of peppermint. It was severely times more intense than regular peppermint, which caused him to back away. He remembered something from his old life, which prompted him to voice himself out. "Think he is trying to cut off the monster ants' chemical trail. If it works, the ants that come here won't be able to follow after us." Roland looked to Selenar, who nodded. He probably didn't have much of that oil and used it only now after ants were appearing from behind. They continued while stopping with the dissecting of the monster corpses. They did nab the mana stones that Roland was able to pick out, though. This saved them some time while also allowing them to get something for their troubles. The elf continued to spill the strong-smelling oil here and there in the hopes of masking their smell from the monsters. It seemed to be working, as no more ants appeared from the rear. They managed to get to a junction with more tunnels going in various directions. It looked to be clear on the inside, so they ventured forward while keeping vigilant of their surroundings. The time they had spent in this mine was reaching 5 hours. "Do you think they will send a rescue party?" Halsey asked while looking at the magically lit cavern and the scattered minecarts. "Probably not, unless one of you is some kind of noble or rich merchant's son, that is," Roland commented while the guys laughed. To the half-gnome girl, this was new. She thought adventurers were a tight-knit group of excitement seekers. In reality, they were more or less mercenaries that wouldn't move unless a lot of money was on the line. Unless someone made a request to save them, no one would be coming. "If we hurry, we can reach the next exit in 2 or 3 hours." Halsey was a bit saddened by the realization that no one gave a mole rat's ass about them. She could only steel her resolve and move forward. At least the guys that she was together with felt more genuine than her last party. Roland looked around. He could see that his team was getting tired. The tunnels were stuffy and they had been wandering through them while fighting monsters. Still, it would be better to continue towards the exit as soon as possible. Resting in this cavern could be a death sentence if more ants appeared. We need to follow that corridor. Roland pointed at the next one that they needed to use. They continued forward while Selenar used up his oil behind them. If the adventurers knew beforehand what they were going against ant monsters, they could have brought more of that oil that the elf was using now. They arrived at another larger cavern. This time around they were greeted to a gruesome scene. What is this? Hey, isn't that one of ours? Orson called out while looking around. Here they saw many large ant monster bodies dead on the ground. There were a lot more than what they encountered, and besides them, there were also other bodies, the dead remains of 2 adventurers. They quickly assessed the situation. The other team must have gotten into a big scuffle and suffered casualties. All teams had at least 5 people with them, so the rest must have escaped. Shit! Roland looked at the map and then at where the corridor that led to the other exit was. It had collapsed and was blocked off. It was probably safe to assume that the other adventurers set off some kind of explosion while running away. Roland was beginning to think that he made a mistake in coming here. His skills were leveling up already, but things were also looking grim. The only thing good in this situation was the sheer amount of mana stones remaining in those insect corpses. There were even some of the larger-looking acid ants sprinkled into the mix. Maybe digging back that tunnel when they had the chance would have been the better option. What are you doing? Roland asked as he spotted Orson going through the dead adventurer's belongings. He even saw him nab his storage bag and attach it to his belt. What? Not like a dead man needs this. The dead person looked like some kind of archer or scout by the light armor he was wearing. The other was a warrior. His long sword was to the side embedded in an ant's body. Strange that those ants didn't drag those bodies away. They must have killed them all before escaping back and setting off the detonation, which would mean shit. Just as he expected, something showed up. The sound this creature was making was different from the other ants. Soon it appeared out of one of the corridors. Its large head barely fit through it. This ant was larger than a horse. Its head was something that stood out the most as it was quite gigantic. The mandibles were really big and they looked like they could split an adult human in half in one bite. Mermeek Soldier L53 HP 1108/1146. Roland could somehow use his identification skill to see the monster's name and HP counter. The moment he saw the numbers, he frowned even more. There was a threshold monsters reached just like the other races. A monster would evolve just like a person. The first evolution was past the 25th level and then the second past the 50th, which was similar to going through your first tier 1 class. This monster was something that was on the level of a tier 2, its lower HP count indicated that it had suffered some damage before, but it looked that it regenerated most of it now. Watch out! Everyone took up a fighting position, 2 fighters in the front with the range attackers in the back. The elf was the first one to give of a shot and his arrow traveled through the dimly lit cavern, hitting the monster on the head. To everyone's shock, the arrow just bounced away without leaving more than a scratch on the monster's hard exoskeleton. After the hit, the monster was alert to their position and it gave out a high-pitched scream before charging forward. It was surprisingly fast for its size and Dalrak would probably have a tough time blocking its approach. The robust dwarf wasn't willing to dodge though. He lowered his center of gravity and grabbed his shield with both hands. He put himself between his party and the monster like a proper defender. Come to daddy, ye hacked bugger. Come to daddy, you ugly bugger. The monster's large head slammed into Dalrak's heater shield. The shield buckled under the pressure and the muscular dwarf was pushed back. His feet made a streak in the rocky ground below. The monster started biting with those large mandibles. The thick shield was unable to stop the massive pressure as it started giving out. Orson didn't wait for his party member to just die there. No, he mustered up all of his strength and brought his large two-handed sword down on the monster. It was a clean hit to one of its legs, which flew right off. He was sure to aim for the weak spot in the joints and his aim was true. He tried swinging further, aiming at the more armored parts. The second swing was blocked by the exoskeleton that only showed a slight scratch. The monster abandoned the shield. Dalrak used this chance to back off. His hands and legs were shaking as he was barely able to take this evolved monster's charge head-on. The ant turned its head towards the other warrior, maddened after losing one of its legs. It was still able to keep its balance thanks to the remaining 5. Its mandibles opened up again as it tried to bisect the attacker. Orson was too slow to react. He thought that he could at least topple the monster after taking out its leg. Luckily, a red bolt of fire magic landed on the ant monster's head before it could go in for the kill. The monster screamed in agony after receiving Roland's firebolt spell to the face. This was a common grade spell which was in the Tier 2 ranking of spells. The monster's antenna along with its eyes started to melt. This was enough to cripple the monster's senses and making it more or less blind. It didn't stop there. Roland used another fire arrow spell and aimed for the head yet again. This finally made the monster drop down. Dalrak went back into action and used this chance to swing his halberd down on the twitching monster. Orson followed right after as he brought his two-handed sword down in a similar fashion. The two continued and Halsey along with the elf also joined in. All of them finally stopped after the monster's legs finally stopped twitching. Everyone was sweating and panting after defeating the Tier 2 monster. They looked to their mage that surprisingly could use an advanced spell type. "I brought some spell scrolls," he explained himself while the others nodded. Their conversation ended prematurely when they heard the ominous sound of insect feet coming their way. "I hope you brought marrow you are after need fame. I hope you brought more of those, we are going to need them." A drop of sweat ran down Roland's forehead. He did indeed bring more of those scrolls with him, but if he had enough of them to last through this entire mine expedition wasn't something he was willing to bet his life on. For now, he gathered more mana into his hand while reciting an incantation. A blue sphere of mana formed in front of his right hand while in his left he was holding his binder-like magic book. This fight was only beginning. Chapter 32.3 Fighting Monsters in a Mine Part 3. The party was in a large open cavern. After defeating the mermaid soldier, they got quickly swarmed by multiple monster ants. There were all the three variations of the mermaid monster ant that they already came across. The most dangerous were the soldiers that appeared. Luckily, the party had someone with enough firepower to keep them busy. Multiple large balls of water splashed onto the approaching ant monsters. Following them were similar spheres. They radiated a slightly different kind of elemental energy. A ball of frost flew towards one of those large mermaid soldiers. The ant reacted by dodging to the side, but part of its large abdomen got hit. Instantly, the ant's body started freezing. The frost traveled upwards and caused the large monster to stop in its tracks. These monsters were insects and were also cold-blooded. They couldn't regulate their internal heat and relied on the environment. Some species developed specialized organs to combat this, but this monster ant certainly didn't. The moment its temperature dropped below a certain point, it would start acting sluggish and finally, it would start to hibernate. Roland's party members watched as their mage used some kind of flimsy booklet. Each time a frost and water-related spell flew, a page would disintegrate into nothingness. After the initial frost appeared, Roland activated a wind elemental spell scroll which caused the area in front of him to become even colder. He had successfully simulated a sort of blizzard spell which was causing the monsters to become sluggish. Now, while they can't move, attack. They noticed that the active ants had become quite slow after the area was covered in frost and ice. They were also feeling cold, but the adrenaline and their clothes kept them awake enough for them to continue with the fight. Orson and Dalrak engaged the monster in close quarters melee. They found it surprisingly easy to finish off the lethargic ants. Even Halsey moved in with her dagger. Her weapon was continuously stabbed into one of the monster ants' head, causing it to promptly bleed out and die. Roland concentrated on the most powerful monsters from the group, which were the two soldier variants. The other spell that he used in combination with the Iceball spell was the Whirlwind spell. It kicked up a storm and together with the already chilly air caused the monsters to halt in their tracks. For the finishing touches, he used gale arrows as well as rock arrows and focused them on the mermaid soldiers' joints. Their exoskeleton was quite hard to crack even in their weakened state. When the monsters were damaged enough, the two warriors from the party could finish them off with their physical attacks. The battle continued and Roland started going through his spell scrolls. His rune mastery skill started leveling up at a rapid pace. The monsters they were fighting were also tier 2, which caused everyone to level up quickly. Halsey had already gained 5 whole levels since coming to this mine end. This battle was still ongoing. The battle didn't end quickly. The ant monsters kept coming and coming. It was as if there wasn't anyone besides this party left for the mermaids to hunt. All of their focus was pulled here, but when they entered the freezing cavern, only death awaited them on the inside. While the party was continuing with their death bout, something else was happening outside the mine they were trapped in. Two people were seen arguing with one a lot angrier than the other. "You gave us a false report, admit it." A man with a beard was holding a chubby man by the neck with one hand while shaking him about. "Nonsense, how could I have known that it was a mermeek infestation?" The man being held up was the supervisor of this mine. The person holding him up was Wells, the man responsible for this expedition. His party was lucky enough to not have any tunnels collapse on them. They had ventured inside just like Roland did. After a couple of fights with the ant monsters, they also came across a soldier variant which they dispatched. After that point they had retreated, the probability of them dying multiplied, and they weren't willing to test their luck. "We need to report this to the guild. This isn't a mission suited for steel-grade adventurers." He looked to the teams that had made it out. 3 from the 4 teams had returned, but one of them was missing 2 members while the 4th didn't come back at all. This was Roland's party that was still the only one remaining trapped inside. "We need reinforcements from silver and gold ranks, maybe even a platinum. We have no idea if a queen is with them, those are tier 3 monsters. We have no chance against that, and they become agitated if too many of her hatchlings die." Wells finally moved his hand away from the man's thick throat. The old man landed on his posterior before getting pulled away by some of his own bodyguards. Those couldn't really do anything as the person in front of them was a gold rank adventurer. "Wells, those low ranks haven't come back and it's already been several hours. We have to presume that they are dead." The party leader looked to the woman that came over. This was a silver-ranked adventurer that was his teammate. He gave a nod. The tunnels needed to be collapsed further as they couldn't let the ant monster infestation spread outside. "Fine, do it. We will wait for reinforcements before finishing this mission. The guild shouldn't fine us anything for this." The woman nodded and went away. After a while an explosion was heard. Wells just looked with a frown on his face, as this was supposed to have been an easy mission, with maybe a few deaths from the more inexperienced adventurers. The explosions that just occurred were deliberate. The miners placed explosives further inside the mine shafts and blew them up. Everyone knew that the ants were able to burrow through hard rocks, but they still needed time to do it. After the reinforcements arrived, they could clear out the rubble and try again, this time with reinforcements. While this was happening, the team of 5 that was presumed dead was sitting down and resting. They had vanquished a large surge of monster ants. Now tired and depleted, they were resting and eating. The area around them was covered in frost, but thanks to some coal and magic they had managed to make a fire. Morale was low, but everyone was still alive. To the side, multiple dead cadavers of large ants were scattered everywhere. "I've gone through more than half of my scrolls. Most of the spells I have left are the fire ones," Roland thought while biting into some bread and jerky that he had pulled out from his storage bag. Everyone besides Halsey that lacked a spatial bag had brought over some provisions with them. The half-gnome didn't go hungry. Food and water were shared with everyone. Will they leave us in here to die?" the girl asked while slightly shivering. She was covered with scratches and dead ant blood. Like everyone here, she was tired and stressed. The others looked at her with a solemn expression on their faces. "Aye, lassie, very likely." The girl, just like the rest of the party, had trouble understanding this dwarf, but they got the gist of it. They were on their own here. Roland already looked at the map and knew where the closest exit was, but his thoughts were interrupted by another tremor. This one was a bit larger than the rest, as the whole cavern shook for a moment. That came from... Roland looked at the map again. Those sounds were coming from the direction of where the exit should be. Before he could voice his concerns, the Sun Elf spoke up. "Cave in the tunnels, standard procedure, seal of the nest, wait for specialized adventurers." "Shitty fuckers, they couldn't have." Orson added while scrunching his forehead and kicking a dead ant body. "We can't know for sure before we check the exit first," Roland said while scratching the back of his neck, his eyes glued to the map as he looked for other exits. He quickly marked spots that couldn't be reached anymore. He also placed an X mark on the tunnels from where most of the ants were coming out. This gave him the idea where the original breach should be. "I think the ant's nest should be around this spot." He made sure to draw a big red circle around it. It would be better to avoid these parts of the cavern. The soldier ants could only be brought down by his spell scrolls, but if anything stronger showed up, they would be in deep trouble. "Hope all these explosions won't flood the tunnels." Halsey murmured to herself while trying to eat. This halted Roland's thinking process as he recalled that this mine was close to a large river. He recalled that the mining company sealed off the original entrance to the grotto that this mine was named after. Halsey, you are a genius. I am? The girl was surprised at Roland's outburst. Everyone was being quiet while they rested and recovered their stamina. Yes, listen up. The other three male members moved their heads towards the young mage. They had already accepted that he wasn't your regular magic caster. If he wasn't here, they would have probably been killed by that giant soldier ant. They had even managed to get rid of multiple ones thanks to all of his spell-slinging capabilities. Remember how this mine is close by the river? Everyone nodded, unsure where he was going with it. The mine originally had its entrance through the grotto, but they sealed it off as it kept flooding the tunnels inside. He continued. The elf was the first one to realize what Roland had in mind. The other three were lagging a bit behind. How does that help us? Orson asked, his strengths laid in fighting and not really in making plans. Ach richt, I get it, no, oh right, I get it now. Dalrak slapped his thigh as he finally realized what Roland meant. Halsey and Orson strained their brainpower, but none of them could figure it out by themselves. They looked at Roland to enlighten them. We just need to go to where the old tunnels were and blow them up. Those tunnels were just sealed off to keep the water out, so the walls shouldn't be too thick. Aye, they likely plastered it up a wee bit. Dalrak agreed with the youth. The old tunnels were probably just patched up. The water didn't even reach that far, so they didn't even need to fully fill it up. There was also another thing: ant monsters were known to stay clear of the water. The probability of them tunneling there was also lower. That's fine and all, but they are still sealed off. Are we going to use these mining tools to get through? The monsters might fin us through the vibrations in the soil. Dalrak nodded, bringing up that issue. If they started hitting the walls, the vibrations and loud noises could alert the monsters to their presence. Even though the tunnels were probably sealed lightly, they still would need a lot of time to get through them. We won't need to use them, leave that to me. We will blow the wall up. Roland smirked a bit while thinking of a certain scroll that he made. It wasn't really good as an attacking spell, but could be used as a bomb or explosive. You sure came prepared. Halsey looked at the youth, feeling somewhat glad that he was here while also being dejected that she was so useless. If she ever got out of this place, she would probably take a safer approach to this adventure lifestyle and prepare more beforehand. Thought all mages were only good at talking big. This shrimp isn't half bad. Orson nodded while giving Roland a smack on the shoulder that sent the youth stumbling forward. He had been more or less accepted as the temporary team leader. The others didn't really mind that he was the youngest from them, as ability overrode age. I've recovered some mana, we should go. If what Selenar said was true, there won't be a rescue party appearing anytime soon. The travel time here was about 2 days from Edelgard. If they blew up the entrance area just now and considered the time of gathering adventurers, no help would be arriving sooner than 3 days, but a more realistic time frame was probably a week. Everyone here was already tired and Roland's spell scrolls were reaching depletion. If another large swarm of ant monsters appeared, they would be in danger of getting wiped out. Heading towards the water was the best option, as it cut off the ants' chemical trails that they used to communicate with each other. They planned out their route and finally departed. Everyone was on edge as they had spent quite a bit of time in these dark corridors. The only light came from Roland's spell, which sometimes flickered on and off. Everything was silent. They weren't coming across any other ants after having dealt with the large onslaught before. They didn't know if they just annihilated most of them and there wouldn't be any more coming, or if they were still getting chased. They increased their pace, going faster and faster as they tried to reach the sealed-off tunnels as fast as possible. They finally arrived. The area was another juncture with a wider open space. Abandoned minecarts and mining equipment was left everywhere, and even some ant tracks could be seen. Still, there were no monsters to be seen. They had somehow arrived here safely. Good, it should be around here. Roland looked to the elf and the dwarf. They would probably be better fitted to find the spot where the tunnels were sealed off. The two nodded, and it didn't take the duo long to find the unnaturally looking wall. Dalrak gave the rock a hit with his polearm and nodded. Aye, 'tis air. Orson looked at Halsey, who also nodded. The two stood on guard while Roland prepared the explosives. The item that he pulled out didn't look anything like explosives though, it was a larger looking scroll with a lot of runic symbols on them. Don't worry, it packs a punch. Roland moved over to the wall and looked at it, not really sure where to place the scroll. He asked Dalrak for some help. They took a thick nail from the ground and attached the scroll to the wall by hammering it in tightly. We should bring some of those mine carts over, when I activate it'll blow within 5 seconds. The others could hide behind something, but he had to activate the scroll and then bolt to safety. The party set up some minecarts closer to the explosion area so that Roland could activate it and then run. Okay, here goes nothing. If this works, I'm not going to leave the whorehouse for at least a week. Orson mumbled while going behind the minecart, his words bringing a frown on Halsey's face. How about ye give the dwarven girls a try? Dalrak laughed while thinking about the outside and the fresh air. Selenar just ignored the others as always and just continued to look at the surroundings with his bow out. His arrows were mostly depleted but he still had a couple of shots left. Roland placed his hand on the larger scroll and activated it. He pumped some more of his mana into it and then bolted for the minecarts. The spell scroll lit up and the others could see the runic symbols glowing blue. The color then shifted to red before the whole parchment shone in a bright red light. Just as Roland vaulted over a cart it exploded. Luckily he got pulled down by his robe by Orson the moment the explosion occurred. The loud boom could be heard everywhere even by the people outside. The party remained behind their hastily set up barrier and waited for the dust to settle before going out. To their dismay, the wall didn't fully go down and the path was still blocked. Is that water? Halsey commented while Dalrak grabbed one of the pickaxes from the ground and quickly ran up to the blasted wall. He smacked it with the axe a couple of times and moved his head over. Ah, can cop a breeze, we are almost through. Roland pulled out another one of those scrolls and everyone was excited. Judging by this spell scroll's previous display of power it should be able to blast through this already loose wall. They set it up again and quickly got back into position, the thought of safety on their minds. They all watched as Roland moved back to the scroll and activated it again. They smiled a bit as they saw the kid hastily run back behind cover while his spell scroll activated. This time around he managed to get behind the carts in time before the explosion occurred. Another loud thump made the whole mine shake. We did it. Good work. Let's get the fuck out of here. MMH. Everyone rejoiced as the opening now looked large enough for them to fit through. Some water started pouring in but it was at most up to their waist. They should be able to get through this. Before they could get up another tremor made the whole mine quake. They all looked behind them and spotted a strange occurrence. The ground started rising upwards and a huge ant head emerged from underneath. A monster that was several times bigger than a mermaid soldier started crawling out from the hard rocky ground. It was still an ant but its abdomen was a lot longer than what you'd see on a normal ant. The monster filled out quite a bit of the cavern and its head even hit the ceiling. It gave out a screeching scream the moment it spotted Roland's party that was still behind the minecarts. Mermaid Queen L163 HP / Fucking hell. Quickly, run. They all bolted for the exit. There was no way that they were going to defeat that thing here. Roland brought out his binder with the rest of his spells and started pelting the monster with fire arrows. To no surprise the fire spells didn't even leave a dent. He couldn't even burn off its antennae as he did with the soldier variant before. It's a tier 3 monster. He fired off a smoke arrow that caused some confusion before quickly turning around. He headed towards the created exit, the huge monster close in pursuit. He dived in while everyone else was already a bit further. His team members frantically pulled him inside. Everyone started running without looking back. The monster dived right in after them by slamming its giant head inside the tight corridor. It started gnashing with its huge mandibles at the adventurers while slowly forcing its large body inside. The whole corridor shook while they backed off with haste. The water inside slowed them down while the beast continued with its chase. Fuck, it's coming. Roland dove his hand into his spatial bag and pulled out something. It didn't look like a scroll, it seemed to be a hairless pelt with a lot of runes drawn on it. The monster was moving towards them faster than they were escaping. He decided to use his last lifeline even though he knew the consequences. What are you doing? Halsey shouted while looking back. She saw her mage team member hold a large pelt with one hand while placing his other in the middle. The moment he did, the center part started lighting up. She could see mana traveling in 6 directions from the middle part and traveling in symmetrical directions. Upwards. It connected with some other runes and then it traveled through even more glistering pathways. A bright flash of red light was created and a massive amount of fire arrows shot out from the other end of the large piece of monster skin. Roland had scribed multiple fire arrow spells onto a monster pelt that was used as the main resource for scrolls. The multiple fire arrows combined mid-air and connected with the monster queen's large open mouth. The huge ant received a mouthful of fire energy and quickly backed off while giving off an incomprehensible wail of pain. Roland flew backward into the arms of his dwarven party member. The hand that he used to power his spell was all mangled and charred. All of his fingers were broken and the burn marks reached past his forearm. His vision was hazy and he passed out soon afterward. The shouts of his party members weren't reaching his ears as everything faded to black. Chapter 33, Returning to Edelgard. Ha! A man about the age of 25 opened up his eyes. He had fallen down from what seemed to be a gaming chair. He was in a small apartment that only had one room that connected to a tiny bathroom. The whole place looked messy and unkempt. What was I doing? He stood up, his eyes felt heavy. He felt as if he had been sleeping for days. Dazed and confused, he glanced around. The room around him seemed familiar yet distant at the same time. He looked around. The apartment was badly kept and dirty clothes that were rolled up into a ball were thrown in the corner. A half-eaten microwaved pizza was to the side along with some soda. This drink had long lost its carbonated properties and now would taste like sugar water. The man rubbed his head as he sat back in his chair. He felt like he was forgetting something important. He remembered returning from a hard day's work while almost getting run over by a truck. Then he started playing some games. I must have fallen asleep while playing, he thought to himself while looking at his PC screen. Instead of seeing a game on it, he saw a pitch-black monitor. He leaned forward to his mouse. Maybe his computer had gone into sleeping mode after he dozed off. The moment he jolted his mouse, the screen flickered and something appeared, something that didn't look like a game. What the? He saw an image of an ant. It looked awfully realistic and somehow more monstrous than a regular insect. The image on the screen looked at him as it moved. He moved his head to the left and the large ant's head moved to face him. His first thought was that it was some kind of new gaming feature. Things like eye tracking weren't new. The strange part was that he wasn't wearing anything for the program to track his head movement. He didn't even have a webcam on his computer and he wasn't wearing his VR headset either. While he was thinking, an odd occurrence took place. He saw that the ant's head started pushing through the large flat computer screen as if it was trying to tear through it. He instantly jumped back in panic, falling down from his chair yet again. After some pushing, the monster ant's head finally burst through the 32-inch screen. The thing gave out a massive loud wail that caused all the windows in his apartment to shatter. He moved up his right hand to protect himself, but he spotted something wrong. He couldn't move it at all. The man looked to where his arm was and saw it mangled up. It looked as if he put it in a garbage disposal. His fingers were all bent out of shape and the pain was unbearable. Before he could register this, the monster ant's head moved closer. Its giant mandibles opened up in front of his face and they chomped down on his head. No! A youth in a black robe shot forward, his loud scream alerting the people next to him. Hey, calm down. Roland's eyes went wide. He wasn't sure what was happening. His first instinct was to look to his right arm. He remembered activating the barely tested scroll that he made. It was a yet unreliable product that he supersized after making a smaller version. He used the whole pelt from a monster sheep that was used for regular spell scrolls along with some better magic ink. He created the runic spell by jerry-rigging as many fire arrow runes onto the pelt as possible. He managed to connect them all together with the magical pathways and fixed it all up with his debugging skill. What was created was a haphazard runic spell scroll that overloaded when you tried casting it. The backlash from activating it was the reason his arm almost exploded. At least that was what he thought had happened, but for some reason, his arm looked mostly fine now. His fingers weren't disfigured or gone and the burn scars were faint. He looked to the side and finally realized that he was in a moving carriage. His party members were sitting there and looking at him. Quite th girly scream ye get there, laddie. Dalrak the dwarf laughed out loud while Orson sniggered on the side. Halsey looked at the two men with narrowed eyes and even gave Orson a shove. The young man just sniggered further. Hey! Stop making fun of him, he almost died. Roland's face showed lines forming between the eyebrows while he tilted his head to the side. Halsey looked to him with a slight smile on her face as she explained what happened after he had used that spell scroll of his. After you passed out the Mermaid Queen. Apparently the spell worked and the Queen Ant backed away into the mine. Due to its size, the tunnel collapsed right after the monster retreated. Roland had passed out. Orson carried him to safety over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. The adventurers outside were already waiting for them. The two explosions that they caused to blow up the wall alerted them to their presence. Wells, the expedition leader, was really surprised to see them there all alive with only Roland being injured. He was then healed by the Tier 2 priest that had tagged along on this expedition. The priest had advanced healing miracles which allowed Roland's fingers to be patched up. The reason that they were in a carriage now was that they were heading back to Edelgard. So the expedition leader ordered a retreat after realizing that there was a Tier 3 Mermaid Queen in the mine? In short, yes. Halsey nodded while relying on the information. This made sense as the Tier 2 team would probably have a hard time against a Tier 3 monster. To bring down a monster at that level, they would probably need a full party of equally strong Tier 3 classes. Monsters tended to be stronger than their human counterparts and the gap widened on the higher tiers. Well done back there, laddie, couldn't have made it back without ye. Dalrak said while giving Roland a manly smack to the back. This caused the youth to almost faceplant into the wooden carriage floor. He was slowly getting fed up with these people smacking his back all the time. Yeah, great job, kid. What was up with that spell anyway? Orson asked while everyone stared. Roland had made quite an impression on the adventurers here. Some of them were even thinking that he was a Tier 2 in disguise. Ah, it was just a spell scroll I bought. It's not like I can cast those myself. From the standpoint of these adventurers, this had to mean that Roland was someone rich. There was no way a normal person would have so many common grade spell scrolls on him of various elemental affinities. He had to either have some kind of connections or be the son of a rich merchant, maybe even a noble in disguise. They would of course not pry into his business, but it was something they would remember. Hey, if you need advice on some of the shops in the Flower District, come find me in the guild. I can introduce you to all the best girls, they'll take care of you, just say that Big Brother Orson sent you. Roland had a blank look on his face while he was listening to Orson talking about the Flower District. This was how the city's red light district was called. The warrior was probably thinking that he was giving the youth some sound big brotherly advice. The young boy that was actually a person over 30 wasn't as appreciative. He could only shake his head while Orson talked about his passion. The dwarf even started butting in. He tried to sell Roland on the dwarf girls yet again. These two were quite the pervy duo apparently, and they seemed to be hitting it off together. That's why men are. Halsey had a big frown on her face as she listened to these idiots talking about the red light district. They were even giving the youth some insider knowledge with her right next to them. She did find it odd that Roland wasn't interested at all. He wasn't even blushing as a normal kid his age should be. Roland just ignored that horny duo and thought back to what transpired today. He had gotten himself trapped in a closed mine, and even the people in his expedition were working against him. If they didn't blow up the exits, he might have been able to get out of there without a mangled hand. He believed that the Queen Ant wouldn't have noticed them if they weren't blowing up the wall to the closed-off mine shafts. Somehow he managed to survive. Still, he had to rely on others to get to safety just like before. If he was alone, he would have probably died in that passage, if not by the Queen's hand then by the rubble. He had prepared more this time still, it was not enough. He underestimated the danger yet again and had almost suffered the consequences. Roland knew that there wasn't enough data, like the monster type or where they were specifically located. Halsey's team on the other hand did the right thing and stayed clear from this one. He would have to take things more seriously or quit being an adventurer whatsoever. This was a failure in his eyes, with only one good thing coming out of it, which was his runic mastery skill level. There were so many ants there and he had used up most of his runic spell scrolls. He didn't need to kill monsters to level up his runic mastery, hitting them was enough. He was looking at a maxed out basic rune mastery. He had killed some tier 2 monsters and also landed a devastating blow on the Mermaid Queen with his unconventional scroll. This was apparently enough to level this Tier 1 class skill up really fast. He wasn't the only one from the party that had gained a lot from this expedition. Everyone had multiple mana stones in their possessions and they killed a lot of monsters, which allowed them to get a lot of experience. Kelsey had the biggest jump in levels, from a measly Tier 1 level 10 all the way up to level 23. She would be soon allowed to get another Tier 1 class and join the Steel Adventurer ranks. Roland had gained 2 levels throughout the whole encounter. He might have even maxed out his class if it wasn't a crafting profession. The rune mastery skill it had was unconventional for the type of class it was. He was banking on it unlocking better job options in the future, them not necessarily being other Tier 1 classes. "Thanks for pulling me out." Roland spoke out towards his party members who were arguing about women's busts again. He at least had to thank them for getting him out of there, he wouldn't have been able to survive otherwise. The guys laughed a bit, the elf remained in his spot as he just kept looking outside the carriage. Halsey blushed slightly, and used to getting thanked by others. They returned to Edelgard in one piece. The journey back always seemed faster and he also was out cold for half of it. They wouldn't be needing to make any kind of reports to the guild as Wells was responsible for that. They had to pull back due to the misreport that the mine manager gave them so they wouldn't suffer any fees for an incomplete job. If they would be getting all of the rewards from the mine owner was unknown, they might have to walk away without getting paid anything. This wasn't something Roland cared that much for though. His main profession was a crafter. He had gained some mana stones that he could sell. He also gained a lot of experience and could now evaluate where his strengths and weaknesses lay. For one, this large pelt scroll that he came up with needed some protective measures. Maybe if he attached a barrier spell to cover his body during its activation it could mitigate the damage he would potentially receive to his hand. He also realized how limited this style of combat was. If they didn't find an exit and had to wait there, his scrolls would run out eventually. He would have to rely on his regular spells that were much weaker or his own close-range fighting capabilities. He might have to train his combat skills up. Most of them were stagnant after he got used to his backline support position. This and a few other things needed adjusting. He hopped out from the carriage and stretched out his sore body. He was still surprised about the power of healing. His arm felt brand new and he could vaguely tell where the burn marks started. A healer could cast this spell, which would normally cost you quite the penny if you bought a common grade recovery potion. Well, all will be seeing ye around. Dalrak packed up all of his gear and said his goodbyes. "Been interesting, ya bastards." "Hey, wait up, dwarf." He and Orson had apparently bonded over booze and women on the trip here. Maybe they would be forming a party of their own soon. "Farewell, if destiny wills it, our paths will cross again." Selenar said his one-liner and then walked away, his long golden hair dancing in the wind as he strutted away without looking back, his bow over his shoulder. The only ones remaining now were Roland and Halsey. They were quite the odd bunch. Roland muttered out while Halsey nodded. "And you're not odd at all?" "Me? What's odd about me?" The girl just rolled her eyes and moved forward. She wanted to go to the guild and sell the mana stones she gathered. After Orson took the dead adventurer's spatial bag, everyone agreed on giving it to Halsey as she lacked her own. She was now richer and could probably afford better armor and better weapons for her next adventure. "What?" Roland raised his eyebrow as the girl didn't answer and just started walking away. After a while she just turned around and started waving, a smile plastered all over her face. "See you later, Mage Roland. If you're ever in need of a scout you can come find me at the guild." "Yeah, see you around." Roland just nodded. He wasn't sure if he would ever meet the girl in the future. After working as an adventurer she seemed to not be as bipolar as before. She still sometimes had some angry outbursts, but it was mostly focused on Orson that liked to butt heads with her. He himself went back to his lodgings. He had ditched the old room and found himself something bigger. His bed and mattress were now half decent and he left most of his work-related stuff back at the store. He laid out the contents of his spatial bag on the table. There were various sizes of mana stones there. Ones the size of fingernails and larger at the size of a marble. The larger ones belonged to the Tier 2 soldier type ant while the lower ones to the workers. He wasn't sure if he wanted to sell these yet. Supposedly things like magic ink that he used for the scrolls was somehow also manufactured with these as a resource. Some weapons even used these stones as a power source that could be later recharged. He was going to be fashioning weapons like that in the future, so not selling these would probably save him some money in the long run. Roland glanced at his status screen. He only needed to get a couple of levels and he would be able to switch to his third Tier 1 class. There was another path he could take, getting a Tier 2 class instead, which would give him the 1.5x multiplier to his stats and would make him a lot stronger than before. He wondered how fast other people got to those Tier 2 classes and if it was worth not to gain more levels with the Tier 1 classes instead. His future progress might be stunted if he didn't unlock more skills. 3 levels shouldn't take more than a couple of months of scroll crafting. He nodded to himself. He already spent a lot of time crafting scrolls. This would put him at a year into his contract. There was a bit of a problem he was afraid of. When he switched to a blacksmith class, he would need to drop one of his class bonuses. He might have to give up the bonuses his scribe class provided. It gave him bonuses to mana regeneration and it lowered his mana consumption while crafting scrolls. He had a large pool of mana as it was, but he burned through it quite fast when crafting. His mage class also gave him more mana as well as mana regeneration, which was best for crafting. He would have to see. This was something that he would tackle on a later occasion. He had gone through quite the adventure and he was really tired. The carriage wasn't a place that he could sleep and he mostly remained awake for the rest of the journey home. He still had some days off and he would use them to sleep it off. After he recovered he would grind till the next class change and finally get his blacksmith class. Chapter 34 Time to become a blacksmith? Edelgard was a large city. It was considered prosperous in the kingdom and was renowned for its crafting professions. A lot of the country's magical equipment was manufactured right here. An item with the quality seal coming from here was most of the time guaranteed to sell and bring in coins. These coins were being regulated by the merchant council as well as by the noble house that was here. The nobles mostly kept their noses out of the merchant business and only required them to pay taxes. This was natural as most of the aristocrats were busy with other things, like attending parties, acquiring merits, and gaining favor with people in a higher position like the duke houses or the royal family. In a well-lit room, there were 6 people sitting around a round table. 2 chairs were empty, but this didn't stop them from speaking. This was a gathering of the rich merchants that were the largest business owners in the city. Some had others deal with things like this by sending proxies. One of those people was the gnome manager that Roland was affiliated with. Blasted mine cost me a fortune. How did a mermink infestation spread there? This makes no sense. A large dwarf with a bit of a tummy to him was slamming his large hand on the table. This hand had various golden rings on it just as his beard did. Just some bad luck? Replied an elven woman whose skin color was dark. She was a moon elf. She had a cigarette holder in her right hand and some pink smoke was coming out of the end of the bud. She was squeezed into a black dress that showed quite a lot of cleavage. She looked to be a young beauty, but her age was several times above this dwarf. Clam up, Lilata. Shut up, Lilata. The angry dwarf replied while spitting out saliva in rage. You should watch that temper, Mr. Tharter. Maybe I should reserve a night with one of my girls for you. I'll be sure to give you a good price. The woman smirked while leaning over to show off some more of that cleavage. The dwarf clicked with his tongue and leaned back in his chair as he started to calm down. This doesn't make no sense. Ye know that those monsters don't wander near places close to water. My mind's ha's a large river next to it. Someone missed hay lured thame there. The dwarf voiced his concerns. The mine was far too close to a large body of water. The ants should have reacted to the moisture in the ground and evaded the area like the plague. Yes, this does feel fishy. The one answering was the gnome manager that Roland was working for. Haven't strange things been happening lately? The people quieted down and started mumbling. The mine disaster that caused the big headache for this dwarf wasn't the only thing that was out of place. Yes, my convoys have been getting attacked lately, more than usually. I even had to pay out of hand for more bodyguards. Another member of the council answered. Someone put poison in one of the dishes in my restaurant when one of the nobles was visiting. They almost tore down the whole place. Another person that owned a lot of food-related businesses voiced his concerns. There had been a lot of irregularities happening in this city since half a year ago. The mine incident was the most high-profile one as it left a big body count and the Adventurer Guild even had to get involved. Someone trying to muscle in own or turf? Possibly, but who would be so shameless? We have the backing of the noble families, could it be? The gnome stopped talking as he looked at the council members. It was possible that one of them was doing this. Even if one of their businesses was hit, it could easily have been a distraction. If they started bleeding money, someone could very easily just move in and buy them out for close to nothing. Even in his stores that he had spread through the city were getting hit, mostly by people complaining about the items failing and asking for returns. This in turn tarnished the store's good name and brought fewer customers that went to others to do their purchases. It wasn't that bad at the moment, but could become a problem if it continued. The council discussed some more rumors, but they didn't come to any consensus. Everyone soon dispersed and they just agreed to keep an eye out for potential spies and sabotage. They could easily have the authorities work for them if they found out who was messing with their businesses. The gnome manager was now sitting in a carriage with his elf attendant Ziliana. The gnome continued speculating about the real mastermind behind this. After some time, Roland's involvement in the mine expedition was mentioned and the conversation switched to him. The boy's work has been selling well. It was a good thing that he signed up with us. It's going to take a while till he develops further. The scrolls he makes are a hot commodity. The elf woman that worked at the store was here as well. She praised Roland's work, mentioning the great sales. The only problem was that the scrolls were still only a common grade item and the stock was very limited. The number he could make in a month's time brought in some money, but it wasn't really that much in the grand scheme of things. The gnome nodded as the elf spoke. Since the youth returned from the mine expedition about 5 months ago, he had been working tirelessly. He unloaded quite the sizable number of spell scrolls onto him. He was clearly some kind of prodigy, as he was able to craft the highest quality common spell scrolls. He had thought that he would be a one-trick pony and continue making runic fire arrows, but he was wrong. He could scribe all of the elemental arrow types. He even gave him scrolls to sell as a bundle and explained how they worked together. One of them was the combination of wind, water, and ice that could simulate a tier 3 blizzard spell quite well and freeze opponents in a wide area. The profits from the runic scrolls were sizable, but at most, he outworked 5 regular mana scribes. He wasn't a runesmith quite yet, and the real money was in creating reusable gear for adventurers or the country's soldiers. If you managed to fetch a good commission from the noble lords to outfit their army, you could make more than by selling 2 sparse adventurers. The brat is working hard. He even requested smithing books from me. The gnome said while the elf woman smiled. He is going to change classes again already. The two were baffled by Roland's progress. They figured that he couldn't be an ordinary person just by the fact that he already had his second class when he was 11. There were certain ways to increase your experience besides killing monsters and crafting. You think he used blood crystals, manager? He doesn't seem like the type. Didn't have the telltale signs of using them, probably not. The gnome replied while lighting up his pipe. The elven woman cringed a bit as she saw her boss do this, not being a fan of smokers to say the least. We have him for another 2 years, so we can watch him closely. Don't think he is a security risk. Ziliana said with a resounding nod. Should I do some digging? The people that complained at our shop were a dead end. They didn't seem to know much even when I asked them nicely. The elf woman smirked a bit as she recounted how she investigated the people that were trying to return their items back to the store. They were unusually loud while doing it, as if they were told to make a scene. They haven't been hit that hard like the rest. Nothing as a poisoning incident or a monster attack at the mine happened just yet. Tighten the security. Whoever this is, they are being careful. Might be one of the council members or even the nobles. Could also be an unknown third party that is trying to move in. Have our people report any major buyouts happening. The two continued talking while riding the carriage back towards their residence. Edelgard was considered a large city of 500,000 people. The meeting place was on the other side of the city, so they would need half an hour to get back. Well then, I'll be off first. Another little mouse appeared again. Ziliana said while grinning. Her body started turning dark and it soon turned into black smoke. She vanished from within the carriage that she occupied with the gnome. He just continued to smoke. There was no reaction on his face to the strange occurrence, as if it was something that he saw many times before. The faint screams that were heard afterward didn't garner a reaction either. Wished she didn't always leave such a mess behind, tired of paying off the guards all the time. The manager blew out some smoke through his nose while the moon shone brightly in the night. In another place, a different scene was playing out. A certain human youth was reading a large book. A large pile of them was to the side. He was going through the pages quite fast and his eyes were moving through the letters at a rapid pace. He finally placed it down on the table where the stack of the others was. Think that's all. Roland rubbed his eyes that were slightly tired and glanced at his status screen. Name, Roland Arden L50. Classes, T1 Mage L25, Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25, Main. HP 413/413. MP 2144/2144. SP 496/496. Strength 29. Agility 33. Dexterity 72. Vitality 32. Endurance 31. Intelligence 105. Willpower 80. Charisma 14. Luck 7. He went through his stats and skills. He had gathered quite a lot of them through these years. He wasn't able to rise all of them to level 9, there was just not enough time for all of that. He had to focus on his main skills like the ones for mana manipulation and crafting. He had managed to get his runic mastery up to the limit as well as both his mana scribing and runic scribing skill. He was now ready for the next step, he was only worried that there could be something more. When he wanted to change into the mana scribe, a variation of the class appeared. This was his current runic mana scribe class. He had read up in the blacksmith class, there wasn't much to get past the class change trial. Normally you just needed to craft something, it would be something easy at first like a horseshoe or some of the basic blacksmithing tools like an S-hook. It was a simple tool for hanging your other tools and for various other things around the smithy. Making those basic things wouldn't be much of a problem for Roland. His stats were already above what a beginner level 1 blacksmith should have. This class required a lot of strength though, this was one of the attributes that he lacked the most. In contrast, if he went for a more artisan-like class that made smaller parts, his high dexterity would be quite useful. He wasn't planning to be a goldsmith to make gold rings and necklaces though. The only slight fear that he had was that there would be a different class option like the last time. This would be good news, but he still could fail his class change quest and waste 2 small gold coins while at it. He gave out a sigh and looked at the crystal that activated the strange dimension that had his old apartment in it. Well, if I fail I'll just do it again. He nodded to himself. He had read all the smithing-related books that he could find. There were also some basic rune-smithing books there, but they didn't go into much detail about how runecrafting or runic inscriptions. Roland grasped the class-changing stone and stared at it before activating it as he did before. He arrived in the usual spot at the bottom of the apartment building. The outside looked dead as always, he just turned around and walked slowly upstairs. His room was the same and he went straight to the computer. He heard the fans turning on and the system asking him for his password the same as before. There are a lot of them this time. After going straight to the program that showed him the possible classes, he started looking through them. There were the usual Tier 1 classes like Archer, Warrior, Scout there, but just as he expected there were some Tier 2 classes available now. Advanced Mana Scribe, Advanced Runic Mana Scribe are there. He leveled up both of his scribing skills to the max and along with the skills that he had from his mage class. He reasoned that this was enough to allow him to change to these classes. He felt like going with the Tier 2 Advanced Runic Mana Scribe class wouldn't be such a bad idea. He looked through the side of the window that should have the more magical classes and frowned, there really weren't any Tier 2 mage classes available. He was hoping that something like a rune mage class would appear, but apparently, that wasn't the case. He turned his gaze to the other side where the blacksmith class was the last time he went through a class change. To no surprise it was still there, it showed an icon of a pixelated version of him. The pixel art was wearing the usual blacksmith apparel along with a large hammer. Instead of the walking animation, it was showing him sitting down and hammering a large anvil. He started looking to the sides just as he suspected it was there. Roland's mouth curled up slightly, the name of the class that he was hoping to get was similar to the one he currently had. Runic Blacksmith. He gave out a sigh, he wasn't sure what he would be able to craft with this class in his position, but he should at least be able to inscribe some runes on metal. Wait, does that mean there is a Runic Runesmith class after this? He paused a bit before thinking, would a Runic Runesmith add something to a class that was already working with runes? He might have been overthinking this. Maybe he wouldn't even need to take that class to forge runes. What if there are runic variations of all the smithing classes and I can skip the Tier 2 one altogether? He thought to himself, he had a theory that if he would be getting certain rune-related skills now that the runesmith class only had, then he might be able to skip it. There could also be a better version of this class waiting for him. He continued thinking before finally snapping out of it. He needed to first finish this class change quest before he could think about the Tier 2 classes. He scanned the other classes with his eyes that could become available to him, and to his surprise there were others. Runic Archer, Runic Warrior all littered the interface and could be taken by him. He believed that these classes would probably only lower the usage of mana with rune weapons and wouldn't actually differ much from the regular versions of those classes. They probably became available after he leveled up his runic mastery and might not offer that much to him in the long run. If he went with that route, he would have wasted time with crafting runes and would have to switch to melee combat. He might be able to fight better with runic gear, but it was still better to customize it yourself. Roland finally made up his mind and clicked on the runic blacksmith variant that was available to him. The usual VR headset popped out and he put it right on, just like last time he was transported into another area. The place looked like a regular blacksmith's workshop like he saw in the city. It wasn't all that large, but he could see it had all the things required for one. The forge, water barrel, and quench tank were close to each other. The tool rack with the basic smithing tools like tongs and hammers was all there. The anvil was right in the middle, and a bit further away was the workbench with a book on it. He walked up to it while remembering his first class change mission that was similar to this setup. Just as before, he needed to read through it to get the temporary skills and then craft the required item. He spotted a large hourglass in the corner that was already counting down the time. He moved forward and grabbed the large book. He hoped to get an easy item for crafting like some nails. He received an unexpected thing instead. This even prompted him to raise an eyebrow. How to forge a ladle of lesser fire resistance.